Chapter 1. The Rebirth of Tien Shinhan in the World of Dragon Ball Super. After the defeat of Majin Buu, peace was restored to Earth. What is this place? How'd I end up here? Wasn't I just battling Majin Buu? Could it be because the PS3 malfunctioned? Ugh, secondhand goods really are unreliable. Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes and found himself lying in a Taoist temple. Before him lay a large Baiwa diagram. Just moments ago, he had been enjoying a game of Dragon Ball, engaging in a fierce battle with the NPC Majin Buu. But due to his second-hand PS3, he had exerted too much force and broken the controller. A surge of electricity coursed through his body, and his consciousness blurred, only to awaken here. As he pondered the nature of this place, a flood of profound memories washed over him, akin to a tidal wave, inundating his mind. In an instant, he understood. He had traversed worlds, much like the plots of the novels he had read. Although surprised, he quickly accepted this reality after all. Having read so many stories, he was somewhat prepared for such an eventuality. Staring in astonishment at the temple's surroundings, he murmured, "What? This is actually the world of Dragon Ball Super." As a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, he was intimately familiar with every iteration, having watched each series over 5 times, including Dragon Ball Super. How on earth am I supposed to survive in this world? In other worlds, I might manage to scrape by, but in this one, how can I possibly endure? A single villain could obliterate the planet. Though the main characters are formidable, facing death is still a rather unpleasant prospect. Wait, am I not a transmigrator? Where's my golden finger? Just as he muttered this, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. The Lazy Master system is being activated and binding with the host. Binding progress. 1050. 100. Binding successful. You have received a beginner's gift package. The Lazy Master system? Could the name be any more unappealing? Nonetheless, despite the unflattering name, it seems quite promising. By taking on disciples, I can receive rewards. And not only that, when my disciples' combat power increases, I too will benefit doubly. Lin Fan was overjoyed if he were to take on Goku, Vegeta, and Jiren as disciples. Wouldn't he soar without the need for arduous training? What treasures lay within this beginner's gift package? Open the beginner's gift package. Ding. Successfully opened the beginner's gift package. Congratulations. You have obtained Ultra Spirit Bomb, Air Dance Technique, Body Dominance Technique, Three-Eyed Celestial Bloodline, and a combat power of 1 billion. As Lin Fan listened to the system's announcements, he squinted and smiled. This beginner's gift package is not too shabby, but what exactly is this body dominance technique? Upon examining the Ultra Spirit Bomb, the Ultra Spirit Bomb is an enhanced version of the Spirit Bomb, its power magnified several times, with improved charging speed compared to the traditionally slow Spirit Bomb. Body Dominance Technique. A potential technique crafted for humans. When executed, it allows the practitioner to enter a state of dominance, significantly amplifying their combat power. The exact multiplier depends on the user, with limitless potential. Three-Eyed Celestial Bloodline. The highest tier bloodline of the three-eyed people. Upon activation, it grants the ability to open the heavenly eye, enhancing potential multiple times and providing unique effects. Lin Fan was not surprised by the Ultra Spirit Bomb, but upon seeing the body dominance technique and the three-eyed celestial bloodline, he was genuinely taken aback. Anyone familiar with Dragon Ball knows that humans possess extremely low potential in this world. Even Krillin, the strongest human, could only stand by and watch, too intimidated to intervene. However, with the body dominance technique, this dilemma was effectively resolved. Limitless potential. It felt as though he could rival the bloodlines of the Scions. In Lin Fan's eyes, the Scion bloodline held little significance within Dragon Ball Super. It could only be said that the protagonist's halo was overwhelmingly powerful. Three-eyed celestial bloodline? Should I integrate it? The three-eyed people in Dragon Ball Super are represented by Tien Shinhan, right? If I were to merge this bloodline, and I would sprout on my forehead, wouldn't that affect my handsome visage? He mused, narcissistically touching his face. Indeed, Lin Fan was strikingly handsome, with chiseled features resembling a sculpted work of art, and most importantly, his skin was remarkably fair. Forget it, I don't need the three-eyed celestial bloodline. With this Lazy Master system, The bloodlines I acquire in the future will undoubtedly surpass this one. Why do I feel such disdain for the name of this system? Learn the air dance technique. Learn the ultra spirit bomb. Learn the body dominance technique. Ding! Congratulations! Host has mastered the air dance technique, ultra spirit bomb, and body dominance technique. In that fleeting moment, Lin Fan felt a torrent of knowledge surge into his mind. At that instant, a gentle energy began to flow into Lin Fan's governing vessel. Checking host attributes. Host, Lin Fan. Techniques, ultra spirit bomb, air dance technique. Special technique, body dominance technique. Bloodline, human. Base combat power, 1 billion. Looking at his attributes, Lin Fan couldn't help but scratch his head. A base combat power of merely 1 billion felt rather low. In the world of Dragon Ball Super, combat power was relatively elevated, surpassing that of any previous Dragon Ball series. Various gods of destruction, supreme deities, and bosses from special realms were simply terrifying. A base combat power of 1 billion was hardly noteworthy. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before Beerus and Whis descended upon Earth. Although Goku could defuse this crisis, it remained a crisis nonetheless. Who could guarantee that no mistakes would occur? If Beerus truly chose to destroy Earth, no one would escape unscathed. With these thoughts weighing on him, Lin Fan felt an urgent need to bolster his combat power. Rising to his feet, he prepared to step outside and ascertain the specifics of this place. At that moment, a voice of inquiry came from outside the door. Tien Shinhan, is there truly a master here? Upon hearing this voice, Lin Fan did not immediately recognize the speaker, but based on the question, he quickly deduced who it was. The visitors were undoubtedly Kaiatsu and Tien Shinhan. Anyone who was always by Tien Shinhan's side could only be Kaiatsu. Tien Shinhan replied, yes, Kaiatsu. Indeed, it was these two. As Lin Fan contemplated their previous exchange, his mind raced. Tien Shinhan came seeking a master? Could it be that Tien Shinhan was looking to learn? It was quite plausible according to the lore of Dragon Ball Super. Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu had been diligently training in a secluded paradise, so their arrival here was not altogether strange. A smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Clearly, this is a disciple presenting themselves at my doorstep. Just then, a deep, resonant male voice called from outside. Junior Tien Shinhan seeks an audience with the esteemed senior. Chapter 2. Indeed, a hidden master. Junior Tien Shinhan seeks an audience with the esteemed senior. Lin Fan did not rush to respond, for he had already resolved to take Tien Shinhan as his disciple. Moreover, he intended for Tien Shinhan to perceive him as the hidden master they believed him to be. As for whether a genuine master resided within this temple, Lin Fan was uncertain. Outside the door, Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu exchanged glances. Kaiatsu, puzzled, remarked, Tien Shinhan, what if there's no one inside? Should we go and check? Tien Shinhan quickly interjected. No, Kaiatsu, we are here to seek knowledge. We must adhere to proper etiquette. Understood. Kaiatsu complied obediently. Junior Tien Shinhan seeks an audience with the esteemed senior. Tien Shinhan called out once more, but still, no response came. Kaiatsu prepared to use his psychic abilities to discern whether anyone was inside. Just then, a calm voice emanated from within the temple. Come in. Upon hearing this voice, Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu were instantly elated and hurriedly entered the temple. As they stepped inside, they beheld a striking young man clad in a Taoist robe, seated cross-legged upon the Bawa diagram, eyes closed in meditation. This individual was none other than Lin Fan. While Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu waited outside, at the moment they called out, Lin Fan had been contemplating how to convincingly portray himself as the hidden master they sought. Thus, he had casually donned a Taoist robe he found within the temple. Tien Shinhan scrutinized the handsome young man before him, examining him from head to toe. Was this person truly a hidden master, or perhaps a disciple of one? Once more, he keenly sensed the aura of the individual, only to find he could not perceive even a trace of Lin Fan's energy. He was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this was the hidden master of the temple? As a practitioner, he understood that if one could not sense another's aura, it could only imply two possibilities. First, the individual was an ordinary person. Second, The individual's strength significantly surpassed his own, rendering it undetectable. Despite his youth, the aura exuded by the man before him was far from ordinary. He was undoubtedly not a common person. Immediately, Tian Xinhan clasped his hands together in reverence and respectfully inquired, "Esteemed senior, I am Tian Xinhan, here to seek knowledge. I humbly request that you take us as your disciples." At this moment, Lin Fan opened his obsidian-like, brilliantly bright eyes, and a piercing light swept through the air. Tianjin Fan sensed this beam of light and was filled with astonishment indeed. This young man was extraordinary, undoubtedly a figure of seniority. Despite his youth, he likely possessed some exceptional method of maintaining his vitality. These practitioners placed great emphasis on the art of longevity after all. As long as they could outlive those prominent figures, they would ascend to their ranks. Upon witnessing Tianjin Fan's earnest and admiring gaze, Lin Fan understood that he had achieved his objective. "Seeing your sincerity, I shall accept you." Tianjin Fan was immediately elated, dropping to his knees and repeatedly bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, Master." Beep. Congratulations to the host for accepting Tianjin Fan as a disciple, gaining a combat power of 1 billion, precognition, telepathy, and the giant whole wave. Current host combat power, 2 billion. Noticing that the dumpling beside him was taken aback, Tianjin Fan hurriedly cast a knowing glance. The latter comprehended the implication instantly. He promptly bowed and exclaimed, "Thank you, Master." Beep. Congratulations on accepting Dumpling as a disciple, gaining a combat power of 500 million, supermental time house, divine aura, and ultimate king of world's fist. Currently, the host's combat power stands at an impressive 2.5 billion. Upon hearing the system's alert, Lin Fan was overwhelmed with joy. These items were indeed remarkable, particularly the ultra-mental time chamber. This ultra-mental time chamber undoubtedly surpassed the spirit time chamber from Dragon Ball. However, now is not the moment to assess the effects of these items. Observing Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi kneeling before him, he commanded, "Rise." The two stood up and then sat cross-legged upon the plush mat. With a flourish of his sleeve, Lin Fan conjured an air of unfathomable mystery and inquired, "Tianjin Fan, your most formidable technique is the Kamehameha, is it not?" A tremor of astonishment coursed through Tianjin Fan as he abruptly turned to Lin Fan. His face a mask of disbelief. How could his master know of his most powerful technique? He had never encountered his master before, nor had they ever interacted. How could he possibly be aware of his technique? Yet, as realization dawned upon him, Tianjin Fan smacked his thigh in epiphany. It must be that his master had foreseen it, or possessed some prophetic abilities. Truly, he was a transcendent being. His belief was affirmed. And his gaze toward Lin Fan radiated even greater reverence. "Indeed, Master, the most formidable technique of a disciple is the Kamehameha," Tianjin Fan replied respectfully. Lin Fan continued, "I am familiar with the Kamehameha. While its power is commendable, it harbors a critical flaw. It requires an extensive charging time." Tianjin Fan was taken aback, astonished that his master not only understood the Kamehameha but also articulated its shortcomings clearly. His master did not merely comprehend the technique. He could execute it as well. After processing this information, Tianjin Fan promptly bowed, requesting, "Please, Master, impart your wisdom." Lin Fan nodded slightly, explaining, "The reason your Kamehameha charges slowly is due to your need to amplify its power. However, without sufficient power, it cannot rightfully be called a Kamehameha." Tianjin Fan listened intently. Lin Fan continued, "I have mastered a technique known as the Super Kamehameha, which bears a striking resemblance to yours but boasts greater power and a shorter charging time. I shall now teach it to you." Tianjin Fan was elated and expressed his gratitude profusely. "Thank you, Master." Lin Fan began to elucidate the theory and application of the Super Kamehameha. The reason the Super Kamehameha exceeds the Kamehameha in power while requiring less charging time lies primarily in the technique's method. When charging the Super Kamehameha, you must, and so forth. Tianjin Fan listened, entranced. After Lin Fan concluded his explanation, Tianjin Fan remained in a state of bliss, feeling as if he had sipped a fine vintage. Intoxicated by the beauty of the lesson, observing Tianjin Fan's rapture, Lin Fan knew he was absorbed in comprehension and chose not to interrupt, instead turning his attention to Jiaozi. "Jiaozi, I am also aware that your primary offensive technique is the Dodon Ray. But its power is rather weak. Therefore, I shall now teach you the giant Dodon Ray." Although Jiaozi had little interest in training, content to remain beside Tianjin Fan, he He was eager to learn from his master. Thank you, master. Subsequently, Lin Fan imparted the essence of the giant Dodon Ray to Jiaozi. With a foundation in the Dodon Ray, Jiaozi grasped the technique with relative ease. At that moment, Tianjin Fan emerged from his contemplative state. Have you both comprehended your techniques? Lin Fan inquired. Indeed. They replied in unison. Then demonstrate your abilities for me. Yes. Chapter 3. A gift that will leave you sweating profusely. The three ventured outside the temple. Tianjin Fan soared several meters into the air, his expression grave as he ascended, hovering high above. He positioned his right hand atop his left, with his right pinky touching his left index finger. And his thumbs pressed together, forming a frame as he aimed at a distant mountain. Following Lin Fan's instructions for charging, he controlled his breath and strength, amplifying his energy, which surged through his body. With a commanding shout, Super Kamehameha, a brilliant beam of light shot forth with devastating force, striking the mountain. The explosion reverberated loudly, sending plumes of dust spiraling into the air. A massive crater appeared in the mountainside, plunging dozens of meters deep, instilling terror in the surrounding fauna, which fled in panic. Tianjin Fan, his eyes wide with disbelief, stared at his hands, murmuring in awe, "Is this my doing?" While his previous Kamehameha had possessed such power, it required full energy, and without complete focus, such a feat was unattainable. Now, however, by employing Lin Fan's teachings, he had effortlessly achieved peak charging. Truly formidable. Was this truly his work? Gazing at the gaping hole in the mountainside and the energy still radiating from his hands, he accepted this reality without doubt. Elated, he swiftly descended to Lin Fan's side, beaming with joy as he respectfully asked, "Thank you for your guidance, Master. Is there anything I should be mindful of?" Quite impressive. With further practice, you will master control over your power, enhancing both its potency and charging speed. Thank you, Master. Lin Fan then turned his gaze to Jiaozi. Jiaozi, it's your turn. Yes, Master. Jiaozi stepped forward a few meters, raising his right hand and pointing his index finger at a nearby tree. A surge of energy enveloped him. Giant Dodon Ray. Whoosh. The initially slender beam of light expanded to the size of a head, charging as swiftly as the Dodon Ray, yet boasting exponentially greater power. The giant Dodon Ray struck the tree, obliterating it with a thunderous crash as it collapsed to the ground. Jiaozi stared in wide-eyed astonishment at the fallen tree, his expression one of utter shock. He had never anticipated that his Dodon Ray could wield such might. This is indeed the giant Dodon Ray. Returning to Lin Fan's side, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master. Jiaozi, I observe that you are not particularly combative and prefer to remain alongside Tianjin Fan. Therefore, you may adopt a more relaxed approach to training. Focus on honing your unique abilities instead. Lin Fan recognized that Jiaozi possessed various superpowers, including precognition, telepathy, and perception. If cultivated properly, these abilities could prove immensely valuable. Thus, it was unnecessary for Jiaozi to obsess over mastering the Dodon Ray. Forsaking his innate powers would be akin to discarding a watermelon to grasp at a sesame seed. Jiaozi agreed, acknowledging, "Yes, Master." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fan turned to Tianjin Fan. "Tianjin Fan, I have one more treasure to bestow upon you." Tianjin Fan did not inquire what it was. Instead, he expressed his gratitude first. "Thank you, Master." Though he had only recently become a disciple, he understood that whatever his master provided would be of great value. Curiously, Lin Fan asked, "Tianjin Fan, are you not curious about what I am about to give you?" Tianjin Fan earnestly replied, "I am curious, but I shall know shortly. There is no need to waste Master's words." Haha, very well. Lin Fan raised his hand, channeling energy into a force that he placed upon Tianjin Fan's chest. Both Jiaozi and Tianjin Fan exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what was occurring, yet they refrained from asking further, knowing they would soon find out. With a focused thought, Lin Fan instructed the system. Activate the three-eyed celestial bloodline on Tianjin Fan. The system promptly responded. Ding. The three-eyed celestial bloodline has been successfully activated on Tianjin Fan. In that moment, Tianjin Fan distinctly felt a profound transformation within his body. Meanwhile, Jiaozi sensed a powerful aura emanating from Tianjin Fan. The third eye on Tianjin Fan's forehead radiated a peculiar light, as if poised to perceive and unveil the mysteries of the world. Upon receiving the system's notification, Lin Fan gradually withdrew his hand, casually remarking, "Tianjin Fan, I have just bestowed upon you the three-eyed celestial bloodline. Be sure to utilize it wisely in the future." Tianjin Fan was taken aback, his mouth agape as he gazed at Lin Fan. After a brief moment, he slowly inquired, "Master Lin Fan, what did you say, the bloodline of the three-eyed celestial sovereign? As a three-eyed being, he naturally understood the significance of the three-eyed celestial sovereign bloodline, which represented the highest and purest lineage among the three-eyed people. Every three-eyed individual yearns to possess such a bloodline, for it not only augments their potential, but also symbolizes a prestigious status. Whenever a three-eyed individual encounters someone with the three-eyed celestial sovereign bloodline, they are revered as a deity. Thus, when Lin Fan revealed to him that he had bestowed upon him the bloodline of the three-eyed celestial sovereign, Tianjin Fan felt utterly numb, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, his entire being frozen, completely unaware of what action to take next. Lin Fan was acutely aware of what the three-eyed celestial sovereign bloodline meant for Tianjin Fan. To put it plainly, it was akin to an ordinary person soaring into the heights of greatness. With a serene smile, he reassured, "You did not hear incorrectly. It is indeed the bloodline of the three-eyed celestial sovereign." Upon hearing his master's words once more, Tianjin Fan dropped to his knees with a thud, overwhelmed with emotion as he repeatedly bowed his head, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. I promise I will not disappoint your expectations. I will strive to cultivate diligently, and I will not waste a single moment." What Lin Fan needed was this fervor. Only through his disciples' relentless training could he enhance his own combat capabilities. "I believe in you," Lin Fan declared, "and thus I have prepared another gift for you." Upon hearing that there was an additional gift, Tianjin Fan was elated. He lifted his head, both eager and excited. "Thank you, Master. Do not be hasty in your gratitude. This gift will make you break a sweat." Chapter 4. The Ultra Spirit Time Room, a gift that will make me break a sweat? Tianjin Fan asked, filled with curiosity. Lin Fan, with a smile playing on his lips, replied, "Indeed, you must have heard of the Spirit Time Room, correct?" Tianjin Fan slightly tilted his head in contemplation, recalling that he had indeed heard of it. Before Lin Fan could remind him, enlightenment dawned upon him. "Master, I have heard of it. The Spirit Time Room is located atop the Divine Temple. Yes, there exists a Spirit Time Room within the Divine Temple. And I possess one as well, but mine is called the Ultra Spirit Time Room." Lin Fan intended not to gift the Ultra Spirit Time Room to Tianjin Fan, but rather to allow him to enter for training. This was indeed a gift that would make one break a sweat. The effects of the Ultra Spirit Time Room. It encompasses an expanse akin to that of Earth, with mountains and rivers. And any attacks unleashed within will not damage the room. The gravity can be adjusted freely, with a maximum limit of 99,999,999 times, and the temperature can be set between a low of -120 to a high of 520 degrees. A stay of 10 years within the Ultra Spirit Time Room equates to merely 1 day in the outside world, and time spent inside does not accelerate aging. However, there are limitations. Each individual may only enter 10 times in their lifetime, with a maximum of 10 individuals permitted entry at once. Once inside the Spirit Time Room, the mental energy of the entrants will gradually deplete, and when their mental energy is entirely exhausted, they will be automatically expelled. The duration of their stay is solely determined by the strength of their mental energy. When Lin Fan learned of the Ultra Spirit Time Room's capabilities, he marveled at its superiority, far exceeding that of the Spirit Time Room atop the Divine Temple. If his memory served him correctly, the Divine Temple's Spirit Time Room had numerous restrictions and its effects were vastly inferior in comparison. The gravity there was only 10 times that of Earth, and 1 year inside equated to merely 1 day outside. Moreover, only 2 individuals could enter at once, and one could only spend 2 days in their lifetime, equivalent to 2 years inside. Otherwise, the exit would vanish, trapping them forever. These limitations were incomparable to those of the Ultra Spirit Time Room. Tianjin Fan appeared bewildered, instinctively murmuring, "Ultra Spirit Time Room. Indeed. It is an upgraded version of the Spirit Time Room. I shall now send you into the Ultra Spirit Time Room, where 10 years will feel like just 1 day outside." "What?" Tianjin Fan gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment, his third eye nearly bulging with disbelief. He vividly recalled that in the Spirit Time Room atop the Divine Temple, 1 year inside was equivalent to 1 day outside. Yet this Ultra Spirit Time Room offered 10 years for merely 1 day. The disparity was staggering. Lin Fan, observing his shocked expression, was entirely unfazed. It was well within his expectations. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, "Do not rejoice too soon. How long you can remain inside depends on the strength of your mental energy. Once your mental energy is depleted, you will be expelled from the Ultra Spirit Time Room. Furthermore, each individual." Lin Fan elucidated the general effects of the Ultra Spirit Time Room to Tianjin Fan. Despite the lifetime limitation of 10 entries and the constraint regarding mental energy, Tianjin Fan was still profoundly astonished, for the myriad effects were incomparable to those of an ordinary Spirit Time Room. Clenching his fists, he thought to himself that now, with the bloodline of the three-eyed celestial sovereign, his potential and talent had greatly increased. If he could train for 10 years in the Ultra Spirit Time Room, his strength would undoubtedly undergo a transformative leap. Envisioning this prospect filled him with exhilaration. Seeing his eager expression, Lin Fan wasted no time and instructed Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, "Follow me." The two promptly trailed behind Lin Fan. After a short while, the trio arrived at a relatively flat area. With a casual wave of his hand, Lin Fan summoned forth a magnificent aura. In an instant, a spirit time room occupying an area of 120 square meters materialized before them. Step inside, Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan stood before the Ultra Spirit Time Room, motionless and silent, feeling his heartbeat quicken, his breaths grow heavier, and his blood coursing faster. Once he emerged, he would be considered a formidable force. The mere thought of it sent him into a frenzy of excitement. Jiaozi looked up at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with anticipation, and pleaded, "Master, I wish to enter alongside Tianjin Fan." Lin Fan did not refuse. Knowing that the room could accommodate 10 individuals, "Go ahead, but Jiaozi, focus on cultivating your super abilities while inside." "Yes, Master, enter now." With Lin Fan's command, the two swiftly entered the Ultra Spirit Time Room. Lin Fan surveyed his surroundings, spotted a towering tree, and swiftly ascended to its branches using his flight technique, settling in comfortably to rest. Simultaneously, he delved into the rewards recently bestowed upon him by the system: Ultra Precognition, Mind Communication, Ultra Spirit Time Room, Divine Aura, and Ultimate King of Worlds Fist. Ultra Precognition, the ability to foresee events 2 seconds into the future. Mind Communication, the capacity to communicate mentally with individuals within 100 meters. Divine Aura, a unique aura essential for becoming a deity. Ultimate King of Worlds Fist, the most refined version of the King of Worlds Fist, significantly reducing the pain and physical strain associated with its execution, allowing for a more effective display of multiplied power. As Lin Fan reviewed the effects of these abilities, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Each skill was a rare gem among countless others. Ultra Precognition could predict an opponent's attack trajectory 2 seconds ahead, a tremendous advantage in combat. In a clash between skilled fighters, even a difference of 0.1 seconds could determine life or death. He pondered whether Ultra Precognition was superior to Hit's time skip technique. The latter involved jumping through time, while Ultra Precognition allowed foresight of future events, if the duration of Ultra Precognition exceeded that of time skip. Then Ultra Precognition was indeed superior. Conversely, if time skip's duration surpassed that of Ultra Precognition, then it would be the more formidable technique. Lin Fan was determined not to waste any more time. He knew one thing: he would learn them all. Without hesitation, he focused his mind and began to learn Ultra Precognition, Mind Communication, and Ultimate King of Worlds Fist, while also utilizing Divine Aura. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired Ultra Precognition, Mind Communication, and Ultimate King of Worlds Fist. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have fused with Divine Aura. A torrent of techniques and mental disciplines flooded into Lin Fan's mind, seamlessly integrating. Before long, he felt a transformation occurring within his body, as a vast and majestic aura surged into him, akin to rays of golden light breaking through the heavens. Haha, Divine Aura. 3 minutes later, Lin Fan distinctly sensed a unique energy within his body, a manifestation of divine essence. This divine essence is an essential prerequisite for attaining godhood. Only by possessing this essence and reaching a certain level of cultivation can one become a god. Otherwise, no matter how formidable one's combat power may be, it would be difficult to ascend to true divinity. At most, one could merely approach it or even surpass it in strength. However, such feats are exceedingly challenging. From Lin Fan's understanding, the only individual with such power was Jillian from the Power Tournament. Chapter 5. The Disturbance of the King of the Universe. Half an hour later, Lin Fan had thoroughly stabilized the divine essence within him. Contentedly patting his body, the sensation of possessing divine essence was truly exhilarating. As long as his cultivation and combat prowess reached a sufficient level, becoming a god would be a trivial matter. Current status of the host. Host, Lin Fan. Techniques: Ultra Energy Cannon, Sky Dance Technique, Giant Hole Wave, Special Skills, Body Domination Technique, Ultimate King of the Universe Fist, Mental Communication, Super Precognition, Special Items, Ultra Mental Time Chamber. Race Bloodline, Human, Base Combat Power, 2.5 billion. Meanwhile, in the realm of the King of the Universe, the old King of the Universe, engrossed in studying information about beautiful women, suddenly turned his gaze towards Lin Fan's direction. He set down the materials in his hands, prompting confusion from the East King of the universe. Based on their knowledge of the Old King, he typically would not abandon his studies for trivial matters. Thus, this behavior indicated something significant had occurred. What is it? The Old King of the universe exclaimed, delivering a resounding blow to the East King of the universe's head, barking, "Can't you check for yourself?" The East King of the universe wore a look of grievance but obediently utilized his divine abilities to sense the surroundings. Moments later, he was taken aback, staring incredulously at the Old King of the universe. How can there be a divine aura? Who possesses the divine essence? The Old King of the universe suddenly appeared relaxed, returning to his studies. The East King of the universe, feeling helpless, thought to himself that this ancestor truly embodied nonchalance. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to meet the individual who possessed divine essence. With a flash, he vanished. Lin Fan, oblivious to the stir his integration of divine essence had caused among the Old King of the universe and others, was preoccupied with thoughts of whom to take as his disciple next. Suddenly, a streak of light descended from the heavens, instantly heightening Lin Fan's vigilance. Without a doubt, the newcomer was superior in strength. Despite his current base combat power of 2.5 billion, it was still insufficient. Upon discerning the figure of the newcomer, short in stature, adorned with a white punk hairstyle, purple skin, and wearing the uniform of the King of the Universe, Lin Fan recognized him immediately. "Oh, the East King of the Universe, what brings him here? Could it be related to my recent acquisition of divine essence? Is it possible he sensed it?" Such a conclusion seemed plausible, as divine essence was indeed a requisite for achieving godhood. As gods, it was natural for them to sense the presence of someone who had integrated this essential element of divinity. Rising from his perch, Lin Fan flew beside the East King of the Universe, greeting him. "It is an honor to meet you, East King of the Universe. My apologies for not receiving you properly." The East King of the Universe scrutinized Lin Fan closely, confirming his suspicions. This individual possessed divine essence, now fully integrated within him. Who could he be? How did he cultivate such divine essence? His attire resembled that of a Taoist, implying he might have achieved divinity through Taoism. But why did he recognize me? However, upon further reflection, it was reasonable that someone capable of cultivating divine essence would also be familiar with him. Otherwise, how could they perceive the power of heaven in the divine essence with a friendly disposition? The East King of the Universe replied, "Greetings. May I inquire as to your identity? How is it that you were able to cultivate divine essence?" Lin Fan, realizing that his divine essence had indeed piqued the East King of the Universe's interest, introduced himself. "I am Lin Fan. As for the divine essence, it was merely a fortuitous coincidence that I managed to cultivate it." He had no intention of divulging the true nature of his acquisition of divine essence. The East King of the Universe pondered for a moment, ultimately choosing to accept Lin Fan's explanation. It seemed he was simply fortunate. Perhaps in the years to come, Lin Fan could be selected as an apprentice king of the universe, or even ascend to the position of king himself. The kings of the universe in the seventh universe were not limited to just him. There were also the West King of the universe, North King of the universe, and South King of the universe. Presently, these three positions were vacant, and if someone possessed the right opportunity, it was the most opportune time to grasp divine essence, for there was a need for new gods. With this in mind, the East King of the Universe treated Lin Fan with even greater courtesy. Should Lin Fan become a king of the universe in any of the vacant positions, he would effectively become his comrade. "That is wonderful. It indicates that you possess great fortune. I eagerly await the day you join our ranks as a companion." Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback by this statement. What did he mean by becoming his companion? Becoming a king of the universe? Lin Fan had no interest in such a position, though he refrained from contradicting the East King of the universe. With a smile, he replied, "Let us hope for that." At that moment, the East King of the universe's attention was drawn to the ultra-mental time chamber nearby, though he did not recognize it as such, mistakenly believing it to be Lin Fan's residence. "Lin Fan, I shall take my leave." Having gathered a brief understanding, he deemed Lin Fan not to be a vicious individual, and with the potential of becoming his companion, there was no need for further observation. It would be best to return to report to the ancestor to avoid another reprimand. Lin Fan politely remarked, "Feel free to visit any time." The East King of the universe smiled and transformed into a streak of light. Departing. After his exit, Lin Fan returned to the tree and began contemplating whom he should take on as a disciple next. Given his current strength, it seemed a daunting task. Beep. The host's disciple Tianjin Fan has increased his base combat power by 1 billion. The host receives a double bonus, totaling an increase of 2 billion. Currently, the host's base combat power stands at For 0.5 billion. Not bad. It hasn't been long since I entered, and Tianjin Fan has already improved by 1 billion. It appears, before he could finish his thought, another notification chimed in his mind. Beep. The host's disciple Jiaozi has increased his base combat power by 100 million. The host receives a double bonus, totaling an increase of 200 million. Currently, the host's combat power is 4.6 billion. Jiaozi is impressive. He has also managed to boost his base combat power by 100 million, which is quite remarkable. Lin Fan understood that Jiaozi was not particularly fond of training, so this increase in strength was indeed surprising, but he could imagine that Jiaozi had been diligently practicing within. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Fan, illuminating his mind. Next, I will take Sun Wukong as my disciple. A subtle smile played upon his lips, hinting at his newfound resolve. He decided to check within the Taoist temple for any presence. Upon flying to the temple and scanning the surroundings, he found it utterly deserted. Is there truly no one here? Yet, why is the temple so pristine? And what of the Taoist robes? This defies logic. Could they have simply stepped out? Resolving to wait for their return, he dismissed his concerns. Three-eyed bald donkey, come out. Chapter 6. Lin, three-eyed bald donkey, come out. A melodious female voice shattered Lin Fan's thoughts. He was momentarily perplexed. Three-eyed bald donkey, wasn't that a reference to Tianjin Fan? In the world of Dragon Ball Super, surely no one would refer to Tianjin Fan in such an impolite manner, as he was generally well-liked and amiable. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Could it be her? Upon reaching the entrance of the Taoist temple, he beheld a woman standing there. She appeared to be in her 30s, clad in a stunning blue qipao, her figure voluptuous and alluring, with two half-circular ponytails adorning her head. Upon seeing her, Lin Fan couldn't help but think, indeed, it's Lin. Though she appeared to be in her 30s, Lin Fan estimated her true age to be around 40. However, in the Dragon Ball Super universe, women who practiced martial arts tended to retain a youthful vigor, making it difficult to discern their real ages. Lin, having trained diligently, had once been a disciple alongside Tianjin Fan under the tutelage of Master Rashi. After Tianjin Fan's clandestine departure, Lin harbored resentment towards him, questioning why he had not taken her along, blaming him for his perceived callousness. Over the years, Lin had been fervently honing her magical abilities, believing she had now reached a level of mastery sufficient to seek vengeance against Tianjin Fan. Thus, she had embarked on a journey, which led her here. Observing the resolute Lin Fan, she hesitated briefly before inquiring with a darkened expression, "Is Tianjin Fan here?" Lin Fan was well versed in the story of Dragon Ball Super. He knew that the woman before him harbored feelings for Tianjin, and her quest for vengeance was born out of deep love turned bitter. However, according to the developments in Dragon Ball Super, Tianjin remained oblivious to Lin's affections, disregarding her entirely. In Lin Fan's eyes, this woman was deserving of Tianjin, both in beauty and physique. Upon hearing that Tianjin was not present, Lin's anxiety surged. She had gathered information that both Tianjin and Jiaozi had come here. Could it be that this Taoist had hidden him away? It must be so. After contemplating this, her expression turned icy. I advise you to hand over Tianjin. Lin Fan replied with a casual demeanor. All right. Lin was momentarily taken aback. Was he really acquiescing so easily? She had expected him to withhold the information a bit longer. Nevertheless, since he was willing to surrender Tianjin, it was indeed a positive development. Where is he? Hurry and bring him out. Lin Fan chuckled softly, noting her impatience. Yet, it was precisely such a woman who would dare to love fiercely. Do not rush. I currently cannot present Tianjin to you. He has gone to a rather special place and will return shortly. Rest assured, it will not exceed a day. Lin Fan had already calculated in his mind that, given Tianjin's current mental fortitude, he could only remain in the hyperbolic time chamber for a maximum of 10 years, which equated to merely one day in the real world. It was precisely for this reason that he spoke with such confidence. Lin furrowed her delicate brows, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Fan. Observing the unwavering clarity in his obsidian-like eyes, she sensed no deceit. What kind of special place has he gone to? Lin Fan, of course, would not divulge that information just yet. I cannot disclose that at the moment, but you will surely see him after one day. Upon witnessing Lin Fan's self-assured demeanor, Lin pondered for a moment. Very well. I shall wait a day. If Tianjin does not appear, I will question you. Lin Fan merely smiled, choosing not to respond. With his current combat power of 4.6 billion, dealing with a single Lin was well within his capabilities. Noticing his silence, Lin contemplated before asking, did that three-eyed bald man come to seek you as a master? Lin Fan did not deny it. Indeed, I have become the master of Tianjin and Jiaozi. A slight glimmer flashed in Lin's eyes as she grinned mischievously. I want you to expel that three-eyed bald man from your school. Naturally, Lin Fan would not agree to such a request. Tenshinhan was currently in the hyperbolic time chamber enhancing his combat prowess, and he had bestowed upon him the lineage of the three-eyed god. Expelling him would result in a significant loss of combat strength for Lin Fan. Tenshinhan has committed no wrongdoing. I cannot possibly do that. I understand the reasons behind your animosity towards him, but Yulin, I must remind you that expressing love in such a manner is misguided. Seeking vengeance against him will only push him further away. This is not a commendable approach. Yulin was momentarily stunned, her brow furrowed in confusion, disbelief evident on her face. How do you know my name? Did that three-eyed bald man tell you? She couldn't help but wonder if he had been thinking of her all along, if he had not forgotten her. Lin Fan chuckled inwardly. In this world of Dragon Ball, how could he not know her name? He possessed a godlike perspective, aware of everyone's names. However, he still said, indeed, it was Tenshinhan who informed me. All these years, he has been thinking of you. Yet, due to certain special circumstances, he has been unable to seek you out. Lin Fan believed that these two were quite compatible and saw an opportunity to play matchmaker. As for the special circumstances he mentioned, he found no reason to elaborate. Such complicated matters were best left for Tenshinhan to address. Upon hearing these words, Yulin felt a wave of joy. Indeed, Tenshinhan had been thinking of her. Yet, she still had many questions. What special circumstances prevented him from coming to find me? That, my dear, you will have to ask him yourself. Why Yulin realized that inquiring further from the person before her would yield no answers. Lin Fan chose not to engage Yulin further, instead retrieving a lounge chair and moving it closer. Seeing this, Yulin mistakenly thought Lin Fan was preparing a seat for her. She mused that the master of the three-eyed bald man was quite considerate, showing kindness by bringing out a chair for her to rest. Just as she approached, ready to express her gratitude, Lin Fan comfortably reclined in the chair, exclaiming, "Ah, this is delightful. Ah, a little sunshine would make it even better." After this thought, he promptly carried the lounge chair outside the temple. Observing Lin Fan arranging the chair, Yulin frowned, pouting her alluring lips. Humph, how annoying. She followed him outside, positioning herself a short distance away. Lin Fan suddenly recalled something and turned to Yulin. "Oh, by the way, are you tired?" Yulin felt a surge of resentment. "Humph, so now you finally think to ask if I'm tired? Only now do you realize that your guest deserves a moment of rest." She replied curtly, "I'm not tired." She expected Lin Fan to courteously invite her to sit and rest. "Not tired? That's splendid. Would you be so kind as to run to town and fetch me some snacks and beverages?" Chapter 7. Here comes the confusion. Yulin was taken aback, gazing incredulously at the man lounging in the chair. He inquired if she was tired merely to send her to the town for snacks. Lin Fan, noticing her stunned expression, explained, "Just look at this beautiful environment. Wouldn't it be a delightful experience to enjoy some snacks and drinks while taking in the scenery?" Yulin's anger flared. How dare he treat her as a mere errand runner? Why should I get you anything? I'm not your disciple. No need to rush. If you manage this task well, I can arrange for Tenshinhan to marry you. Lin Fan was not surprised by Yulin's temperament, nor did he blame her. After all, she had harbored resentment towards Tenshinhan for many years, and her practice of demon arts was also a consequence of his actions. Thus, it was entirely normal for her to feel pent-up frustration and exhibit a volatile temper. In due time, with Tenshinhan's love, her inner turmoil could be soothed. Upon hearing his proposition, Yulin bit her lip, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as she stammered, "What are you talking about? I wouldn't want to be with that three-eyed bald man." "Oh, is that so? Then I'll just let him marry someone else." Lin Fan remarked nonchalantly at these words. It was as if he had stepped on Yulin's tail. She sprang up, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Fan, and exclaimed, "How dare you?" Lin Fan remained unfazed, a playful smile dancing on his handsome features. "But you just said you didn't want to be with Tenshinhan. Why the sudden anger?" "Humph, I don't want him with anyone else either," Lin Fan teased. "Isn't that contradictory?" "It's not contradictory. Yulin attempted to articulate her thoughts but found herself at a loss for words. Lin Fan pressed on. "What is it? You don't want him to be happy?" "Yes, this is a punishment for him. Yes, this is love turned to hate. Yes." The moment Yulin finished her responses, she realized she had inadvertently revealed too much and felt as though she had been toyed with. In a swift motion, she pulled out a talisman from her waist pocket, striking a combative pose. "You dare mock me? I will make sure you pay. Formation, troops, lightning." With that, the talisman in her hand ignited into flames, burning rapidly until it was entirely consumed. Concentration. In that instant, dark clouds gathered ominously above Lin Fan's head, roiling and swirling. "You insolent Taoist, I shall give you a chance to apologize." Yulin berated him. Lin Fan, with an air of nonchalance, chuckled lightly, completely unfazed, which only served to exacerbate Yulin's fury. Very well, I shall grant you your wish. Descend. With a thunderous roar, ominous clouds unleashed a cacophony of thunder. And a bolt of lightning, as thick as a person's arm, plummeted towards Lin Fan. Yulin wore a gleeful smile, seemingly envisioning Lin Fan in a state of disarray, his hair frizzed out from the explosion. Boom! Thunder erupted in an explosive display. A thick plume of smoke billowed forth, accompanied by a pungent scent of charred remnants that permeated the air. Yulin, upon catching a whiff of this aroma, could not suppress her delight and exclaimed with a radiant smile. You dare to challenge me? What does it matter if your master is a three-eyed bald donkey? He too shall succumb to my might. With a self-satisfied flick of her delicate nose, she continued. Your sorcery is not without merit, Lin Fan replied in a nonchalant tone. However, lost in her own triumph, Yulin failed to notice the presence behind her, continuing her boastful declarations. Of course. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a realization struck her. That voice sounded eerily familiar. She turned to see Lin Fan reclining comfortably in a chair, eyes closed, basking in the sunlight. This sight caused her to widen her eyes in shock. Disbelief etched across her face. You? How can this be? I distinctly struck you with my demonic thunder, yet you remain unscathed, appearing so utterly relaxed. In truth, the speed of her attack, to Lin Fan, was merely a jest, hardly more than a snail's pace. With such sluggishness, could she truly hope to hit him? It was laughable. Lin Fan chose to ignore her outburst and calmly remarked, Yulin, at your current prowess, you stand no chance against Tianjin Fan. Seeking to vent your frustrations upon him is futile. Naturally, Yulin dismissed Lin Fan's assertion, responding with a haughty tone. For years I have diligently honed my demonic arts. How could I possibly be inferior to a three-eyed bald donkey? Do not attempt to intimidate me. Lin Fan merely smiled faintly, choosing not to engage in further debate. Seeing Lin Fan's silence, Yulin contemplated saying more but ultimately swallowed her words. She understood, from Lin Fan's earlier display, that she was far from his equal. This realization, though painful, she chose not to voice. Meanwhile, Lin Fan received a notification from the system within his consciousness. Ding! Disciple Tianjin Fan's base combat power has increased by 300 million. Master gains a double boost of 600 million. Current host base combat power, 5.2 billion. Another 300 million so soon. It seems the lineage of the three-eyed celestial is indeed formidable. Tianjin Fan, I hope you can endure a little longer, with a chuckle. Lin Fan stretched lazily. 20 hours later, the following day, afternoon. Yulin grew increasingly impatient, casting disgruntled glances at Lin Fan, who lounged in his chair, enjoying the scenery and snacking. You said we only had to wait one day for the three-eyed bald donkey to appear. Where is he? Lin Fan, unperturbed, replied. Patience. It hasn't yet been a full 24 hours. Ding. Disciple Tianjin Fan's base combat power has increased by 400 million. Master gains a double boost of 800 million. Current host's combat power, 6 billion. Just then, two ragged figures flew in, one large and one small. The larger one had 3 eyes and a bald head, while the smaller appeared childlike, also bald, but with a single comical strand of hair. Upon seeing them, Yulin immediately recognized the duo. She called out with mock fury, "Three-eyed bald donkey." Despite her anger, her eyes sparkled with a mix of joy and resentment, reminiscent of a scorned maiden. The newcomers were indeed Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi. Chapter 8. The Meeting. Upon hearing the insult, Tianjin Fan was visibly displeased. Such remarks felt like an affront to his dignity. Jiaozi, standing beside him, echoed his discontent, knowing that an insult to Tianjin Fan was an insult to him as well. As they regarded Yulin, neither recognized her. After all, when they departed years ago, she was merely a child, and much can change in the span of time. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, though irritated, nevertheless approached Lin Fan with respect. Greeting him, Master. Lin Fan gestured towards the garments strewn on the ground, but these on. He had anticipated their disheveled appearance upon their return. Yes, the two swiftly donned the new attire and returned shortly. Before Lin Fan could utter a word, Yulin again called out, "Three-eyed, bald donkey. Prepare to meet your demise." Tianjin Fan was taken aback. Why did this woman repeatedly address him in such a manner? He could not recall ever having met her, let alone wronged her. Yet, there was a flicker of recognition. Who are you? Why do you call me that? Is it not somewhat impolite? Could she possibly be a friend of Master? That seemed unlikely. Master would never associate with someone so lacking in decorum. Angered by Tianjin Fan's failure to recognize her, Yulin's face flushed as she retorted, "Three-eyed bald donkey. You have indeed forgotten me." Tianjin Fan pondered. Had they crossed paths before? Why could he not remember? Lin Fan interjected. You trained under Master Rashi alongside her and Jiaozi. With this hint, Tianjin Fan recalled a small girl from those days. Now, as he scrutinized Yulin, he noted her striking resemblance to that girl. What was her name? He struggled to recall. Meanwhile, Jiaozi exclaimed in astonishment, Yulin, is that really you? Tianjin Fan's memory was jogged. Indeed, she was Yulin. The girl he once knew had transformed remarkably into the striking woman before him. Yulin, noticing Tianjin Fan's astonishment, felt a surge of sweetness within, coupled with a hint of pride. Indeed, I am Yulin, she thought smugly. Tianjin Fan must be regretting not taking me along back then. With a subtle shift, she accentuated her alluring figure. Tianjin Fan, puzzled, asked, how did you come to be here? Lin Fan found himself at a loss. Could Tianjin Fan truly be oblivious to Yulin's affections? Yet, he quickly realized that if Tianjin Fan were perceptive, he would not have remained single for so long. While Krillin had an enchanting android wife, Tianjin Fan had yet to find his match. Yulin clenched her delicate fist, unwilling to voice her true feelings. Instead, she declared, I have come to take your life. What? Tianjin Fan was bewildered. What had he done to deserve such a fate? Yulin, dismissing further conversation, waved her hand, summoning a talisman. Tianjin Fan, your master claims I am no match for you. Today, I shall demonstrate who is truly superior. With that, the talisman ignited, turning to ash at a visible pace. This attack mirrored the lightning sorcery she had previously unleashed upon Lin Fan in that moment. Dark clouds gathered ominously above Tianjin Fan, rumbling with impending fury. Tianjin Fan, however, saw through this trivial display. His current combat power had surged, and he had awakened the first stage of the three-eyed celestial. He was no longer the Tianjin Fan of old. Yulin, seeing Tianjin Fan remain unfazed, assumed her intimidation had worked. Feeling quite pleased at three-eyed bald donkey, prepared to be blasted to ashes, she forcefully swung her right hand downward. With a thunderous crash, a massive bolt of lightning surged forth. Tianjin Fan raised his hand, launching a ki blast that swiftly obliterated the lightning strike. Not only that, but the dark clouds that Yulin had summoned dissipated, leaving only a gentle breeze in their wake. Yulin stood in shock, her heart racing, staring wide-eyed at Tianjin Fan. She could scarcely believe that he had dismissed her demonic thunder with a mere ki blast. Not only that, but he had also scattered the dark clouds with ease. Tianjin Fan regarded Yulin with indifference. Her combat power was pathetically low, perhaps only in the tens of thousands, with such feeble strength. Did she truly believe she could contend with him? It was utterly laughable. Moreover, he was no longer the man he had been just a day prior, but rather, he was now the three-eyed celestial. Tianjin Fan, Yulin, you are no match for me. Focus on your training. Yao Lei is one of Lin's offensive techniques, and now that Tianjin Fan has effortlessly countered it, she is acutely aware that she is not a match for him. Nevertheless, a sense of defiance stirs within her. After decades of arduous training, her goal was to make Tianjin Fan feel uncomfortable, to make him regret not taking her along when he left. How could she simply concede defeat now? With these thoughts racing through her mind, she swiftly retrieved a talisman from her pocket. Casting a glance at Lin Fan before finally focusing on Jiaozi, she charged forward, brandishing the talisman with the intent of affixing it to Jiaozi's forehead. Once this talisman is placed upon him, he will be compelled to obey Yulin's commands. Lin Fan is aware of the talisman's effects, for within the world of Dragon Ball Super, Master Rashi had once fallen victim to this very tactic. However, among the main protagonists, only Master Rashi had been ensnared, as his lecherous nature rendered him exceedingly vulnerable to even the slightest visual stimulation, effectively reducing his defenses to nil. Yet, Lin Fan chose not to warn Jiaozi. Given Jiaozi's current combat prowess, evading such an attack would be a trivial task. Jiaozi, noticing that Yulin had redirected her attack toward him, was filled with confusion, struggling to comprehend why he had become her target. Regardless of her motives, he was determined not to let her strike him. Employing the technique of flight, he swiftly ascended into the air, successfully dodging Yulin's assault while Yulin was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. If her memory served her correctly, Jiaozi had previously been much weaker than herself. How could he now appear to surpass her in strength? This was illogical. Chapter 9. The task assigned by Lin Fan observing Jiaozi take flight. Yulin tugged at her lips, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Tianjin Fan, witnessing Yulin's helpless and enraged demeanor, offered words of encouragement. Yulin, what is the point of this? We share the same master, and there are no deep-seated grudges between us. Even though we have parted ways in the past, We can still unite now. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Lin felt as though her heart had been smeared with honey upon hearing these words. A sweet sensation enveloping her. A flush crept across her cheeks, and her watery eyes reflected a flicker of panic as her heart raced. She bit her lip and whispered, "Can we really still be together now?" Tianjin Fan responded affirmatively. "Of course." Lin Fan, observing Lin's silence, interjected, "Since our differences have been resolved, Tianjin Fan, I have a task for you." Tianjin Fan turned his gaze to Lin Fan, immediately adopting a respectful tone. "Master, please instruct me. Go challenge Sun Wukong." Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi were momentarily taken aback, curiosity evident in their expressions. "Challenge Sun Wukong?" Tianjin Fan inquired. Lin Fan nodded gently. After a brief hesitation, Tianjin Fan replied, "Master, while I have indeed made progress, there remains a significant gap between my strength and Sun Wukong's. I am acutely aware that challenging him is an insurmountable task." Lin Fan chuckled, fully aware that Tianjin Fan was not a match for Sun Wukong. His directive was not intended for Tianjin Fan to defeat Sun Wukong but served a different purpose, to pique Sun Wukong's interest, to ensure he became aware of Tianjin Fan's existence. At that moment, Lin Fan would have a way to take him as a disciple. Once he had Sun Wukong as a pupil, training him within the hyperbolic time chamber would undoubtedly elevate his own combat prowess. The thought of this filled Lin Fan with exhilaration. The objective was not to conquer Sun Wukong but to gauge his combat capabilities through a friendly spar. However, Master requires you to exert your utmost strength. Tianjin Fan instantly understood. It was merely a friendly exchange, rather than a competition to emerge victorious. Understood, Master. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of anticipation, wondering just how far his own abilities had progressed and how he would measure up against Sun Wukong. "Go find Sun Wukong now." "Yes, Master," Tianjin Fan replied, promptly utilizing the technique of flight as he soared toward the West capital. Sun Wukong's residence was not in the city itself but rather in the outskirts. A location familiar to Tianjin Fan and the others. As Jiaozi witnessed Tianjin Fan's departure, he quickly followed suit. "Master, I shall accompany you. Go ahead." Lin, having just found Tianjin Fan, was reluctant to part ways, and thus hurriedly pursued them. Not far from Sun Wukong's home, he was diligently operating a farming machine, steering the wheel while lamenting, "Ah, how dull this is. Why must it be so tedious? I wish I could train." Lost in his complaints, he failed to notice the road ahead. With a sudden crash, Sun Wukong and the farming machine tumbled off a cliff. Mere seconds later, Sun Wukong was able to stabilize the farming machine with his right hand and lift it back up into the air. "Wukong, what are you doing?" Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, who had just arrived, inquired curiously upon seeing Sun Wukong supporting the farming machine. Sun Wukong looked up. It's Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi." After placing the farming machine safely on the ground, he scratched his head in frustration. "I accidentally drove the farming machine over the edge." Tianjin Fan paused momentarily, astonished. "Did you really drive the farming machine over the edge? Is there truly such a person?" But then he recalled that this was Sun Wukong's typical behavior. Aside from training and eating, he was rather oblivious to other matters and often lacked focus. Flying closer to Sun Wukong, he asked, "Tianjin Fan, how did you end up here? I've made considerable progress and wanted to challenge you." Tianjin Fan stated directly, confident that Sun Wukong would be eager to accept. As expected. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing Tianjin Fan's words, and he exclaimed, "Really, Tianjin Fan? That's fantastic." Observing Sun Wukong's enthusiasm, Tianjin Fan smiled, knowing that a friendly match was something Sun Wukong would never refuse. In fact, had he not suggested it, Sun Wukong might have proposed it himself. "I was just so bored that I accidentally drove the farming machine off the edge. Let's go, Tianjin Fan. It's time for our friendly spar," Sun Wukong said, eagerly taking to the skies, flying toward the desert mountains. He was careful not to spar on his own property, as he didn't want Chi-Chi to scold him for it. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi followed closely behind. Moments later, the three arrived at the desert mountains. Jiaozi, concerned for Tianjin Fan's safety, cautioned, "Wukong, remember to go easy on Tianjin Fan." Sun Wukong, stretching his arms, nodded in agreement. "Don't worry." Jiaozi. He understood full well that Tianjin Fan was not his opponent and that he needed to hold back. "Come on, Tianjin Fan," Sun Wukong declared with a serious expression. "It has been quite some time since our last duel." Sun Wukong's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as well. "Indeed, it has been many years. I can hardly recall how many. All I remember is that it was during the World Martial Arts Tournament. That's right, Wukong. Reflecting on those times, compared to now, we were truly weak, akin to ants." Although he couldn't recall the exact number of years that had passed, Tianjin Fan vividly remembered that Sun Wukong was unable to transform into a Super Saiyan at that time, and his brother Raditz had yet to invade Earth. Sun Wukong too reminisced about his past training. Recalling his former self, "Yes, we were indeed incredibly weak. Hey, Tianjin Fan, I believe we will grow even stronger. In the future, when we face our current selves, we will also feel weak." Tianjin Fan wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment, especially now that he possessed the bloodline of the three-eyed celestial, which signified that his current strength was merely the beginning. "Indeed, Wukong, let us engage in battle." With a mighty roar, Tianjin Fan unleashed his energy, causing a tempest of wind and dust to swirl around him, extending outwards for 100 meters. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in surprise, followed by exhilaration as he exclaimed, "Tianjin Fan, you have made tremendous progress. This is truly exciting." With a hearty laugh, Sun Wukong also elevated his energy, charging forth as Tianjin Fan surged toward him. Boom. Chapter 10. The first stage of the three-eyed celestial bloodline. Boom. As their fists clashed, a tidal wave of energy radiated outward, enveloping the vicinity in a cloud of dust and debris. Bang, bang, bang. As two combatants simultaneously retracted their fists, they relentlessly unleashed a barrage of attacks upon one another. Each collision of their fists reverberated through the surrounding air, compressing it with each impact. At that moment, Sun Wukong had yet to unleash his full power in his ordinary state, while Tianjin Fan had reached the pinnacle of his own normal strength. Consequently, Tianjin Fan quickly gained the upper hand. After successfully blocking one of Sun Wukong's strikes, he swiftly retaliated with another punch. The blow landed with a resounding thud, striking Sun Wukong squarely in the chest and propelling him several dozen meters away, where his body collided forcefully with a rocky outcrop in the desert. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiaozi was taken aback, astonished that Tianjin Fan had managed to hit Wukong. Although it was merely Wukong in his normal state, it was still an impressive feat. Tianjin Fan, however, refrained from pursuing the advantage, for this was not a battle to the death. Hovering high above, he gazed down at Sun Wukong, a rush of exhilaration coursing through him. Ever since Sun Wukong had transformed into a Super Saiyan, Tianjin Fan had never dared to imagine that he could one day send Wukong flying. Now that he had achieved this, he felt an inexplicable thrill, as if a long-suppressed desire within him had finally been released. It was a liberating sensation, a euphoric release. Suddenly, Sun Wukong soared out from the swirling dust and debris, positioning himself at the same altitude as Tianjin Fan, and exclaimed with fervor, "Tianjin Fan, you truly are impressive now." Tianjin Fan, bursting with confidence, replied, "Wukong, the best is yet to come. Bring it on." Sun Wukong chuckled and assumed his classic attacking stance, his gaze fixed intently on Tianjin Fan. Ha! With that, he charged forward with newfound vigor. This time, both his strength and speed had significantly increased, as he unleashed half of his power in his ordinary state. Tianjin Fan, noticing the surge in Wukong's speed, did not dare to underestimate him and prepared to counter the assault. In an instant, the two engaged in a flurry of punches, their fists moving too swiftly for Jiaozi to even discern their forms. Minutes passed, and Tianjin Fan gradually found himself on the defensive, unable to withstand the relentless onslaught from his opponent. With a powerful strike, Sun Wukong launched a punch that Tianjin Fan barely managed to block. But in that very moment, Wukong's right foot followed suit, catching Tianjin Fan off guard with a swift kick. Simultaneously, Wukong gathered energy into a ki blast in his hand, aware that he could not evade the sudden appearance of the ki blast. Tianjin Fan quickly raised both hands in defense. The blast detonated with a deafening explosion, enveloping them in a cloud of smoke. Just then, sensing an impending danger, Tianjin Fan instinctively looked into the haze, only to see Sun Wukong charging at him like a ferocious beast, delivering a kick to his abdomen. With a resounding impact, Tianjin Fan plummeted to the ground, crashing into the earth with such force that a deep crater several meters wide and dozens of centimeters deep formed beneath him. Jiaozi watched in horror, his heart racing with concern. Fortunately, Tianjin Fan quickly regained his footing, allowing Jiaozi to breathe a sigh of relief. Instead of soaring into the air, Tianjin Fan raised his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers before his third eye, and slowly traced a path across it. In an instant, his third eye radiated a blinding white light, igniting flames wherever his gaze fell. Even amidst the barren desert, Sun Wukong, witnessing this phenomenon from above, exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, is this a new technique from Tianjin Fan?" Following this, Tianjin Fan clenched his fist and shouted, "Ah!" His aura surged dramatically, creating a vortex around him that whipped up fierce winds, cutting through everything in their path. The radius of the storm expanded from mere meters to dozens, then hundreds, until it enveloped the area in chaos, with sand and stones swirling violently, and the sky turned a dusty yellow. The tempest only ceased when Tianjin Fan's third eye transformed into a fiery red hue, marking the first stage of his bloodline of the three-eyed celestial sovereign. With a swift motion, he appeared before Sun Wukong, raising both hands confidently and declaring, "Wukong, bring it on." Sun Wukong, invigorated by Tianjin Fan's overwhelming presence, felt an electrifying thrill surging within him. Ever since defeating Majin Buu, he had not truly engaged in a serious battle. Now, it seemed he could finally unleash his full potential. He assumed his combat stance, ready for the challenge. "Come on, Tianjin Fan." In a flash, Tianjin Fan charged forward with blinding speed. Boom. His fist connected squarely with Sun Wukong's abdomen. Puff. Wukong instinctively exhaled, but Tianjin Fan did not relent. Transforming his fist into an open palm, he unleashed a ki blast that detonated right in front of Wukong. Whoosh. Boom. Tianjin Fan furrowed his brow, sensing that the ki blast had struck nothing but air. Using his aura to disperse the smoke, he found that Sun Wukong had created several meters of distance between them. The latter smiled mischievously, having elevated his power to the peak of his regular state. Charging toward Tianjin Fan with renewed vigor, boom, their fists collided in a rapid exchange, their silhouettes flickering like phantoms in the air. For a solid half hour, the two battled fiercely, with Tianjin Fan gradually gaining the upper hand. Striking towards Sun Wukong's chest with an overwhelming force. In an instant, the air was filled with turbulence, the sheer might of Tianjin Fan's punch creating a void around it even before it landed on Sun Wukong's chest. A tremendous impact sent Sun Wukong reeling, and Tianjin Fan seized the opportunity. With a swift follow-up punch to Wukong's chest, he grasped Wukong's arm and spun him around before launching him away. With his palm directed towards Sun Wukong, he unleashed 3 successive ki blasts that struck true. Although Sun Wukong fell several meters, he quickly regained his balance and gazed at Tianjin Fan, excitement lacing his voice as he exclaimed, "Tianjin Fan, you are truly incredible now. Without transforming into a Super Saiyan, I wouldn't stand a chance against you." With that, he clenched his fist. Ha! Sun Wukong roared, his aura surging dramatically, an overwhelming pressure erupting from him. His hair transformed into a brilliant gold, the Super Saiyan transformation. Though they had yet to engage in combat, Tianjin Fan could already sense the terrifying aura emanating from Sun Wukong. This was the first time he faced the Super Saiyan form of Sun Wukong. Without needing to compare, he knew that at his current strength, he was no match for Wukong. Before he could contemplate further, Sun Wukong ascended with astonishing speed, moving dozens of times faster than before. The Super Saiyan form granted him 50 times the power of his ordinary state. Even with Tianjin Fan activating his three-eyed celestial sovereign bloodline and entering the three-eyed red general state, he could barely contend with Wukong's normal form. Now that Wukong had transformed into a Super Saiyan, Tianjin Fan had no chance at all. Boom. He struggled to block Wukong's incoming punch, a sharp pain shooting through his arm. At that moment, Wukong's second punch followed, and Tianjin Fan attempted to defend himself, but the lingering pain in his hand dulled his reflexes, leaving him unable to keep pace with Wukong's rapid strikes. Boom! A solid punch connected with his chest, sending him hurtling backward for several dozen meters. Before he could steady himself, Sun Wukong had already appeared behind him, delivering a crushing blow to his back. "Ah!" Tianjin Fan instinctively cried out in agony as he plummeted to the ground like a meteor, crashing into the earth with a resounding thud. In an instant, a crater several meters deep formed, and clouds of dust erupted into the air. Jiaozi, witnessing this scene, wasted no time and flew towards the crater, calling out in concern, "Tianjin Fan." Sun Wukong, observing the dust billowing up from the ground, muttered to himself, "Did I go a bit too far?" With that thought, he swiftly descended, waving his hand to disperse the smoke. There, he found Tianjin Fan, tattered and covered in dust, standing amidst the crater, which brought immediate relief to both Jiaozi and Sun Wukong. Jiaozi flew down and asked excitedly, "Tianjin Fan, are you okay?" With a smile, Tianjin Fan nodded reassuringly, "Don't worry about me, Jiaozi. I'm fine." In truth, he bore immense pressure and pain within his body, with a persistent sense of oppression in his chest. Yet he understood that he could not afford to falter, for that would be too shameful. Upon seeing that Tianjin Fan was unharmed, Sun Wukong was instantly elated. "Splendid. Tianjin Fan, I thought I had struck too hard. Let us continue our contest." Tianjin Fan, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation, wished to express, "Wukong, your strikes are far from gentle." He hastily replied, "Wukong, let us refrain from competing for now. I am not your match. I still require further training before we can spar again." He was acutely aware that he was merely enduring at this moment, and after Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 1, he could barely catch a glimpse of his opponent. In such a state, how could he possibly stand against Sun Wukong? Hearing this, Sun Wukong felt a tinge of disappointment, yet he retracted his Super Saiyan form. Very well, Lin Fan. Next time, do remember to challenge me. I am utterly bored, he complained, scratching his head. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. All right. By the way, Lin Fan, how did you suddenly improve so rapidly? Sun Wukong inquired. Puzzled, he knew that Lin Fan had never abandoned his training. Yet he had never seen such progress before. Even in his usual state, he was no match for Lin Fan, only able to suppress him when transformed into Super Saiyan. When this matter was brought up, Lin Fan beamed with pride and said, Wukong, these past few days, Jiaozi and I have been fortunate enough to learn from a transcendent master, and both of us have experienced significant improvement. He couldn't help but wonder. I wonder how my master compares to Wukong. Perhaps my master is even stronger, considering he was able to enhance my combat power so greatly in such a short time. Nevertheless, Wukong was indeed formidable. Even in his Super Saiyan 1 state, he could easily overpower him. If Wukong were to transform into Super Saiyan 2 or 3, then perhaps the mere pressure of his presence would render him incapable of resistance. Unbeknownst to him, he felt a flicker of anticipation. If a duel were to occur between Wukong and his master, who would emerge victorious? Sun Wukong suddenly paused, scratching his head in astonishment. Ah, there are transcendent beings as well. Where are they located? In the hilly mountains, Lin Fan disclosed candidly, feeling that his master would not mind him revealing their location. Sun Wukong's excitement surged. Lin Fan, can you take me to meet your master? Without needing Sun Wukong to articulate his thoughts, Lin Fan understood his intent. Wukong, you wish to seek my master for a spar, do you not? Upon having his thoughts unveiled, Wukong chuckled. Hee, Lin Fan. The mention of a master makes my hands itch. Lin Fan found himself amused and exasperated. Wukong was still the same martial arts enthusiast he had always known. Before Lin Fan could respond, Sun Wukong eagerly said, let us hurry. All right, Wukong, Jiaozi, we are off. The three of them soared towards the hilly mountains. At the temple's entrance, Lin Fan, having stored away the time chamber, returned to the entrance and reclined in a chair, basking in the gentle sunlight. Although his eyes were closed in meditation, he was acutely aware that Sun Wukong would soon arrive. His future apprentice was on the way. The thought filled him with a sense of excitement. At that moment, Yulin emerged from the temple and, upon seeing Lin Fan reclining, curiously inquired, are you a true Taoist? Lin Fan opened his eyes. What do you mean? You, a Taoist, seem to spend all your time lounging in a chair, and I have never seen you meditate or practice. I suspect you are a false Taoist. Yulin voiced her thoughts. Having never encountered a Taoist like him, one who indulged in leisure and admired the scenery without engaging in cultivation, Lin Fan closed his eyes once more. Unfazed, he was indeed a fake, and there was nothing to dispute. However, he would not admit to being false outright, so he fabricated a few words. Cultivation is about moving with one's heart and acting freely. The ultimate path is to let nature take its course. Yulin was momentarily taken aback. She realized her previous assumptions were mistaken. He was indeed a genuine Taoist, and although she did not comprehend his words, they sounded profound. Should she not consider becoming his disciple? This way, she could also have the same master as the three-eyed bald monk. While she pondered this, Lin Fan opened his eyes and gazed into the sky. They have arrived. Faster than I anticipated. It seems this monkey could hardly wait. Within less than a minute, Sun Wukong, Lin Fan, and Jiaozi stood before Lin Fan, who remained comfortably reclined in his chair, unperturbed. Lin Fan and Jiaozi respectfully greeted, Master. Sun Wukong stood to the side, carefully observing Lin Fan, a handsome figure of dignified bearing and formidable presence. Yet, he soon scratched his head in confusion. What is this? Why can I not sense his aura? He feels like an ordinary person. Yet he is Lin Fan's master. How could he possibly be ordinary? He must possess unfathomable depth, which is why I cannot perceive him. In reality, Sun Wukong could not sense Lin Fan's aura primarily because Lin Fan had absorbed the essence of divinity. Only beings of divine stature could perceive such an aura, while others would be entirely oblivious. Although Sun Wukong's combat power surpassed that of many gods, he himself was not a god. Conversely, Lin Fan, though not officially designated as a god, had absorbed divine energy, rendering him nearly equivalent to a god. One merely needed to reach a certain level of power or receive an appointment to become a true deity. Thus, Sun Wukong naturally could not fathom his aura or strength. Lin Fan opened his eyes and regarded Sun Wukong and the others. He then stood up. Sun Wukong, indeed, you resemble the character from the comics. With no discernible differences, even the lines on your face are identical. Sun Wukong felt elated upon realizing that Lin Fan recognized him, though he felt a bit shy. However, the thought of Lin Fan's inscrutable strength quickly dispelled any embarrassment. Excitedly, he exclaimed, You were truly remarkable, able to enhance Tianjin Fan's strength in such a short time. Lin Fan waved his hand nonchalantly, responding calmly, that is his effort. I merely guided him in the right direction. Sun Wukong, his face filled with confusion, did not quite grasp the meaning of guiding him in. You were still impressive. To improve Tianjin Fan so much in just 2 days, may I spar with you? Lin Fan had anticipated this request from Sun Wukong but was not inclined to accept. He was aware that his combat power did not match Sun Wukong's. He was no match for him. If he were to be defeated by Sun Wukong, it would complicate his future attempts to take on disciples, particularly with Vegeta, whose pride as the prince was not to be trifled with. With a smile, he said, Wukong, I cannot spar with you at this moment. This left Sun Wukong bewildered, struggling to understand the reason behind it. Why? Why can't you spar with me? When Tianjin Fan sought out Sun Wukong for a match, Lin Fan had already formulated an explanation. Wukong, tell me, can you sense my energy aura? Sun Wukong was puzzled by the question but answered honestly, I cannot detect it. What about the aura of the East Kaishan? Lin Fan continued to inquire. I cannot sense that either. Sun Wukong replied, still confused. However, Tianjin Fan and Yulin seemed to grasp something, staring at Lin Fan in shock. Though they remained uncertain, they looked intently at Lin Fan, eager for his confirmation. Wukong, in truth, I am nearly the same as the East Kaishan. We are both gods, which is why you cannot perceive our auras. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Ah, you are also a god? Indeed, I am a god, while you are presently just an ordinary person. Moreover, you have rendered great service in protecting Earth and the universe. Thus, I cannot recklessly engage you in battle, for I would face repercussions. Tianjin Fan's heart surged with realization. Indeed, Lin Fan was a god, exactly as he had surmised. No wonder he possessed the time chamber, a treasure exclusive to the divine realm. Yulin, meanwhile, secretly contemplated how to become his disciple. Since he was a god, he must possess numerous abilities, and perhaps one day, she would be able to defeat the three-eyed bald monk. At the outset, she merely sought to stand alongside Tianjin Fan. Yet now, she genuinely yearns to learn the skills possessed by Lin Fan. Lin Fan, when telling a lie, exhibits no shame whatsoever, is acting perfectly calibrated. He contemplates that this is a benevolent falsehood, leaving Wukong with a glimmer of hope. Sun Wukong feels a twinge of disappointment but still raises his right hand, making a diminutive gesture. Then let us engage in a slight demonstration, so that you may avoid punishment. Lin Fan thinks to himself. I trust you not at all. Once I engage in combat with you, it will no longer be a trivial matter, but rather a question of victory or defeat. Despite these thoughts, he smiles and shakes his head. Observing that Sun Wukong remains silent, Tianjin Fan promptly interjects. Wukong, since the master cannot fight, let it be so. We must not allow a sparring session to result in punishment for the master. Sun Wukong ponders for a moment before expressing his regret. Alas, what a pity it is that I cannot compete with such a formidable opponent. Although he is a martial enthusiast, he does not wish for others to suffer punishment due to a sparring match with him. Seeing the disappointment on Sun Wukong's face, Lin Fan's lips curl into a satisfied smile. This is precisely the reaction he desired. Wukong, I understand your disappointment at not being able to spar with me. Truthfully, I too wish to engage with you and witness the power of your Super Saiyan 3 form. Sun Wukong pauses, astonished, and asks, Oh, you know I can transform into Super Saiyan 3? Lin Fan chuckles softly. Not only do I know you can become Super Saiyan 3, but I am also aware of the strengths and weaknesses of your trump card, the King Kai Fist. Sun Wukong's eyes widen in shock. Unable to believe that Lin Fan is aware of the technique taught by the North Kai himself, Lin Fan, pleased with his reaction, can distinctly sense Sun Wukong gradually moving closer to him. Although the King Kai Fist is a technique unique to the North Kai, I too can create my own. Moreover, my version of the King Kai Fist could be deemed the ultimate form, significantly reducing the pain and energy expenditure associated with it, allowing for a more effective execution of the multiplied King Kai Fist. Sun Wukong is exhilarated at the thought of the ultimate King Kai Fist, which minimizes the physical toll and discomfort. If these two aspects can be alleviated, he could effortlessly unleash a 20-fold King Kai Fist, or even 25, 30, or beyond. With this thought, Sun Wukong can hardly contain his excitement. With his hands clasped together, he bows to Lin Fan, just as he prepares to inquire but realizes he has yet to learn Lin Fan's name, leading to an awkward question. I forgot to ask your name. Lin Fan, may I take you as my master? Chapter 13. A Grand Vision. Lin Fan, having spun this web of persuasion, eagerly awaited Sun Wukong's inquiry. Without a hint of reservation, he nods in agreement. Certainly. I too am eager to see what results from the combination of Super Saiyan 3 and the ultimate King Kai Fist. Sun Wukong rejoices, quickly clasping his hands in greeting. Master Lin Fan. To encourage Sun Wukong in his training, Lin Fan reflects for a moment before saying, "Wukong, it is indeed possible for you to spar with me." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's interest is piqued. And he quickly asks, "Master Lin Fan, can we compete now? Did you not say you would be punished?" As he speaks, he rubs his hands together, eager for action. "Wukong, you misunderstand. We still cannot spar at present. But once you reach a level equal to that of a deity, then we may." Lin Fan replies with a smile. Sun Wukong, along with the others, is perplexed. What does it mean to be on par with a deity? Does it imply becoming a god as well? Tianjin Fan and the others share similar thoughts, yet they deem it improbable. How could they possibly ascend to the status of a deity? Lin Fan, recognizing their skepticism, knows it is time to weave a grand vision. Indeed, it entails becoming a god. Only upon achieving that status can we engage in sparring. Sun Wukong scratches his head. Oh, to become a god? What must one do to achieve such a status? That sounds exceedingly difficult. He muses that if divine strength could be measured, he might indeed be capable of becoming a god, for the gods he has encountered pale in comparison to his own prowess. Tianjin Fan and the others also find the notion daunting. Lin Fan, however, smiles and expands upon his grand vision. "Wukong, since you wish to be my disciple, I can teach you the way to become a deity." Although Sun Wukong is not particularly keen on becoming a god, he is eager to spar with Lin Fan. His face brims with excitement, and before he can voice his thoughts, Lin Fan continues, "Not only can I guide you to godhood, but I can also amplify your strength exponentially, allowing you to transform into the Super Saiyan God." Reheard. This is the first time Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan have heard of the Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God? What is that? It sounds even more formidable than my Super Saiyan 3. Lin Fan chuckles. "Wukong, in truth, Super Saiyan 3 is not particularly impressive. While it may suffice in this universe, there are numerous beings capable of easily defeating you here." Upon hearing this, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi's eyes widen in astonishment. They understand Sun Wukong's prowess as the one who defeated Majin Buu, a hero who has saved the Earth and the universe countless times. If there are many capable of defeating him in this universe, how terrifying must their strength be? Jiaozi, unaware of Sun Wukong's true abilities, can infer from Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi's reactions that Sun Wukong surpasses Tianjin Fan in strength, and thus surpasses her as well. She reflects on the existence of so many powerful beings in this world. No, in this universe. However, Sun Wukong hears Lin Fan's words and feels no discouragement. Rather, he is invigorated and eagerly inquires, "Master Lin Fan, who are the others that can defeat me? I wish to spar with them." Lin Fan smiles slightly and holds up 2 fingers. "For now, I shall mention 2 individuals. The first, Beerus. The second, Whis. In truth, in the 7th universe, only these 2 can easily best Sun Wukong. But in order to keep him in suspense, Lin Fan must feign ignorance." Sun Wukong turns his head to the side, deep in thought, muttering, "Beerus? Whis? Why have I never heard of these names before?" Lin Fan remains silent. Sun Wukong hurriedly asks, "Where are these 2 located?" Lin Fan anticipated this question, yet he will not divulge the answer. Neither he nor Sun Wukong stands a chance against Beerus. Confronting such an enemy would lead to their demise. The timing is not right. I will reveal it to you once you become a Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong feels as though his heart is suspended in midair. As Lin Fan speaks only half of what he knows, this is indeed tantalizing. Observing Sun Wukong's eagerness to speak, Lin Fan reiterates, "Wukong, you need not inquire further. Even if you do, I shall not disclose anything. When the time is right, I will naturally reveal it to you." Revealing everything to Sun Wukong at once would leave him with no lingering thoughts, which simply will not do. Lin Fan intends to keep Sun Wukong intrigued. Acknowledging Lin Fan's resolute demeanor, Sun Wukong realizes that further questioning would be futile. However, he understands that he must continue to train and improve. His journey has yet to reach its conclusion. Presently, an opportunity presents itself. With his hands clasped together, he respectfully states, "Master Lin Fan, please teach me how to transform into a Super Saiyan God." Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting Sun Wukong as a disciple, earning Battle Power 3 billion, Super Saiyan Bloodline, Super Saiyan God, Red, Vast Heart, Ultra Ultimate Flash, the current base battle power of the host, 9 billion. Lin Fan had not anticipated that, at this moment, Sun Wukong would sincerely address him as master. This lazy master system requires that a disciple genuinely pledges their allegiance for the success to be real, thus granting rewards. Although Sun Wukong had referred to him as Master Lin Fan several times before, the system had not granted him any rewards, indicating that it was not sincere, but now it is genuine. Simultaneously, he is pleasantly surprised to have obtained the Super Saiyan God, Ultra Red. Without this reward, transforming into a super scion god would necessitate 6 righteous scions concentrating their righteous heart's light upon a single individual. Regarding this transformation method, Lin Fan did not disclose it to Sun Wukong. If he were to do so, Wukong would undoubtedly be eager to find someone to transform him, subsequently challenging Lin Fan to a duel. Once transformed into a super scion god, the power level would no longer be measured in billions, but would ascend to an entirely new realm, having undergone a qualitative leap. Lin Fan had always believed that the power escalation in Dragon Ball Super was exceedingly outrageous. Super Red, Super Blue, Ultra Instinct, and the transformation into a demon were enhancements that could not be quantified by mere multiples, representing instead a fundamental transformation, a whole new stage. Had Lin Fan previously attained such rewards, he would have readily accepted Wukong's challenge for transforming into a Super Saiyan god and effortlessly surpassing Super Saiyan 3 Wukong would be a trivial matter. However, he had already informed Wukong that until the latter mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan god, a duel between them was impossible, and he would naturally not retract his words. Otherwise, he would be perceived as fickle. Chapter 14. Yulin's Confidence Master, please teach me how to transform into a Super Saiyan god. I beg you, Sun Wukong exclaimed, observing Lin Fan's silence, mistakenly believing he was deep in thought. Lin Fan regained his composure and replied with a smile, Wukong, there is no rush regarding the transformation into a Super Saiyan god. Given your current state of power, you would not be able to maintain that form for long. This was indeed true. The Super Saiyan god form was incredibly energy-intensive, consuming stamina and energy comparable to that of the Kaioken. Let me first teach you the ultimate Kaioken. Upon hearing he could learn the ultimate Kaioken, Sun Wukong's face lit up with excitement, his heart ablaze like a roaring fire, warm and invigorating. The ultimate Kaioken had always been his trump card, and the opportunity to learn its ultimate version filled him with joy. All right, Master, let's begin. At this moment, Yulin stepped forward. I also wish to be your disciple. Lin Fan regarded Yulin with no surprise. Her admiration for Tin Shin Hin naturally led her to desire to become his disciple as well. It was merely a matter of time before she reached this conclusion. What caught him off guard was how quickly Yulin had come to this decision. Sun Wukong looked at Yulin, perplexed. Aren't you already Lin Fan's disciple? Not before, but now I am. Yulin replied confidently. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Oh, you are quite self-assured, aren't you? Absolutely. Yulin responded with unwavering confidence. Intrigued by her certainty, Lin Fan wondered where it stemmed from. Did she believe that being a woman guaranteed her acceptance as a disciple? If that were her rationale, she was mistaken. Aren't you afraid I won't accept you? Yulin replied earnestly, I am not afraid. If you refuse to take me as your disciple, I will kneel before you and wait until you do. When others see me kneeling before you, they will think you are bullying me. As a divine being, you wouldn't want to be perceived that way, would you? Lin Fan was taken aback by her audacity. It was indeed shameless for a woman to employ such tactics. Nevertheless, she was not entirely wrong. Setting aside the rewards for accepting disciples, he naturally preferred to have more disciples. Even without rewards, having a woman kneeling before him pleading to be accepted would compel him to acquiesce. As she rightly pointed out, he would not wish to be seen as bullying a woman. Fine, you win. I will accept you. However, Yulin, you must call me master properly so I can ascertain your sincerity. If you genuinely wish to become my disciple, then I will accept you. If not, then let this be the end. Lin Fan thought it was exceedingly easy to verify someone's sincerity, as long as she called him master and the system did not grant a reward. It would indicate a lack of genuine intent. Yulin bowed respectfully, addressing him, Master, Ding. Congratulations to the host for accepting Yulin as a disciple, gaining combat power 100 million, Tianchar technique, healing technique, mastery of chi control. Upon hearing that the system only rewarded him with 100 million in combat power, Lin Fan felt a twinge of disappointment. However, he quickly realized that Yulin's combat power was originally low, and receiving a foundational reward of 100 million from the system was quite commendable. He could tell that the Tianchar technique was undoubtedly suitable for Yulin's training. As for the other abilities, he deemed them inappropriate, and even if they were suitable, he would not hand them over to her all at once. Looking at Yulin, he said, Yulin, I can sense your genuine intent. Since that is the case, I shall teach you the Tianchar technique. However, we must adhere to the order of precedence. I need to teach Sun Wukong the ultimate Kaioken first. Yulin was astounded upon hearing about the Tianchar technique. She had heard of this art before, recognizing it as an all-encompassing form of magic, vastly superior to her own demon arts, to the extent that they were not even on the same level. She had initially thought that since she practiced demon arts, Lin Fan would have little to teach her, as there were exceedingly few individuals in this world knowledgeable about such techniques. Yet, She never anticipated that Lin Fan would possess such knowledge. If she mastered the Tianshi technique, she could surely contend with Tenshinhan, potentially surpassing him. Truly, he was a godlike figure. Hastily bowing and expressing her gratitude, she said, "Thank you, Master." Lin Fan wasted no time, instructing Sun Wukong to sit cross-legged as he began imparting the theoretical knowledge of the ultimate Kaioken. Wukong, the Kaioken, created by the North Kai, emphasizes the excavation of one's physical potential, while the ultimate Kaioken elevates this further. It requires not only control over the explosive potential of the body, but also the ability to manipulate it fluidly. An hour later, Lin Fan had conveyed the theoretical principles of the ultimate Kaioken to Sun Wukong. Given Wukong's prior understanding of the Kaioken, after an hour of theoretical instruction, he felt as if a fog had lifted from his mind. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Listening to you speak is like gaining a wealth of knowledge." Lin Fan, who was drinking water at that moment, nearly spat it out. Tenshinhan quickly reminded him, "Wukong, it's more like hearing one word from you is worth 10 years of study." "Wukong, take some time to contemplate. Shortly, I will send you to the hyperbolic time chamber." "The hyperbolic time chamber? You mean the one in the sacred world?" Sun Wukong asked in surprise. Tenshinhan clarified, "Not the sacred world's hyperbolic time chamber. This is the hyperbolic time chamber, which is infinitely more powerful." After 4 or 5 minutes of explanation, Sun Wukong finally comprehended the effects of the hyperbolic time chamber. Excitedly, he clenched his fists. "Amazing. Now I understand why Tenshinhan could elevate his combat power so drastically in such a short time." Tenshinhan chuckled. Meanwhile, Lin Fan turned to Yulin. "Yulin, the Tianshi technique can be rather challenging and requires considerable effort to master. Are you still willing to pursue it?" "Absolutely." Yulin replied without hesitation. As she answered, Lin Fan's consciousness shifted. Learning Tianshi technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Tianshi technique. A torrent of knowledge regarding the Tianshi technique surged into his mind. Now, let me explain the Tianshi technique to you. The Tianshi technique, also known as Tianshi Dao, primarily employs seals, which encompass 3 aspects: the summoning of deities, the commanding of spirits, and the embodiment of the Dao. The divine harmonizes with its energy, and the energy unites with the true body. Without the truth, all is mere grandiloquence. The divine can enter stone, and the divine can transcend form. Immersed in water, one does not drown. In fire, one is not burned. Chapter 15. The terrifying effects of the vast heart. The Tianshi technique is intricate. Lin Fan dedicated 3 full hours to explaining it to Yulin before she could remember it all. However, this was merely a superficial memorization and not a complete understanding. To fully grasp it, she would need to contemplate and reflect on her own. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong could hardly contain his impatience. Already proficient in the Kaioken and adept in its application, he recognized that while the ultimate Kaioken required greater mastery of the body and energy, he had fundamentally understood it. All he needed now was a place to showcase his skills. The hyperbolic time chamber was the ideal venue, yet Lin Fan continued to teach Yulin, and he felt reluctant to interrupt. So he could only sit idly by, waiting eagerly. Now that the instruction had concluded, he could not hold back any longer. "Master Lin Fan, when can I enter the hyperbolic time chamber? I can hardly wait." A visage of unbearable disdain adorned Lin Fan's face as he rose from his seat. He soared towards the previously expansive terrain, with Sun Wukong and the others hastily trailing behind, their faces brimming with excitement. For they were finally granted entry into the hyperbolic time chamber. Having long been enchanted by Tianjin Fan's descriptions of its effects, Lin Fan was eager to explore its wonders. Before long, they arrived at the once flat expanse, where Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi stood agape, bewildered. "Where is the hyperbolic time chamber?" they exclaimed. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Fan had already retracted the chamber while he sought Sun Wukong for a sparring match. Sun Wukong and Yulin shared their confusion, scratching their heads in habitual perplexity. "Master, why have you brought us here? Were we not to go to the hyperbolic time chamber?" Lin Fan remained silent, a gentle smile curving his lips. With a flourish of his hand, the flat ground transformed, revealing a magnificent structure. Tianjin Fan, recognizing the edifice, gasped, "The hyperbolic time chamber. Could it be that it can be retracted?" His assumption was correct. He had believed that once summoned, the chamber could not be withdrawn, but it was evident now that it functioned similarly to the capsules from the Capsule Corporation. As Tianjin Fan spoke, Sun Wukong and the others scrutinized the hyperbolic time chamber. Noting its unassuming appearance, Lin Fan then urged, "You two, hurry inside. Once your mental energy is entirely depleted, the chamber will automatically expel you." Sun Wukong, unable to contain his eagerness, rubbed his hands together, and declared, "Yes." He immediately darted into the chamber, followed closely by Lin, who, after a brief glance at Lin Fan, dashed him behind him. Lin Fan turned to Lin Fan and Jiaozi, inquiring, "Do you wish to enter as well?" Each individual possesses 10 opportunities in their lifetime. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Fan replied, "Though one is granted 10 chances in life, they should not be squandered lightly. I would prefer to strengthen my mental prowess before venturing inside." He shook his head resolutely. "Master, I shall refrain for now. I wish to solidify my strength first." Lin Fan concurred, recognizing the wisdom in Lin Fan's choice. It was indeed prudent to fortify one's abilities rather than squander opportunities. "Very well. Focus on fortifying your skills," he acquiesced, before retreating to the temple's exterior, where he reclined in a chair to contemplate the rewards he had recently obtained upon taking on Sun Wukong as his disciple. He had not only acquired 3 billion battle power but also the lineage of a Super Scion, the Super Scion God Super Red, the Vast Heart, and the Ultimate Flash. Among these rewards, the Vast Heart perplexed him the most, leaving him uncertain of its true nature. As for the Ultimate Flash, its name alone suggested it was an enhanced version of Vegeta's Ultimate Flash. Upon examining the Vast Heart, he discovered its effects. It permitted fusion with any individual. Upon successful fusion, the fusionist could communicate with all beings across the 12 universes without distance constraints. For instance, if the fusionist were in the 7th universe, they could converse with Jiren in the 11th universe, provided they could sense the other's energy. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback by the Vast Heart's incredible capabilities. As long as he could detect another's energy, he could communicate with them regardless of their location within the 12 universes. This meant he could recruit elites from other universes without needing to travel there, provided he was persuasive enough. Truly, this was an unparalleled advantage. Such a method might only be possessed by beings of Whis' caliber. Yet, even Whis was likely constrained to his own universe, unlike Lin Fan, who could connect across the 12 universes. The effects of the Vast Heart seemed akin to those possessed only by divine beings of the highest order. Had he inadvertently acquired a divine artifact, truly befitting of a protagonist? The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, eager to merge with the Vast Heart immediately. However, he decided to exercise patience and first investigate the nature of the super energy control. Upon reviewing the super energy control, he learned that it granted him the ability to manipulate energy with exquisite precision. The healing technique, on the other hand, allowed for simple treatment of himself or objects. The super energy control seemed quite advantageous. Indeed, it was through Whis' training that Sun Wukong and Vegeta had mastered energy manipulation, enabling them to transcend their limits and transform into Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan Super Blue. Should Sun Wukong be fortunate, he might achieve his current peak state upon exiting the hyperbolic time chamber, and Lin Fan could then teach him super energy control, potentially bringing him closer to Super Blue. If he could also integrate godly energy, reaching a divine state would be a certainty. However, godly energy was a rare find, and he resolved to adopt a more laid-back approach. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta would inevitably attain divine status in time. As for the healing technique, it appeared somewhat mediocre. Its healing potency was not as formidable as he had anticipated. Were it of considerable strength, it would indeed be considered a divine skill. Regardless, the rewards from this endeavor were commendable, particularly the acquisition of the Vast Heart. Now, it was time to merge with the Vast Heart. With a thought, he activated the Vast Heart. Ding! Vast Heart successfully activated. In that fleeting moment, Lin Fan felt a surge of energy enveloping him. Radiant beams of multicolored light cascaded from his form, enveloping him entirely. Lin Fan focused intently, as warm, nurturing energy coursed through his being. Chapter 16. The Divine Minister's Astonishment in the Palace of Zeno. The Grand Minister was engaged in a game of elimination with Zeno, where each eliminated sphere resulted in the disappearance of a star from the mirror. Zeno was thoroughly entertained. Suddenly, the Grand Minister's gaze drifted to the palace's exterior. A ripple of intrigue flashing through his eyes. The vast power, he mused, addressing Zeno with utmost respect. Pardon my departure for a moment. In an instant, he vacated the palace, standing on the celestial body outside, directing his gaze towards the source of the vast power and unleashing his divine energy to investigate the phenomenon. Within the palace, he could not freely exert his divine power without arousing the guardian's suspicion, which could lead to unnecessary conflict, potentially displease Zeno himself. Thus, he had to step outside to utilize his divine abilities. Moments later, his expression morphed into one of disbelief. "What is happening?" he exclaimed, realizing he could not pinpoint the origin of this vast power. An unsettling tremor coursed through him as he discovered that he could not discern the exact location from which this energy emanated. He merely sensed it vaguely towards the direction of the 6th and 7th universes. It seemed he would need to consult Whis and Beerus regarding this unexpected anomaly, uncertain whether it heralded fortune or misfortune. 5 minutes elapsed. The radiance enveloping Lin Fan gradually dimmed until it faded entirely. He looked skyward, murmuring, "Is this the power of the vast heart?" Upon fully merging with the vast heart, Lin Fan felt an inexplicable connection with the 12 universes. It was as though with a mere thought he could effortlessly communicate with anyone. Yet, one uncertainty lingered. His fusion with the vast power had drawn the attention of the Grand Minister. Should he attempt to reach out to someone now? Perhaps it would be wise to learn the remaining skills before making an attempt. He activated the Super Saiyan bloodline, acquiring the transformation into Super Saiyan God, mastering the ultimate flash, the healing technique. And the super energy control, ding. Congratulations, host is fused with the Super Saiyan bloodline. Ding. Acquired transformation into Super Saiyan God. Ding. Mastered the ultimate flash. Ding. Acquired the healing technique. Ding. Mastered super energy control. Current host status. Host, Lin Fan. Techniques, super strong ki blast, flight technique, giant ball wave, ultimate flash, special techniques, dominance body technique, ultimate king fist, telepathic communication, super precognition, Super Saiyan God, healing technique, special items. Hyperbolic time chamber, race bloodline, human, Saiyan, base battle power, 9.1 billion. Satisfied with his newfound prowess, Lin Fan chuckled to himself, "Not bad at all. My strength has significantly improved since I first arrived. This lazy master system truly works wonders." It remains to be seen how much combat prowess Sun Wukong can enhance within the hyperbolic time chamber this time. I hope it brings me a delightful surprise. Enough of that for now. Let us first explore the power of the vast heart. After merging with the vast heart, Lin Fan understood how to utilize this force. It required sensing the opponent's aura to establish a connection and communicate mentally. After pondering for a moment, he contemplated who he should reach out to. For his inaugural search, it would be prudent to seek someone exceptionally gifted and formidable in battle. Exceptionally gifted. Suddenly, a spark lit in Lin Fan's mind as he lightly tapped his hand, exclaiming with excitement, "Isn't Broly the epitome of exceptional talent? Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, embodies a terrifying prowess in both innate ability and growth potential. If memory serves me right, Broly and his father Paragus were exiled to planet Vampa. But where is this planet Vampa? Without coordinates, how can I possibly search for it? What a conundrum. If only there existed a cosmic map." Suddenly, Lin Fan recalled something, a smile gracing his lips. He knew who possessed a cosmic map. Without hesitation, he soared into the sky, heading towards West City. Moments later, Lin Fan arrived in West City. As the most renowned city within the Dragon Ball universe. West City thrived with prosperity and vibrancy. Lin Fan did not come to West City for leisure. He had an important matter at hand. Hovering above the city, he quickly spotted his target and descended rapidly. Meanwhile, Vegeta, voraciously devouring pizza, raised a nearby bucket of water, tilting his head back to gulp it down. "Vegeta, slow down." Bulma, exuding charm and grace, complained as she tossed the pizza box into a trash bin, her every gesture imbued with feminine allure. Suddenly, Vegeta's gaze sharpened as he noticed someone approaching from the sky, promptly setting down his water bucket. Bulma, misinterpreting Vegeta's reaction as a response to her earlier admonition, felt a mix of excitement and satisfaction. Over the years, she rarely managed to dissuade Vegeta from his actions, so having him eat more gracefully brought her a sense of accomplishment. Vegeta sprang to his feet, eyes fixed on the sky. Bulma, perplexed by his behavior, instinctively glanced upward, noticing the figure descending towards them. Could it be Gohan? It hardly seemed so. The silhouette grew closer, landing beside Vegeta and Bulma. The newcomer was a young man with a perfect physique and a strikingly handsome face. His features sculpted in breathtaking detail. Even Vegeta couldn't suppress an internal gasp at the sight of such striking good looks. Nevertheless, he quickly dismissed the thought, muttering to himself about how this pretty boy could never compare to him. The illustrious Prince Vegeta. Bulma, however, openly exclaimed, "So handsome." This remark ignited a wave of jealousy within Vegeta, who snorted disdainfully, "Umph." The newcomer was none other than Lin Fan. After appraising Vegeta, Lin Fan turned his attention to Bulma. Though no longer in her youth, she retained an air of elegance, her physique and skin impeccably maintained, appearing no older than her 30s. In terms of appearance, she rivaled even the younger women. And her mature beauty was something young girls could not hope to match. She was simply a captivating, sensual enchantress. However, Lin Fan realized that it was quite impolite to stare at another man's wife, especially with her husband present. He swiftly redirected the conversation. "Hello, Bulma." Bulma, taken aback, replied, Huh. You know me. How could the illustrious billionaire Bulma not be recognized by others? Upon hearing this, Bulma's face lit up with joy, her enchanting eyes sparkling with delight as she covered her mouth and laughed. Haha, you're flattering me. Vegeta, however, was far from pleased. Aside from Goku, no one dared to make his wife laugh so freely. Who do you think you are? Humph, sweet talker. What do you want here? Vegeta questioned gruffly. Understanding Vegeta's nature, Lin Fan remained unfazed and calmly stated, Hello, I'm Lin Fan. I came today to ask Bulma if I could borrow a cosmic map. A cosmic map? Both Vegeta and Bulma were momentarily taken aback. Lin Fan nodded gently. Bulma, apologetically, replied, I'm sorry, but I don't have a cosmic map. Vegeta, crossing his arms, coldly interjected, Did you hear that? You can leave now. Lin Fan furrowed his brow. Aware of Vegeta's pride and jealousy, yet found this level of possessiveness excessive. Just as he was about to speak, Bulma swiftly chastised Vegeta. Vegeta, how can you be so rude? Apologize to Lin Fan immediately. The proud Prince Vegeta would never apologize to anyone. He let out a contemptuous snort. Observing her husband's demeanor, Bulma turned apologetically to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, I'm so sorry. He asked just like that. Please forgive him. Had Bulma remained silent, Lin Fan would have surely confronted Vegeta. However, with Bulma speaking on his behalf, he felt it inappropriate to say more, especially since he needed Bulma's assistance. In truth, Lin Fan suspected Bulma likely did not possess a cosmic map. As she seemed uninterested in cosmic research, his inquiry was merely casual. He had come primarily to ask her to contact Jocko. Jocko, the galactic patroller, roamed the cosmos and was bound to have a cosmic map. No worries, Bulma, could you help me get in touch with Jocko? Jocko? Bulma blinked in surprise. If Lin Fan had not mentioned him, she might have forgotten about the galactic patroller who resembled Ultraman. However, she was curious how Lin Fan knew she was acquainted with Jocko, as she had never mentioned him to Vegeta or the others. How do you know I know Jocko? Lin Fan anticipated this question and smiled. I had a premonition. In this world, there were fortune tellers, and Bulma was familiar with one, so she wouldn't be too skeptical of his claim. Bulma, skeptical, responded, I don't believe you. If you really had a premonition, what else did you predict? Being a devoted Dragon Ball fan, she found it all too easy to play along with those around her. If she was doubtful, she would challenge him. With a mischievous smile, Lin Fan continued, I also foresaw that your sister Ties would meet Jocko, mainly because she gave up a comfortable life to pursue her passion for adventure writing. During her adventures, she met Jocko and boarded his spaceship, traveling the cosmos for inspiration. Bulma, would you say I'm right? Bulma was taken aback, realizing every detail he provided was accurate. Her sister Ties indeed met Jocko in precisely that manner. Could he truly have foreseen this? If not, how could he know so much? Seizing the moment, Lin Fan added, Bulma, I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely seek a cosmic map. Vegeta, coldly interjecting from the side, remarked, if you had any malice, I would obliterate you. Lin Fan did not refute this but rather agreed. Bulma, Vegeta is correct. Should I possess any malicious intent, he would certainly defeat me. Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt as though Lin Fan had acknowledged his strength, instinctively raising his nose in pride, arms crossed. After a moment of contemplation, Bulma conceded, all right, I will contact you, but I don't have Jocko's number. I will have to reach out to my sister first. Thank you. Bulma took out her phone and dialed her sister's number, but no one answered. After 3 unsuccessful attempts, she apologized. I'm sorry. No one is picking up. We will have to wait for my sister Ties to return my call. What is your number? Lin Fan awkwardly chuckled. I don't have a phone. Although he had been here for a few days, he had not purchased a phone due to a lack of funds. The money he used for snacks was all provided by Lin. Bulma, too, was a generous soul, producing a capsule with a flourish. With a resounding pop, an exquisite phone materialized. This phone is a gift for you. Once my sister responds, I will contact you. Lin Fan, not one to be coy, accepted the phone directly. Thank you. He silently mused on Bulma's commendable character. Had Yamcha been a tad more devoted, Bulma might not have become Vegeta's woman. However, if Bulma were to become Yamcha's partner, her opportunities for appearances might dwindle, which would indeed be a significant loss for Dragon Ball. You're welcome. Bulma replied with a smile. Lin Fan returned a slight grin. Farewell. As he prepared to soar away using the instant transmission technique, Vegeta interjected, wait. Lin Fan turned to Vegeta, curiosity piqued. Vegeta, is there something else? What is going on with your aura? I can't sense it, Vegeta inquired, having only noticed Lin Fan's arrival because he had tilted his head back to drink. Lin Fan did not conceal the truth. Because I am a god, you cannot perceive my aura. Vegeta furrowed his brow. Humph, a god? What's so impressive about that? Those gods are merely mediocre. Lin Fan refrained from arguing. Whether it was the East Kai or the North Kai, none were currently Vegeta's match. Yet, he was not inclined to engage in idle chatter with Vegeta. He ascended into the air. Heading towards the temple, Vegeta, feeling slighted by this disregard, was seething with anger. In this universe, he had yet to encounter anyone who could ignore him. Those who had already met their demise at his hands. Even if Frieza were to be resurrected, he would easily dispatch him. Yet now, this unknown god had the audacity to overlook him, truly believing himself to be divine. Whoosh, he swiftly flew to Lin Fan's side. Do you dare to disregard me? Lin Fan smirked disdainfully. What is there to fear? Tension crackled in the air. Chapter 18. The first transformation into Super Saiyan God. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, surveying Vegeta with a piercing gaze. In an instant, Vegeta erupted with rage, feeling deeply insulted. The way Lin Fan scrutinized him was clearly a sign of contempt, and to be belittled was akin to being humiliated. Get lost. He clenched his fists tightly, his aura surging dramatically as charred clouds gathered ominously in the sky, casting a dark pall over the land. A fierce wind began to swirl, converging towards Vegeta. Whoosh, a golden light streaked through the air, revealing a Vegeta adorned with golden hair and crackling with electricity. Lin Fan expressed mild surprise. Oh, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 without even engaging? He was acutely aware of Vegeta's fighting style, as he always sought to eliminate his foes swiftly before making a stylish exit. Yet, in any major confrontation, Vegeta had never succeeded. He was either being beaten or on the verge of defeat. Vegeta snorted coldly. I intend to finish you quickly. He had initially not wished to transform into a Super Saiyan, but sensing Lin Fan's formidable presence, especially knowing he was a god, he realized that in his normal state, he would likely be outmatched. He had no desire to appear foolish or disheveled, so he directly transformed into Super Saiyan 2, aiming to defeat Lin Fan in one fell swoop. You actually know about Super Saiyan 2? Vegeta exclaimed in surprise. He had expected Lin Fan to be astonished by his transformation and the exponential increase in his battle power, yet it appeared that Lin Fan was entirely unfazed. This only served to intensify Vegeta's indignation. Just as he was about to strike, Bulma yelled from below, Vegeta, what are you doing? In his fury, Vegeta disregarded Bulma entirely, responding with a dismissive grunt before charging at Lin Fan. Roaring, what a tiresome god. Get lost. Lin Fan remained unfazed by Vegeta's approach. He possessed not only the power of the human race's dominance technique, but also the transformation into Super Saiyan God. Given that Lin Fan's current dominance technique would surely be insufficient against Vegeta in his Super Saiyan 2 form, he chose instead to transform into Super Saiyan God, eager to discover how much his battle power would increase or what new stage he would enter. After all, Super Saiyan God could not be measured by mere billions of battle power. It represented a qualitative leap. Super Saiyan. I'm afraid I am one as well. Vegeta found this assertion laughable. You're a Super Saiyan? As the Prince of Science, I can certainly tell. How absurd. Lin Fan clenched his fists, bellowing. Ah. In that instant, the air around them became turbulent, winds howling as the dark clouds overhead were scattered, dissipating into the atmosphere. With a deafening crash, thunder rumbled, and a brilliant flash of light tore through the darkness, causing the earth to tremble violently beneath the immense lightning. Another thunderous roar echoed as energy surged from the vastness of space, causing the sky to seem as though it were fracturing. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, the surrounding energy converged, and Lin Fan radiated streams of crimson light, enveloped in a golden-red beam descending from above. Akin to the light of ascension, Vegeta halted mid-flight, his face a mask of astonishment. What is happening? I've never witnessed such a transformation before. The commotion is unprecedented. Not only he, but everyone else was equally stunned, gazing skyward in disbelief. What had transpired? Krillin, Android 18, Master Roshi, Yamcha, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and the members of the main cast all turned their attention towards this spectacle. It was in the direction of Bulma's residence. What on earth was happening? They hurriedly utilized instant transmission to rush towards Bulma's home. At that moment, the sky above seemed to connect directly to the cosmos, transforming from mere heavens into a cosmic vista. First came the spring sunshine, followed by summer rain, autumn breezes, and winter snowflakes. The four seasons unfolded in a mere minute, the crimson light enveloping Lin Fan intensifying, rapidly expanding outward. Those who noticed this phenomenon were not limited to the inhabitants of Earth. The North Kai, the Old Kai from the Kaioshin realm, and the East Kai were also aware. The Old Kai set aside his beauty magazine, hands clasped behind his back, his eyes fixated on Earth in disbelief. A god. A god has emerged on Earth. The East Kai sensed Lin Fan's aura and spoke with reverence. Indeed, this individual is Lin Fan, infused with the essence of a god. But what is the nature of this transformation? We did not experience such a phenomenon when we ascended to godhood. As his words fell, melodious music resonated throughout the cosmos. The old Kai's eyes widened, his gaze suddenly alert, murmuring, This is the cosmic gospel. The East Kai, utterly perplexed, inquired, What is the cosmic gospel? The old Kai delivered a swift reprimand to the East Kai. If you had bothered to read sacred texts, you wouldn't be so clueless. Spending all your time perusing frivolous magazines, the East Kai, looking aggrieved, glanced at the magazine that had been cast aside, opened to a page featuring a bikini-clad beauty. The old Kai struck again, still looking. The cosmic gospel signifies the universe's blessing, a rare occurrence over millennia. Its emergence heralds the arrival of an extraordinary individual, with Lin Fan attaining godhood and the cosmic gospel manifesting. It signifies that the universe is celebrating his emergence. This individual's future is boundless. I cannot ascertain whether Lin Fan's ascension to divinity is a boon or a bane. The old Kai could not help but express his sentiments. The East Kai cautiously remarked, I sense he does not appear to be malevolent. The old Kai shot him a glance. Whether he is good or evil, time shall reveal all. If he is indeed wicked, with Goku and the others' abilities, confronting him would be a formidable challenge. However, now that Lin Fan has attained divinity, should he choose to wreak havoc, Goku and the others may not even need to intervene. The East Kai comprehended the underlying meaning and nodded slightly. Chapter 19. A qualitative leap. A new expression of combat power. Before long, the crimson golden light gradually dissipated, and the sky, along with everything around, returned to its original state. Vegeta had been observing Lin Fan intently. This. At that moment, Lin Fan was enveloped in red flames. His hair transformed to a striking red. The already handsome youth now appeared even more dashing, his face radiating a captivating confidence. His deep, cold gaze rendered Vegeta unable to meet his eyes. Lin Fan instinctively raised his hand, clenched his fist, and murmured, Oh, is this the power of the Super Saiyan God? Indeed, it is quite remarkable. He could distinctly sense that his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. If measured by combat power, he believed it had reached 2 quintillion, an exceedingly terrifying existence. The units of measurement are 100 million, trillion, quadrillion, quintillion, sextillion, septillion, octillion, nonillion, decillion, undecillion, and duodecillion. Each stage is divided into 4 smaller stages, such as 100 million, billion, 100 billion, trillion, etc. Transformations in Dragon Ball Super differ from those in the regular Dragon Ball series. The transformations here are predominantly divine level, with terrifying enhancements that cannot merely be quantified but must be considered as a qualitative leap. It is precisely for this reason that upon acquiring the Super Saiyan God transformation, Lin Fan felt confident in his ability to defeat Son Goku. While Goku transforms into Super Saiyan 3, which is at the trillion level, Lin Fan, as a Super Saiyan God, has reached 2 quintillion, directly surpassing the quadrillion threshold. Terrifying indeed. Lin Fan then turned his gaze to the awestruck Vegeta, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Vegeta, do you think this qualifies as being a Super Saiyan? Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Vegeta snapped back to reality, carefully sensing Lin Fan's aura, still unable to discern it. However, he could feel one thing. Lin Fan's current state was indeed that of a Super Saiyan. As for the specific form, he was uncertain. What form is this? Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, the Super Saiyan God. Vegeta suddenly found himself momentarily stunned. The name of this form seemed vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered it somewhere. Yet he could not recall where. Noticing his confusion, Lin Fan continued to elucidate. The Super Saiyan God is the deity of the Saiyans, born to eradicate evil, also known as the savior of the Saiyans. Upon hearing this explanation, Vegeta's pupils instinctively dilated in astonishment. In that instant, he remembered where he had heard of this transformation. It was documented in the historical records of the Saiyans. He had stumbled upon it while casually perusing. According to legend, the Saiyans once faced a catastrophic threat to their existence, and a righteous Saiyan transformed into a Super Saiyan God, defeating the enemy with divine power. However, due to certain peculiar circumstances, that Saiyan capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan God vanished without a trace. This account was from countless years past, and thus, to Vegeta and the subsequent Saiyans, it was merely a legend, not a reality. Yet now, Vegeta clearly witnessed Lin Fan's transformation, making him realize that the legend of the Super Saiyan God was indeed a tangible reality. His expression contorted in disbelief. He muttered, What? This is the Super Saiyan God? Lin Fan replied coolly. Is there room for doubt? Vegeta, let me test your combat power. Vegeta swallowed hard. Without the need for a contest, he already knew his combat power was no match for Lin Fan's. In that moment, he felt a surge of fear. Had he known, he would not have acted so impulsively. Observing the trembling figure of Vegeta reminded Lin Fan of Vegeta's demeanor when facing Beerus. He sighed. It seems that the proud Prince Vegeta can only put on airs in front of ordinary individuals. Truly disappointing. Lin Fan was deliberately provoking his opponent, though he already knew that defeating Vegeta in his current state would be effortless. He still wished to ascertain the true extent of this 2 quintillion power. Vegeta lifted his gaze to meet Lin Fan's, his lips twitching in indignation. He felt insulted. He was a Saiyan prince, a figure of respect and pride. What did it matter if his opponent was a god? What did it matter if he was the god of the Saiyans? With these thoughts, Vegeta let out a fierce roar. Ah! Like a shooting star, he charged at Lin Fan, clenching his fists to strike. Simultaneously, he shouted, "What can the Super Saiyan God do? What can the god of the Saiyans do before my royal presence? All shall perish." With a tremendous fist aimed at Lin Fan's head, the speed of Vegeta's punch appeared excruciatingly slow to Lin Fan. It was almost painfully slow. With a slight sidestep, he effortlessly evaded Vegeta's attack. In the face of Vegeta's astonished follow-up barrage, his fists fell upon Lin Fan like a gentle drizzle. Yet, not a single punch landed. Lin Fan easily dodged each one. Satisfied, Lin Fan thought. As expected of the Super Saiyan God with 2 quintillion combat power. He is indeed formidable. However, this form was quite taxing. After just a few minutes, he felt considerable fatigue. If he were to unleash his skill, would that not hasten his exhaustion? No wonder Son Goku rarely transformed into the Super Red state in Dragon Ball Super, opting instead for Super Blue, as it was more stable, consumed less stamina, and provided greater enhancements. Watching Vegeta swing futilely at him, Lin Fan raised his hand and flicked his finger towards Vegeta's forehead. Bang! Vegeta let out a cry of anguish, his body hurtling backward for thousands of meters, clutching his head and wailing, ultimately crashing to the ground. Standing on the ground, Bulma witnessed Vegeta's flight but was unaware of the distance he had traveled. Worried, she called out, "Vegeta!" Lin Fan turned to Bulma and reassured her, "Fear not, I have not harmed him, merely imparted a lesson." At that moment, Master Roshi, Krillin, and others arrived, clearly witnessing Lin Fan flicking a finger to send Vegeta flying. They were left nearly speechless, their eyes wide in disbelief, their mouths twitching in astonishment. It was utterly terrifying. A being as formidable as Vegeta was sent flying by a mere finger. Such an enemy was indeed fearsome. They felt a chill run down their spines. They had never encountered such a terrifying existence. Trunks, standing nearby, shouted furiously, "You villain, how dare you harm my father, Goten?" Chapter 20. This is my master hearing Trunks' words. Son Goten instantly understood his meaning, and the two immediately began the fusion process, preparing to combine. Bulma, seeing the situation, hurriedly intervened, pulling Trunks back. She was acutely aware that if Vegeta had been sent flying by Lin Fan's finger, then even if Trunks and Goten fused to become Gotenks, it would have no effect on Lin Fan. It would merely be a matter of another finger. Krillin glanced at Piccolo nearby. "Piccolo, what should we do now?" Piccolo scrutinized Lin Fan carefully, pondering for a moment. "He seems to harbor no ill intentions," Master Roshi chimed in. "I too believe he means no harm. At this moment." Two figures approached from a distance, one bald and the other of diminutive stature. Upon seeing them, the crowd immediately recognized the newcomers as Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi. Their arrival elicited no surprise, as these two were known to be the first on the scene whenever any incident occurred. Always eager to lend a hand, Krillin, bewildered, remarked, "What are Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi doing?" They could clearly see that the two were heading straight for Lin Fan. Was this a preparation for battle, with Vegeta unable to contend with the opponent? Was Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi not merely courting death by charging in? Krillin quickly shouted, "Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, come back." Tianjin Fan glanced at Krillin, offered a polite smile, and then turned to Lin Fan, respectfully inquiring, "Master, what has transpired?" The crowd froze in astonishment, a tremor of disbelief coursing through them. Did Tianjin Fan just refer to him as master? Krillin and the others exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting mutual recognition that Tianjin Fan had indeed called him master. Lin Fan smiled gently and replied, "It's nothing." As he spoke, he released his transformation into Super Saiyan God. Tianjin Fan addressed the crowd with a smile, explaining, "Greetings, everyone, this is my master." Lin Fan. He was in the midst of training when he suddenly noticed a dramatic shift in the atmosphere, revealing a cosmic phenomenon with red light engulfing the surroundings, emanating from the direction of Vegeta's residence. Thus, Jiaozi and I hurried over to investigate. Upon arriving at Vegeta's abode, they were struck by the sight of Lin Fan in his Super Saiyan God form, internally exclaiming how magnificent he looked, particularly the overwhelming aura he exuded. So powerful it was almost inconceivable. Just a glance from him could send shivers down their spine. Following Tianjin Fan's explanation, the crowd felt somewhat reassured. This individual bore no ill intent. Yet, one question lingered. Why had he clashed with Vegeta, Master Roshi, and a few others flew over, curious to inquire, "Hello, Lin Fan." "Greetings, Master Roshi, Krillin." Lin Fan's gaze shifted to the android 18. And upon seeing her, he felt his senses overwhelmed. With eyebrows like fine art, lips painted crimson, and a face shaped like an egg, her slender yet voluptuous form was simply breathtaking. In comparison to Bulma, they were nearly on par, each possessing their own unique charm. However, in the blink of an eye, Lin Fan averted his gaze and greeted the others one by one. The crowd was taken aback. They had not anticipated that Lin Fan was acquainted with them. Krillin, puzzled, asked Tianjin Fan, "Isn't your Master Roshi? How has it shifted to him?" Tianjin Fan simply clarified, "Master Roshi is my master. But Lin Fan is also my master. Under Lin Fan's guidance, I have made tremendous progress in the Dragon Ball universe. There exists no rule dictating one can only have a single master in a lifetime. As long as both parties are willing, one can have as many masters as desired." The onlookers sensed Tianjin Fan's strength. Indeed, his aura was infinitely greater than before, reflecting on Lin Fan's formidable prowess. It was only natural for Tianjin Fan to experience such significant growth under his tutelage. At that moment, Vegeta descended from afar, noticing Krillin, Piccolo, and the others conversing with Lin Fan. He felt a mix of confusion and irritation, but considering Lin Fan's terrifying battle power, he chose to remain silent. As he landed, Bulma called out from the ground, "Everyone, come down and chat." The group exchanged glances, realizing that remaining airborne was rather impractical, and it would be better to sit down and converse. Lin Fan descended first, secretly hoping to make the acquaintance of the main characters, albeit in an unexpected manner. Landing in Bulma's garden, they took their seats. Bulma promptly apologized. "Lin Fan, I apologize. Vegeta has been a bit impulsive. I truly did not expect that you were Tianjin Fan's master." Vegeta sat on the other side, arms crossed, visibly displeased. Lin Fan smiled, unfazed by the situation. "It's quite all right." Understanding Vegeta's temperament, he felt that providing him with a lesson would be beneficial, as it might temper his haughty nature and facilitate future interactions with Vegeta as a potential disciple. Piccolo scanned the surroundings, sensing something was amiss, as though something were missing. Krillin, noticing Piccolo's demeanor, curiously inquired, "Piccolo, what are you looking for?" Piccolo calmly replied, "Have you not noticed that something seems to be absent?" Krillin, perplexed, looked around as well. Indeed, feeling something was lacking, yet unable to pinpoint what it was. What could it be? Upon hearing their exchange, Lin Fan chuckled softly, having already deduced the matter. "Kakarot," Vegeta coldly remarked. His displeasure evident. He had been puzzled earlier as to why Kakarot had not arrived. Despite the commotion of Lin Fan's transformation and his own release of powerful energy, Krillin, Piccolo, and the others suddenly realized that they were missing Goku. Given the situation, how could he not have shown up? He was usually the most enthusiastic during such battles. Tianjin Fan, observing the crowd's confusion, chuckled. "Goku is currently training." The collective gaze of the group turned to Tianjin Fan, as if to question, "How do you know Goku is training?" Tianjin Fan quickly clarified, "Goku is now also a disciple of Master Lin Fan." "What?" In an instant, the atmosphere fell silent, the air thick with disbelief. It felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck them, dousing them in icy water and leaving them numb. Goku was also Lin Fan's disciple. This was too incredulous, especially for Vegeta, who felt a pang of envy. He had assumed Kakarot was tending to crops, only to discover he had secretly been training under Lin Fan. Unfathomable. Ding. Goku's base battle power increased by 2 billion, with the master receiving a double increase of 4 billion. Chapter 21. One must not inquire about a woman's age. Presently, the host's base battle power stood at 13.1 billion. Lin Fan mused to himself. Goku has quickly enhanced his base battle power by 2 billion. That's quite impressive. Once he emerges, Vegeta will undoubtedly be no match for him. At that point, Vegeta will surely wish to seek my guidance. Tianjin Fan, noticing the group's shock, reassured them. "Isn't it quite normal for Goku to become Lin Fan's disciple? You have all witnessed Master Lin Fan's prowess, have you not?" The crowd nodded slowly, acknowledging the truth of his words. Just then, Bulma's phone rang, and she pulled it out to see a call from her sister, Tais. Immediately, she turned to Lin Fan, exclaiming, "My sister Tais is calling. You should answer it." Lin Fan encouraged. A wave of joy washed over him. What a fortuitous occasion. Just as Goku had bolstered his power by 4 billion, Tais was reaching out. After Bulma connected the call and inquired about Gak's contact information, she learned that Tais had a close relationship with him and readily provided the details. They chatted briefly before ending the call. Bulma turned to Lin Fan. I've got Gak's contact information. Then, Bulma, could you please reach out to him for me and request a cosmic map? Bulma, quick-witted, agreed without hesitation. Of course, she understood that by assisting Lin Fan with this task, he would owe her a favor, making it more difficult for him to refuse her in the future. Thank you. Lin Fan expressed. The group, puzzled, wondered why Lin Fan needed a cosmic map, but given their recent acquaintance, they hesitated to inquire further. Bulma wasted no time and promptly contacted Gak. After a short while, she hung up and informed Lin Fan. I've spoken to him. He said he would be coming to Earth in the next few days and will bring the cosmic map. Excellent. Bulma, thank you so much. Lin Fan replied gratefully. It's nothing. You are Goku's master, which makes you our friend. We should help one another. Bulma smiled. Lin Fan nodded, reflecting on Vegeta's incredible fortune in having such a remarkable partner. As the saying goes, with a wife like this, what more could a man desire? Both beautiful and capable of earning. She also assists her husband in maintaining their relationship, gracefully navigating both the Grand Hall and the kitchen. In Dragon Ball Super, Vegeta treats Bulma quite well. He boldly confronts the formidable Beerus for her sake, despite being deeply afraid of him. Yet, for Bulma, he bravely steps forward, proving her significance in his heart. However, Vegeta typically exhibits extreme pride and a concern for his image, reluctant to reveal his softer side. At this moment, Lin Fan stands up and declares, Everyone, I have attended to my matters, so I shall take my leave. Vegeta, arms crossed, coldly inquires, where is Kakarot training? Although he is not particularly fond of Lin Fan, he is even less willing to let Kakarot surpass him, as that would bruise his pride. Lin Fan does not hold back, responding in the hyperbolic time chamber. After speaking, without allowing Vegeta much time to ponder, he immediately takes to the skies, heading towards the temple. For someone like Vegeta, it is essential to strike at his prideful spirit, fostering respect for oneself. Only then can he genuinely become a devoted disciple, thereby earning rewards. At this moment, Tien Shinhan also states, I need to return to my training. Farewell, everyone. As he speaks, he and Kaiatsu fly in the direction of the temple. Vegeta stands still, coldly muttering, Kakarot actually went to the hyperbolic time chamber behind my back. Without further delay, he speeds off towards the temple, where the hyperbolic time chamber is located. Observing Vegeta's departure, Bulma helplessly calls out, Vegeta, Scions truly are reckless, leaving without a word. Krillin and the others discern Vegeta's intentions and share a resigned smile. Vegeta is headed to the temple. Piccolo, deep in thought, suddenly exclaims, he won't find Son Goku at the temple. Huh, why not? The gathered individuals express their confusion. Didn't Lin Fan say that Son Goku is in the hyperbolic time chamber? Piccolo clarifies. Lin Fan mentioned that Son Goku is in the hyperbolic time chamber, while the temple houses the time chamber. The former has an extra word. Upon hearing this, the others realize its validity, though they wonder how these two are connected. Bulma waves her hand dismissively, uninterested. Forget it. I can't be bothered with that. Let him go. Seeing Bulma's nonchalance, everyone understands that it is no longer an issue. Piccolo then stands up, stating, I also need to return. Earlier, you sensed that Tien Shinhan's combat power had significantly increased. If he wasted more time, it wouldn't be long before Tien Shinhan surpassed him. It would be quite ludicrous for someone who was never his match to surpass him. Therefore, he absolutely cannot allow such a thing to happen. The others also rise in unison. Suddenly, Bulma recalls an important matter and cheerfully announces, Everyone, I have something significant to share. What is it? In a month's time, I will be hosting a birthday party on a luxurious cruise ship. The crowd immediately congratulates her. Congratulations, congratulations. Bulma turns to the side, addressing Android 18 with a mysterious smile on her alluring lips. 18. I will prepare a grand raffle on that day, with impressive prizes for the first place. Android 18's interest is piqued. A raffle hosted by the wealthiest person will surely have remarkable rewards. Perhaps even cash. With this thought, her eyes gleam. Okay, Bulma, I must win the grand prize, she exclaims with enthusiasm. Bulma laughs joyfully. Krillin, looking at Bulma's radiant smile, curiously asks, Bulma, how old will you be? Bulma's expression darkens instantly, while Android 18 shoots Krillin a glare. You don't know that you shouldn't ask a woman her age, just say she's 18. Krillin awkwardly chuckles. After chatting for a while, everyone departs. Meanwhile, Vegeta arrives at the temple. The current deity of the temple is Dandi, and the servant remains Bubbles. Dondi instinctively shudders upon seeing the cold, piercing presence of Vegeta. Vegeta, he exclaims. Where is Kakarot? Vegeta, without any small talk, coldly demands. Dondi, looking bewildered, wonders why Son Goku would come to him instead of being at home. I don't know. Vegeta furrows his brow, scrutinizing Dondi, who shivers in fear. Seeing his serious gaze, Dondi realizes he is not lying. Isn't he in the hyperbolic time chamber? Dondi quickly interjects. No. Son Goku can no longer enter the hyperbolic time chamber. He has already used his 2 chances. Vegeta suddenly comprehends. Indeed, each individual can only enter the hyperbolic time chamber twice in their lifetime, and Kakarot has already exhausted his opportunities. Humph. I was deceived by Lin Fan. The thought of being tricked causes him to unconsciously clench his fists, a surge of anger rising within him. Lin Fan, one day I shall defeat you, no matter if you are a god. On the other side, Lin Fan remains oblivious to the fact that he has earned Vegeta's resentment. Upon returning to the temple, he reclines in a chair at the entrance, enjoying the cool breeze while calculating how many days remain until Goku's arrival on Earth. It truly feels like a waste of time. According to the lore of Dragon Ball Super, Beerus will awaken in a month, and his first action upon waking will be to seek out the Super Saiyan God, leading him to Earth. His arrival on Earth poses an unknown disaster for the planet, and within this month, Lin Fan must elevate his power to Beerus's level or even surpass it. Achieving Beerus's level in just 1 month is a monumental challenge. Currently, his Super Saiyan God transformation grants him a mere 2 Zeta powers of combat strength. This is a vast chasm compared to Beerus. However, the determining factor for 2 Zeta powers lies in his base combat strength. The stronger his base combat strength, the more formidable his Super Saiyan God transformation will be. Just as he contemplates this, a notification resonates in his mind. Ding, disciple Son Goku's base combat strength has risen. 1.8 billion. Master receives a double boost. 3.6 billion. Current host base combat strength. 16.7 billion. Oh, Goku has improved again. Truly worthy of being the protagonist of Dragon Ball. Just a single Ultimate Kaioken has elevated his base combat strength by 3.8 billion. I have a feeling that this guy can still improve significantly. Ding, disciple Yolin's base combat strength has risen by 650 million. Master receives a double boost. 1.3 billion. Current host base combat strength. 18 billion. Oh, Yolin has also increased by 650 million. Perhaps she has grasped some key aspects of the Heavenly Master Technique. Lin Fan is acutely aware that the Heavenly Master Technique is no simple feat. Mastering it and employing it proficiently holds immense potential. In future battles, it can significantly aid Tien Shinhan. Soon, Lin Fan shakes off his joy, realizing that despite his increase in base combat strength by several billion today, he still falls far short compared to Beerus. No, I must accelerate the pace of accepting disciples. I can't just wait for them to come to me. As he ponders, he considers who on Earth possesses good talent. Gohan, as the first hybrid between humans and Scions, his potential is indeed remarkable. During the battle against Cell, his one-handed Kamehameha was simply breathtaking, drawing countless female fans into a frenzy. However, unfortunately, ever since that time, he has devoted himself entirely to his studies, neglecting martial arts. When the Frieza Force sought revenge, he was even bested by a mere soldier, squandering his limitless potential. Approaching Gohan for mentorship now would be futile. Someone uninterested in training would never enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Accepting Gohan as a disciple must be postponed for now, to be reconsidered at a later time. Beyond Gohan, who else possesses good potential? Goten, Trunks. They are still just children, lacking awareness of the importance of training, making it unsuitable to accept them as disciples at the moment. This leaves only Piccolo and Krillin. Although Piccolo is not overly proud, he harbors high ambitions and would likely be reluctant if approached directly. As for Krillin, he currently enjoys a leisurely life, choosing to snuggle with his wife rather than train. Damn, thinking about it this way, it seems that aside from Vegeta, there are no other promising disciples on Earth. Who else is participating in the Tournament of Power? Frieza. Number 17. The potential of these 2 individuals is remarkable, not at all inferior to that of Son Goku. However, Frieza is currently in heaven, and if I wish to recruit him, I must first resurrect him, which can only be accomplished through the Dragon Balls. Unfortunately, I presently lack a Dragon Ball radar, making this quite challenging. Next time I visit Bulma, I can request a Dragon Ball radar from her. For now, I can focus on recruiting number 17. Over the years, number 17 has been working as a ranger on an island. As he prefers the company of animals over people, despite his seemingly reclusive nature, he has diligently maintained his training, which is why he performed admirably in the Tournament of Power. Ultimately, he was one of the last standing. Without hesitation, Lin Fan ascended into the air, moving swiftly while releasing his formidable aura to search for number 17's presence. Although he was unfamiliar with the specifics of number 17's energy signature, he was aware of his strength. Anyone exuding a powerful aura on the island was likely to be number 17. Approximately 15 minutes later, Lin Fan arrived above an island, gazing down at a lush expanse of greenery. Upon this island, he sensed a powerful energy. The owner of this aura must be number 17. Lin Fan descended, observing the island strewn with rocks, shaped by the elements into various forms, some resembling flowers, others human figures, and even paper cranes. These naturally formed stones are rarely seen elsewhere. Along the beach, a few crabs scuttled by occasionally. Towering trees loomed like clouds, swaying gently in the breeze, as if threatening to engulf the entire island. To be honest, the scenery here is quite splendid. Number 17 certainly knows how to appreciate beauty. With that thought, Lin Fan prepared to head in number 17's direction when he noticed a speedboat racing toward him. This felt off. Could it be? Chapter 23, Interested in a Chat. Poachers. Before long, Lin Fan realized his suspicions were not unfounded. The individuals aboard the speedboat were indeed poachers. There were 4 muscular men on the boat, and they had not noticed Lin Fan on the shore, as they had anchored on the opposite side. The 4 of them jumped down, armed with submachine guns and clad in tactical gear. Well equipped for their venture, one of the burly men, sporting a distinctive mole on his face, turned to another, whose arm bore a tattoo of a tiger, and said, "Brother, someone has paid a hefty sum for a rainbow deer. If we capture it, we won't have to work for years." The tattooed man chuckled heartily. "Indeed, but let us be cautious and avoid attracting the ranger's attention." The other 3 scoffed. "Brother, you're being overly cautious. There is no way a ranger would be here. Even if there were, what could they do? Our weapons are no joke." Upon hearing this, the tattooed man conceded, acknowledging that even if a ranger were present, they had dealt with rangers before and emerged victorious. The 4 men produced a device resembling a compass, but in truth, it was a tracking device designed to locate the rainbow deer. This device, known as an aura tracker, was a favorite tool among poachers. Soon enough, 2 red dots began to flash on the device, and the poachers erupted in excitement. "Brother, this is fantastic. There are not just 1, but 2 rainbow deer," they exclaimed. "With this, we can live without working for a decade." They laughed heartily, filled with exhilaration. The tattooed man commanded, "Prepare for action." In unison, the 4 men retrieved universal capsules from their pockets and tossed them to the ground, causing 4 flying machines to materialize with a loud bang. They skillfully equipped themselves with the machines and took off towards the location indicated by the tracker. Lin Fan soared into the sky, following them from a safe distance. Thanks to their device, the poachers quickly arrived at the location of the 2 rainbow deer, which were breathtakingly beautiful, adorned in vibrant colors, resembling walking rainbows. The poachers, filled with excitement, readied their weapons to shoot, while the 2 deer remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, drinking from the river. The leader of the poachers nodded subtly, signaling a count of 3 with his fingers. With a series of muffled sounds, 4 shots were fired simultaneously, barely audible due to the silencer. Each pair of poachers targeted one of the deer, just as the bullets were about to strike. A figure appeared in midair, a man with shoulder-length hair, clad in a deep green long-sleeve shirt and black gloves. His expression cold and focused. He effortlessly caught the 4 bullets and fixed a piercing gaze upon the poachers. The poachers, taken aback by the sudden appearance of this figure, were struck with terror. How could someone stand in midair without any flying apparatus? This was utterly beyond comprehension, especially upon meeting his gaze. A chill ran down their spines. Despite the sweltering heat, they felt an icy dread. Swallowing hard, they questioned, "Who are you?" Lin Fan hovered in the air, regarding the startled poachers with a slight smile. "It appears to be number 17. Indeed, the individual who had materialized was none other than number 17, an entity of boundless energy. The poachers. Number 17 coldly declared, "I am here to send you to hell, for reasons unknown." The poachers felt a thunderous echo in their minds upon perceiving his fierce killing intent, causing them to shudder involuntarily. The burly man with the mole shouted, "Brother, he is just 1 person. We have 4, and we're armed. Let us take him down together." The others, encouraged by this sentiment, straightened their postures, emboldened by their numbers and weaponry, and began to insult him. "Get lost," they shouted, pulling their triggers. Bullets rained down upon number 17, yet he remained unfazed, advancing slowly toward them. Thud, thud, thud. All the bullets struck his body, but he suffered no harm whatsoever. It would not be an exaggeration to say even his clothing bore no marks. This was because, just as the bullets approached, number 17 had dissipated their force with his energy. making them fall harmlessly upon him like raindrops. And for the formidable number 17, would a gentle rain cause him any injury? Clearly not. The poachers, witnessing this astonishing scene, were rendered completely dumbfounded. Without a moment's hesitation, they discarded their weapons and fled in their flying machines in utter panic. Number 17 never showed mercy to poachers. He would not allow these four to escape. With a flash, he vanished from sight. Whoosh! When number 17 reappeared, he was directly in front of the four men. Bang! Almost simultaneously, number 17's fist struck the four of them, sending them hurtling into the distance, vanishing without a trace. After dealing with them, number 17 turned his gaze toward the two rainbow deer below, observing them still drinking peacefully by the river, a soft expression gracing his features. Thankfully, he had not disturbed them. He prepared to return to his cabin. Interested in a chat? Chapter 24. The global threat. Interested in a chat? A voice abruptly resonated in the air. Number 17 paused, then swiftly turned around, only to find a young man standing behind him, having appeared seemingly out of nowhere. This startled number 17 greatly, and he felt a chill creep down his neck. When had this person arrived? If he harbored any ill intent, he could have struck without warning. The young man before him was none other than Lin Fan. As he pondered this, he tried to sense Lin Fan's energy, only to be astonished to discover that he could not perceive any energy signature from him. As if this person before him were an ordinary human, a person devoid of energy, yet he understood that this individual was anything but ordinary. Could a mere human utilize flight techniques? Clearly not. Number 17 asked in astonishment, "Who are you?" Lin Fan. Lin Fan discerned the tension in number 17 and soothingly replied, "Do not be anxious. I come here with no ill intentions." Number 17 nodded gently, sensing that Lin Fan bore no malice, for otherwise, their conversation would not have been so relaxed. If there had been hostility, action would have already been taken. Observing number 17's silence, Lin Fan found it unsurprising. As he understood that number 17 was not one for idle chatter, he continued, "May I invite you to your cottage for a conversation?" After a moment's contemplation, number 17 simply uttered a single word, "All right." He then flew ahead towards his small dwelling, with Lin Fan closely following. Before long, the two arrived at number 17's humble wooden cabin, which was rather simplistic in construction. It seemed barely sturdy enough to withstand a strong wind. However, within this forest, the least of concerns was a storm, for the towering trees would shield it long before any gust could reach. Even the fiercest tempest would be reduced to a gentle breeze by the time it arrived here. Upon entering the cabin, Lin Fan pulled out a wooden chair and sat down, calmly stating, "Number 17, allow me to introduce myself once more. I am Lin Fan, not an ordinary individual, but rather someone rather exceptional." As to the nature of his exceptionalism, Lin Fan refrained from elaborating, as he himself was uncertain of what made him so. Upon hearing Lin Fan's introduction, number 17 instantly comprehended why he could not sense Lin Fan's energy. It turned out that he was a deity. Yet, this revelation left him puzzled. "What is it that you seek from me?" he inquired. Lin Fan smiled faintly and did not answer directly. Instead, he continued the conversation. "I am aware that you have not neglected your training over the years. In fact, you have made significant progress. You are no longer the number 17 of the past. This was evident from his impressive performance at the power tournament." Number 17 was taken aback. How could Lin Fan know that he had consistently pursued his training? However, upon reflection, it was not surprising for a deity to be privy to such matters. What bewildered him was his uncertainty regarding Lin Fan's intentions. Curiously, he asked, "What exactly do you wish to convey?" Lin Fan replied, "I intend to tell you that you can advance even more rapidly. All you need to do is take me as your master, and I can assist you in substantially enhancing your combat abilities." At this juncture, Lin Fan expressed his purpose clearly. Truth be told, he was uncertain whether number 17 would agree to become his disciple. For number 17 was a character whose thoughts were not easily deciphered. Unlike Sun Wukong, nonetheless, he felt it imperative to present himself with a certain gravitas to better persuade number 17. After pondering for several seconds, number 17 responded, "Become your disciple?" Lin Fan coolly inquired, "Indeed, do you believe you are unworthy?" With that, he unleashed the formidable aura of a Super Saiyan God, a terrifying pressure instantly engulfing the entire planet. At Capsule Corporation, within the gravity training room, Vegeta suddenly sensed this overwhelming force, his body instinctively shuddering, nearly causing him to topple. Simultaneously, he recognized that this immense pressure emanated from Lin Fan. What an intimidating presence! What manner of being is Lin Fan? He feels even more powerful than before. Is this the strength of a deity? The gods I have encountered previously were utterly lacking, as such thoughts crossed his mind. He recalled the likes of Dandy, East Kaishan, and Old Kaishan. No, I, the Prince of Science, shall not concede. I will defeat Lin Fan. Training, training. Resolute, he cranked up the gravity in the training room to its maximum setting. Not only did Vegeta feel Lin Fan's pressure, but Master Roshi, who was on an island observing bikini-clad beauties aboard a luxurious yacht through binoculars, also sensed it, nearly losing his grip on the binoculars. This was Lin Fan's aura. Meanwhile, the affectionate 18 and Krillin also felt the pressure, along with Piccolo, Gohan, and others. Even ordinary individuals experienced an inexplicable sense of unease, as if some dreadful event were imminent. Those aware of Lin Fan's existence understood that this pressure was uniquely his. No one else could exert such a formidable force, not even Super Saiyan 3 Goku.at this very moment. Lin Fan's gaze was fixed upon number 17. His eyes imbued with an icy intensity. His combat power had now reached an astounding 18 billion, and with the aid of the Super Saiyan God S powers, his presence was indeed formidable. It was precisely for this reason that Vegeta and the others felt such terror. For number 17, who stood closest to Lin Fan, the sensation was overwhelming. He was drenched in sweat and quickly summoned his own energy to resist. Once Lin Fan deemed it sufficient, he retracted his oppressive aura, and in that instant, every living being on Earth exhaled a collective sigh of relief, the atmosphere returning to one of ease and comfort. Number 17, have you made your decision? Should you choose to become my disciple, I shall ensure your strength grows exponentially. Of course, if you are unwilling, I shall not compel you. Number 17 did not respond immediately, instead falling into deep contemplation. P.S. In order to better oversee my writing while boiling water, I have resolved to post a minimum of 3 updates daily. Additionally, for every 100 gifts received, anything will do. Even a penny to show support, I will add an extra chapter, capping it at 8 chapters. Currently, I have received 84 gifts. Chapter 25, The Reason momentarily lost in thought. Number 17 felt a tug of desire at the prospect of gaining strength. Given Lin Fan's display of power, he believed Lin Fan possessed the capability to teach him. However, he remained uncertain of Lin Fan's true motives, and thus hesitated to agree too readily, fearing he might fall into a trap. Lin Fan, noticing his silence, smiled gently. If you have any doubts, feel free to voice them. I wish to know why you wish to take me as your disciple. What is your purpose? What do you hope to gain? Number 17 challenged. Lin Fan recognized that number 17 was an astute individual, not at all like Goku, who was solely focused on martial prowess without consideration for ulterior motives. With a smile, Lin Fan replied, "The reason is quite simple. I wish to have my disciples scattered throughout the universe, and you, alongside Sun Wukong, are among my chosen key disciples." Number 17 was momentarily taken aback, incredulously asking, "Sun Wukong is also your disciple?" Indeed, he is currently training within the hyperbolic time chamber. When he emerges, he will experience a remarkable enhancement. If you still harbor doubts, you may wait for Sun Wukong to exit the chamber and inquire of him. After a lengthy pause, number 17 concluded, "There is no need to ask. I trust you." He understood that questioning Sun Wukong would signify his own cowardice. If he were to do so, it would inevitably lead Lin Fan to regard him with disdain, perceiving him as overly timid. Furthermore, he felt inclined towards accepting Lin Fan as his master. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to ask, and if he did, it would be done discreetly. "Now then, how should you address me?" Lin Fan jested. Number 17 respectfully greeted, "Master, Ding. Congratulations to the host for accepting number 17 as a disciple, earning 2 billion base combat power, universal energy absorption, regenerative mechanical cells, and divine energy x1. Current host base combat power, 20 billion. Lin Fan was slightly taken aback, having unexpectedly acquired divine energy once more. What were universal energy absorption and regenerative mechanical cells? Universal energy absorption, a unique skill of androids, allowing the user to create an energy shield with both hands, protecting themselves while absorbing energy from all directions. During the absorption process, the user can still move. Regenerative mechanical cells, special cells implanted within androids, enabling regeneration and exhibiting extraordinary survival capabilities. Upon discerning the effects of these two abilities, Lin Fan mused, "Aren't these specifically designed for number 17? Number 17 possesses the ability to absorb energy. However, he is incapable of movement, which constitutes his most fatal weakness. Yet, the technique of omnidirectional energy absorption completely counters this flaw, allowing him to move while absorbing energy, thereby preventing him from being struck by enemies. Regarding the regenerative mechanical cells, they represent the pinnacle of artificial enhancements, as long as the cells are not utterly destroyed. Regeneration is possible. For number 17, this is akin to possessing a superlative enhancement. He already possesses infinite energy, and coupled with these regenerative mechanical cells, it equates to a semblance of infinite life. First, he would master the technique of omnidirectional energy absorption before teaching it to number 17. Learn omnidirectional energy absorption. Acquire omnidirectional energy absorption. Lin Fan retracted his thoughts. Number 17. Since you have pledged yourself as my disciple, I shall now instruct you on how to absorb energy. Before Lin Fan could complete his statement, number 17 raised an eyebrow and, with a hint of jest, replied, Master Lin Fan, I have known how to absorb energy for quite some time. Your guidance is unnecessary. He pondered inwardly. Is that all there is to it? If this is the extent of his prowess, was it truly necessary for me to seek his mentorship? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow slightly and turned his back to number 17. I am aware that you can absorb energy, but your method is rather inadequate. During the absorption process, you are unable to move, which is your limitation. What I am about to teach you allows for movement while absorbing energy. What? Moving while absorbing energy? How is that possible? Number 17 found this hard to believe. He had spent countless years researching the impossibility of movement during energy absorption, yet had achieved no breakthroughs. To suddenly hear Lin Fan claim that one could absorb energy and move simultaneously was akin to shattering a long-held belief. He stared at Lin Fan in astonishment. Is this true? Number 17 was skeptical. This was no trivial matter, and the revelation struck him profoundly, prompting him to seek further clarification. Lin Fan reiterated, enunciating each word. Indeed, it is true. During the process of energy absorption, you can continue to move. This technique, known as omnidirectional energy absorption, is fundamentally similar to your original method, but it includes a protective barrier. If it is breached, absorption ceases. If unbroken, absorption continues indefinitely. Number 17 was further astounded. Not only was this an energy absorption shield, but it could also serve as a means of defense. How terrifying! It was no exaggeration to say that this constituted an extraordinarily powerful form of defense. Observing number 17's repeated expressions of shock, Lin Fan smiled faintly. Let us dispense with idle chatter and commence. With that, the two soared from the small cabin to a more spacious area. Lin Fan stated, I shall first impart the theoretical knowledge. Omnidirectional energy absorption refers to the ability to absorb energy projectiles from all directions, converting them into one's own energy to enhance strength. This technique is particularly effective for artificial beings. After half an hour of explanation, number 17 fully grasped the theoretical aspects of omnidirectional energy absorption. Number 17, you have comprehensively absorbed the knowledge of omnidirectional energy absorption. Now, give it a try. Yes, number 17 responded without further ado. Soaring ahead and adapting the theoretical principles Lin Fan had imparted to his existing energy absorption method, he regulated his breath, thrusting his hands forward. Rise. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted between his hands, forming an energy shield that enveloped him. Simultaneously, number 17 began to move at high speed. However, after just 7 or 8 meters, the energy shield dissipated. Lin Fan, observing this, cautioned, do not rush. Take your time to adapt. Attempting high-speed movement right from the start makes it difficult to adjust. Begin slowly. Number 17 promptly reinitiated the process. Rise. The energy shield reappeared around him, and he followed Lin Fan's advice. First adapting to slow movement. After flying 100 meters, the energy absorption shield remained intact, allowing him to gradually increase his speed and adapt further. Lin Fan, witnessing his progress, could not help but commend. Number 17's talent is truly remarkable. It seems it won't be long before he can advance to the next stage. 2 hours later, number 17 had mastered the technique of omnidirectional energy absorption, enabling him to move at high speed even while executing the technique to its fullest potential. This brought him great joy, although he did not outwardly display his happiness, maintaining a calm demeanor. Approaching Lin Fan, his tone was subdued, yet Lin Fan could detect his gratitude. Master Lin Fan, this omnidirectional energy absorption is indeed highly effective. That is good to hear. I have another gift for you. Lin Fan replied calmly. Number 17's interest peaked immediately. What is it? It surely cannot be anything less than extraordinary, coming from Master Lin Fan. Lin Fan stepped closer, placing his hand on number 17's shoulder, and a radiant spectrum of colors burst forth. Simultaneously, Lin Fan focused his consciousness. Implement the regenerative mechanical cell into number 17. A moment later, a notification confirmed successful implementation. In that instant, number 17 distinctly felt something new within his body. Lin Fan withdrew his hand, but number 17 felt a surge of panic, recalling how Dr. Jero had previously installed destructive devices within them. Now, with something new being implanted into his body, he felt like a startled bird, instinctively stepping back and gazing warily at Lin Fan. Noticing his tension, Lin Fan reassured him, do not be alarmed. This is the second treasure I bestow upon you, the regenerative mechanical cell. As long as it is not completely destroyed, you will not perish and can restore yourself to your original state. Thus, you will possess infinite energy and a semblance of infinite life. Number 17 immediately assessed his body and confirmed that the new entity was indeed a cell, which quickly integrated into a specific part of him. Just then, Lin Fan seized the opportunity while number 17 was distracted, swiftly yanking one of his hands down. Number 17 let out a blood-curdling scream, his expression turning grave as he warily regarded Lin Fan, incredulous that Lin Fan would turn against him after he had placed such trust in him. "What are you doing? I will kill you." Lin Fan responded nonchalantly, "Do not be hasty. Number 17. As I mentioned, the regenerative mechanical cell will allow you to recover as long as it is not utterly destroyed. Look at your arm." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, number 17 instinctively glanced at his arm, only to find it visibly regrowing at an astonishing rate. This is simply incredible. Such formidable regenerative capabilities. Number 17 quickly realized that Lin Fan had only performed this act to instill faith in him. But such a method of demonstration was rather extreme. In less than a minute, number 17's arm had fully regrown. He tested its movement and found it indistinguishable from his normal arm, with no sense of discomfort. Reflecting on Lin Fan's earlier words, he understood that he now possessed a semblance of infinite life. Overwhelmed with excitement, the normally stoic number 17 could no longer contain his joy. "Thank you, Master Lin Fan," he exclaimed, filled with gratitude for the precious gift bestowed upon him. "Your thoughtfulness is truly appreciated. This is your welcome gift. Now, would you like to train in the hyperbolic time chamber?" Without a moment's hesitation, number 17 nodded. "I would be willing." However, after glancing around, a look of concern crossed his face. "But I still have work. If I am gone too long, there may be trouble with poachers." Lin Fan smiled as he explained. "Rest assured, I won't be gone for too long. The effects of the supramental time house are truly remarkable. Spending a decade inside is equivalent to merely a day outside." He conveyed the essence of the supramental time house's effects to number 17. Without further hesitation, number 17 responded, "Master Lin Fan, I am willing to enter and cultivate. Let us go now." This was precisely the affirmation Lin Fan had been waiting for. He needed such determination from number 17. "Follow me." Lin Fan soared ahead, with number 17 closely trailing behind. Before long, they arrived at the exterior of the supramental time house, not far from the Taoist temple. This is the supramental time house. Number 17. Step inside. Without a moment's doubt, number 17 gazed at the supramental time house and swiftly entered, harboring no skepticism towards Lin Fan's words. He believed that with Lin Fan's formidable strength, if he harbored any ill intentions, he wouldn't go through such trouble. He could simply act directly. There was no way he would provide him with regenerative mechanical cells or teach him the art of energy absorption. Upon witnessing number 17's entry, Lin Fan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. "Number 17, I look forward to your performance." Inside the supramental time house, as soon as number 17 entered, he spotted Sun Wukong practicing his punches in midair. In that instant, Sun Wukong sensed a powerful aura entering the supramental time house. He paused his training and turned towards the entrance, where he beheld number 17. This surprised Sun Wukong, who flew over to number 17 and exclaimed, "Number 17, what brings you here?" Number 17, taken aback by Sun Wukong's presence, quickly realized that since Sun Wukong was also a disciple of Lin Fan, his presence here was entirely natural. "Sun Wukong, you are here too?" Sun Wukong scratched his head and replied, "Yes, Master Lin Fan taught me the ultimate King Fist, so I came in to train." "Ultimate King Fist?" Number 17 echoed in confusion, wondering what it entailed, as he was familiar with the King Fist but puzzled by the term ultimate. Noticing his bewilderment, Sun Wukong generously explained, "The ultimate King Fist is the final version of the King Fist. It reduces stamina consumption and alleviates bodily pain, allowing for a more effective execution of the King Fist at higher multiples." Number 17 was instantly astonished. The King Fist was already formidable, and the ultimate version offered such enhancements, significantly strengthening the King Fist itself. What sort of entity was Lin Fan, who not only understood the art of energy absorption but also the ultimate King Fist? Number 17, do tell, how did you come to be here? You haven't also become Master Lin Fan's disciple, have you? Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Indeed, I am now also a disciple of Master Lin Fan," Number 17 explained. Sun Wukong's face instantly lit up with enthusiasm. "Really? You become Master Lin Fan's disciple? That's fantastic. Master Lin Fan is incredibly powerful." Number 17 nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to Sun Wukong, Number 17 had experienced this firsthand. While Sun Wukong's perception was merely an illusion, a belief that Lin Fan was indeed formidable. Oh, someone else has entered. At that moment, a woman donned in a qipao, her figure voluptuous and her curves enchanting. Flew in. Upon seeing her, Sun Wukong greeted, "Yes, Yulin, this is number 17, an exceptionally strong individual." Number 17 assessed the newcomer and immediately discerned that her strength was quite ordinary, at least in his eyes. However, he recognized her potential for significant growth. With persistent training, she would certainly have a bright future. He began to understand Lin Fan's reasoning for accepting disciples. He only took on those with potential, while Sun Wukong's potential was immense. This woman, although not as strong, still showed promise. In truth, he felt Yulin's potential was noteworthy due to her comprehension of the Celestial Master technique up to its 4th layer, which had unlocked her physical potential. The Celestial Master technique consists of 12 layers, each possessing terrifying growth potential. Attaining the 12th layer would undoubtedly be extraordinary. "Hello, number 17. My name is Yulin." She introduced herself warmly. Number 17, not particularly adept at social interactions, felt unable to refuse her greeting and replied simply, "Hello." Yulin, somewhat puzzled by his aloof demeanor, was about to inquire further when she suddenly felt her mental energy waning. Realizing this, she turned to Sun Wukong and number 17, saying, "My mental energy has been depleted. You two should focus on your training." Whoosh! No sooner had she spoken than Yulin vanished in an instant. Outside the super mental time house, Lin Fan was preparing to return to the Taoist temple when he noticed Yulin exiting. Upon spotting him, Yulin beamed with joy and swiftly approached, exclaiming, "Master." The enhancement of her combat strength made her acutely aware that this master before her was truly invincible, far surpassing the master she once knew. Following him diligently in her training would undoubtedly lead to remarkable prowess in the future. "Well, how was your experience?" Lin Fan inquired with a smile. He was fully aware of the extent of Yulin's improvements in combat strength. Speaking of her gains, Yulin was thrilled. "I made significant progress. Thank you for your guidance, Master." Lin Fan nodded gently. "Continue to work hard. Once your mental strength is more formidable, you may enter the super mental time house for further cultivation. We must not squander opportunities." "Understood, Master. By the way, the number 17 who just went in is also your disciple, right? He seems quite aloof." Yulin recalled number 17's distant demeanor, somewhat displeased. Lin Fan chuckled and clarified, "That's normal. He has that kind of personality. You'll get used to it. Did you encounter him?" Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Yulin dismissed any further thoughts. "Yes, I met with Sun Wukong as well." Lin Fan's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he soared towards the Taoist temple. The encounter between Sun Wukong and number 17 would undoubtedly ignite a significant spark. Both Sun Wukong and number 17 understood that mere training would not lead to substantial increases in combat strength. Only through intense duels could they enhance their abilities more effectively. They were both aware that their growth would be mutually beneficial, resulting in a double increase. How delightful, within the super mental time house. After conversing for a while, Sun Wukong gazed at number 17 with fervor. "Number 17, it has been ages since we last sparred. Shall we engage in a duel?" Now equipped with regenerative mechanical cells and the ability to absorb energy from multiple sources, number 17 was eager to test their effectiveness. Sun Wukong was the perfect candidate. Even if he hadn't suggested it, number 17 would have likely proposed it himself. "Excellent." Upon hearing number 17's agreement, Sun Wukong was overjoyed. "Wonderful. Finally, I won't be bored anymore." He immediately activated his flight technique, soaring into the air, with number 17 following suit. They ascended to the sky, aligning themselves at the same altitude. "Number 17, are you ready?" Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly. Number 17 maintained a calm demeanor and beckoned with his hand. At that moment, Sun Wukong was reminded of the chaotic android he had once encountered. "Yeah." Whoosh! He charged at number 17, unleashing a powerful punch. Bang! Number 17 stood his ground, effortlessly blocking Sun Wukong's punch, and calmly remarked, "Sun Wukong, transform into a Super Saiyan. In your base form, you are no match for me. This is a waste of time, and we won't achieve any improvement." "All right." Sun Wukong's face lit up with excitement. He needed a formidable opponent. After creating some distance, he clenched his fist and shouted, "Ha!" In an instant, a brilliant golden light enveloped Sun Wukong, illuminating the surroundings. Moments later, the radiance faded, revealing Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan 3, his golden hair cascading down to his waist, surrounded by a golden aura. Clenching his fists, Sun Wukong excitedly declared, "This is Super Saiyan 3. It surpasses Super Saiyan 2 by countless folds." Number 17 remained unfazed. He acknowledged the strength of Super Saiyan 3 but was confident in his own abilities. He tightened his fists. Aha! Whoosh! as one gazes upon number 17. An overwhelming aura emanates from him, causing the surrounding air to stir into swirling tempests. The tempestuous winds whip through the trees below, creating a haunting symphony of howls. Sun Wukong, sensing that number 17's presence rivals his own, exclaims in astonishment, "Number 17, you are incredibly strong. It seems that throughout these years, you have not forsaken your training." Number 17 responds with a knowing smile, "And you have not either." With that, their figures blur. And in the blink of an eye, they stand face to face, their fists colliding with a resounding strike. Boom! The force of their extraordinary clash unleashes a dense energy that radiates outward, creating visible waves that ripple through the air. The two combatants continue to exchange blows. Thud, thud, thud. Within mere seconds, they unleash hundreds of punches upon one another, yet not a single strike inflicts harm. Bang! Another powerful collision sends them both staggering back several meters. Sun Wukong swiftly raises his right hand, launching several energy orbs toward number 17, Chapter 28. Power level ascends. Just as the energy orbs are about to strike, a verdant energy shield envelopes number 17. Boom! The orbs explode against the shield, instantly absorbed and converted into number 17's energy. Observing his energy orbs being consumed, Sun Wukong is not the least bit surprised. He is well aware of number 17's capabilities, and he knows this is his weakness. Seeing number 17 activate his energy shield fills him with exhilaration as he shouts, "Number 17, you've fallen for my trap." Whoosh! In an instant, he vanishes, reappearing right before number 17, poised to deliver a devastating punch. However, Sun Wukong finds himself striking at empty air. Upon closer inspection, he realizes number 17 has evaded to the side. Could it be that he has deactivated the energy shield in an instant? Sun Wukong understands that while number 17 is absorbing energy, he cannot move, which is precisely why he had feigned the release of several energy orbs to bait number 17 into a trap, seizing the opportunity to attack. Yet, as he believes number 17 has released the shield, he notices it remains intact. How can this be? Just as he is consumed by confusion, number 17's fist comes crashing down. Bam! A powerful blow strikes Sun Wukong's abdomen, propelling him hundreds of meters away. Before he can regain his footing, number 17, like a rocket, launches himself behind Sun Wukong. A sweeping kick lands on his back, followed by a firm grip on his arm, executing a shoulder throw that sends him flying. With arms outstretched, number 17 bellows, continuous energy blasts. Dozens of energy orbs rain down upon Sun Wukong. Boom, 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 boom. The blasts strike him mercilessly, engulfing him in a thick cloud of smoke, transforming the sky into a murky gray, as if the very heavens have succumbed to the haze. Number 17 hovers in the air, his gaze fixed ahead, attuned to Sun Wukong's presence. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a formidable aura surges toward him. Sun Wukong bursts forth from the smoke, delivering a solid punch aimed directly at number 17. Number 17, having anticipated this, remains unfazed, for he knows Sun Wukong's vitality is remarkably resilient, akin to an indomitable cockroach. Therefore, he never foolishly believed that his continuous energy blast alone could vanquish Sun Wukong. Bang! Their fists collide, both twisting in midair before regaining their stance. Sun Wukong's attire lies tattered, charred remnants of smoke wafting off, clearly indicating the damage inflicted by the previous barrage of energy blasts. Yet, he himself appears unharmed. In astonishment, Sun Wukong remarks, "Wow, number 17. You have become incredibly powerful. When you activate energy absorption, you cannot move, right?" Number 17, with an air of nonchalance, replies, "I forgot to mention, one of the techniques taught by Master Lin Fan is the 8-directional energy absorption." A note of pride resonates in his voice as he speaks of his master. Sun Wukong scratches his head, bewildered, and inquires, "8-directional energy absorption? What is that?" "It is an upgraded version of the energy shield that allows one to absorb energy while still moving," number 17 elucidates. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong expresses his admiration. "Wow, that's impressive. Master Lin Fan must know an abundance of techniques." Number 17 smiles knowingly, choosing not to elaborate further, yet internally agrees with Sun Wukong's assessment. Master Lin Fan possesses not only a plethora of techniques but seemingly countless treasures as well. The regenerative mechanical cells he bestowed upon him are a prime example of such a treasure. "Come on, number 17, let us engage in a full-powered battle," Sun Wukong exclaims with excitement. With that, he unleashes his aura once more, creating a formidable wave of energy that surpasses his previous state, entering the full-powered Super Saiyan 3 form. Number 17 smirks, his handsome features adorned with a smile. "At last, you are willing to unleash your full potential. By all means, unleash the ultimate Kaioken as well." Sun Wukong chuckles, I will not resort to the ultimate Kaioken unless absolutely necessary. He yearns to gauge number 17's true strength before deciding whether to employ the ultimate Kaioken. For in its current form, the ultimate Kaioken would yield a 30-fold increase, amplifying his Super Saiyan 3 full power, and he is confident in his ability to defeat, or even eliminate, number 17. Thus, he refrains from hastily resorting to the ultimate technique, lest he lose control and inadvertently harm number 17. Number 17 perceives Sun Wukong's demeanor as a sign of underestimation, yet he remains unperturbed, for he recognizes the strength his opponent possesses. Moreover, he is not one to let others dictate his emotions. Save for his family. The two warriors assume their combat stances. Whoosh! In an instant, they vanish from their positions, and when they reappear, they find themselves high above the ground. Bang! 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 Their fists collide incessantly, the ferocious energy of their strikes causing the very fabric of the earth to tremble. As gales whip around them, darkening the skies above, the ground fractures beneath them. In mere moments, the landscape resembles that of a volcanic eruption. Yet, neither of them ceases their onslaught, for upon entering, Master Lin Fan had informed them that they were free to wreak havoc within. For regardless of the destruction cost, everything would revert to its original state after an hour. They need not fear that their overwhelming power might damage the hyperbolic time chamber, as that would be impossible. Outside the hyperbolic time chamber, ding! Disciple Sun Wukong's base battle power increases by 2 billion. Master experiences a doubled increase, for billion. Current host battle power, 24 billion. Ding! Disciple number 17's base battle power increases by 3 billion. Master experiences a doubled increase, 6 billion. Current host battle power, 30 billion. Upon hearing the voice resonate within his consciousness, Lin Fan feels a sweet satisfaction in his heart, after all his hard work and teaching. He finally sees the fruits of his labor. If others were to learn of Lin Fan's sentiments, they would inevitably exclaim, "Is this truly considered hard work? You've only taught a disciple for a few hours." Lin Fan's method of teaching his disciples is indeed not arduous. On the contrary, it is quite leisurely, as he intends to instruct them only once or perhaps 2 or 3 times before casting them into the hyperbolic time chamber. Were he to teach them daily, he would undoubtedly be disinclined. It is not out of fear that his disciples might learn his skills. Rather, he simply does not wish to exert himself so much. Were it not for the need to accept new disciples, he would prefer to recline in ease. Chapter 29. 20-fold Ultimate Kaioken within the hyperbolic time chamber. Initially, Son Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 full power form could hold his own against Android 17. However, as time progressed, 17's combat prowess gradually surpassed Goku's, thereby suppressing him, for he is an android with infinite energy, capable of unleashing ki blasts without limit. In contrast, Goku's energy is finite. Moreover, he cannot utilize ki blasts, as 17 has the ability to absorb them. Even the Kamehameha wave was previously absorbed by 17, leading to a precarious situation. 17 relied primarily on ki blasts while occasionally engaging Goku in close combat. Yet without lingering for too long, this resulted in Goku feeling increasingly fatigued, as if he had strength yet was unable to exert it, continuously being toyed with. Bang! Another series of ki blasts rained down, and Goku crossed his arms, enduring the full brunt of the bombardment upon his hands. He felt exceedingly constrained and drained, pondering to himself that 17 was indeed quite crafty, endlessly assaulting him with ki blasts, destined to wear him down. The only way to engage him effectively in close combat was to surpass his speed, which meant he had no choice but to resort to the ultimate Kaioken. Having considered this, Goku hesitated no longer, tightening his fists and roaring, "Aha! Ultimate Kaioken!" In an instant, a brilliant red aura surged forth from Goku, with every strand of his energy radiating a chilling brilliance. A fierce confrontation ensued. Tenfold. In the blink of an eye, Goku's power escalated dramatically to 10 times the full power of Super Saiyan 3. Android 17 felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, mentally remarking, "The ultimate Kaioken is indeed formidable." Goku has claimed he can unleash a 30-fold Kaioken. If 10-fold yields such results, then 30-fold would surely be. 17 comprehended the gravity of the situation. If Goku truly unleashed a 30-fold Kaioken, he would be no match. Yet at 10-fold, he felt confident in securing victory. Clenching his fists, he too bellowed, "Ha! Aya!" His energy surged once more, his combat power significantly enhanced. At this moment, Goku had stabilized, enveloped in 2 auras. One red from the Kaioken and the other golden from Super Saiyan 3, an awe-inspiring sight. Observing 17's rapidly increasing power, Goku felt a twinge of surprise, though predominantly he was exhilarated. 17, you truly have concealed your strength. Before long, 17's combat power matched Goku's current level. and the two vanished from sight once more. Their fists colliding with tremendous force, the energy erupted within the hyperbolic time chamber, creating an overwhelming pressure. Under their energy strain, volcanoes erupted, and tsunamis surged forth in a short span. The entire realm transformed into a fiery expanse. Engulfed in flames, even the areas with water appeared crimson as volcanoes and seas merged into a true sea of fire. An apocalyptic scene. Both warriors struck with their fists simultaneously. 17 grasped Goku's fist, and they engaged in a fierce contest of strength. Goku, if tenfold Kaioken cannot defeat me, then increase it. Bang! They both kicked out, sending Goku flying several meters. Goku, his face alight with excitement, exclaimed, "I'm becoming more and more exhilarated. Since defeating Majin Buu, I haven't experienced such an intense battle." Although he had sparred with Tenshinhan a few days prior, it was trivial compared to the current intensity for a martial arts enthusiast. Lacking an exhilarating fight is a tremendous torment. Aha! Ultimate Kaioken 20-fold. Goku elevated the ultimate Kaioken to 20-fold. If it were merely the ordinary Kaioken, reaching 20-fold would bring waves of pain and rapid exhaustion. However, after unleashing the ultimate Kaioken at 20-fold, he felt no pain. Though his stamina waned, it was not nearly as devastating as the ordinary Kaioken. His red aura became even more intense. Goku clenched his fists, brimming with confidence, declaring, 17, this is the ultimate Kaioken at 20-fold. I shall commence my attack. Whoosh! His figure vanished in an instant. In that fleeting moment, 17 sensed impending danger. For Goku's silhouette had become exceedingly blurred, indicating that his speed had vastly surpassed his own. Quickly distancing himself, he aimed his hands forward and shouted, "Continuous ki blasts." Dozens of ki blasts surged forth. At this juncture, these ki blasts were no longer comparable to the initial ones, but rather represented 17's peak power unleashed in a relentless barrage. Should they strike Goku, they could inflict significant damage, though they might not force him to retreat. However, if they connected, they would greatly diminish his speed. At that point, 17 could unleash even more formidable attacks, and if he could not ascertain Goku's position, he would be utterly at a loss for how to strike. Boom, boom, boom. All the ki blasts detonated in midair. Yet 17 harbored a troubling premonition. Whoosh! Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind near his ear, and it dawned upon him, Goku was already at his side. Just as he prepared to react, bang, Goku appeared behind him, delivering a solid punch to his back. Fortunately, 17 was equipped with an energy absorption shield. Although primarily designed to absorb energy blasts, it provided commendable defensive capabilities. Thus, Goku's punch was not overly detrimental to 17. As 17 regained his composure, he retaliated with a kick aimed at Goku, intending to create distance. Yet Goku had already anticipated his move, deftly sidestepping the attack. Bang! Another punch landed against 17's energy absorption shield. 17 realized that Goku was leveraging his speed advantage to initiate attacks first. If this continued, he would stand no chance against Goku. With these thoughts in mind, 17 clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his arms, and raised his head skyward, unleashing a furious roar. Infinite continuous ki blasts. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, a terrifying energy surged forth from 17, splitting into countless streams, coalescing into a multitude of ki blasts that surged outward like a torrential downpour. Chapter 30. Lin Fan's emergent thoughts. Goku had never anticipated that 17 possessed such an ability. Observing the dense barrage of ki blasts resembling a drizzling rain, he constantly evaded. However, some were unavoidable, and he resorted to shielding himself with his arms. At that moment, 17 seized the opportunity as Goku defended against the ki blast to launch himself at Goku with tremendous force. Bang! A punch was thrown. However, it did not land upon Goku's chest but was deftly blocked by Goku's palm. Moreover, he noticed a smirk on Goku's face. In an instant, realization dawned upon him. Was Goku deliberately waiting for him? His speculation was not unfounded. Goku had indeed orchestrated this. Understanding that approaching 17 would be somewhat challenging due to the latter's infinite energy, he chose to entice 17 to engage him instead. Now it appeared his strategy had succeeded. As 17 attempted to withdraw his hand, Goku swiftly grasped it, pulling him closer. Bang! Simultaneously, Goku's other fist struck towards 17's chest. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, numerous punches had already been unleashed, accompanied by the crackling sound emanating from the energy absorption shield in all directions, which was continuously exploding. At this moment, Sun Wukong raised his fist high. Ha! He concentrated all his strength into a single, earth-shattering punch that struck the energy absorption shield of number 17. Bang! The shield shattered instantly, and Wukong's fist collided directly with number 17's chest in that very instant. Wukong released number 17's hand and placed both hands on his waist. Kamehameha wave. An overwhelming force coalesced into the Kamehameha wave, hurtling toward number 17 with tremendous fury, as clouds surged and winds howled, striking terror into the heart. Boom, boom, boom. A surge of immense energy battered against number 17, releasing puffs of smoke as his body plummeted rapidly. Upon witnessing this scene, Wukong immediately reacted with an expression of embarrassment. It seems I miscalculated my strength. He swiftly flew upward and caught number 17 to prevent him from falling into the volcano. He then released his state, returning to normal. Hastily, he apologized to the visibly disheveled number 17. Number 17, I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself just now. So, number 17 managed a strained smile. It's fine. Yet, internally he recognized the vast gap between himself and Sun Wukong. He had initially thought that he was merely outmatched by Wukong's ultimate Kaioken by 30 times. Now, realizing that even 20 times was beyond his endurance, he understood that he must train with utmost dedication. Nevertheless, after such a battle, his combat prowess had indeed seen a significant boost. Sun Wukong, observing number 17's bloodied visage with a gaping wound on his chest, inquired once more, "Are you really all right?" Number 17 felt an urge to chastise Wukong for being so oblivious. Noting the state he was in, yet he couldn't admit to being injured, as it would undermine his pride. "I'm fine." At that moment, Wukong distinctly noticed that the wound on number 17's chest was healing at a visible rate. Shocked, he exclaimed, "Wow, number 17, how's your wound healing by itself?" Number 17 simply smiled, knowing it was the ability of his regenerative mechanical cells, but he refrained from divulging this to Wukong, as it was his trump card. Revealing such a secret would undoubtedly put him in peril. Seeing number 17 only smile without answering further piqued Wukong's curiosity, but just as he was about to ask again, he felt a lightheadedness wash over him. Realizing that his mental energy was nearly depleted, he stated, "Number 17, my mental energy has been exhausted. I must exit now. Once I'm out, we can continue our spar." In an instant, Sun Wukong's figure vanished as if he had never been there. However, with his sudden disappearance, number 17 began to fall again, landing perilously close to the edge of a volcano, his thigh submerged in the molten flames. As the flames began to sear his leg, number 17 couldn't help but curse, "Sun Wukong, not only are you a monkey, but you are truly a dog." Meanwhile, the ground of the hyperbolic time chamber was rapidly restoring itself, precisely 1 hour since the last recovery. Outside the hyperbolic time chamber, Lin Fan's consciousness resonated. Ding! Disciple Sun Wukong has increased his base combat power by 3 billion. Master receives double the increase, 6 billion. Current host base combat power, 36 billion. Ding! Disciple number 17 has increased his base combat power by 3 billion. Master receives double the increase, 6 billion. Current host base combat power, 42 billion. Lin Fan, suddenly hearing the system's notification, felt as though a blazing fire had ignited within him. Ecstatic at the prospect of an additional 12 billion. Indeed, combat proved far more effective than monotonous training. He pondered whether, with an increase in disciples, it would be prudent to have them compete against each other. Such a scenario would allow him to witness the battles, and his own power would undoubtedly soar. He mused sweetly over this notion, realizing he would need a compelling reason to motivate them to compete. As not everyone was as fervent about martial arts as Wukong, then an idea struck him. He could organize a Lin Clan disciple competition, offering enticing rewards to ensure everyone would strive to excel. This plan truly seemed brilliant. "Lin Fan, master." Just as Lin Fan reveled in his thoughts, a voice rich with magnetism interrupted him. Recognizing the voice, he opened his eyes and smiled. "You're back." Sun Wukong nodded enthusiastically, clenching his fists and exclaiming, "Master Lin Fan, I feel like I've improved significantly." "You've improved a lot. Then I must have doubled that." Though he didn't voice this thought, Lin Fan encouraged him, "Keep up the hard work. You've only just begun." Wukong remained grounded, aware that his journey was far from over, with the goal of catching up to Master Lin Fan firmly in his sights. Contemplating this, he promptly said, "Master Lin Fan, please teach me the way to become a deity. I wish to battle with you soon." Lin Fan felt no fear of Sun Wukong and thus had no reservations. "Certainly. But you must first rest well for the night. Come find me tomorrow, and I will teach you how to control your energy." Initially, he intended to explain that by having 6 righteous scions channel their virtuous hearts light into one, they could become super scion gods. However, he reconsidered, as at this moment, Wukong's son Gohan's wife was not yet pregnant, and without the addition of his granddaughter Xiaofeng, Wukong could not transform into a super scion god. Control energy? Wukong questioned, slightly perplexed. Wasn't energy control a fundamental aspect of training? Why was it necessary to teach him this? Chapter 31. Contemplating taking Bardock as a disciple. Lin Fan briefly explained. This control of energy is not merely a basic skill. It is the first step toward attaining divinity. Wonderful, master. I must hurry back to change into a new outfit. Observing Wukong's tattered garments, Lin Fan reminded him. Right, master? Suddenly, Wukong recalled something. What is it? Lin Fan queried. Somewhat puzzled. Did Wukong have further inquiries? What's up with number 17's body? I saw his wound heal automatically. This question had lingered in Wukong's mind, as he distinctly remembered that during their earlier battle, number 17 had not possessed such an ability. Had he developed it through years of training, or had Master Lin Fan imparted it to him, with his faith in Lin Fan's abilities solidified? Wukong believed he had learned a myriad of techniques. Lin Fan, observing Wukong's curiosity, pondered for a moment. Wukong's inquisitiveness suggested he had already inquired with number 17, who had chosen not to disclose the truth. Not out of distrust, but to keep the regenerative mechanical cells as his secret weapon. Revealing such a trump card to Wukong would effectively expose number 17's advantage, while number 17 would not blame him. It was still not advisable. You should ask number 17 about that matter yourself. Wukong misunderstood and thought Lin Fan was unaware, scratching the back of his head. Oh, so Master Lin Fan doesn't he know either? Lin Fan merely chuckled before urging, now, hurry back and change your clothes. Yes. Subsequently, Wukong joined his fingers together, and with a thought, he vanished in an instant. Lin Fan watched Wukong disappear and mused. This instantaneous movement is quite impressive. It is an essential skill for daily life. I wonder when the system will reward me with something similar. He yawned, feeling a bit tired, and decided to return to the temple for rest. Suddenly, his phone rang. Lin Fan jolted, recognizing it as the phone Bulma had given him. The only person who knew the number was likely her. He had yet to learn his own number. Could it be that Goku had returned? With that thought, he answered the call. Hello, Mr. Lin Fan. It's me, Bulma. A clear voice resonated from the other end. Upon hearing her, Lin Fan inquired with curiosity, Bulma, why are you calling so late? Is there something you need? Mr. Lin Fan, in 1 month's time, I will be hosting a birthday party and would like to extend an invitation for you to attend. Certainly, I shall be there. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan readily accepted. He felt a tinge of regret, having thought it was for Jack's arrival. Bulma did not expect Lin Fan to agree so swiftly. She had anticipated needing to persuade him further. By the way, Mr. Lin Fan, Jack just called, stating he will arrive on Earth tomorrow at noon. Please come to my house then. A flicker of disappointment in Lin Fan's heart was instantly replaced with elation upon hearing this. Excellent. After exchanging a few casual words, they ended the call. Holding his phone, he exclaimed with delight, I can't believe Jack is truly coming. This means I will acquire the cosmic map and can finally contact Broly. The thought of soon taking Broly as a disciple made his excitement uncontrollable. Wait, Bulma just mentioned that her birthday party is in 1 month. Lin Fan suddenly realized. This means that in just a month, Beerus and Whis will descend upon Earth. He vividly recalled how Beerus and Whis had unexpectedly arrived during Bulma's birthday party, first encountering Son Goku, and then making their way to Bulma's luxurious ship. Upon meeting Vegeta, the latter was nearly paralyzed with fear. Beerus was a haunting shadow from Vegeta's childhood, as he had witnessed his father, King Vegeta, being utterly subdued beneath Beerus's foot. The humiliation was profound. The more he pondered, the more he felt the urgency of time. No, I must accelerate my disciple recruitment. With that thought, he flew back to the temple, lay down on his bed, and leisurely browsed on his phone for a while before drifting off to sleep. While it was essential to hasten the recruitment process, rest was equally important. After all, he was but a slothful fish. Forcing him to diligently seek disciples was simply not feasible. Embracing idleness was the sole path for a traveler like him. The next day, upon awakening, he heard the system's notification. Ding. Disciple number 17 has elevated their foundational combat power to 2.5 billion. The master receives a double enhancement. 5 billion. Current host combat power, 47 billion. Lin Fan stretched lazily, quite splendid indeed. Waking up to an increase of 5 billion in combat power, it seems being a sloth suits me well. Disciples, you must strive diligently, if you do not commit to your training. How can I surpass Beerus? He muttered to himself as he exited his room. No sooner had he stepped outside than he saw Yulin approaching with a smile. Master, breakfast is ready. Oh, is it truly so? Lin Fan was pleasantly surprised. After having taken on a few disciples, this was the first time someone had prepared breakfast for him and invited him to partake. Yulin explained with a smile. It is only right for disciples to honor their master. Indeed, this female disciple is commendable. It seems I should consider taking on more female disciples, even if their talents are slightly lacking, not for any other reason, but for the prospect of enjoying breakfast and fresh milk in the future. Wait a moment, a female disciple? Isn't Angel Bados a female? If I could take Angel Bados as a disciple in the future, that would be quite splendid. Not only is her talent exceptional, but her appearance is also extraordinary. Furthermore, she hails from a prestigious background. She is the daughter of the Grand Priest. This status would allow one to navigate the universe with ease. If I were to become her master, even with average strength, I could still command respect throughout the cosmos. The thought was indeed delightful. However, it did feel somewhat like daydreaming. The master and disciple made their way to the dining area of the temple, where breakfast was prepared: bread and milk, dumplings, and Tianjin rice. Upon seeing Lin Fan arrive, the three stood up in unison, greeting him respectfully. Master, let us sit down and eat. Yes, the three sat down properly. Just as they settled, with a whoosh, Son Goku appeared, immediately fixing his gaze on Lin Fan. Master Lin Fan, I have arrived. Lin, astonished by Son Goku's sudden appearance, queried in confusion. Could this be a manifestation of the soul leaving the body? This is not the soul detachment from your celestial arts, it is instantaneous movement, Lin Fan clarified. Moreover, soul detachment does not occur in such a manner. Soul detachment happens in place, while what Son Goku did involves physically relocating to another spot. Lin had never heard of instantaneous movement before, but simply from the name, she deemed it quite practical. Looking at Lin Fan playfully, she asked, Master Lin Fan, can you teach me instantaneous movement? Tianjin Rice and the others were momentarily taken aback. Very few possessed the ability to execute instantaneous movement. Among those they knew, only Son Goku could do so. If Master Lin Fan claimed he could, they would harbor no doubt, especially Tianjin Rice, who was more inclined to believe Lin Fan could, considering he had even integrated the bloodline of the three-eyed celestial into his own body. As for instantaneous movement, how could that be beyond him? Lin Fan felt slightly awkward, as he currently did not possess the skill of instantaneous movement. However, he believed the system would eventually reward him with it. Lin, it is not simply a matter of wanting to learn something, and thus I shall teach you. Not every skill is suitable for you. With your talents, you are primarily suited for celestial arts and the study of soul detachment. Instantaneous movement is not appropriate for you. Upon hearing this, Lin promptly nodded, accepting with humility. Master, I understand. Tianjin Rice and the others, upon hearing Lin Fan's words, contemplated whether the master truly possessed the ability of instantaneous movement. Son Goku, however, was not mired in such thoughts. His foremost desire was to learn the technique of controlling his aura from Lin Fan. Master Lin Fan, please teach me the technique of controlling my aura. Goku, there is no need to rush. Let us have breakfast first. Lin Fan observed Son Goku's eagerness and thought, not surprising for a monkey, he is indeed impatient. Son Goku gazed at the bread and milk on the table, contemplating for a few seconds. He then sat down, grabbed several pieces of bread, and began to devour them voraciously, washing it down with large gulps of milk. Lin Fan suddenly realized a troubling fact. Son Goku's appetite was quite formidable. He watched in astonishment as Goku swiftly consumed 7 buns and 5 cups of milk, causing Lin's face to darken. At this rate, the master would have nothing left to eat. She immediately admonished, how can you eat so voraciously when the master has barely eaten yet? Lin Fan, who did not have a large appetite, shrugged it off. It's fine, let him eat. Son Goku scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and continued eating while saying, it's just too delicious, I can't help myself. Aside from Lin, the others could only laugh in exasperation. Tianjin Rice could not help but remark, Goku, for you, anything edible is simply delicious. Son Goku smiled sheepishly. He was indeed not picky, believing that any food available was the best. There was no such thing as good or bad when it came to taste. After finishing breakfast, Lin Fan led the group to the main hall of the temple. He sat cross-legged in the master's seat, while Tianjin Rice, Son Goku, Lin, and Dumpling sat below. Today, I shall teach you how to control your aura. My method of aura control differs from yours. I call it Super Aura Mastery. It is a profoundly subtle way of mastering aura, and if you grasp this method, it will significantly enhance your strength. Now, I will explain to you that in order to control your aura properly, you must master the 3 essentials, regulating breath, body, and mind. The fundamental requirement is to achieve a state of tranquility, free from distracting thoughts, enabling the union of breath with body and mind. An hour later, Lin Fan stood up, looking at his 4 seated disciples, and said, you may each go and practice. Avoid disturbing one another. Yes, The four stood up and flew outside the temple to commence their training. After they departed, Lin Fan thought to himself, "It is time to pay a visit to Bulma's home." Utilizing the art of flight, Lin Fan ascended gracefully into the air, heading towards the residence of Bulma. In a short while, he found himself hovering above the capsule corporation. He descended swiftly, landing in a garden where two children were engaged in playful antics. One was Son Goten, and the other was Trunks. Upon noticing Lin Fan's arrival, their expressions were less than welcoming, particularly Trunks, who had not forgotten how Lin Fan had effortlessly sent his father flying with a mere finger. Trunks questioned, "Hey, what are you doing at my house?" Lin Fan, without a hint of hesitation, replied, "Your mother summoned me." Immediately after uttering those words, Lin Fan recognized their ambiguous nature and quickly clarified, "I have a matter to discuss with your mother." He sighed internally, pondering how his words seemed laden with double meaning. "Trunks, could you kindly fetch your mother and inform her that Lin Fan is here?" Given Trunks' unfavorable impression of Lin Fan, he was naturally reluctant to comply. "Oomph, you injured my dad yesterday, so I'm not going to help you." Lin Fan, however, paid no heed to Trunks' retort, understanding the instinctual urge of a child to defend their parent. With a gentle smile, he responded, Now, don't be troublesome. Just listen obediently. I was merely teaching your father some lessons in humility. I did not harm him." Trunks paused, bewildered, and asked, "Teaching my dad how to be a person?" Lin Fan, seizing the opportunity to further his narrative, continued, "Indeed, I was imparting some valuable lessons to your father. It was all for his own good. Your uncle Goku was also my disciple, after all, so my intention was to guide your father, not to cause him any harm." This explanation left Trunks in deep contemplation, as he recalled hearing about Goku's current status as Lin Fan's apprentice. Yet, a flicker of skepticism remained, prompting him to inquire, "Is that true? Are you really teaching my dad how to be a person?" Observing Trunks' innocent demeanor, Lin Fan felt an inexplicable pang of guilt. How could he feel akin to the big bad wolf? No, he reassured himself. He was indeed offering proper guidance, teaching Vegeta to temper his arrogance and to be less petty. At that moment, Bulma arrived, soaring in on her flying device. "Hi, Lin Fan," she greeted. "Bulma, Mom," Trunks exclaimed, waving enthusiastically. Bulma nodded in acknowledgement before Lin Fan directly inquired, "Bulma, has Gak arrived yet?" "Not yet, but he should be here shortly. Please, have a seat over there." She gestured towards a set of chairs in the garden. Suddenly, a peculiar sound resonated from above. Lin Fan and Bulma looked up to see a UFO descending rapidly. They instantly understood Gak had arrived. Lin Fan thought to himself that it was fortuitous timing, as he had not been kept waiting for long. Trunks and Goten also took notice of the approaching spacecraft, rushing over to gawk at it. Once the vessel landed, Lin Fan and Bulma approached. The spacecraft opened to reveal an alien resembling Ultraman, who was none other than Gak, the galactic patrolman and a paragon of justice. Bulma's sister, Ties, had modeled many of her comic book characters after Gak. Though they had not achieved commercial success, upon spotting Gak, Bulma was the first to greet him. "Hey, Gak, long time no see." Indeed, it had been quite a while since their last meeting, though they couldn't recall the exact duration. Only that it felt like an eternity. Gak responded warmly, "It's been a while, Bulma." Then, curious, he asked, "I heard from Ties that you need a cosmic map. What do you need it for?" Without hesitation, Bulma clarified, "It's not for me. It's for Lin Fan." Gesturing towards him, Lin Fan smiled gently. "Hello, Gak, champion of justice." Gak's eyes sparkled with admiration as he relished being addressed in such a manner. "Hello, Lin Fan. What do you need the cosmic map for?" Gak inquired, slightly puzzled. Although the map was not prohibited, he felt compelled to ascertain its intended use to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from harboring nefarious plans regarding the universe. Lin Fan had anticipated Gak's question and was prepared to respond. "I have a disciple who has become lost in the cosmos, and I wish to find him." "Disciple?" Gak expressed disbelief, struggling to reconcile Lin Fan's youthful appearance with the notion of having a disciple. Bulma interjected, "Lin Fan is incredibly powerful. Even Son Goku is his disciple." "Goku," Gak murmured softly. Lin Fan added, "He is the one who defeated Frieza." Gak staggered back, panic evident in his demeanor as he regarded Lin Fan. While his recollection of Goku was somewhat hazy, his memory of Frieza was crystal clear, the former ruler of the universe, notorious for his heinous cruelty. They had received orders to apprehend Frieza in the past but had never succeeded. Many of their comrades had perished at his hands, enduring unimaginable torment before their demise. The mere mention of Frieza had once filled the Galactic Patrol with dread, as they had longed for someone to vanquish him. Fortunately, they had soon learned of Frieza's demise. though they had not pursued the details of the event. Why investigate? No one wished to involve themselves in such matters. Since Frisia was gone, it was best to let bygones be bygones. Little did Gak expect that he would encounter the master of the one who had vanquished Frisia on Earth. If a disciple could defeat Frisia, how formidable must the master be? This revelation shifted Gak's perception of Lin Fan entirely, filling him with a newfound respect and transforming his demeanor into one of amiability. Once he had composed himself, Gak chuckled. Ahem, your disciple, Son Goku, is quite impressive. Lin Fan was aware that Gak's attitude towards the powerful differed greatly from that towards the weak. He was not one to bully the less fortunate, but rather reveled in showcasing his prowess before them, seizing any opportunity to appear impressive. By the way, could you hand over the cosmic map? Lin Fan inquired. Gak quickly snapped out of his reverie, no longer hesitating, and promptly retrieved the cosmic map to present it to Lin Fan. Here, just please don't do anything bad with it. Lin Fan assured him, rest assured, I am not that kind of person. While he was not a paragon of virtue, he was certainly not malevolent. He could not bring himself to act against his conscience. Once he accepted the map, he glanced over it briefly, noting the dense array of coordinates and names. He resolved to study it thoroughly upon his return. Thank you, Gak. Gak smiled. No problem. Bulma, is there anything else you need? If not, I shall take my leave. As he spoke, he glanced at his spaceship and noticed Trunks and Goten pressing buttons haphazardly. Hey, don't mess with that. Honestly, these mischievous children. Gak lamented helplessly. Lin Fan interjected. These two children are the sons of Prince Vegeta and Son Goku. Gak's mouth twitched, his heart racing at the revelation. What formidable lineage, the sons of Prince Vegeta and Son Goku. Either one was not to be trifled with. He quickly amended his tone. In that case, feel free to play. Just don't press that purple button. However, it was perhaps for the best that he did not issue a warning. Once he did, the two mischievous little rascals turned their eyes and began searching for the purple button. The purple button was located on the side of the spaceship seat. Trunks glanced at his companion, Son Goten, and inquired, Goten, what do you suppose this purple button does? I have no idea, Son Goten replied, clearly perplexed. Shall we press it? Trunks' eyes sparkled with excitement. Naturally, Son Goten, who shared a close bond with Trunks, could not refuse his request. All right. With a beaming smile, Trunks pressed the button. Ding ding. A series of urgent alarm sounds erupted. Upon hearing the alarms, Jack froze momentarily, then exclaimed in panic, Oh no. Bulma hurriedly asked, What's wrong, Jack? His eyes wide with terror. Replied, It has been released. Released? What has been released? Bulma asked, bewildered. A cosmic-level demon. Jack explained in a flurry of words, as a cloud of white smoke billowed from a square green box. Goten, Trunks, quickly get out of the way. Chapter 34. Trunks transformed into a demon. Get out of the way, Goten, Trunks, Lin Fan urged, sensing the gravity of the situation. However, Trunks was a moment too slow and found himself enveloped by the white smoke. This is not good. Bulma, we must flee, Jack urged urgently. Would Bulma abandon her son, shrouded in the unknown smoke? Clearly not. She seized Jack, who was about to escape, and demanded, Jack, what on earth is this? Though he intended to run forward, Jack was intimidated by Bulma's fierce demeanor. If you don't clarify, I will tell Vegeta that you intentionally harmed Trunks. Upon hearing this, Jack immediately shrank back, hastily explaining, this cloud of smoke is the essence of Karda. Karda is a cosmic-level demon capable of possessing humans, exerting control over them, and significantly enhancing their combat abilities by as much as tenfold. It is an exceedingly terrifying power. In an instant, Bulma comprehended the situation. Her gaze fixed on Trunks, now enveloped in the swirling smoke. She struck Jack on the head. So, you mean to say Trunks has been possessed? Trunks' face twisted in agony, his lips cracked, his cheeks flushed, and his hands clenched tightly as the smoke coiled around him. Mommy, I feel awful, he cried, his face reddening. Trapped in the smoke, Trunks felt a stinging pain, akin to salt being rubbed into a wound. Seeing her son in distress, Bulma's heart ached, and she prepared to rush forward, but Jack pulled her back. Bulma, you must not approach. If you do, you will also fall victim to the possession. Lin Fan paused for a moment. Turning to Jack, what do you mean? Is it possible that Karda can possess multiple individuals simultaneously? To be honest, Lin Fan had never heard of this cosmic-level demon Karda and had no prior knowledge of him. Yet, he did not find it surprising. The universe is vast, teeming with various demons. Furthermore, it was not unusual for Jack, as a cosmic patrolman, to frequently transport such criminals, according to the timeline of Dragon Ball Super. Jack had not arrived on Earth during this time, but rather in a later period. His rapid arrival was primarily due to Lin Fan's proactive contact with him. Had Lin Fan not reached out, Jack might have simply transported Carta to confinement or for trial. Jack nodded. Indeed, he can possess several individuals at once, up to 5 simultaneously. Clearly, Carta's unique ability was formidable. Lin Fan remarked calmly, "I will notify Vegeta to help subdue Trunks," Bulma said anxiously. Suddenly, she remembered that Vegeta was engaged in gravity training, and he might not hear her. Unable to contain her frustration, she exclaimed, "Why is Vegeta training at such a critical moment?" Jack glanced at Lin Fan and said, "Isn't he Goku's master? Having him here would be more advantageous." Bulma quickly realized, "You're right. Lin Fan, you must save Trunks." Lin Fan nodded gently. Without Bulma's urging, he would have acted to rescue the child. For no other reason than his compassion for a mere child, Lin Fan could not bear the thought of letting him perish. Whoosh. Ah. At that moment, Trunks let out a cry as his clothes were shredded, and his power surged dramatically. His combat strength skyrocketed, increasing tenfold from its normal state. Witnessing this, Lin Fan mused that Jack's words were indeed accurate. Once possessed, Trunks' combat abilities would soar. Meanwhile, Bulma, observing Trunks' transformation, felt a deep sorrow. Her eyes reddening, her face darkening, contorted in pain. "Jack, think of a way to restore Trunks to normal." Jack replied, "We must force Carta out and then return him to the box. Hit him. Are we really going to strike Trunks?" Bulma lamented, "Isn't there any other way?" Jack, feeling helpless, spread his hands. "There are no alternatives. This is our only option." Transformed Trunks, with blood-red eyes, fixed his gaze on Lin Fan, as if he intended to devour him. This surprised Lin Fan. "Why is he looking at me like that, Jack? Does he seem to harbor a grudge against me?" Jack promptly clarified. "Before Trunks was possessed, he already held some resentment towards you. Now, under Carta's influence, he cannot control himself, and since Carta is aware of Trunks' animosity, he too shares that disdain. At that moment, the demonized Trunks clenched his fists, observing his hands with excitement, exclaiming, "This body is merely that of a child. Yet it possesses such strength. I adore it. It will be mine from now on. Prepare to perish." Though Trunks was but a child, he was a Super Saiyan, endowed with remarkable potential. Lin Fan dismissed the demonized Trunks' words with a bemused smile. It was amusing that Carta too bore a dislike for him merely because Trunks did. Die. The demonized Trunks charged at Lin Fan, delivering a powerful punch. Jack exclaimed, "What a swift strike!" Though he had witnessed Trunks' rapid punch, he knew he would be unable to evade it. His eyes perceived the motion, but his body could not react in time. Jack possessed keen eyesight, capable of noticing the minutest details, almost as if he had X-ray vision. However, Lin Fan was quicker. With a casual wave of his hand, he effortlessly blocked the punch from the demonized Trunks. A look of shock crossed Trunks' face. How could his blow be thwarted, despite the speed of his strike? How could Lin Fan defend against his attack? Realizing this, he attempted to retract his hand, only to find Lin Fan's grip firm around his fist, rendering his efforts futile, as if caught in an abyss. Drawn in by an inexhaustible force. In that instant, a glimmer of cunning flashed in the eyes of the demonized Trunks, and a smile crept across his lips. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Chapter 35. Is he really so obedient? Indeed, the demonized Trunks' hand began to emanate a cloud of smoke, which surged towards Lin Fan. Observing this, Jack urgently shouted, "Get out of the way." Lin Fan frowned. Carta was attempting to possess him as well, a nuisance indeed. "Begone," he commanded, his voice resonating with a commanding authority. The ascending smoke recoiled swiftly as if confronted with something immensely terrifying. Jack stumbled back, astonished, raising his right leg and crossing his arms in shock. What? A mere reprimand caused Carta to retreat. This is truly remarkable, although Bulma is unaware of the true extent of Carla's power. Witnessing Jack's performance, coupled with Trunks being subdued by Carla, she realizes that Carla is indeed formidable. Yet, this formidable entity was startled into retreat by a mere admonition from Lin Fan. The authoritative and stern voice continued to resonate. "Depart from Trunks' body, return to your box, or face obliteration." Everyone present stared at Lin Fan, their lips twitching in disbelief. He had already driven Carla away, and now he commanded him to vacate Trunks' body. Would he comply? Certainly not. If he were willing, he would not have initially launched an attack on Lin Fan. Just as they pondered this, Carla's form dissipated from Trunks' body and obediently returned to Gak's box. In an instant, Gak and the others were left aghast, their expressions frozen in shock, particularly Gak, who stood there, utterly at a loss. Once Bulma regained her composure and noticed Gak's inaction, she struck him with a playful punch. "Why are you dawdling? Hurry and close the box." Gak snapped back to reality and hastily shut the box. Just as Bulma was about to speak, Trunks abruptly collapsed to the ground. "Trunks," Bulma exclaimed with concern, rushing to cradle him in her arms. Lin Fan interjected, "It's nothing. He merely fainted due to sudden fatigue after Carla exited his body. Oh, I see." Bulma felt a wave of relief wash over her. Gak, holding the box containing Carla, looked at Lin Fan with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Why does he obey you so readily? You told him to return to the box, and he did." Lin Fan chuckled. "What is there to obey? It is simply a matter of my overwhelming strength. I could eradicate Carla with a mere flick of my wrist. In Gak's eyes, Lin Fan's shout seemed ordinary, yet it was far from it. It was imbued with a terrifying pressure. That seemingly casual command to leave resonated with such force that Carla felt as though his heart might burst. This realization made Carla, who was possessing Trunks, acutely aware that he was not on the same level as Lin Fan. Even with Trunks' promising physique, he stood no chance against Lin Fan. Thus, with a sense of self-awareness, he vacated Trunks' body and returned to his box, for within that box lay the hope of survival. Should he provoke Lin Fan further, he would surely meet his demise. Nonetheless, Gak's question warranted an answer. "Have you ever considered a possibility? That I am simply too powerful, and Carla dares not resist my commands?" Gak found this notion somewhat incredulous. After all, Carla was a cosmic-level demon who had expended considerable effort to capture him. How could Lin Fan make it seem so effortless? However, as the master of Sun Wukong, perhaps Lin Fan truly was that formidable, but could it be to such an extent? With lingering doubt, he regarded Lin Fan but chose not to press further. Holding the box, he boarded his spaceship and addressed Bulma. "Bulma, I must return to report. He wished to avoid any unforeseen complications. Go ahead, and do visit Earth often." Bulma waved him off. Gak closed the door and activated the spaceship, soaring into the cosmos in an instant. Lin Fan, having acquired the cosmic map, bid farewell. "Bulma, I shall take my leave now. Goodbye, Mr. Lin Fan." Lin Fan employed his flight technique, ascending rapidly back to the Taoist temple. Upon arriving at the temple, he noticed Sun Wukong approaching, his face a mask of confusion. "Master Lin Fan, where have you been?" Lin Fan walked into the temple. "Oh, just visited Bulma's place." "Why, are you not training?" "Bulma's place? I am training, but Gohan just came to find me, saying Chi-Chi needed to speak with me. I must return for a while." Lin Fan nodded. "Very well, you may go. Remember, you can practice controlling your energy even at home." Suddenly, Lin Fan conceived a method to motivate Sun Wukong's training. "How about this? Return home to train, and when you have mastered the energy control technique I taught you, come find me. Until then, do not seek me out." Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Why is that? Lin Fan couldn't reveal that he was aware of Wukong's fervent passion for training, nor could he confess that he was intentionally withholding attention to spur him on. "No particular reason. If you cannot even handle this small test, then you are unfit to be my disciple." Sun Wukong suddenly grasped the situation. It was a test of his resolve, and he previously feared he had committed some error. He had endured numerous trials before, particularly when training under Master Roshi alongside Krillin. Recalling those trials made him nostalgic, but he quickly refocused. With renewed determination, he declared, "Understood, Master Lin Fan. I will train diligently. It won't be long before I return." Lin Fan nodded gently. "Go ahead." With a swift motion, Sun Wukong utilized instant transmission and vanished in an instant. After Wukong's departure, Lin Fan intended to retreat to his room, but upon reflection, he realized that although Wukong's absence meant fewer distractions, there were still Tianjin Han, Yulin, and Jiaozi. Tianjin Han and Jiaozi would likely refrain from disturbing him, but Yulin was uncertain. Thus, he decided to find a quieter place. With this in mind, he exited the temple and employed his flight technique to seek out a more tranquil location. Soon, he discovered a relatively peaceful spot. Ding. Disciple number 17 has increased basic combat power by 3 billion. Master receives a double enhancement of 6 billion. Current host combat power 53 billion. Chapter 36. Planet Vampa and Broly. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Fan couldn't help but exclaim, "At last, I have surpassed the 50 billion combat power threshold. Now that I can transform into a Super Saiyan God, my combat prowess will surely soar. I am one step closer to bridging the gap with Beerus. I must swiftly locate Broly. This individual is a veritable powerhouse, a true anomaly." Lin Fan sat cross-legged on the ground, retrieving the cosmic map to begin searching for the planet Vampa, where Broly and his father had been exiled. The cosmic map was vast and filled with minuscule annotations. Without meticulous scrutiny, it was easy to overlook vital details. If not for Lin Fan's keen eyesight and resilience against fatigue, the densely packed text would have rendered his eyes weary in mere minutes. He remained resolute, scanning diligently for every word. An hour passed, and Lin Fan still had not located the position of Vampa. which left him feeling quite vexed, yet his eyes remained wide open, unwilling to miss any point. This. When Lin Fan beheld the three characters of One Pa Star, a wave of joy surged within him. After an arduous hour of searching, he had finally found it. Indeed, heaven rewards the diligent. He pinpointed the location of Earth and then identified One Pa Star, committing the positions of both celestial bodies to memory. He commenced the activation of the vast hearts effect, his gaze fixed upon the cosmic map as the search initiated, swiftly transitioning from Earth towards One Pa Star. As it was his first operation. Lin Fan proceeded with caution, fearing failure might render his efforts futile. Approximately 20 minutes later, the search effect reached One Pa Star. There, Lin Fan sensed a plethora of life forces, yet among them, he detected only two psion presences. One exhibited a feeble battle power of around 4,000, while the other was inscrutable, radiating an aura that suggested the potential for explosive strength. Lin Fan recognized this formidable energy as belonging to Broly. While the other must surely belong to Broly's father, Paragus. At that very moment, on One Pa Star, Broly ambled about in a gloomy state, his gaze vacant, clearly burdened by unspoken worries. The cause of his distress lay in the fact that his friends had begun to shun him, avoiding his company. His companions were not human, but rather animals. On this desolate planet, only he and his father Paragus remained. Consequently, apart from forming bonds with animals, he had no other social outlet. Recently, however, his animal friends had ceased their interactions, retreating at the mere sight of him as if he were a harbinger of doom. This perplexed him, leaving him in a state of melancholia. Broly. At that moment, a voice rich with magnetism resonated in Broly's consciousness. He perceived it as a call. The suddenness of the voice startled him, yet in an instant, he steadied his mind, scanning his surroundings and demanding, Who is speaking? The voice belonged to Lin Fan. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lin Fan, and I am, in essence, a deity. I have come to assist you. Lin Fan disclosed his name to Broly, knowing that to take him as a disciple, he must first establish his identity, thus allowing for a genuine display of sincerity in this mentorship. Lin Fan, a god? Broly mumbled, reflecting on the peculiar nature of this exchange. It felt reminiscent of tales from a past life, where the protagonist was summoned by a powerful deity to embark on a journey of cultivation and rise to greatness. In this scenario, Broly was the protagonist, and Lin Fan was the venerable deity. The thought grew increasingly compelling, yet he refrained from dwelling too long on it, as taking Broly as a disciple was the primary objective at hand. Broly continued to inquire, If you are indeed a god, can you tell me why my friends have forsaken me? They look upon me with such fear as if I were a terrifying specter. What have I done to offend them? Lin Fan pondered inwardly. His friends? What friends does he possess? Is it not just himself and his father on One Pa Star? He must refer to those animals. After contemplating the narrative from Dragon Ball Super, it dawned on him that it was not Broly who had offended these creatures, but rather his father. You have not wronged them. It is your father. Paragus. Broly was momentarily taken aback, incredulity written across his face. Impossible. My father does not even know them. How could he have offended them? Was it my rampage that caused their fear? Lin Fan clarified, No. You were a specially designed control device created by your father. Should you lose control, he would be immediately alerted. Furthermore, you get along splendidly with these animals. They harbor no animosity towards you. How could you possibly lose control? Broly considered this, realizing that he only rampaged when enraged, and his interactions with the animals had always been amicable. How could he have gone berserk? Could it truly be his father? He could not suppress his curiosity any longer. Lin Fan. No, God, how could my father have wronged my friends? Lin Fan did not shy away from the truth. Because your father seeks to prevent you from befriending these creatures. He masquerades as you, attacking the animals upon sight, which is why they now cower in fear at your presence. Broly vehemently shook his head. No, that is impossible. My father would never harm my friends. Broly, if you doubt my words, you may inspect the lake where you often play. You will find the remains of several animals there. Lin Fan's statement struck Broly like a thunderbolt, causing his pupils to dilate and his head to sway in disbelief. Yet, he refrained from succumbing to rage. He swiftly soared to the lakeside, plunging into the water with a splash. Soon, beneath the surface, he discovered three lifeless bodies, his three dear friends. It became painfully clear why he had not seen them for so long. They had perished, their lives extinguished at the bottom of the lake. The shocking revelation struck him like a dagger. The perpetrator was none other than his father, Paragus. Though disbelief gnawed at him, the evidence lay before his eyes, forcing him to confront the grim reality. Clenching his fists in fury, he seethed at the betrayal. Suddenly, his heart raced. Pounding fiercely against his chest, he raised his gaze, gritting his teeth as his expression contorted, his muscles swelling ominously. A terrifying transformation began. Ah! With a roar of unbridled rage, Broly instantly entered a state of berserk fury. With a mighty surge, Broly erupted from the lake, his overwhelming aura causing tidal waves to rise, draining the water and revealing the lake bed beneath. The sight instilled terror in the hidden creatures nearby, leaving them quaking in fear of Broly. From that moment on, forging friendships with the small animals on Wanpa Star would prove exceedingly difficult for him. Lin Fan, sensing Broly's explosive power, could not help but marvel. Truly, he is the legendary Super Saiyan. His might is nothing short of terrifying. In this state, he has yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. Should he do so, his battle power would soar to unimaginable heights. Within a cave, Paragus was diligently working on a spacecraft when the alarm blared ominously. What is happening? Why has Broly suddenly gone berserk? The alarm signified that Broly had entered a state of uncontrollable rage. Paragus abandoned his task and dashed out of the cave. Upon exiting, he beheld the rampaging Broly wreaking havoc, unleashing energy blasts that obliterated everything in his path. Broly! Paragus shouted desperately. Broly turned his gaze towards his father, his eyes bloodshot and filled with fury, as if locking onto Paragus as his target. This sent a chill down Paragus's spine, a sensation of dread he could not shake. In the past, he had witnessed Broly's rages, yet never before had he felt such a palpable threat emanating from him. Broly, stop this at once, he implored, but how could Broly, engulfed in rage, heed his father's pleas? The root of this turmoil lay in Paragus's actions. He had severed the bond between Broly and his friends, driving his son into this uncontrollable fury. Seeing that his voice fell on deaf ears, Paragus retrieved the remote control for the device that governed Broly. Without hesitation, he pressed the button. The specially designed controller affixed to Broly's neck erupted with bolts of electricity, relentlessly shocking him, rendering him akin to a snake grasped by its vulnerable neck. After several agonizing minutes of struggling in place, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Paragus soared in, cradling Broly and descending towards the cave. Approximately 10 minutes later, Broly regained consciousness, opening his eyes to behold his father. Paragus, who was incessantly gripping the remote control, he was prepared to press the button at the slightest sign of movement, yet deep down, he understood that Broly, in a non-rampaging state, posed no threat to him. In truth, had he genuinely cared for Broly, regarding him as a true son and offering a modicum of paternal love, even without the special controller, Broly would not have harmed him, even in a berserk state. Despite Broly's fury, a flicker of rationality remained. If he held a significant place in Broly's heart, he could be awakened. However, Paragus's affection for Broly was grotesquely distorted, verging on selfishness. His willingness to be exiled with Broly to planet Vampa stemmed primarily from the recognition of Broly's terrifying potential, which he sought to exploit to aid him in his quest for universal dominion, aspiring to become the emperor of the cosmos. Undoubtedly, Broly was his sword, a sharp blade for unifying the universe. When a father contemplates utilizing his son, paternal love metamorphoses into something tainted, driven by ulterior motives and selfishness. Father, Broly, how could you suddenly lose control? What on earth happened? Paragus inquired, his expression rife with confusion. Broly remained silent, instead asking, Father, did you kill my friends? Paragus hesitated, perplexed by the question, and deceitfully responded, Your friends? I do not know them. Why would I kill them? After living alongside his father for so many years. Broly could see through his lies. Father, I saw their bodies in the lake. Why did you do this? Why did you kill them? Faced with Broly's relentless interrogation, Paragus's anger flared. I am your father, and you are merely my son. How dare you speak to me like that? Yes, those creatures were slain by my hand, but it was all for you. For me. Broly was bewildered, killing his dear friends, and claiming it was for his benefit. Now, no animal would dare befriend him. I ask this also for my sake. Paragus continued to explain, Indeed, it is for you. Every great achiever endures solitude. If you wish to accomplish great things, you must withstand loneliness. By preventing you from befriending them, I am testing your resilience. Broly weakly replied, But I do not wish to achieve greatness. I just want. Paragus interrupted vehemently, Broly, be quiet. You are the legendary Super Saiyan, with terrifying potential. Your destiny is to accomplish great deeds. You cannot choose otherwise. When King Vegeta envied your talents and sought to kill you, I chose to be exiled to this wretched planet for your sake. Do you not remember how we have endured these years? We will avenge King Vegeta and rule Vegeta planet, transforming it into Paragus planet. Then we shall conquer the universe and become its emperors. With you as my foremost general, Broly, the universe belongs to us. Paragus's excitement crescendoed, as if he had already seized control of the entire cosmos. Lin Fan, hearing Paragus' words, couldn't help but lament the tragedy of having such a father. It was truly a case of treating his son as a mere tool. Broly was about to speak again when Paragus abruptly cut him off. Enough, Broly. Reflect on your actions. I must repair the spaceship. Once it is fixed, we shall escape this accursed place and embark on our path to empire. Broly opened his mouth. Father. Just now, chapter 38, taking on a disciple father. Just now, Broly was poised to reveal Lin Fan's situation but reconsidered. Paragus turned to him, puzzled. What is it? Broly shook his head and exited the cave. Upon stepping outside, Lin Fan's voice echoed once more. You were about to tell your father Paragus about me, weren't you? Broly did not refute. Yes, not so. Why did you suddenly abandon that thought? Lin Fan inquired curiously. Broly's voice carried a hint of sorrow as he replied, because I wish to befriend you and do not want my father to drive you away or kill you. Lin Fan understood that Broly's heart was not wicked. He was simply ensnared by a villain like Paragus, compelled to act in certain ways. However, if Lin Fan were present, he would not permit Broly to undertake wrongful actions. Haha, regarding your words, Broly, I merely chuckle without further elaboration. In truth, how could Paragus possibly drive me away or harm me? A being with 4,000 battle power attempting to eliminate one with 53 billion. That would be absurd. Initially, Lin Fan intended to assert that Broly's father was unworthy, but he reconsidered. There was no need for such remarks. It was unreasonable to speak ill of one's father. These matters, he believed, should be left for Broly to comprehend. Broly, do you wish to leave this planet, to meet more humans and make more friends? Lin Fan asked knowingly. Without hesitation, Broly replied, yes. His father Paragus desired to depart from planet Vampa. How could Broly not share that desire? However, without a spaceship, his escape was impossible, relying solely on his father's repairs. Unbeknownst to him, even after Frisia's soldiers Zilai and Limer arrived, Paragus would not succeed in fixing the ship. Ultimately, the two would leave the planet only by following Zilai's group, immediately seeking out Goku and Vegeta. At that time, Goku and Vegeta had already attained the transformation of Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, Super Blue. Yet they were still overwhelmed. Ultimately, it was the fusion of the two into Vegeto, transforming into Super Blue Vegeto, that led to Broly's defeat. This clearly illustrated the terrifying potential that Broly possessed. A man akin to a walking cheat code. Nonetheless, over the years, Broly had diligently trained daily. Even if he wished to forego training, his father Paragus would never allow it. After all, Paragus aspired to unify the universe and become its emperor, with Broly as his sharpened sword. If he did not hone this blade, who would vanquish his formidable foes? All right, Broly, if you choose to become my disciple, when the time is right, I will come for you. Furthermore, should you take me as your master, I will impart numerous skills to you, greatly enhancing your battle power. Broly, however, was less concerned about the skills and more about leaving planet Vampa. Initially, he could still make friends with the animals, but now, his father's machinations had severed that bond, making it nearly impossible to befriend them again. He felt a sense of indebtedness and recognized that the animals might never forgive him. Even if they did, they would likely hesitate to befriend him. Moreover, as long as his father was present, befriending them would only bring them harm. Thus, for whatever reason, he yearned to escape this place. I am willing to take you as my master. Master. On Earth, Lin Fan received a notification. Congratulations. Host has taken on disciple Broly, gaining battle power of 2 billion, purification technique, Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, Super Blue, and Divine Energy X1. Current host base battle power, 55 billion. Oh, I have gained Super Saiyan 4 and Super Blue, along with an additional Divine Energy. Now I possess 2 sources of Divine Energy, allowing me to create 2 disciples of Divine Realms. Quite splendid. It is a pity, however, that I did not acquire instant transmission. Since witnessing Sun Wukong's instantaneous movement, Lin Fan has longed for the same ability. However, all of this hinges on luck. The system has yet to yield any rewards, leaving him in a state of helpless anticipation. Nonetheless, he remains confident that it will come to pass. The rewards from this slacker master system are quite generous, consistently offering 3 or 4 items or more at a time. Aside from the occasional item, duplicates are rare. Therefore, he believes that the instantaneous movement should not take long to be bestowed upon him. But let's see what this purification technique entails. Purification technique. It can be applied to entities that have lost their rationality and entered a state of rage, calming their minds and restoring them to a normal state. Lin Fan's eyes suddenly sparkled. Isn't this purification technique specifically designed for Broly? Currently, the one prone to uncontrollable rage is indeed Broly. With this purification technique, He need not worry about Broly losing control. Learn Purification Technique. Learn Super Saiyan 4. Learn Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, Super Blue. Acquired Purification Technique. Acquired Super Saiyan 4. Acquired Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. Super Blue. A torrent of memories surged into Lin Fan's mind. Master, are you still there? Broly's voice echoed in his consciousness. Ever since he had called Lin Fan Master, he had not heard Lin Fan's voice, which left him quite perplexed. Once Lin Fan regained his composure, he immediately clarified. Yes, I'm here. I was just contemplating that since you have become my disciple, I would like to bestow some gifts upon you. Broly did not inquire about the gifts but instead expressed his gratitude first, saying, Thank you. Lin Fan pondered briefly, considering whether to teach Broly the purification technique, but decided to hold off for the time being. He resolved to first instruct Broly on mastering his ki control. In Lin Fan's view, Broly possessed immense potential, yet his training had always been disorganized and chaotic. One might even say it was aimless. On this planet, only his father existed, and as far as training was concerned, his father was utterly inept, incapable of providing Broly with any proper guidance. Thus, Lin Fan felt it was essential to establish a solid foundation for Broly. If he could master the art of ki control, his combat prowess would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. From that point onward, regardless of the techniques or skills he sought to learn, he would be able to comprehend them more swiftly. And during battles, he could better manage his ki. Broly, the first gift I am bestowing upon you is the technique for mastering ki control. Listen carefully. An hour later, Lin Fan inquired within Broly's consciousness. Broly, have you remembered everything? Broly nodded eagerly. I have remembered, Master. Lin Fan felt a sense of satisfaction. Teaching a bright disciple was indeed a rewarding experience. Good. Now you may begin your training. Once you have mastered this ki control technique, I will return to teach you other techniques. Broly hastily asked, Master, when will you take me away? His primary concern was leaving planet Wampa. The significant reason for his apprenticeship with Lin Fan was that Lin Fan had assured him he could take him away. Rest assured, first focus on mastering the ki control technique. Once you have that down, I will teach you some techniques and then take you away. Consider this period as a time for seclusion and training. Broly ceased his inquiries. After all, Lin Fan had spoken. Yes, Master, on Earth. Lin Fan retracted the effects of his vast heart and stood up from the ground, exhaling softly. Truly remarkable, the effects of this vast heart are formidable. As he flew towards the temple, he mused, Now, whom shall I take as my disciple next? In this seventh universe, individuals with notable potential and a penchant for combat were few and far between. Only Vegeta and Frieza came to mind. If Vegeta were to express a desire to be taken on as a disciple, he would undoubtedly be proud and might even act aloof. It seems the next target would be Frieza. However, that individual was currently enjoying a fantasy in paradise, and Lin Fan had no means to enter paradise. The only way was to gather the Dragon Balls to resurrect him. It was time to seek Bulma again. Wait. Bulma's birthday party was approaching, and she would likely be gathering the Dragon Balls as a grand prize for her party. Lin Fan suddenly realized that Bulma would be collecting the Dragon Balls as the main event for her celebration. Later, due to Beerus's appearance, the Dragon Balls would be sought to find the Super Saiyan God. If he intended to gather the Dragon Balls, he needed to act swiftly, but this would prevent him from approaching Bulma. Or else she would discover his intentions. Before long, Lin Fan arrived at the entrance of the temple. Descending, he entered the temple, still contemplating that he could not seek Bulma. Who else possesses a Dragon Ball radar? Just then, a bright female voice rang out from outside. King Pilaf, there is a temple here. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Fan paused momentarily, perplexed, and retorted, King Pilaf, could it be? The comical trio. Turning to look, he indeed spotted Pilaf. And Shu together. Oh, it truly is them. How fortuitous. Lin Fan knew that the trio must possess a Dragon Ball radar, as they had been tirelessly searching for the Dragon Balls to fulfill their grand wish. Pilaf, and Shu also noticed Lin Fan. The moment Mai laid eyes on Lin Fan, stars sparkled in her eyes, and she couldn't help but exclaim, so handsome. His face is sculpted, with distinct features, fair skin, and a perfect physique. Pilaf shot her a disapproving glance. Hey, stop daydreaming. Let us go inside and have a meal. Shu immediately concurred. Yes, food. Food. We haven't eaten in 3 days. Following King Pilaf means going hungry 9 times a day. Pilaf, hands on his hips, retorted, Shut up. I'm training your willpower. Look at me. I don't feel hungry at all. However, immediately after, his stomach growled audibly. Mai and Shu exchanged glances, prompting Pilaf's face to redden as he hastily changed the subject. Come on, let's go into the temple and find something to eat. Upon arriving at the temple entrance, Lin Fan did not allow them entry. He understood Pilaf's character. He could not afford to be overly accommodating to such a personality. He needed to balance kindness with firmness to obtain the Dragon Ball radar. Pilaf, noticing Lin Fan obstructing their path, questioned, "What are you doing?" Lin Fan smiled faintly. "Nothing much. I simply don't wish for you to enter." "Ah." Shu immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor, wagging his tail. "We haven't eaten in days. Please let us in." I chimed in, "Yes, we haven't had anything to eat for days. Please have mercy on us," observing the plight of my and Shu. Lin Fan couldn't help but think that these two were indeed unfortunate. Following such a hopeless king, they faced constant hunger. Nonetheless, he also admired their loyalty. Despite their dire circumstances, they had not betrayed Pilaf. Such loyalty was rare. Pilaf, however, was not as easygoing as Mai and Shu. He glared at Lin Fan, adopting a fierce demeanor, and shouted, "Hurry up and prepare a meal for me, or I shall end you." Mai and Shu exchanged uncertain glances. This seemed inappropriate. With a chuckle, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh at their antics, as if they genuinely believed they could intimidate him. Pilaf, noticing Lin Fan's sudden laughter, grew increasingly displeased and demanded, "What are you laughing at? Do you think I can't handle you? I am King Pilaf." As he spoke, he turned to Shu and commanded, "Release the dog." Shu immediately adopted a fierce expression, barking, "Woof woof." King Pilaf is the greatest in the world. Seeing Shu's unwavering loyalty, Lin Fan felt reluctant to dampen his spirits. However, with someone like Pilaf, it was essential to demonstrate one's strength. Otherwise, he would never heed Lin Fan's words. With a smile on his face, Lin Fan casually waved his hand. A wave of terrifying pressure erupted from him, sending Pilaf and his companions flying several meters before crashing to the ground. "Ah, that hurts." 3 individuals fell to the ground, tenderly touching their backs and thighs, overwhelmed by the pain. Lin Fan calmly inquired, "Pray tell, I merely released a hint of my aura, and yet you could not withstand it. How do you intend to confront me?" In an instant, Pilaf comprehended the gravity of the situation. The seemingly amiable and harmless gentleman before him was far from ordinary. He was indeed a formidable character. Immediately, he conceded, nervously stating, I was merely jesting." Lin Fan had no time to waste on Pilaf's trivialities. "Pilaf, Xiaowu, Ashio, I can provide you with sustenance," upon hearing the promise of food. The trio was instantly elated, particularly Ashio and Xiaowu, who exclaimed, "Hooray!" Though Pilaf shared in their joy, he couldn't help but overthink, pulling the other two aside and whispering, "Have you not noticed something amiss?" Ashio and Xiaowu, puzzled, retorted, "What seems to be the issue?" Chapter 40. So soon, what seems to be the issue? Ashio and Xiaowu gazed at their idol, King Pilaf, in confusion. Pilaf elaborated, "Do you not see? He knows our names." The 3 pondered this revelation, realizing it was indeed peculiar. How does he know our names? Pilaf continued to flaunt his intellect, analyzing like a detective. "In this desolate place, there exists a Taoist temple. I suspect he is targeting me, deliberately ensnaring us." Having conducted thorough investigations, he awaited their next move. Lin Fan, observing Pilaf's whispered musings, interjected, "I ask you, do you wish for food or not? Are you planning to starve?" Upon hearing the word starve, Xiaowu shook her head vigorously, declaring, "I do not wish to starve." Shio chimed in, "I want to eat." Pilaf grasped the two once more, stating, "Have you forgotten what I told you?" He turned to Lin Fan and questioned, "Hey, I see through your scheme. Do you have some nefarious plot in store for us?" Lin Fan rolled his eyes, exasperated. "Pilaf, you possess neither wealth nor treasures. What sinister plot could I possibly have? However, there is indeed something for which I require your assistance." Pilaf's spirits soared, and he smugly responded, "Haha, Xiaowu, Ashio, did you see that? My analysis was correct. He indeed has a scheme." Ashio and Xiaowu gazed at Pilaf with admiration, exclaiming, "King Pilaf is so impressive." Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. Their unwavering loyalty seemed rather foolish, bordering on the dim-witted. "Pilaf, I can provide you with food, but you must lend me the Dragon Ball radar for a while." Pilaf paused momentarily. "The Dragon Ball radar? How do you know we possess it?" Lin Fan chuckled. "I am aware of many things. Now, consider your options. Will you lend me the radar, or will you leave with empty stomachs? You have 1 minute to decide." Shio and Xiaowu exchanged glances, unanimously agreeing, "King Pilaf, let us lend him the Dragon Ball radar. After all, we cannot locate the Dragon Balls." Pilaf's lips twitched in agitation. "Can we not exhibit some dignity? How could we possibly fail to find the Dragon Balls?" Ashio, looking pitiful, asked, "So, are we giving him the radar?" "Yes, of course," Pilaf firmly asserted, adopting a demeanor that suggested anyone who hesitated would face his wrath. Instantly, Ashio beamed. "Wonderful. Finally, we will have food." Xiao was equally delighted, having been starved for days, feeling utterly drained. Meanwhile, Pilaf slightly turned away, revealing a sly grin. Heh, we can lend you the Dragon Ball radar. But you must guarantee that we will eat our fill. That is not a problem, Lin Fan replied, snapping his fingers to signal them to follow him into the temple. Once inside, Lin Fan bided his time. Knowing Pilaf would not so readily part with the radar unless food was served, he summoned Yulin, instructing, Yulin, prepare a generous meal for our 3 guests. Yes, master. Yulin responded, casting a curious glance at the trio. Puzzled as to why they deserved a meal, but obeying her master's command without question. Shortly thereafter, Yulin returned with the food. Just as Pilaf and his companions prepared to eat, Lin Fan halted them. Extending his hand, the Dragon Ball radar. Without waiting for Pilaf's command, Xiao Wu retrieved it from her pocket and handed it to Lin Fan. Although Pilaf had intended to make additional demands, Xiao Wu, being pragmatic, believed they should honor their agreement now that Lin Fan had fulfilled his end. Truth, the trio's dynamic was largely influenced by Pilaf's cunning, which is why Xiao Wu and Xiao remained devotedly loyal to him. Upon receiving the Dragon Ball radar, Lin Fan activated it, addressing Yulin, once they finish eating, please clean up. I shall be stepping out for a moment. Yes, master. Observing the display on the radar, he employed the flight technique to soar in the direction indicated. Meanwhile, Yulin settled onto a cushion, closing her eyes to meditate and practice her heavenly arts. Half an hour later, Pilaf and his companions were stuffed to the brim, leaning back on their hands. Utterly exhausted. I feel so bloated. Ashio lamented. Eating to excess leaves 1 week. Not eating also leaves 1 week. King Pilaf, can we not eat normally in the future? That would be preferable. Pilaf, too, yearned for a regular meal. Yet he could not admit that his strength did not permit it. Doing so would tarnish the dignity of King Pilaf. I am merely testing your willpower. Xiao Wu interjected. I do not wish to strengthen my willpower in such a manner. King Pilaf, why not consider aligning with the temple? That way, we would have food every day. Xiao was quick to support this suggestion. King Pilaf, I agree with this proposal. Before Pilaf could respond, Lin Fan swooped in. Returning the Dragon Ball radar, the radar has been utilized. Here it is. King Pilaf, look. Xiao Wu pointed at the transparent plastic bag in Lin Fan's hand, which contained 7 Dragon Balls. The trio was utterly astonished, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads as they gaped, mouths twitching. Were these 7 Dragon Balls freshly collected? They had toiled endlessly for ages, yet had not managed to find a single one. Now, Lin Fan had gathered 7 in merely half an hour, an astonishing feat that was simply unbelievable. In truth, for someone like Lin Fan, collecting Dragon Balls was an exceedingly simple task, with the Dragon Ball radar in hand. It was a matter of mere minutes. Had this been Lin Fan's first time using the radar, his speed in locating the Dragon Balls would have been even greater. Additionally, during his search, he had used healing magic to save a wyvern, which accounted for the half-hour duration. Had he not rescued the creature, he would have returned before Pilaf and his companions had even finished their meal. Pilaf accepted the Dragon Ball radar, steadying himself while a glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes. His initial willingness to lend the radar to Lin Fan was not solely for the sake of a meal. Rather, he hoped to exploit Lin Fan's abilities to assist him in gathering the Dragon Balls. Chapter 41. I truly will kill you. Yet, he had not anticipated Lin Fan's astonishing speed in collecting the Dragon Balls. Now, gazing at the 7 orbs, he began to ponder how to seize them for himself. Lin Fan, catching the glint in Pilaf's eyes, calmly warned, Pilaf, I know what you are contemplating, but you would do well to refrain from coveting the Dragon Balls. Otherwise, I assure you, I will kill you. When it comes to the act of killing, Lin Fan harnessed a certain amount of energy, causing Pilaf to feel a chilling force penetrate his heart, prompting him to involuntarily shiver. In that fleeting moment, Pilaf immediately abandoned the idea of seeking the Dragon Balls, daunted by Lin Fan's presence. Although Lin Fan was not inherently malevolent, he would not easily overlook anyone who dared to touch what belonged to him. In his heart, he adhered to a principle: if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But should one offend me, I will certainly retaliate. As long as Pilaf did not provoke him or cross his bottom line, he could choose to ignore him, for such a character was merely a comedic figure, not a source of fear. However, he could also pose a threat. For instance, during the time of making a wish, Pilaf might unexpectedly voice his own wish, thereby jeopardizing Lin Fan's intentions. Once a wish was granted, one would have to wait a year before making another wish with the Dragon Balls. Consequently, Frieza would only be able to resurrect after a year, delaying Lin Fan's plans to take Frieza as his disciple. A situation he absolutely could not allow to transpire. This was because Beerus would awaken soon, and he would descend upon Earth. Lin Fan needed to confront Beerus, to defeat him. even if he could not prevail. He must protect the planet. Despite not being a native of this Earth, it bore a resemblance to the Earth of his past life, and thus, he felt compelled to safeguard it as much as he could. Moreover, relocating to another planet would not suit him. Given these considerations, it was preferable to remain on Earth. Pilaf retreated repeatedly, tremblingly exclaiming, "I dare not. I dare not." Lin Fan emerged, clutching the Dragon Balls, preparing to arrange them for a wish. However, after a moment's thought, he deemed it prudent to proceed with caution. Ascending into the sky, he soared at high speed towards a more secluded location. Upon arriving at this remote area, Lin Fan placed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground and called out loudly, "Come forth, Shenron, grant my wish." In an instant, dark clouds enveloped the sky, and golden beams of light burst forth. Before long, the entire world was shrouded in darkness. At the home of Son Gohan, where Piccolo and others were visiting. They gazed in astonishment at this spectacle, exclaiming, Could it be Shenron? On Turtle Hermit's Island, Master Roshi was basking in the sunlight when the sky suddenly dimmed, transforming into night. He too expressed his surprise. "Who has summoned Shenron?" Number 18, Krillin. Shenron. Everyone recognized this phenomenon as the heralding of Shenron's appearance. Before long, a magnificent green dragon materialized, coiling majestically in the sky, gazing down at Lin Fan, and haughtily proclaimed, "Speak your." However, before Shenron could finish his sentence, he sensed something amiss with Lin Fan. You are also a god." He perceived a divine aura emanating from Lin Fan, one that was even more potent than his own, indicating that Lin Fan surpassed him in both strength and other aspects, except, of course, in the power of wishing. Lin Fan nodded gently and stated, "Shenron, please resurrect Frieza." Upon realizing Lin Fan was also divine, Shenron lost his earlier arrogance and after a moment of silence, replied, "Frieza's body was shattered into pieces long ago. It cannot be restored." Hearing this from Shenron, Lin Fan suddenly recalled, right? Frieza was slain by future Trunks, reduced to countless fragments. Shenron continued, "Even if the soul is summoned back, it would be meaningless, as it would merely consist of scattered body parts and spirit." Lin Fan found himself in a quandary. Pondering deeply. It seemed that during the resurrection of Frieza by Sorbet from the Frieza Force, Shenron had indeed summoned the scattered body parts and soul, which were then restored using a regeneration device. Yes, that was it. Shenron, proceed with the resurrection of Frieza. Very well. Shenron's eyes glowed crimson. Suddenly, fragments of Frieza's broken body began to rain down from the heavens, numbering in the dozens, perhaps even hundreds. Lin Fan chuckled softly upon witnessing this, realizing that Trunks had indeed been merciless, yet in his world, such ruthlessness was essential for survival. In Trunks' bleak future, both Goku and Vegeta had perished, leaving only him and Son Gohan, and eventually, even Gohan had succumbed, leaving him utterly alone. With the first wish granted, 2 remained. "Please provide me with an advanced regeneration device, right here." Shenron replied, "This wish poses some difficulty, requiring significant energy, and will consume 2 wishes. The regeneration devices available on Earth were not advanced enough. At minimum, one would require a Frieza Force-level regeneration device. That is acceptable." Lin Fan had no further wishes, so he agreed to treat this as 2 wishes. With a flourish, Shenron's eyes glimmered, and a state-of-the-art regeneration device materialized before Lin Fan. "The wish has been fulfilled. I take my leave." In a flash, Shenron transformed into the 7 Dragon Balls, scattering across various directions of the world. Lin Fan waved his hand, activating the regeneration device, and gently gestured as a gust of wind swept up Frieza's scattered body parts, drawing them into the device. After a moment's reflection, he employed a healing technique on Frieza's remains to expedite the resurrection process. Once everything was prepared, he activated the device. Streams of green energy flowed within it. Several energy blasts struck a nearby tree, hastily constructing a makeshift shelter to shield the regeneration device from the rain. Having completed these tasks, Lin Fan soared toward the Taoist temple. Upon his return, he encountered the tattered number 17 flying towards him. Seeing Lin Fan, number 17 respectfully greeted, "Master." After this experience, number 17 had gained a great deal and felt quite pleased, showing Lin Fan considerably more respect than before. "How do you feel, number 17? Lin Fan inquired with a smile. "It feels great. I can now proficiently harness the energy absorption technique and have even grasped a special move," number 17 exclaimed with excitement. Lin Fan commended him. "A special move? That's quite impressive." Chapter 42. Number 17's special move. After chatting for a while, Lin Fan instructed number 17 to change into a fresh outfit and promised to teach him more techniques when he returned. Lin Fan refrained from inquiring about the special move number 17 had developed, as he did not wish to put him in a difficult position. Since it was a unique technique, it was undoubtedly one of his trump cards. Asking about someone else's secret weapons would be akin to probing into their vulnerabilities, an action that could easily provoke resentment, something Lin Fan was keen to avoid. The following day, Lin Fan stood outside the Taoist temple. Enjoying the breeze while contemplating how long it would take for Frisia to recover, Pilaf, along with Xiao Wu and Ashio, approached him. After dining together the previous day, the trio had not departed, as they originally intended to collect the Dragon Balls, which had now been used by Lin Fan. Consequently, they would have to wait a year before they could utilize the Dragon Balls again, prompting them to stay at the Taoist temple for the time being. Pilaf looked at Lin Fan, who reclined comfortably in a chair, and inquired, "May we stay at your temple for a while?" Though Lin Fan did not glance at Pilaf, he understood the situation well. He jokingly replied, "Of course, but I won't provide you with food or drink." Xiao Wu and Ashio immediately tensed up. Their reason for staying was to ensure they had enough to eat each day. If they could not eat their fill, what difference would it make to stay anywhere else? Pilaf, with a sullen expression, felt quite disheartened. "We can help you with tasks in exchange for food." "Oh, so you wish to work for me?" Lin Fan feigned realization. With nothing pressing at the moment, he found it amusing to tease Pilaf. Pilaf remained silent, feeling as though he, the esteemed King Pilaf, must maintain his dignity, yet the truth was undeniable. "Very well. As long as you complete the tasks I assign, I shall provide you with sustenance," Lin Fan declared. Overjoyed, Xiao Wu and Ashio exclaimed, "All right, we will surely accomplish the tasks with excellence." At long last, the days of uncertain meals are drawing to a close, and it brings immense joy. Pilaf feels a surge of happiness within, yet he does not outwardly express it. He must maintain his composure, for he is the king. Lin Fan waved his hand and said, "You may go and clean up." All right. The three departed in high spirits. No sooner had they left than a notification echoed in Lin Fan's consciousness. Beep. Disciple Sun Wukong's basic combat power has increased by 1 billion. Master receives a double enhancement, 2 billion. Current host basic combat power stands at 57 billion. Sun Wukong has gained 1 billion in combat power. This implies he has mastered the technique of super aura control. It appears he will be seeking me shortly. As Lin Fan mused, Sun Wukong materialized before him, gazing at Lin Fan, who was reclining in a chair, and exclaimed, "Master Lin Fan, I have mastered super aura control." Lin Fan nodded slightly. Indeed, he had grasped it quite swiftly. Lin Fan genuinely admired Sun Wukong. Mastering such a formidable skill in such a short time was truly astonishing. He is indeed the protagonist of Dragon Ball, and although his innate talent may not be exceptional, his comprehension is absolutely unparalleled, truly invincible. Master Lin Fan, please teach me the way to become a god. Sun Wukong eagerly rubbed his fists together. Lin Fan inquired, "What is your motivation for wanting to become a god?" "To defeat you," Sun Wukong replied bluntly. Lin Fan was momentarily rendered speechless. It struck him that this fellow still harbored the memory of his earlier words, that only by becoming a god could he contend with Lin Fan. Observing Lin Fan's silence, Sun Wukong felt a twinge of confusion. Had he misspoken? No, he had merely expressed the truth. His desire to become a god was solely to challenge and surpass Master Lin Fan. "Master Lin Fan, what is the matter?" After regaining his composure, Lin Fan chuckled. "It's nothing. Very well. I shall commence your instruction on how to become a god, which entails transforming into a Super Saiyan god." Presently, Lin Fan possessed a basic combat power of 57 billion, while Sun Wukong's was merely over 200 billion. This meant Lin Fan surpassed Sun Wukong's basic combat power by over 200 billion, instilling in him a sense of confidence. Sun Wukong's greatest reliance was the ultimate King Fist, a technique Lin Fan was also adept in. Moreover, he possessed an array of techniques and special skills. How could he possibly be defeated? Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly, "Yay, I can finally learn how to become a god. The Super Saiyan god is simply breathtaking. Follow me." Lin Fan employed the flight technique, soaring into the lush forest, towards the original location of the hyperbolic time chamber. To transform into a Super Saiyan god, one must spend considerable time in comprehension and training. All of this could only occur within the hyperbolic time chamber. However, Lin Fan refrained from entering, for one could only utilize the chamber 10 times in a lifetime. He needed to reserve this opportunity for a critical moment. Entering now would be a tremendous waste, and moreover, Lin Fan had no desire to engage in strenuous training. He preferred to relax. Lying down was the most comfortable position. Upon arriving at the hyperbolic time chamber, the two sat cross-legged on the ground, with Lin Fan beginning to explain the method to Sun Wukong for attaining Super Saiyan God status. To become a god. There are two methods. First, absorb divine energy, master the super aura control technique I will teach you, and undergo rigorous gravity training to achieve the transformation into a super scion god. The second and simpler method involves 6 righteous-hearted scions sharing their goodwill, allowing one to become a super scion god. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong responded, "Wow, it can be done that way too." He began counting on his fingers. 6 scions, me, Gohan, Goten, Vegeta, Trunks. Wait, that's not enough. Lin Fan knew without counting that the number was insufficient. If it were adequate, there would be no need for the unborn scions in Dilly's womb. Furthermore, becoming a super scion god through the second method would require considerable time to stabilize, or the transformation would be exceedingly unstable, necessitating the first method instead. Sun Wukong nodded enthusiastically. As long as he could become a super scion god, he was willing to pursue any method that in a moment. I will bestow divine energy upon you. Then you shall enter the hyperbolic time chamber for fusion. This time you enter, I will increase the gravity to 1,000,000 times. You must train within to become a super scion god. Note, the maximum gravity in the hyperbolic time chamber is 999,999 times. I remind you, if you utilize the super aura control I taught you, it will be much easier. Also, you need to. Chapter 43, Frisia, you wasteful scoundrel. Do you remember what I instructed you? Lin Fan asked. After half an hour, he had thoroughly taught Sun Wukong the process of becoming a super scion god. Sun Wukong nodded earnestly. I remember, Master Lin Fan. Good. I shall now infuse divine energy into your body. With a wave of his hand, a sphere of multicolored energy materialized in Lin Fan's palm. Upon seeing this radiant energy, Sun Wukong felt a tremor in his heart. He had never experienced anything like it before. Unable to contain his astonishment, he exclaimed, "This is divine energy, how marvelous." Lin Fan flipped his wrist, placing his palm directly on Sun Wukong's chest, channeling the divine energy into his body. In that instant, Sun Wukong felt a warm energy coursing through him, spreading throughout his entire being, as if it sought to merge with him completely. Lin Fan urged, "Wukong, enter." Yes. Sun Wukong swiftly flew into the hyperbolic time chamber, and at that moment, Lin Fan waved his hand, adjusting the gravity to 1,000,000 times. "Wukong, I believe in you," Lin Fan murmured as he turned and departed. Heading towards Frisia's location, he wished to ascertain whether Frisia had made any progress. Logically, with advanced regenerative devices, coupled with his healing techniques and Frisia's tenacious vitality, the formidable nature of his body, and his existing soul, resurrection within a day or two should pose no challenge. Moments later, Lin Fan arrived at the regeneration apparatus containing Frisia's body. Upon arrival, he was slightly taken aback, for he clearly observed Frisia stirring within the regeneration device. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, emitting a piercing glare, and struck with his fists. Bang! Boom! The regeneration apparatus was instantly obliterated, exploding into countless fragments. Witnessing this scene, Lin Fan's lips twitched, and with a swift motion, he appeared before Frisia. Smack! You wasteful scoundrel! He slapped Frisia across the face. Frisia was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Fan gazed at the shattered remnants of the regeneration device, feeling a pang of regret. After all, it was acquired through a wish from the Eternal Dragon. A rather advanced regeneration apparatus, which could potentially be useful in the future, had now been destroyed by Frisia's reckless actions. Frisia, bewildered, rose to his feet, fixing an intense glare upon Lin Fan. Although he was unaware of the situation, he was filled with rage. How dare this person slap him, disregarding him, the Cosmic Emperor? Aha! He charged at Lin Fan in an instant. Throwing a punch, Lin Fan remained motionless, and at the moment the punch was about to connect, he subtly shifted, easily evading Frisia's attack. Impertinent. With that, he delivered another slap to Frisia's face. Frisia was struck once more, sent flying. His lips twitched in anger, his cheeks contorting in an almost grotesque manner, as if they were twisted dough. His fists clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound. He shouted furiously, "You slapped me. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! Ahahaha!" Frisia roared in fury, his aura escalating with each passing moment, spirals of energy coiling around his entire being. Ha! Who? I have successfully transformed into my ultimate form. He spoke darkly, "This is my final form. You dare to strike me? I shall ensure you meet a most painful demise." With a flash, he surged forward, unleashing a powerful punch aimed at Lin Fan. The speed he now possessed was indeed countless times more formidable than before. Yet it still fell woefully short. Hoo! Lin Fan effortlessly evaded the attack. Frisia stared in disbelief at Lin Fan, his eyes wide with astonishment. Was it truly possible that even a blow from his ultimate form could be avoided? Unthinkable. This cannot be. Bang! 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 Frisia continued to unleash a flurry of punches, yet not a single strike could connect with Lin Fan. Each was met with empty air. Not even a single hair on Lin Fan's body was touched. This incited a profound fury within Frisia. How could this be? He, the esteemed ruler of the universe, was unable to land a hit on this individual. Frisia bellowed once more, launching a full-force punch. However, the outcome remained unchanged. Lin Fan effortlessly dodged yet again. This time, however, Lin Fan had no intention of allowing Frisia to attack again. He raised his hand and exhaled. Smack! A resounding slap sent Frisia flying hundreds of meters away, his body crashing through numerous trees. Before Frisia could regain his footing, Lin Fan had already appeared before him. Frisia, his cheeks swollen and red, glared at Lin Fan with seething rage, his eyes bloodshot, wishing he could devour Lin Fan alive. As he prepared to launch a surprise attack on Lin Fan, the latter spoke up. If you continue to attack like a rabid dog, I will send you to heaven. Frisia's expression changed dramatically. Unable to suppress a gulp, his mind cleared considerably as he regarded the man before him. He realized he was not a match for Lin Fan. Even transformed into his ultimate form, his opponent appeared to exert no effort whatsoever. What kind of terrifying existence was this? Upon sensing Lin Fan's energy, Frisia discovered he could not perceive his combat power at all. It was as if Lin Fan were an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person be so formidable? This was certainly not an ordinary individual. Suddenly, a memory struck him. Many years ago, he had encountered someone from whom he felt no energy. Yet that individual possessed unfathomable strength, the god of destruction. Beerus. When Beerus had appeared before him, he had commanded Frisia to destroy planet Vegeta. At that time, Frisia hadn't recognized Beerus, and the authoritative tone had irked him. He had prepared to engage in battle. Yet a series of swift slaps had subdued him, just as Lin Fan had done now. He had realized then that he was utterly outmatched. Any further resistance would lead to his demise. From that moment on, fear of Beerus had lingered in his heart. This man before him now appeared to be akin to Beerus. Who are you? Frisia inquired cautiously. Lin Fan. Lin Fan replied, offering no concealment. Frisia, you should know that I am the one who resurrected you. Even if Frisia had been unaware before, he understood now, yet confusion clouded his thoughts. Why had Lin Fan revived him? Why did you resurrect me? Lin Fan did not hesitate to explain, quite simply, I see potential in you. You have achieved commendable strength without any training. Imagine how exceptional you could become with proper instruction. Frisia, filled with pride, confidently declared. Indeed, I have never undergone training. If I did, my power would undoubtedly increase tremendously. With a sinister smile, he added, I might even surpass you. Lin Fan chuckled at the notion. Surpass him? Was that even conceivable? It was utterly impossible. Unless you choose not to be my disciple. If you become my disciple, my strength will forever remain above yours. However, if you refuse to be my disciple, do you think I will allow you to live? That is out of the question. It was not out of fear of Frisia threatening him, but rather because Frisia was his resurrection, and if he could not be utilized, Lin Fan would return him to the afterlife. Seeing the twisted smile on Lin Fan's face, Frisia's lips twitched in anger, his fist clenched, yearning for violence. Yet reason prevailed. He understood he was not Lin Fan's equal. Should he act impulsively, it would be his own demise. He had no desire to return to the afterlife, or to endure the wretched songs of those damned spirits. You see potential in me. What do you intend to do with it? Frisia wondered, perplexed by Lin Fan's intentions. Did he seek to seize Frisia's potential? Yet he had never heard of a method to take someone else's potential. Lin Fan quickly dispelled his doubts. Do not worry. I merely wish to take you as my disciple. I have no ulterior motives. Frisia froze momentarily, bewildered by Lin Fan's assertion. You wish to take me as your disciple? Indeed. I can assist you in enhancing your combat prowess. Making you stronger, Lin Fan stated with a calm smile. Frisia took a few steps forward, the distinct sound of his footsteps echoing as he grinned sinisterly. If you make me stronger, would you not fear me turning against you? Frisia, let me be frank. Even if you become stronger, you will never be my match. I will always remain an insurmountable presence for you. Lin Fan had not intended to belittle Frisia, yet the latter's persistence on the topic left him no choice but to strike a blow. Frisia's lips twitched in fury, his expression darkening, as if he had lost a beloved father. He had never reacted this way even at the death of his father. Enough, Frisia. I now ask you, do you wish to become my disciple? Frisia opened his mouth to respond, but Lin Fan interjected, consider your answer carefully. Frisia suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if his very life was under grave threat. Yet one thing became clear, his life was indeed in jeopardy. If he were to respond negatively or refuse to be his disciple, he would undoubtedly be sent to the afterlife by Lin Fan. Reluctantly, he replied, I am willing. I will become your disciple. Observing Frisia's haughty demeanor and the absence of a notification from his system, Lin Fan surmised that Frisia was not genuinely willing to become his disciple. Without sincerity, the system would not activate the reward. Frisia, you are not truly sincere in your desire to be my disciple. If you wish to be my disciple, you must do so wholeheartedly. Should you feign it, there will only be one outcome. Frisia felt a mix of anger and helplessness. It was the first time he had encountered such a predicament. Even in the face of Son Goku, he had never felt this way. Lin Fan then warned, by the way, there's something else you should know. The current Son Goku can easily obliterate you. What? Frisia exclaimed in shock, his pupils widening as if they were those of a bull. Son Goku can effortlessly defeat me. Had anyone else claimed they could easily defeat him, he would have dismissed it. Yet, the assertion regarding Son Goku struck a nerve. He harbored deep-seated animosity towards Goku, who had been the cause of his descent into the underworld and even his resurrection. At that moment, the individual he most desired to eliminate was none other than Son Goku. Alongside the enigmatic sword-wielding scion who had shattered him into countless pieces, future Trunks, Lin Fan continued, you have not misheard. Son Goku can now easily annihilate you. He has already defeated Majin Buu. Do you truly believe you could stand against Majin Buu? Frisia swallowed hard. His father had warned him multiple times that there was one being in this universe that he must never provoke. And that was Majin Buu, a truly terrifying existence. Although he had never encountered Majin Buu directly, he understood that his father was not one to frighten him without cause. The sheer power of Majin Buu was indeed formidable. After contemplating these thoughts, he realized that Son Goku was currently exceptionally strong. It would not be long before Son Goku ascended to godhood, significantly amplifying his strength. Lin Fan, noticing the drastic change in Frisia's expression, continued to divulge information. Initially, Frisia had been somewhat calmed, but the familiar voice echoed once more, bombarding his senses with overwhelming information that surged into his mind. In an instant, his body froze as if turned to stone. His tongue stumbled, and he struggled to articulate a single word. Lin Fan observed the expression on Frisia's face with satisfaction. This was precisely the reaction he sought. He believed that Frisia would soon sincerely seek him out as a mentor, since everything had already fallen into his carefully orchestrated plan. After approximately 2 minutes, Frisia regained his composure, his mind slowly returning to its capacity for rational thought. With a hint of suspicion, he inquired, do you harbor a grudge against Son Goku? Are you seeking to use me to eliminate him? Is that why you wish to take me as your disciple? His questions were exactly as Lin Fan had anticipated. He had previously divulged so much information, knowing that Frisia, upon regaining clarity, would undoubtedly pose such inquiries. Once he asked that question, it would effectively seal the deal with Frisia. How presumptuous. Lin Fan retorted, I can assure you, Son Goku is also my disciple, and the method of attaining godhood is something I taught him. Chapter 45. Mysterious confidence. Frisia was once again struck with astonishment, his face a mask of disbelief. But this time, he quickly composed himself. It seemed that after enduring so many shocks, he had developed a certain immunity to them. However, upon careful analysis, he concluded that it was not Son Goku who was formidable, but rather Lin Fan before him, who possessed the capability to teach Son Goku the path to godhood. How terrifying was that? If Son Goku achieved godhood, surpassing him would become an arduous challenge. Contemplating this, he promptly declared, although I am unaware of your true intentions, I hereby formally pledge myself to you as your disciple, master. Even at this moment, Frisia remained oblivious to Lin Fan's motives, yet he no longer cared. All that mattered to him was gaining strength, surpassing Son Goku, and ultimately eliminating him. Ding! Congratulations on accepting Frisia as your disciple. Combat power increased by 3 billion. Immortal body. Super Ice Demon Enhancement Liquid, Teleportation, and Indestructible Technique acquired. Current host combat power, 60 billion. Upon seeing these rewards, Lin Fan was filled with excitement. He had finally unlocked teleportation, along with the immortal body and indestructible technique. This reward was indeed extraordinarily fortunate. His efforts in diligently collecting the Dragon Balls for half an hour had truly paid off. Examining the effects of the immortal body, he noted, with the immortal body, one becomes immune to death, achieving an indestructible state, except against destructive forces. The Super Ice Demon Enhancement Liquid. This can enhance the bloodline of the Ice Demon race, exponentially increasing potential, with the exact multiplier depending on the individual's overall qualities. The Indestructible Technique. This can significantly bolster physical strength, potentially reaching an unbreakable level. After reviewing these effects, Lin Fan decided to administer the Super Ice Demon Enhancement Liquid to Frisia, augmenting his potential. Frisia, come here. Lin Fan beckoned him over. Frisia contemplated for a few moments before obediently approaching, recognizing that before Lin Fan, he was akin to a powerless lab rat. Why wait for the other party to come to him? That would only invite displeasure. Moreover, he felt that Lin Fan would not harm him, as there was no need to prolong the matter if he intended to do so. Upon reaching Lin Fan's side, he witnessed Lin Fan extending his hand, revealing a vial of green liquid, containing merely a thumb's worth. Frisia. This is called Super Ice Demon Enhancement Liquid. As the name suggests, it can strengthen your bloodline and multiply your potential. As for how much, that depends on your overall qualities, including your mental fortitude. Do you dare to consume it? Frisia gazed at the vial of enhancement liquid, hesitating slightly, as he had never encountered such a substance before. He also harbored concerns that it might be something Lin Fan had concocted to control him, or perhaps something detrimental that could place him in danger. Yet, he quickly reconsidered. If Lin Fan truly intended to harm him, would he go to such lengths? Furthermore, if he refrained from consuming it, could he still ensure his survival? Certainly not. With these thoughts in mind, Frisia extended his hand and accepted the vial of Super Ice Demon Enhancement Liquid. I dare. Without a hint of hesitation, he swallowed the entire vial in one gulp. Lin Fan chuckled, pleased that Frisia demonstrated a degree of understanding and courage. This was the resolve of a cosmic emperor. After approximately 3 minutes, Frisia began to feel a reaction within his body, starting with a warm sensation emanating from his abdomen, quite pleasant indeed. Lin Fan remained silent, sensing that the main event was yet to come. Since this was an enhancement liquid, it would undoubtedly refine his body, and such refinement would likely be accompanied by considerable discomfort. As anticipated, before long, Frisia experienced waves of pain coursing through his body. A gnawing ache emanating from his very bones, intensifying with each passing moment. Within 10 seconds, it felt as if 30,000 ants were viciously biting him, while simultaneously being set ablaze. The excruciating pain compelled Frisia to cry out. Feeling as though his head was swelling to an unimaginable size, his eyes instinctively widening to their fullest extent. Persevere, and you shall reach your peak. Do not allow me to look down upon you. Lin Fan remarked casually. In an instant, Frisia clamped his mouth shut. As a dignified cosmic emperor, he certainly could not allow himself to be perceived as weak. Gritting his teeth, Frisia declared, "It is impossible. You cannot defeat me. Absolutely impossible." Thus, he endured for a full 10 minutes before the pain within his body finally subsided, and he gasped for air. Ding. Disciple Frisia's base combat power increased by 500 million. Master receives a double boost. 1 billion. Current host combat power, 61 billion. Lin Fan commended. Not bad. You made it through. Your potential has been significantly enhanced. After resting for a few seconds, Frisia assessed his physical condition and was astonished to discover that his overall strength had indeed improved considerably. Not only that, but he sensed that his innate potential had also received substantial enhancement, though he was uncertain of the exact extent, as he had yet to conduct any experiments. However, he held ample confidence that, given sufficient time for training, he could contend with even a god. Contemplating the prospect of surpassing a deity, he lifted his gaze to Lin Fan, realizing that he could indeed transcend, previously lacking such potential. He now brimmed with confidence, mysterious confidence. Hiki. Although I still do not comprehend why you are extending such assistance to me, I must express my gratitude. He had never expressed gratitude to anyone, and Lin Fan was the first. In the past, when Sun Wukong bestowed upon him a surge of energy, hoping to aid his escape from the impending explosion of the planet, he had not thanked Sun Wukong. Instead, he had used the last vestige of his energy to launch a surprise attack on him. Now, however, he genuinely felt gratitude. This was primarily because he recognized that Lin Fan was stronger than himself, while Sun Wukong had initially appeared to him as nothing more than an insignificant insect. Yet, this very insect had managed to defeat him, a fact he found hard to accept. Thus, regardless of how well Sun Wukong had treated him, he would never express thanks. An exceedingly proud and arrogant individual may express gratitude to a powerful being, but it is inconceivable to extend such courtesy to those he deems inferior. Chapter 46. Frisia's future layers of gold. Lin Fan smiled faintly, accepting his gratitude as merely a trivial gift. Frisia's expression changed dramatically. What? Something so formidable is merely a small gift in your eyes. Then what could the true gift possibly entail? However, he quickly came to his senses, for the shock he had experienced today was overwhelming. He had grown accustomed to it. Indeed, Lin Fan's declaration of being a destroyer god would hardly astonish him anymore, as he had become desensitized. I am about to teach you a unique technique known as the indestructible art. Indeed, Lin Fan intended to impart the indestructible art to Frisia. Initially reluctant, he reconsidered. After training, Frisia could transform into golden Frisia. The indestructible art, when mastered, would manifest in a golden hue. The 2 layers of golden color would undoubtedly be visually striking. Moreover, the higher his disciple's strength, the more joy it would bring him, not out of a desire for widespread disciples but for sheer combat prowess. Indestructible art? Frisia inquired with confusion. Mastering the indestructible art will significantly enhance your defensive capabilities, making it exceedingly difficult to damage your body or inflict harm upon you, all while maintaining equal combat power. Frisia was taken aback. Such a technique exists, and you are willing to teach me? What could be your motive? Why does it feel as though you genuinely care for me? Without further ado, Lin Fan began to elucidate the principles of the indestructible art, along with its techniques and application. Earlier, when Frisia was undergoing the enhancement process, he had already instantaneously learned the indestructible art, and he had integrated the concept of immortality into his own body. At this moment, his body had reached a state of immortality. Although he still feared destructive power, leading him to believe that this was not true immortality. Only upon achieving immunity to destructive force could he claim to be truly immortal. Nevertheless, he believed that one day he would attain immunity to such forces. An hour later, Lin Fan addressed the confidently beaming Frisia. Now, give it a try. Frisia immediately clenched his fist and shouted, "Ha!" In an instant, Frisia's form transformed into a golden hue. Lin Fan observed his appearance, unable to suppress his thoughts. Goodness, this form, aside from the aura of battle, is nearly identical to golden Frisia. After transforming, Frisia lightly tapped his body, producing a series of resounding thuds. Excellent. Truly remarkable, he exclaimed, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With his current defensive power, no one could breach his defenses under equivalent combat strength. Standing still to engage an opponent, he thought, would render it impossible for them to harm him. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Lin Fan possessed such divine abilities. He turned to Lin Fan, noting his calm demeanor, and suddenly recalled a question that challenged his previous assumptions, despite his earlier confidence in defeating Lin Fan. He now felt uncertain. He believed he could never overcome Lin Fan, neither now nor in the future, with such precious resources as the ultra-freezing demon enhancement liquid and the indestructible art being offered to him. It implied that these were trivial to Lin Fan. What kind of formidable trump card could Lin Fan possess? How utterly invincible could he be? Furthermore, he had previously mentioned that he had taught Sun Wukong the method to attain godhood. Suddenly, Frisia comprehended the truth behind Lin Fan's earlier assertion that he would never surpass him. What had once seemed a ludicrous boast now revealed itself as an undeniable fact. The absurdity lay not with Lin Fan, but with himself. He truly could not surpass him. Seeing the myriad changes in Frisia's expression, Lin Fan discerned his thoughts. He smiled slightly. "Oh, you now realize how insignificant you are." Frisia no longer denied it. "Indeed, I am insignificant, but I hope to receive further guidance from my master." Calling him master had become rather natural, Lin Fan teased. Frisia said nothing in response. He felt indifferent to serving a powerful and unfathomable master. Lin Fan continued, "One cannot bite off more than one can chew. Focus on discovering your potential and mastering the indestructible art. Once you reach perfection, I shall naturally teach you more." Frisia's current grasp of the indestructible art was merely at the minor accomplishment level. Attaining perfection would take considerable time, but once he did, his defensive capabilities would increase exponentially. Frisia understood the wisdom of not overextending himself. "Yes, very well. Focus on your training here. I shall return in 2 days." Initially, Lin Fan had planned to send Frisia into the hyperbolic time chamber, but after consideration, he decided against it for the time being, as Sun Wukong had only just entered. Should Frisia enter now, conflict would inevitably arise. Given Sun Wukong's current strength, defeating Frisia would be effortless. It was better to wait for Sun Wukong to emerge before sending Frisia inside. Frisia nodded in agreement. Understood. Lin Fan employed the instant transmission technique and prepared to depart but suddenly halted. Turning to Frisia with a reminder, "By the way, during this time, avoid causing trouble and focus on your training. Your current strength is still weak. You are not in a position to provoke anyone." Frisia instinctively twitched at the corners of his mouth. Had anyone else said such a thing, he would have erupted in fury. Yet, since it was Lin Fan who spoke, he could endure it, especially as it was the truth. Sun Wukong already possessed the potential to attain godhood. While he remained so weak, what right did he have to instigate trouble? "Yes, master." Lin Fan then soared toward the temple. He believed that with this reminder, Frisia would certainly refrain from causing any disturbances, not only out of respect for him but also for Sun Wukong. Before reaching the temple, Lin Fan recalled another matter. Broly. Sun Wukong had taken just over a day to master the Ultra Instinct, so Broly should not be far behind. With this thought, he promptly descended onto a large tree and leaned against it, unable to suppress a murmur. "Why do I feel a bit weary?" constantly teaching my disciples. Perhaps I am not as idle as I thought. After a moment's reflection, he considered, but this is only the beginning. Once everything falls into place, I shall have more leisure. From then on, it would be a matter of reclining and enhancing combat strength, a promising future indeed. Without further delay, he commenced utilizing the effects of the vast heart, retrieving the cosmic map and, following its trajectory, began searching for Broly's location on planet Vampa. Thanks to his previous experience, this endeavor proved considerably simpler. Chapter 47. Vast Heart Instant Transmission equals Planet Vampa. Broly had only taken a day to master the Ultra Instinct. And at this moment, he sat cross-legged atop a mountain peak. Did Master Lin Fan not say that he would come to teach me other techniques once I learned the Ultra Instinct? Has he forgotten? Just as Broly pondered this, a magnetic voice resonated within his consciousness. I have certainly not forgotten. Upon hearing this voice, Broly's heart soared with joy. He quickly communicated in his mind, Master Lin Fan. As soon as he expressed this greeting, whoosh, suddenly he felt the air around him stir momentarily. Before him appeared a strikingly handsome young man, which left Broly both astonished and on high alert, prompting him to take several steps back while his gaze fixed intently on the unexpected visitor. Who are you? He inquired. Lin Fan. The young man replied with a smile. Upon hearing that voice, Broly immediately recognized that this individual was none other than his master, Lin Fan, without a shred of doubt. He joyfully greeted, Master Lin Fan. His lack of skepticism stemmed from the fact that only he and Master Lin Fan were privy to that name. Additionally, the ability to appear so suddenly was a skill unique to his master. It was worth noting that on their planet, Wampa, no one had visited for countless years, not even a single extraterrestrial tourist. Thus, Broly could think of no one else but his master in this moment. When the other proclaimed, I am Lin Fan, Broly felt no hesitation whatsoever. Lin Fan's sudden arrival was made possible by his ability to teleport. The effect of teleportation allows one to instantly move to a target's location as long as they can sense that person's energy. The effect of the vast heart also requires sensing another's aura to establish a connection. Therefore, having acquired Broly's energy signature, Lin Fan was naturally able to teleport here. Through this experience, Lin Fan realized he could traverse the cosmos effortlessly. Even if he did not know someone personally, he could locate their energy with the vast heart and establish a connection, enabling him to teleport to them. This skill was truly essential for any traveler. Lin Fan assessed Broly, noting his handsome features, which bore a hint of melancholy, accentuated by a scar on his face that added to his brooding aura. Not bad. Mastering the super energy control in just a day, well, to be precise, not even a full day, is quite impressive. Broly, upon receiving Lin Fan's praise, felt a surge of happiness. Thank you for your encouragement, Master. Lin Fan smiled gently. Broly, I shall now teach you another special skill called Purification Technique. Purification Technique? Broly echoed, slightly confused. Lin Fan explained, as the name suggests, the Purification Technique can cleanse your emotions, thoughts, and physical restlessness, among other things. Simply put, once you master it, you will be able to control your berserk state and maintain clarity of mind. Broly was instantly overjoyed. If he could manage his berserk tendencies, he would no longer need to wear the control device around his neck. This is wonderful, Master. Please teach me. Lin Fan sat cross-legged, and Broly, understanding the moment, also seated himself. Lin Fan began to elucidate the purification technique, which consists of 3 components: purifying the heart, purifying the spirit, and purifying the body. An hour later, Lin Fan turned to Broly and asked, Have you remembered everything I discussed? Broly nodded earnestly that I have remembered it all, but there are some aspects I still do not fully comprehend. Feel free to ask about any points of confusion, and I shall clarify them for you. Lin Fan replied with a smile. He thought to himself that once Broly comprehended the purification technique, he could control his berserk state. In the past, Broly had acted without reason while in a berserk state. Possessing rationality would undoubtedly lead to significant changes. His combat power would surely increase, and his fighting style would no longer be reckless destruction. Broly promptly inquired, Master, within the aspect of purifying the body, what does it mean to control the raging body with the power of purification and to avoid entering the realm of the mundane? Lin Fan chuckled and explained, You are unfamiliar with the concept of avoiding the mundane realm. I see. Yes, Master. To avoid the mundane realm means not to enter the ordinary state. In other words, you must not only control your body, but also navigate the power state that follows your berserk transformation. You need to possess both intellect and attack power. In your case, when you enter a berserk state, you lose rationality, yet your attack power and speed significantly increase. However, you must learn to control both your intellect and attack power. Only then can you achieve a true state of purification. As for how to manage this, that is something you must comprehend on your own. Broly, focus on mastering it well. Once you have grasped the purification technique, we will discuss your departure, Lin Fan emphasized. Broly, elated at the prospect of discussing his departure, nodded vigorously. Rest assured, master, I will diligently master it. Lin Fan chose not to elaborate further and utilized teleportation to return to the side of Yulin. Yulin was deep in meditation, practicing the celestial master technique. Sensing the sudden presence beside her, she promptly opened her eyes and was taken aback to see Lin Fan. Master, she exclaimed. Lin Fan nodded gently. Continue your training. I merely came to observe your progress. Yes, master. Yulin closed her eyes once more, resuming her practice. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the Capsule Corporation, Vegeta emerged from the gravity training room. Although he had made a slight improvement during this training session, he felt unsatisfied. Simultaneously, a sense of unease gnawed at him, prompting him to take a cold shower. Upon exiting the bathroom, he encountered Bulma, who had just walked in to retrieve something. Today, Bulma donned a pair of jeans that accentuated her alluring curves, exuding an undeniable charm. Upon seeing Bulma after many days, Vegeta's body instinctively reacted, and a mischievous glint flickered in his eyes. Bulma, noticing the change in him, instantly understood his thoughts and approached the bed. Not long after, the two began to play mahjong. An hour later, Bulma complained, "Scions are just ridiculous. It's broad daylight, and they don't know when to stop." Vegeta leaned back against the pillow, lost in thought and remaining silent. Which puzzled Bulma. Curiously, she asked, "What's wrong with you? You seem preoccupied." Chapter 48. Vegeta's concerns. Bulma inquired, "Vegeta, what's troubling you? You seem heavy-hearted." Vegeta hesitated for a few seconds before explaining. "What do you think Kakarot is doing right now?" Bulma paused slightly, unsure of what Vegeta meant, then gently squeezed his arm. Playfully, she said, "Vegeta, what are you thinking? Were you thinking about Son Goku the entire time we were playing mahjong?" Vegeta felt a surge of irritation and scoffed. As if to say, "What nonsense are you spouting?" He continued, "I was merely pondering what kind of training Kakarot is undergoing. He is Lin Fan's disciple. How will Lin Fan train him?" In an instant, Bulma understood. Her husband was worried that Son Goku might surpass him. Yet, he was too proud to admit it. If you want to know, why not just go and see for yourself? Vegeta immediately shot a haughty glance at Bulma. Humph. Does the great Prince Vegeta need to go and look? Bulma's lips twitched in exasperation at her stubborn scion. He clearly wished to know but refused to admit it. Standing up, she declared, "You have two options. Go see for yourself or ponder it here in bed. As for me, I have research to attend to." With that, she ignored Vegeta and left the room. Vegeta contemplated for a few moments, feeling vexed. He decided that it would be better to go see for himself. He did not want Kakarot to surpass him without reason. Quickly, he dressed and prepared to fly to Lin Fan's temple, but he overlooked one crucial detail. He did not know where Lin Fan's temple was located. After obtaining the address from Bulma, he finally set off for the temple. As he arrived above the temple, he found Lin Fan reclining on a lounge chair, engrossed in his phone. Lin Fan sensed Vegeta's presence immediately but chose not to look up. Muttering in confusion, "Oh, Vegeta, what brings him here so suddenly?" Vegeta hovered high in the air and caught sight of Lin Fan reclining on a chair, engrossed in his phone. However, he made no move to descend. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings. Within the Taoist temple, he sensed a rather impressive aura. Yet, he was certain that this energy did not belong to Kakarot. This presence was rather peculiar, distinct from the energy they typically cultivated. The aura he felt originated from Liu, who practiced the art of Tianshi, naturally differing from their usual cultivation energies. Thus, he continued his search. Soon after, he detected two additional auras not far off. One of these was even more potent than Liu's. Nevertheless, he sensed that it still did not belong to Kakarot. Frustrated by his inability to detect Kakarot's energy, he promptly flew toward the direction of the two auras. Before long, he arrived above them and gazed down, spotting two figures seated cross-legged on the ground, deep in meditation, one bald and the other resembling a child. These two were none other than Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu. After pondering for a moment, Vegeta descended to confront Tien. Upon sensing another presence, Tien opened his eyes and, seeing Vegeta before him, asked with a hint of confusion, "Vegeta?" Vegeta responded coolly with a nonchalant hum before Tien could inquire further. Vegeta coldly demanded, "Where is Kakarot?" Both Tien and Kaiatsu, familiar with Vegeta's demeanor, brushed off his icy inquiry. "Goku. He seems to have entered the hyperbolic time chamber." Tien recalled Lin Fan mentioning that Sun Wukong had re-entered the chamber after mastering the control of his energy. This wasn't the first time Vegeta had heard of the hyperbolic time chamber. Initially, He mistook it for the mental time chamber of the temple and rushed there, only to realize it was not what he expected. He suspected Lin Fan had played a trick on him, but upon reflection, he realized Lin Fan had no need to deceive him. Thus, he concluded that there must be a separate hyperbolic time chamber. Now, encountering Tien again, he decided to inquire about its whereabouts. Where is the hyperbolic time chamber? Tien pondered for a moment. Should he disclose this information? Ultimately, he decided against it. I'm sorry, Vegeta. But without my master's permission? I cannot say. If you're eager to know, you could ask Master Lin Fan. Upon hearing Tien's words, Vegeta's anger flared. How dare he withhold information? You're asking for death. He barked coldly, his figure flashing as he appeared before Tien in an instant. A powerful punch shot forth. Swoosh, the punch missed entirely. Vegeta stared at Tien in disbelief. How could this be? Tien was merely a weakling, yet he managed to evade his strike. Vegeta, what are you doing? Tien questioned. His brow furrowed, his third eye narrowing slightly. Kaiatsu glared at Vegeta, ready to assist Tien should he strike again. Eye in his eyes. Anyone who harmed Tien would face his wrath. Vegeta offered no reply, merely huffing disdainfully. He lunged at Tien once more. In truth, the fact that his punch had not connected infuriated him, for in his eyes, Tien was insignificant. He believed that even a casual punch from him could send Tien to hell. However, this was far beyond his expectations. How could he not be enraged? As Tien prepared for Vegeta's next attack, Kaiatsu readied himself to intervene but was halted by Tien's command. Kaiatsu, retreat. After hesitating for a moment, Kaiatsu swiftly retreated, heading toward the temple. Tien, maintaining a serious gaze on Vegeta while dodging his attacks, urged, Vegeta, please stop. Vegeta showed no sign of relenting, continuing his relentless assault. Tien found himself increasingly on the defensive. Struggling to keep his ground, he quickly distanced himself from Vegeta, bringing his index and middle fingers together in front of his third eye. He shouted, ah, ha. A series of spiraling energies enveloped Tien, causing the surrounding branches to sway violently. His aura surged, and his fighting power skyrocketed. As his third eye turned a fiery red, the whirlwinds dissipated, and his combat strength surged exponentially. This marked the first stage of Tien's three-eyed deity heritage. The three-eyed red general state. Vegeta gazed in astonishment, questioning when Tien had acquired such a skill. Before the battle commenced, he could already sense that, in his base form, he was no match for Tien. However, unlike Son Goku, he had no intention of dragging things out. Clenching his fists, he gathered all his strength. Ha! A terrifying energy erupted forth, filling the air with a howling wind. In an instant, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Tien's lips twitched in surprise. He had not anticipated Vegeta would transform into Super Saiyan 2 so readily, given his current strength. He was no match for Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 form. A sly smile crept across Vegeta's face as he raised his fist. Come, let me see what makes you different. No sooner had he spoken than a rush of wind sounded. Tien only caught glimpses of fleeting shadows. Bang! Before Tien could react, Vegeta had already appeared before him, delivering a devastating blow to Tien's abdomen. With a resounding impact, Tien's three-eyed red general state was shattered, reverting him to his normal form. After a brief moment of disorientation, Tien was sent flying to the ground, crashing heavily. Instantly, he tasted blood in his throat and instinctively opened his mouth. Pfft! A spray of blood erupted, splattering the ground. Nevertheless, Tien struggled to rise, gasping for breath. Inwardly, he lamented that he was still too weak in the face of Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 state. His perception of Vegeta's movements had only allowed him to see a few blurred shadows. Yet, he acknowledged some progress. Just days ago, he could scarcely see anything against Goku's Super Saiyan 1. Now, facing Super Saiyan 2, he could at least make out indistinct shapes, indicating a significant improvement. Although one was Goku's Super Saiyan 1 and the other Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2, they were not the same individual, yet their power levels were relatively comparable. Tien recalled a time when their strengths were indeed similar, but now, Vegeta was undoubtedly beyond Goku's reach. Vegeta, observing Tien struggle to his feet, reiterated, "Where is the hyperbolic time chamber?" Without a moment's hesitation, Tien replied, "Vegeta, if you truly wish to know, ask my master. I cannot disclose this without his permission." Vegeta's lips twitched slightly. "You truly seek death." He extended his right hand, preparing to unleash a powerful energy blast. "My disciple is not someone you can harm." Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed, filled with an authoritative presence. Upon hearing this voice, Tien instantly recognized that Master Lin Fan had arrived. Vegeta looked up to see two figures hovering in the air. One clad in white, exuding elegance, with a fair complexion and exquisite features, radiating an aura of righteousness as if he were a transcendent being. Recognizing him immediately, Vegeta thought, Lin Fan. Indeed, it is Lin Fan who has arrived. And accompanying him is Jiaozi. Previously, Jiaozi soared towards the Taoist temple in search of Lin Fan's master. He is well aware that, aside from Lin Fan's master and Sun Wukong, no one can thwart Vegeta. However, at this moment, Sun Wukong is engrossed in training within the hyperbolic time chamber, leaving only the option of seeking his master. This search is not without merit. Vegeta, gazing upon the elevated Lin Fan, feels a surge of anger within him, yet he knows he is no match for Lin Fan. He suppresses his fury. Nevertheless, this does not preclude him from uttering insults, casting a glance at Tianjin Fan. He disdainfully remarks, such a waste, yet he is taking you as a disciple. As Lin Fan descends, his deep gaze pierces through Vegeta, his eyes swirling with boundless divine power, revealing an endless realm and instilling fear in the heart. Vegeta's heart quivers and inexplicably quickens. How is it that Lin Fan's strength seems to have multiplied several times? His intuition is not mistaken. When Lin Fan first confronted him, his battle power was approximately 10 billion. Yet now, Lin Fan has achieved a foundational battle power of 61 billion. Should Lin Fan transform into a Super Saiyan God now, his battle power would effortlessly reach 12 quintillion. A mere 2 quintillion of power could easily send a fully powered Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta flying. Thus one can only imagine the terror of 12 quintillion. Lin Fan's lips curled into a cold smile as he uttered a few words. Are you instructing me on how to act? Upon hearing this, Vegeta was rendered speechless, his face flushing crimson as he awkwardly shuffled his combat boots on the ground, unable to articulate a single word for a prolonged moment. Simultaneously, a wave of anger surged within him. It is worth noting that no one typically dares to speak to him in such a manner, yet Lin Fan offers him no face, countering his every word without leniency. But what can he do? Even in his fury, he cannot strike back, and he knows that any attempt to confront Lin Fan would result in his own defeat. Oh, Master Lin Fan, how did you all arrive here? Chapter 50, Vegeta. I have become divine. Master Lin Fan, how did you all come to be here? Vegeta, why are you also present? A man clad in a blue training outfit with loose dark blue pants, sporting bandages around his wrists and ankles, and wearing black training shoes, hovered in the air. Upon seeing him, Vegeta instantly recognized him and exclaimed, Kakarot. Indeed, the one who has arrived is none other than Sun Wukong. Lin Fan, noticing Sun Wukong, felt a tinge of surprise. Why had he not experienced an increase in his own battle power? Sensing Sun Wukong's aura, it was clear he had attained a divine state, no longer exuding an ordinary energy. What could this mean? Not only did Lin Fan perceive the change in Sun Wukong's aura, but Vegeta also sensed it. Kakarot, what on earth has happened? Why can I no longer feel your energy? Vegeta inquired in astonishment. Simultaneously, a thought crossed his mind. Sun Wukong had indeed become divine. Yet, he refused to believe or accept this explanation. However, Sun Wukong soon dispelled his doubts, clenching his fists. He excitedly declared, I have become divine. These words caused Vegeta's lips to twitch involuntarily. He had contemplated this very possibility, yet he was unwilling to accept it. Now, even if he wished to disbelieve, he had no choice but to accept it. A wave of discontent surged within him. Kakarot had become divine, surpassing him yet again. Why? Why could Kakarot always be a step ahead of him? He was merely a lowly warrior. Yet he, the noble prince of Saiyans, Vegeta, possessing exceptional talent, had surpassed Kakarot countless times, and yet he was always lagging behind. The more he pondered, the more imbalance he felt within. Even if Kakarot has become divine, what of it? I, the noble Prince Vegeta, can still surpass him. With these thoughts in mind, he fixed his gaze intently on Sun Wukong and coldly stated, Kakarot, since you have become divine, let us engage in a duel. Before Sun Wukong could respond, Vegeta's figure blurred as he charged towards him with the force of a raging storm. Delivering a powerful punch, Sun Wukong instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 3, evading Vegeta's attack. Vegeta paused momentarily, surprised that Sun Wukong had effortlessly dodged his blow. He hadn't expected to land a hit on Super Saiyan 3. But he had thought that hitting him would be no easy task. Yet now, Sun Wukong had easily evaded his strike. This realization made him understand that Sun Wukong's foundational battle power had significantly increased. What kind of training had he undergone? Sun Wukong refrained from attacking and instead said, Vegeta, do not act impulsively. But how could Vegeta heed his advice? Once he regained his composure, he unleashed a barrage of punches. Yet, each blow was effortlessly dodged by Sun Wukong. Vegeta, what are you doing? Vegeta grew increasingly alarmed, having unleashed hundreds of punches in the blink of an eye, yet he had not even grazed Sun Wukong. leaving him feeling frustrated and humiliated. Although in his current form he was a Super Saiyan 2, he was not inferior to Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 3 and might even be slightly stronger. When Beerus descended upon Earth, Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan 3 form was swiftly defeated, while Vegeta in his Super Saiyan 2 form managed to hold his ground against Beerus for a while. This clearly illustrated that while Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 was classified as such, it was effectively at the level of Super Saiyan 3. Kakarot, fight back. Strike me, hit me, Vegeta shouted, frantically unleashing energy blasts aimed at Sun Wukong. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, hundreds of energy blasts surged towards Sun Wukong. He vanished from sight. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, Sun Wukong reappeared right in front of Vegeta, with a solid punch. He struck Vegeta in the abdomen. Vegeta let out a pain scream, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Sun Wukong. His face contorted. It was unclear whether he was in agony or heartbroken as he stammered. Rot. Sun Wukong, slightly puzzled, asked, "Why do you want me to hit you?" Vegeta's facial muscles twitched in frustration. "I asked you to hit me. You just hit me." Lin Fan, observing their exchange from the side, could hardly contain his laughter. Sun Wukong was truly straightforward. Perhaps he had never encountered such an outrageous request before. Vegeta, gritting his teeth against the pain in his abdomen, quickly retreated, once he had distanced himself by 50 meters. He glared furiously at Sun Wukong. If looks could kill, Sun Wukong would have died 100,000 times over. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, Kakarot, I, the dignified Prince Vegeta, have been struck by a lowly warrior." The more he spoke, the angrier he became, nearly biting his teeth to shreds, his fist clenched tightly, with veins bulging on his arms, producing an audible creaking sound. Boom, boom, boom. Unfathomable, utterly unfathomable. Lin Fan's eyes suddenly sparkled as he scrutinized Vegeta with keen interest. Oh? It seems that Sun Wukong's actions have crossed his line. This incited Vegeta's fury. At that moment, Vegeta abruptly raised his head, fixing his intense gaze on Sun Wukong. Kakarot, you are incomprehensible. Absolutely incomprehensible. I, Prince Vegeta, shall never lag behind you. Never. Boom, boom, boom. Vegeta's aura surged dramatically, a torrent of terrifying energy pouring forth, akin to a tempest. This overwhelming force quickly manifested as a series of menacing gusts of wind. The surrounding trees bent under the pressure, and clusters of leaves struggled against the wind, with over half of them falling within moments. Vegeta unleashed a thunderous roar, and from his very being, a formidable and overwhelming aura radiated outward, obliterating everything in its vicinity with an unstoppable force. Golden light erupted, dazzling all who beheld it. The once swaying trees, buffeted by the fierce winds, were instantaneously reduced to mere rubble by this terrifying energy. As the waves of energy reached the positions of Tien and Chaozu, the two raised their hands to shield themselves from potential harm. When the golden light dissipated, the ground within a 50-meter radius centered on Vegeta had caved in dramatically. Chapter 51. What is it like to encounter a god on Earth? Whoosh! Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan 2 form, had entered a brand new stage of Super Saiyan 2, known as the full power fury form of Super Saiyan 2. Lin Fan observed the fighting prowess emanating from Vegeta with a hint of admiration, remarking, "Truly, the Saiyan Prince possesses remarkable potential," having achieved a new transformation of Super Saiyan 2. Goku, sensing Vegeta's enhancement, wore a broad grin, his excitement palpable. The stronger Vegeta became, the more delighted he was, as it meant there would be no shortage of sparring opportunities. Suddenly, Vegeta's body surged forward like a cannonball, charging at Goku. Kakarot, he bellowed. Boom, boom, boom. The two clashed in the air, and within moments, the initially disadvantaged Vegeta began to gain the upper hand. Kakarot, are you not a god now? Show me your true abilities. Vegeta was acutely aware that Kakarot had ascended to godhood, which implied he possessed far greater power, despite feeling that he might not be a match for Kakarot if he truly had become a god. He resented the notion of Goku holding back. The proud Saiyan Prince had no need for mercy from a lower-tier warrior. In his mind, if Kakarot could break through, so could he, just as he had now transcended Kakarot's Super Saiyan 3 form, having achieved a new level of Super Saiyan 2 against all odds. Meanwhile, Goku understood Vegeta's character well. He despised any semblance of leniency, believing it to be a deliberate act of humility. All right, Goku said with a confident smirk. His fist clenched tightly as he roared. Ah! Ha! His thunderous voice echoed, and suddenly, the skies transformed dramatically. The previously clear day was shrouded in dark clouds, and terrifying lightning struck the heavens relentlessly. Each bolt of lightning seemed intent on tearing the very fabric of the sky apart, causing the earth to tremble. Goku's form was enveloped in a swirling red aura, divine energy pulsating around him. Vegeta stood rooted in place, utterly astonished by Goku's transformation. What is this transformation? Kakarot wrote. Suddenly, he recalled having witnessed such a transformation in another individual, Lin Fan. Could it be that this was the transformation of a Super Saiyan god? He remembered Lin Fan's transformation, which had been equally tumultuous, though in comparison, Kakarot's was noticeably lesser in grandeur. It lacked the same gravitas. When Lin Fan transformed, the sky itself had displayed cosmic wonders, showcasing the 4 seasons within a designated area, a truly majestic sight. In truth, during Goku's first transformation, a similar spectacle had occurred. But it had taken place within the hyperbolic time chamber, where only its inhabitants had been privy to the event. Even Lin Fan himself was unaware of it. At that moment, Lin Fan received a notification within his consciousness. Ding. Disciple Goku's base combat power increased by 10 billion. Master's power doubled. 20 billion. Current host combat power. 81 billion. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Fan's heart raced with excitement. A flurry of emotions surging within him. 10 billion. Goku had achieved a staggering increase of 10 billion in his base combat power, and he, in turn, had received a double boost, totaling 20 billion, with a combat power of 81 billion. He was only 19 billion away from breaking the 100 billion mark. Once he surpassed that threshold, the gap between him and Beerus would diminish significantly. Lin Fan could increasingly see the glimmer of hope for surpassing Beerus before his arrival on Earth. Boom, boom, with Goku's transformation complete. A resounding proclamation echoed throughout the heavens. In the Kaishin realm, the elder Kaishin, diligently studying, furrowed his brow upon hearing the divine proclamation. What is happening? Why has the celestial proclamation sounded so frequently of late? Are there truly so many noteworthy events occurring? The East Kaishin, seated beside him, was not unfamiliar with the divine proclamations either. Upon hearing it, he expressed his confusion. Indeed, it is unusual for the divine proclamation to sound even once, let alone twice in such a short time. Could it be that someone else has ascended to godhood? With this thought, he focused his divine energy. Almost immediately, he sensed a familiar aura, and it wasn't just him. The Elder Kaishin also felt it. Goku. The East Kaishin and Elder Kaishin exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with astonishment. No matter how they reasoned, they could not have anticipated that Goku had indeed ascended to godhood. Given Goku's strength, he certainly possessed the qualifications for such a transformation. However, becoming a god required more than mere combat strength. It demanded divine energy, which could only be acquired through immense fortune or enlightenment. In any case, the attainment of divine energy was exceedingly rare, making the ascension to godhood all the more difficult. Yet, Goku had done it. The Elder Kaishin rose, hands clasped behind his back, pacing back and forth. Earth now has 2 beings with divine energy. Is this a blessing or a curse? When did divine energy become so easily comprehensible? The East Kaishin speculated. Could it be due to the vacancies left by the West Kaishin and others? The Elder Kaishin fell into deep contemplation. Was this a good or bad development? A being who typically relished knowledge now found the study materials before him utterly uninspiring. Meanwhile, Lin Fan remained blissfully unaware that his actions had drawn the attention of the Elder Kaishin. If he were aware of the Elder's thoughts, he would have assured the Elder that there was no need for astonishment. Goku was merely the first of many gods he had created. Just imagine, encountering gods all over Earth, each with combat powers surpassing that of the genuine Kaishin. What a remarkable experience that would be. Perhaps even the Omni-King would suspect Lin Fan of rebellion. However, Lin Fan was unconcerned with such matters. He craved power, limitless power, and infinite rewards. To avoid being suppressed, one must dominate others. Even the Omni-King must yield. He had entertained the notion of taking the Omni-King as his disciple, but found it far too distant a possibility to consider at present. Chapter 52. The tragedy of Tower. Once the chaotic spectacle subsided, and the clouds dispersed, revealing a bright sky, Goku emerged transformed. His bright red hair, leaner physique, and enveloping aura reminiscent of solar flames made him appear strikingly youthful, much like his younger self, dashing, nonchalant. However, none of these matters are of great significance. What truly matters is that Sun Wukong's combat prowess has surged to unfathomable heights. Lin Fan calculated in his mind that Sun Wukong's current fighting strength is roughly between 6 and 7 Gai. With such formidable power, defeating Vegeta would be a trivial task, as he could effortlessly send Vegeta flying with a mere flick of his finger. Vegeta gazed at Sun Wukong's present state, his mouth agape in astonishment, rendered speechless, only managing to utter vague, incoherent sounds. Simultaneously, he came to a profound realization. Regardless of his fury or his attempts to transcend the limits of Super Saiyan 2, he could never catch up to Kakarot's current strength, unless he, like Kakarot, could ascend to such a realm, confronting Kakarot directly was a futile endeavor. Sun Wukong, with eyes as sharp as obsidian, fixed his gaze upon Vegeta. Upon meeting Wukong's piercing stare, Vegeta paused momentarily, taken aback by its intensity. At that instant, Sun Wukong confidently declared, "Hey, Vegeta, I'm about to launch my attack." Just as Vegeta prepared to respond, he found that Sun Wukong had already vanished from sight, leaving behind only a faint red dot, akin to a flame flickering in the darkness. What astonishing speed! With a resounding impact, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful punch to Vegeta's chest, sending him hurtling backward, crashing into a massive tree. And no matter how sturdy the tree, it splintered upon impact, yet it failed to halt Vegeta's trajectory. After being propelled 200 to 300 meters back, he still struggled to regain his footing, for that blow had utterly surpassed his capacity to endure. In that moment, Sun Wukong reappeared behind him. Sensing Kakarot's presence, Vegeta exhaled in relief, thinking that Kakarot had come to catch him. At least the rascal had a semblance of conscience. Suddenly, a fierce blow struck his back. A wave of indescribable pain surged through him. Sun Wukong had kicked him, propelling him back in the direction from which he came. Vegeta, overwhelmed, felt tears welling up. Kakarot must surely be a dog. Like a kite severed from its string, he flew back to his original position, crashing to the ground and leaving a long trail in his wake. Lying there in utter disarray, he coughed violently, spitting out blood. He attempted to rise but found himself utterly drained. Unable to move, with a whoosh, he reverted from Super Saiyan 2 back to his normal state. This sensation was one he had never before experienced from Kakarot. Only during his battles with Frieza and Namek and with Majin Buu had he felt such a profound sense of oppression, both physically and mentally. Yet now, Kakarot had once again forced him to confront this feeling. Sun Wukong stood before Vegeta, observing him sprawled on the ground, having reverted to his normal state, looking rather pitiful. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Wow, Vegeta, why have you returned to your normal state?" Lin Fan, standing nearby, nearly burst into laughter at Wukong's words. How could he ask such a question? Wasn't it due to his own actions? Those unfamiliar with his character might mistake this for mockery of Vegeta. Indeed, Wukong's innocence and ignorance of social niceties often led to such misunderstandings, displaying a certain naivete and a lack of emotional intelligence. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a mixture of admiration and exasperation at Wukong's intellectual shortcomings. Whether or not he had traversed into the world of Dragon Ball Super. It was not that Wukong was exceptionally intelligent. Rather, his emotional and intellectual faculties were remarkably lacking. The only time Lin Fan found Wukong's intellect somewhat commendable was during the GT saga, where Wukong displayed a modicum of intelligence. In all other versions, he did seem rather dim-witted. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Vegeta felt as though he might faint from indignation. Kakarot, you. His disdain for Kakarot stemmed from the latter's astonishingly low intellect, often undermining his own efforts. The fact that Kakarot could consistently surpass him only further fueled his frustration. Observing Vegeta on the ground, Sun Wukong realized he may have been a tad too forceful. He promptly reverted from Super Saiyan God Super Red back to his normal state, scratching the back of his head and, with a sheepish smile, said, "Sorry, Vegeta, I didn't realize you were so fragile." Lin Fan and Tianjin Han exchanged glances, momentarily stunned by the insensitivity of Wukong's apology. It would have been better had he not apologized at all. Vegeta's face contorted with fury, feeling as though his pride had been trampled once more. Fragile? Him, fragile? Once, he had considered himself superior to Kakarot, yet since training under Lin Fan, he had been thoroughly bested time and again, all while being ridiculed for his supposed frailty. It was infuriating. Simply infuriating. However, deep down, he understood that Sun Wukong did not intend to mock him. He merely spoke the unvarnished truth. If the roles were reversed, he too would have said Kakarot was fragile, albeit with a tone of scorn and arrogance. Enduring both the inner turmoil and physical pain, he managed to rise to his feet. Fixing his gaze upon Kakarot, he said, Sun Wukong, still feeling somewhat embarrassed, continued scratching his head, at a loss for words. Only managing an awkward chuckle, Vegeta, witnessing his laughter, felt a surge of rage and, with a final burst of defiance, shoved Sun Wukong away. Humph. He then turned his attention to Lin Fan, scrutinizing him closely, which left Lin Fan puzzled. What was this fellow up to? Was he planning to settle the score with him? Yet, given that neither he nor Wukong could match him, how could Vegeta hope to succeed? Surely, Vegeta, being the clever one he was, wouldn't he engage in such self-destructive behavior? A gust of wind rushed toward Lin Fan. Chapter 53. Even a wild horse must be tamed. A gust of wind rushed toward Lin Fan. He saw Vegeta half bowing, his head lowered, eyes fixed upon the ground. The wind that struck Lin Fan was merely the result of Vegeta's vigorous spell. Observing Vegeta's actions, Lin Fan began to grasp his intentions, though he feigned ignorance and asked, "Vegeta, what are you doing?" Without mincing words, Vegeta replied, "Teach me your training methods." Lin Fan found this rather amusing. Vegeta's intellect was far superior to Wukong's, so how could he utter such a vague statement? It seemed he had yet to truly let go of his pride. Vegeta wished to become Lin Fan's disciple, primarily to catch up to Sun Wukong, perhaps even surpass him. In contrast, he would rather be defeated by Lin Fan than by Kakarot, for he had always considered himself stronger than Wukong. However, the ease with which Wukong had bested him had inflicted a grave blow to his pride, yet he still struggled to swallow his pride. As the proud prince of the Scions, to seek out a master was an act that could easily become the subject of mockery. A sly smile crept onto Lin Fan's lips, for he sensed an opportunity to strip away Vegeta's arrogant facade. He coldly inquired, "Why should I teach you? What gives you the right?" Vegeta paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, what right did Lin Fan have to teach him? He was not even his disciple. After contemplating for several seconds, he stammered again, I am willing to become your disciple." Lin Fan chuckled playfully, "Vegeta, do you not understand your position? You are willing to become my disciple, but am I willing to accept you? Would I simply say, I am willing to take you on as my pupil?" Seeing Vegeta's hesitance, Sun Wukong quickly interjected, "Master Lin Fan, please teach Vegeta your methods. Let us all progress together." Lin Fan, keen to provoke Vegeta further, replied, "Wukong, while progressing together is indeed beneficial, wouldn't it be even better if you were to surpass him alone? You could then overshadow this Scion prince, rendering his pride and dignity utterly insignificant." Upon hearing those words, Vegeta's body trembled slightly, and at that moment, he felt a profound clarity wash over him. It dawned on him that if Kakarot's strength consistently surpassed his own, then what did his pride and the dignity of Prince Vegeta amount to in Kakarot's presence? Nothing at all. If one were to argue otherwise, it could only be deemed that of a mere jester. Given that reality, it would be far wiser to relinquish the so-called dignity and pride, to learn formidable skills, and thereby preserve his own dignity and pride as Prince Vegeta. Meanwhile, Son Goku, somewhat perplexed by Lin Fan's remarks, interjected, "Vegeta isn't proud, he just speaks less. Vegeta, isn't that right? I know you quite like me." Goku chuckled, glancing at Vegeta. Vegeta shot him a disdainful look and replied coolly, "Get lost." This left Goku feeling quite awkward. "Hey, Vegeta, why are you like this?" Ignoring Goku, Vegeta turned his attention back to Lin Fan, his demeanor exceedingly serious as he lowered his head. "Please, accept me as your disciple." Upon uttering these words, Vegeta's body quivered slightly. Never before had he so thoroughly set aside his pride. This was indeed a first. Seeing this transformation, Lin Fan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Vegeta, in his presence, shedding his absolute pride and arrogance. Even a wild stallion could be tamed. Since the other party had already laid down his dignity, there was no need for Lin Fan to mock him further. His initial intent was to tame him, and then accept him as a disciple. With the goal achieved, it was time to cease while ahead. "Vegeta, I can accept you as my disciple, but only if you are truly sincere in your desire to learn." Vegeta felt somewhat tragic, for he was genuinely earnest at that moment. Did it mean he would be tested? However, Lin Fan's words instantly relieved him. As for sincerity, if you call me master, I shall discern it. Without hesitation, Vegeta earnestly proclaimed, "Master, ding. Congratulations to the host for accepting Vegeta as a disciple, gaining combat power of 3 billion, the ability to traverse dimensions, angelic bloodline, the secret of Ultra Blue, and the ancestral Scion bloodline." What? An angelic bloodline? The ancestral Scion bloodline? Lin Fan nearly leaped with excitement upon hearing the system's rewards. Just the angelic bloodline alone thrilled him, but to receive the ancestral Scion bloodline as well was beyond his expectations. He had a scant understanding of the latter, as such bloodlines had never appeared in the Dragon Ball world, and his knowledge stemmed only from conjectures made by internet users in his previous life. Initially, he thought such bloodlines were merely fanciful notions, but he never anticipated their emergence through Vegeta. He couldn't help but think that Vegeta truly deserved his place among the main cast, for the rewards he yielded were indeed impressive. When he had accepted Son Goku, it had resulted in the vast heart. Now, accepting Vegeta had yielded 2 exceptional bloodlines. The main cast drop rate was simply delightful, not wishing to rush into studying these new abilities. He turned to Vegeta and said, "Vegeta, I can sense your genuine desire to learn. In light of that, I shall not hold back. I taught Son Goku the ultimate King Fist, so I shall teach you the Ultra Ultimate Flash." Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Ultra Ultimate Flash? Why did it sound so much like his Ultimate Flash? Did it have a connection to his own technique? Observing Vegeta's confusion, Lin Fan calmly clarified, "You are not mistaken. The Ultra Ultimate Flash is merely an enhanced version of your Ultimate Flash. The Ultimate King Fist I taught Goku is also an upgraded version of the King Fist. Once you master this technique, I will teach you the method to become a god." Vegeta smacked his lips, contemplating whether to ask for the direct method to become a god. However, after a few seconds of thought, he decided against it. After all, Master Lin Fan had already instructed him to learn the Ultra Ultimate Flash first. There must be a reason for that. Very well. Vegeta, follow me. Others may continue with their tasks. Yes, Master Lin Fan. Chapter 54. You and Vegeta together. Approximately 2 hours later, Vegeta had mastered the Ultra Ultimate Flash. Building upon his original Ultimate Flash, the Ultra Ultimate Flash exhibited greater power, shorter charging time, reduced stamina consumption by half, and even enhanced penetration capability. After demonstrating it once, Vegeta was profoundly astonished. He had never imagined that his Ultimate Flash could be enhanced to such a degree. With the Ultra Ultimate Flash, he felt far more confident in obliterating his enemies. He was already grateful he had chosen to become Lin Fan's disciple. Without this mentorship, he would never have been taught the Ultra Ultimate Flash, nor the subsequent method to attain godhood. Meanwhile, Son Goku, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, "Master Lin Fan, let's have a match." Earlier, Lin Fan had instructed everyone to attend to their own affairs, yet Goku had not joined Tien Shinhan and the others in their training. Instead, he had informed Lin Fan of his desire to battle him. He still vividly recalled Lin Fan's promise that once he attained godhood, they would face off. Now, his goal was to defeat Lin Fan. So he sought him out immediately after achieving this milestone. Upon hearing Goku's words, Vegeta could no longer hold back, glaring fiercely as he shouted, "Kakarot, you've already become a god. Can't you wait for Master Lin Fan to teach me first?" Honestly, Goku, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, "I was just too eager." Vegeta chose to ignore Kakarot. Lin Fan then interjected, "Goku, there's no need to rush the match. Once I finish teaching Vegeta, we can have our contest." "All right, Master Lin Fan, then please teach quickly," Goku urged impatiently. However, since his master had spoken, he had no choice but to wait. Moreover, he realized that if he interrupted Vegeta's training, Vegeta would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. Lin Fan paid Goku no mind. With a wave of his hand, a radiant orb of multicolored energy materialized in his palm, brimming with a unique power that exuded an overwhelming force and an air of mystery. It was the first time Vegeta had encountered such an enigmatic energy. Goku, recognizing the energy at a glance, recalled that Lin Fan had given him a similar orb not long ago, which had enabled him to become a god. He softly uttered, "Divine energy." Indeed, this was divine energy. Goku's ascension to godhood was thanks to Lin Fan gifting him a sphere of divine energy, and now he was bestowing another upon Vegeta. As soon as Lin Fan's words fell, he raised his hand, directing the divine energy into Vegeta's body. In an instant, the divine energy coursed through Vegeta, permeating his entire being and merging with his own energy. Though it appeared to be a fusion, it was, in fact, a process of devouring and evolving, transforming Vegeta's ordinary energy into divine energy. Upon successful completion, Vegeta would become one infused with divine essence, mere steps away from mastering the divine aura and the key to godhood. "Vegeta, take your time to assimilate the divine energy." With that, Lin Fan reclined onto a nearby chair. Goku quickly followed suit, rubbing his hands together, grinning as he said, "Master Lin Fan, let us have our match." Vegeta is currently comprehending the divine energy, so you need not do anything. Lin Fan pondered momentarily. Goku's statement held some merit, but if they were to engage in combat, Goku would undoubtedly unleash his full power. Given their respective strengths, should they battle on Earth, it would surely be left in ruins. Should they retreat to the hyperbolic time chamber, however, entering the chamber would waste a precious opportunity. To squander such a chance merely to counter Goku would be an utter loss. Goku, to speak frankly, if we were to fight with our full strength on Earth, it would surely lead to its destruction. Thus, if we truly wish to compete, the best course of action would be to venture into space and find a desolate planet devoid of life for a proper clash. Son Wukong suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, he had not considered this issue earlier. If he were to engage in a duel with Master Lin Fan, Earth would undoubtedly suffer. To battle in the cosmos, he thought. But wouldn't that require time? Lin Fan nodded gently, affirming, "Precisely. If we were to truly duel on an uninhabited planet, it would indeed necessitate a certain amount of time. Therefore, Wukong, there is no need to rush into our contest. Opportunities abound." Although Sun Wukong felt a pang of disappointment, he understood that he did not wish to jeopardize Earth for the sake of a match with his master. Observing his forlorn demeanor, Lin Fan offered a reminder. Wukong, do not be too disheartened. Once Vegeta ascends to godhood, we can seek out a planet to engage in a grand battle. At that time, Vegeta can join us as well. Ah, splendid. Sun Wukong exclaimed, filled with exuberance at the thought. If that were the case, he would be facing Master alongside Vegeta. While he preferred a one-on-one duel with his master, he believed that perhaps he would not be a match alone. However, with Vegeta's partnership, victory seemed attainable, given their remarkable synergy. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Go and train. Do not let Vegeta surpass you. His words were merely casual advice, devoid of any deeper implication. Yet to Sun Wukong, it felt like an imperative to ensure he remained superior to Vegeta. Nodding resolutely, he declared, Master, rest assured, I shall train diligently and will not allow Vegeta to surpass me. After Wukong departed, Lin Fan reclined in his chair, contemplating the prospect of the two of them striving to outdo one another in training. It seemed rather promising. He closed his eyes, preparing to take a brief respite. Suddenly, it struck him. How could I have forgotten this matter? Chapter 55, Frieza. How could such a skill exist? Lin Fan suddenly recalled Frieza. He had imparted the indestructible skill to him, instructing him to train diligently in place before leading him into the hyperbolic time chamber. Now that Sun Wukong had emerged, it was time for Frieza to enter. The hyperbolic time chamber could accommodate 10 individuals at once, and during Wukong's stay, Lin Fan had refrained from allowing Frieza inside. Fearing a clash between the two. Given Sun Wukong's current strength, defeating Frieza would be a trivial matter. It would be unacceptable for his hard-earned disciple, nurtured over a day or two, to be vanquished by Sun Wukong. Moreover, he had not yet reaped significant returns in terms of combat power. Rising from the chair, he felt a tinge of frustration. Why does it seem that this lazy master system is not so lazy after all? It feels rather hands-on. If he did not lead them into training, how could he harvest combat power? Was it perhaps that his pace in taking on disciples was too swift? Indeed, that was the crux of the matter. He had been too hasty in accepting disciples. Sighing in resignation, he muttered that if Beerus had arrived a few months later, he would not have been so busy. He could have relaxed, gradually improving. Or perhaps if he had traversed to a time before Majin Buu's emergence, he would not have needed to rush. Though Majin Buu was formidable, the initial form of Fat Buu did not demand excessively high combat power to deal with, given his childlike innocence, making him quite easy to deceive. After pondering for a while, Lin Fan felt it was futile. Never mind, I shall hasten to match Beerus's pace. He mused about the destructive god Beerus's combat power. Initially, when Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan God, Beerus had claimed to use 70% of his power, but in reality, it was merely to stimulate Sun Wukong. Lin Fan was acutely aware of this fact, estimating that when Beerus faced Super Saiyan God, Super Red, Sun Wukong, he likely did not even utilize 10% of his true might, and that was without invoking any of the God of Destruction's techniques. Thus, Lin Fan knew he would need to exert greater effort to catch up to Beerus, seeking more disciples to unlock divine gear. At that very moment, Frieza was diligently practicing the indestructible skills, executing it and lightly striking his chest, which immediately resonated with crisp, echoing sounds. Taking a few steps, he made a sound like pattering footsteps, grinning malevolently. Hee hee hee. My indestructible skill is becoming increasingly formidable. With this ability, what can Sun Wukong do even if he attains divinity? Frieza, do not be overly confident. A voice unexpectedly rang out in the air. Upon hearing this voice, Frieza instantly recognized its source and turned toward the direction of the sound, where a handsome young man suddenly materialized, none other than Lin Fan. Master, Lin Fan nodded slightly. Frieza, Sun Wukong has achieved divinity. With your current strength, along with your understanding of the indestructible skill, you would not withstand even a single exchange against him. One punch could shatter your indestructible skill, leaving you defenseless. This statement was not meant to intimidate Frieza, but rather a candid truth. His current combat power was too inadequate to keep pace with the backdrop of Dragon Ball Super. Even if he perfected the indestructible skill, he would not withstand a single blow from Sun Wukong. Frieza was astounded but did not doubt Lin Fan's words, for he understood that his master had no reason to deceive him. However, he was perplexed as to why. Despite the indestructible skill's prowess, it could not withstand a punch from Sun Wukong. Master Lin Fan, the indestructible skill has already amplified my defensive capabilities severalfold. How can it still fail against Sun Wukong's punch? Lin Fan replied with a faint smile, because his strength and attacking power have surpassed your imagination. What good is the indestructible skill in such a case? Frieza, let me tell you, while the indestructible skill is indeed impressive, one must possess a solid foundation. Without absolute combat power, even the most formidable skills are rendered ineffective. unless you wield the ability to erase the universe and all things with a mere wave of your hand. Frisia laughed heartily. Master Lin Fan, how could such a skill exist? In response to this question, Lin Fan already had an answer in mind. Why not? That child possesses such a skill. However, he refrained from disclosing this information for the time being, as revealing it would undoubtedly undermine the confidence of Frisia and others, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure upon them. While it may not affect Wukong, it would create an undeniable weight upon Frisia, Vegeta, and the like. Setting aside other matters, Frisia, I shall now take you to the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Endure for as long as you can. Do not waste time while inside. Yes, Master, Frisia, upon realizing Sun Wukong's formidable nature, would naturally not squander any more time. Lin Fan flew ahead, with Frisia closely trailing behind. In less than 5 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. Frisia gazed at the structure before him, marveling internally, is this truly the miraculous hyperbolic time chamber? 10 years inside, but only a day outside, and it can adjust gravity. Recalling the gravity, Frisia turned to Lin Fan, confidently declaring, Master Lin Fan, please set the gravity to 100,000 times. Oh, 100,000 times, Lin Fan replied, slightly taken aback. Upon hearing Lin Fan's tone, Frisia proudly inquired, what, has no one ever challenged such a multiplier? Ha ha ha. I, Frisia, am the Emperor of the Universe. Others cannot hope to reach my level. Seeing his blind confidence, Lin Fan coolly remarked, I meant to say, your multiplier is somewhat low. Sun Wukong challenged with a multiplier of 1,000,000 times. That is 10 times yours. Frisia's laughter abruptly ceased, and his confidence vanished in an instant. Without hesitation, he declared, please set it to 1,000,000 times. Are you certain? Lin Fan asked. As a reminder, absolutely. I cannot be weaker than Sun Wukong, Frisia asserted with confidence. Lin Fan did not further impede him. Very well, once you enter, I will adjust it to 1,000,000 times. Go ahead. Frisia took a deep breath and swiftly soared into the hyperbolic time chamber. The unimaginable weight of 1,000,000 times gravity was an experience he had never encountered before, yet he was acutely aware that it would be rather unpleasant. However, in pursuit of surpassing Son Goku and maintaining his dignity before Master Lin Fan, he felt compelled to endure it. Observing Frisia's retreating figure, Lin Fan could not help but smile. The competitive training among the three was indeed beneficial. Consequently, his own combat prowess was advancing at a remarkable pace. Ding! Disciple Broly's foundational combat power increased. 2 billion. Master received a double enhancement. For billion. Current host foundational combat power. 85 billion. Chapter 56. Broly's request to his father planet Vampa. Broly's purification technique had reached a significant level of mastery. Though it was not yet perfected, nor had it transcended into the realm of divine comprehension, it sufficed for Broly. Mastering the purification technique allowed him to effectively control his rampages. Overcome with excitement, Broly sprang to his feet, feeling that this indicated he could finally remove the controller from around his neck. With this thought in mind, he swiftly flew toward the cave. Upon entering, he found his father, Paragus, diligently repairing their spaceship. Paragus, alerted by the sound of Broly's footsteps, glanced over warily and was met with Broly's exuberant approach. Over the years, Paragus had grown cautious of Broly's sudden appearances, fearing he might attempt to kill him and seize the remote control. However, seeing Broly's joyous demeanor, he sensed that such an outcome was unlikely at present. This left Paragus perplexed. What could possibly elate Broly so? Had he reconciled with those beasts? If that were the case, he would have to kill a few more beasts to ensure Broly returned to his solitary existence. Although these thoughts crossed his mind, he maintained a calm facade and inquired, Broly, what is the matter? Father, I implore you to remove the controller for me. Broly pointed to the device around his neck. Upon hearing this, Paragus immediately grasped the remote control in his hand and asked, guardedly, Broly, what are you saying? He questioned again, suspecting he might have misheard. Father, you heard me correctly. Please take off the controller. I no longer require it. Broly exclaimed with delight. Paragus retorted sharply, nonsense. Do you have any idea why that controller is around your neck? It is to restrain your rage and prevent you from losing your sanity. If you were to lose control, you might even kill me, and then what would happen to this planet? It wouldn't just be me at risk. Your friends would perish too. Such righteous words might lead an uninformed observer to believe Paragus was acting in good faith, yet it was merely a pretext to refuse Broly, regardless of the circumstances. He would never remove the controller. Broly, however, remained oblivious to his father's true intentions. To him, Paragus was, after all, his father, who had his best interests at heart and would not act against him. With a smile, he explained, Father, I can now control my rampages. Even in a berserk state, I can maintain my rationality and think clearly. I will not act recklessly. These words caused Paragus to furrow his brow in disbelief. Nonsense. If you can control yourself, then why would I need to create this controller in the first place? Father, I speak the truth. If you don't believe me, test me. Push my buttons. Paragus, seeing Broly's unwavering insistence, began to harbor doubt. Could it be that Broly was indeed telling the truth? In the past, he had never persisted on any matter, especially concerning the controller, as he was aware it was meant to prevent his rampages. Pondering this, Paragus remained skeptical. Very well, I will test you. Broly, listen closely. All your friends who perished on this planet were killed by me. I intend to keep you isolated, devoid of any companions. And if you make any new friends, I shall eliminate them as well. So, abandon any thoughts of befriending those beasts. This declaration struck Broly like a bolt of lightning, twisting his face into a grimace of fury, his expression contorting as he began to seethe with rage. Just as Paragus anticipated Broly would succumb to his berserk state, he was astonished to witness Broly's gaze instantly return to normal. Though anger still simmered within him, he had not entered a frenzied state. At that moment, Broly appeared as any ordinary person might when angered, irate, yet not easily provoked to the point of losing his sanity. Seeing this, Paragus frowned, perplexed. What was happening? Why did it seem Broly had regained his composure? Was the provocation insufficient? No. Under normal circumstances, such provocation would be more than enough to trigger his rampage. Perhaps he had simply grown accustomed to hearing such remarks. All right then, let us try a different approach. Broly, have you forgotten? We were exiled by King Vegeta, and we nearly perished on planet Vegeta. Therefore, we must seek vengeance against King Vegeta and annihilate his entire race. Kill, 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 Paragus thundered, repeating the word kill thrice to incite Broly. Though Broly was indeed furious, he did not fall into a berserk state. Rather, he retained a calm demeanor, responding steadily, Father, rest assured, I will help you slay King Vegeta. Paragus felt no joy at Broly's promise. On the contrary, he felt deeply troubled. In the past, whenever this topic arose, Broly would invariably enter a state of rage, teetering on the brink of frenzy. Furthermore, having just emphatically repeated kill thrice should have stirred Broly's violent emotions. Yet, despite his anger, Broly had not lost control of his faculties. Father, do you see? I can now control my rage. If I choose not to enter a berserk state, no matter the provocation, I will not succumb. Broly declared joyfully. He had mastered the purification technique, allowing him to cleanse his mind of anger, no longer needing others to dictate his emotions. Broly, if you cannot feel anger, won't that hinder your combat power from increasing? Paragus inquired, his brow furrowed. After years of interaction, he understood all too well that Broly's berserk state resulted in a significant surge in combat power, a terrifying transformation. Without entering this state, would his power not stagnate? Broly smiled and clarified. Father, you misunderstand. I am not incapable of feeling anger. Rather, I can control my berserk state. I can still enter it, and even in that state, I can maintain my rationality. To put it simply, I can freely master my rage. Even in a berserk state, my combat power can still increase. Therefore, Father, I beseech you to assist me in removing the controller. Chapter 57. Paragus's hidden agenda. Paragus pondered for a moment before finally responding. No, Broly, I still do not fully trust you. To prevent you from losing your sanity and harming your father or this planet, the controller must remain in place. Let me make this clear. Do not attempt to remove it yourself. The moment you touch the controller, my remote will trigger an alarm. At that point, you will face the consequences. Broly was acutely aware that he could not unilaterally remove the controller, just as his father had stated. The moment he made contact with it, the device would sound an alarm and deliver an electric shock, directly affecting his neural pathways. The optimal way to remove the controller was to seek his father's assistance. However, given the current circumstances, it was evident that his father was unwilling to help him. Father, Broly suddenly called out, causing Paragus to hesitate momentarily, yet he continued to scrutinize Broly closely, sensing he was about to say something significant. As expected, Broly looked at him with a glimmer of disappointment in his eyes and asked, Are you unwilling to help me remove the controller? Paragus was acutely aware that Broly harbored great hopes regarding his words. If he were to express reluctance, it would undoubtedly sadden Broly, possibly leading him to disregard his father's guidance in the future. Yet, was he truly prepared to release Broly from his control device? Once he liberated him, he would no longer possess the means to govern Broly's actions. The latter would be free, and if he chose not to assist in the quest for universal domination, all of Paragus's efforts over the years would be rendered futile, akin to suffering in vain. Contemplating this, he spoke in a different tone. Broly, listen to your father. It is not that I do not wish to remove your control device. I understand that these years, wearing this device has caused you great distress, making you feel perpetually constrained, but you have never voiced it. I comprehend your plight. However, I have no other option, should I release you. And you enter a berserk state, I could very well meet my demise at your hands. Would you truly wish to kill your father? Broly shook his head. Despite his father's shortcomings, he felt an intrinsic bond. After all, blood is thicker than water. There was no way he could harm his father. Of course not. You are my father. But father, I truly believe I can now manage my berserk state. Paragus waved his hand, attempting to reassure him. How about this, Broly? Let us observe for a while longer. If you can genuinely control your rage, then I shall remove your control device. Broly pondered this, recognizing that his father's current stance indicated reluctance to free him. It seemed he would have to wait until his father placed his trust in him before he could be liberated. With a sense of disappointment, he nodded. Very well, he prepared to turn away. Paragus immediately called out to him, a look of confusion crossing his face. Broly, how is it that you can suddenly control your berserk state? Broly found this question contradictory. Had his father not just expressed disbelief in him? Why ask now? Paragus realized the ambiguity in his own words. In truth, he had begun to believe, yet he was unwilling to relinquish control over Broly. He quickly rephrased. Broly, what I meant to say is, how have you suddenly gained some semblance of control over your berserk state and emotions? Broly contemplated for a moment and decided to be forthright, believing that transparency might earn his father's full trust. Leading to the removal of the control device. Father, it is as follows. I encountered a deity a few days ago. It was he who taught me. A deity. Paragus's face was a mask of confusion. How could such a remote and desolate planet possibly host a god? And if a god had indeed descended, why was he unaware? What could be the deity's intentions, if it were a true deity? Perhaps he could be of use in their escape. However, for now, he needed to instill a sense of aversion in Broly towards this so-called deity, ensuring they would not meet again. Broly, you have not yet experienced the treachery of human hearts. You are far too gullible. Just because he claims to be a god, does that mean you should believe him? Perhaps he seeks to exploit you for his own ends. Upon hearing his father's words, Broly immediately retorted, Father, I am certain that Master Lin Fan is not that kind of person. He is definitely not sinister. He has taught me to cultivate and intends to take me away from Wampa Star. At this revelation, Paragus's heart raced violently, fixing his gaze on Broly. What did you say? He wishes to take you away from Wampa Star. Observing his father's agitated demeanor, Broly gently nodded. Broly, why did you not inform me of this plan to leave Wampa Star? Do you intend to conceal this from me? Do you wish to abandon your father? Have you forgotten who has cared for you all these years? Who rescued you from the clutches of King Vegeta? Paragus's agitation stemmed not from Broly's potential departure, but from the fact that he had concealed such crucial information from him. If Broly were to leave without his knowledge, what would his own purpose on Wampa Star be? Would he not be left to a lonely existence? In that case, the one befriending the beast would not be Broly, but himself. Broly hastily clarified. Father, it is not like that. I harbor no such intentions. Paragus sighed in relief. So you do not wish to leave. That is good. Very good. No, I do wish to leave, but I would never abandon you, father, Broly admitted earnestly, unable to meet his father's gaze. Though his father's fighting prowess paled in comparison to his own, he remained his father, and the weight of blood ties was deeply ingrained within him. Paragus, upon hearing this explanation, remained furious. But he recognized that shouting at Broly would not solve the issue. He needed to confront this Lin Fan character, ensuring he did not interfere in his relationship with Broly. Broly, where can I find this Lin Fan? Take me to meet him. Broly shook his head. I do not know. He appeared suddenly, and I have no means to contact him. This response caused Paragus to furrow his brow. A sudden appearance. Had he arrived on a spaceship and sought out Broly? After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, Broly, return to your training. As for your master Lin Fan, should he come seeking you again, inform me immediately. I have several questions for him. Understood. P.S. I kindly request a 5-star rating. The score was only 7 today, which has left me quite disheartened. Therefore, I would greatly appreciate it if everyone could click that delightful little hand for 5 stars. Thank you. Chapter 58. Disheartened Broly. After Broly departed, a shadow flickered in Paragus's eyes, his expression turning cruel as he clenched his teeth, as though something precious had been taken from him. Lin Fan. A god? Are you seeking me? No sooner had Paragus's words left his lips than a strikingly handsome young man appeared at the cave entrance. Upon seeing this youthful figure, Paragus felt an uncontrollable shiver run through him. How had this man arrived at his doorstep? Had he been eavesdropping on his conversation with Broly? In truth, Paragus was not mistaken. Lin Fan had been present for quite some time. Alerted by the system when Broly had enhanced his base combat power. He had discerned that Broly had grasped the purification technique to a significant degree. Nearing readiness to return to Earth, the moment Lin Fan appeared, he noticed Broly heading towards the cave and grew curious about his intentions. Thus, he manifested behind Broly without alerting him, eavesdropping on their exchange. Every word of their conversation was absorbed into his ears. "You are Lin Fan, the god Broly spoke of." Lin Fan neither denied nor felt the need to. "Indeed, I am Lin Fan." Paragus immediately issued a warning. "Ah. So you are Lin Fan. Since you have come unbidden, I shall not pursue you further. Allow me to caution you. It is best that you do not meddle in my affairs with Broly. He is my son, and I will dictate his actions as I see fit. Your involvement is unwelcome, and you need not instruct Broly on how to control his rage. In any case, if you are willing to take us away, then do so. Once we are gone, I shall reward you handsomely." Lin Fan smirked, amusement dancing in his eyes. "What reward could you possibly offer me? Or rather, would the reward you provide be of any interest to me?" "Paragus, do you not perceive that you are failing as a father?" Paragus was taken aback. "How do you know my name? Did Broly tell you?" Lin Fan did not respond, deeming the question unnecessary, and continued, "Your reluctance to allow me to teach Broly how to manage his rage stems solely from your desire to keep the control device affixed to him for eternity. You wish to maintain control over him indefinitely, directing his every move, turning him into your weapon, a weapon to unify the universe. Such behavior is disgraceful. You are not a fit father. To you, Broly is merely a tool, not your son." Paragus glared at Lin Fan, his expression akin to that of a cat whose tail had just been stepped on. You, what? Am I mistaken?" Lin Fan calmly retorted. Paragus exhaled heavily, his voice tinged with shadow. "So what? Broly is my son. He should do as I command. I gave him life. What right does he have to set terms with me? What right does he have to resist me?" Lin Fan shrugged. "Thus, I maintain that Broly is merely a sword in your hand, not your son." Paragus shouted vehemently. "Yes, and what of it? Our matters with Broly do not require your intervention. If you know what is wise, take us away from this desolate planet. You shall not lack for rewards. If you refuse to take us, then be gone." Initially, Paragus had intended to leverage Lin Fan's assistance to escape with Broly. However, upon hearing Lin Fan articulate his thoughts so candidly, he immediately relinquished this notion. He abandoned it, realizing that if Broly continued to associate with Lin Fan, he would surely cast aside his father in favor of him. Heeding Lin Fan's words instead, therefore, he sought to minimize their encounters, ideally, to avoid them altogether. Lin Fan attempted to persuade, "Paragus, if you genuinely care for Broly, I urge you to treat him with paternal love and remove the controller from around his neck, rather than continue to manipulate him with it." Paragus clenched his fists, retorting furiously, "Enough of your nonsense. Leave at once. Broly is my son. I will dictate his every action. How I treat him is my affair. I intend to control him for eternity. So what if I do? I will have him assist me in ruling the universe. What of it?" Lin Fan ceased his attempts at persuasion and turned to depart. Just as he did, he spotted Broly standing at the cave's entrance. Paragus, too, noticed Broly's presence, his heartbeat quickening, panic washing over his face, leaving him momentarily at a loss. His prior declaration could undoubtedly provoke Broly into a furious state, inciting him to attack. However, with the remote control in his grasp, he felt no fear. His true concern was that with everything laid bare, even if Broly remained under his control, he would no longer be as easily manipulated. For Broly would recognize the deception he had endured. Lin Fan, aware of Broly's arrival, felt no surprise. He had anticipated Broly's return. His earlier words had been deliberately crafted for Broly's ears, to unveil the true nature of his father. Paragus. Once Broly discerned this truth, how he chose to confront Paragus would be his decision. Lin Fan's intention in revealing Paragus's true face was to prevent Broly from being exploited, to allow him to reclaim his authentic self. No longer living for others, such a person, brimming with potential, deserved greater opportunities for growth, rather than being confined within Paragus's meager ambition of universal dominion. In the world of Dragon Ball Super, what significance lies in ruling a universe? If a god of destruction decrees your demise at dusk, you shan't see dawn. If the Omni-King orders your death in the next moment, you won't survive to the following 2 seconds. The title of Cosmic Emperor is but a jest. Paragus turned to Broly, hastily explaining, "Broly, listen to me. What I just said was not the truth. It was distorted by Lin Fan. It was not sincere." Lin Fan stood aside, offering no clarification. The determination of truth would rest with Broly. He also wished to observe whether Broly could harness his purifying technique to master his current emotions. Broly gazed at his father, speaking flatly, "Father, how long will you continue to deny the truth? From the moment you chose not to remove the controller, I sensed your ulterior motives. Yet, I held on to my belief because you are my father. However, you have truly disappointed me." Upon hearing his son's words, Paragus stepped forward, but abruptly recalled something and retreated hastily. "Broly, let me explain." "What? Do you lack the courage to face me?" Broly interrupted. Chapter 59. After the fury of Broly observed Paragus' hesitant advance and retreat with keen awareness. He understood that his father feared he would harm him, hence his reluctance to approach. It was not a fear of Broly's potential rage spiraling out of control, but rather a profound distrust. If Paragus truly trusted him, even the prospect of Broly losing control would not deter him. Paragus found himself momentarily speechless, struck by the truth of Broly's words. After several seconds of contemplation, he sought to justify himself. "It's not like that, Broly. I fear you might fall into a rage." Broly interrupted once more. "No need to say any more." He turned and swiftly flew away, with Lin Fan close behind that moment. Paragus called after him, "Broly, stop." Yet, how could Broly heed Paragus at this juncture? Disappointment in his father surged within him. He needed to find calm. Without hesitation, Paragus pressed the remote. A surge of electricity coursed through Broly's body, invading his mind and frantically stimulating his nerves. Broly let out a tormented scream, his body crashing to the ground, clutching his neck as he writhed in agony. Lin Fan, witnessing Broly's painful and desperate struggles on the ground, acted without delay, channeling a wave of healing energy into Broly's body, alleviating his suffering in an instant. Broly, grasping the controller, bellowed. With a swift motion, he tore the device from around his neck, clutching it tightly in his hand, gradually crushing it into fragments that scattered to the ground. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying away every trace of dust, as though the controller had never existed in Broly's possession. Paragus watched this scene, trembling in fear, his eyes wide with terror. He was afraid that Broly would unleash his wrath upon him. Given Broly's overwhelming power, ending his life would be but a fleeting moment or a simple energy blast away. He muttered incoherently, "Broly, don't act impulsively. Don't be angry. I am your father." The fury within Broly surged, distorting his face, his fists swelling with rage. Suddenly, he cried out. A deafening roar erupted, and with it, the very ground of planet Vegeta began to tremble. As if heralding an impending earthquake, the tremors intensified, the earth fractured, and crevices emerged. But this was merely the prologue. Mountains crumbled, and tsunamis surged forth, unleashing a cataclysmic deluge that engulfed the land, sweeping away all in its path. The convergence of landslides and tidal waves was upon them. All the while, Broly's form expanded with each passing moment, and Paragus' eyes were filled with dread. He knew he could not remain here. This instinctual thought spurred him into action, as he turned and fled towards the cave, seeking to distance himself from Broly. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, observing the enraged Broly, felt no trepidation. In fact, he was delighted. The more furious Broly became, the closer he would be to a breakthrough, which would enhance his own combat prowess. Moreover, in his current state, even in a frenzy, Broly could maintain his rationality. Should he fail to purify himself, Lin Fan would assist him in achieving that. Ding! Broly's foundational combat power increased. 5 billion. Master gained a double boost. 10 billion. Current host's foundational combat power. 95 billion. Lin Fan gazed upon his foundational combat power, feeling a swell of joy within. It had reached 95 billion and was on the verge of crossing the 100 billion threshold. Once he entered this realm, he would transform into a Super Saiyan God, gaining the immense power of 20 quintillion. Should he further empower himself with the body dominance technique and the 30-fold Kaioken, or perhaps directly transform into the Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, Super Blue, augmenting these enhancements would undoubtedly result in a significant increase in strength. The mere thought of it sent a thrill coursing through him. However, Lin Fan's aspirations for combat power did not stop there. His current ambition was to defeat Beerus. Approximately 8 minutes passed before Broly's rampage ceased, and he entered a state of primal robustness, his muscles bulging, hair turning green, and his pupils also adopting a verdant hue. This was the Broly post-rampage, distinct from his previous berserk states. Now, he possessed his own consciousness and rationality. Lin Fan turned to Broly and inquired, "Are you all right, Master?" "I am fine. I can control my body and emotions," Broly replied. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. "Well done. You have adeptly mastered the purification technique, even if you have not yet perfected it. It is sufficient for your use. Now, return to your normal state. As Lin Fan's words fell, Broly transformed back into his usual self in an instant, his physique and hair reverting to normal. Master Lin Fan. I apologize if I startled you earlier, Broly said apologetically. Lin Fan chuckled lightly. No need for concern. It was nothing. It is impossible for you to frighten me. However, your apology is appreciated, demonstrating your thoughtfulness. Indeed, in his normal state. Broly was quite polite. Lin Fan distinctly remembered when Broly first encountered Vegeta, greeting him with, "Hello, I am Broly." Now, with the enhancements from Lin Fan's purification technique, there was no longer any need to worry about irrationality post-Rampage. Broly's behavior reminded Lin Fan of the scene in GT where Goku and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Note, the timeline of Dragon Ball GT follows after Dragon Ball Super. During the GT era, Ub has already grown up, whereas the current Ub has only recently been reincarnated as a child, being the reincarnation of Kid Buu.I in the realm of Dragon Ball, Super, and GT. We shall not follow the GT storyline, as the characters from GT are not particularly notable in the context of Super.as for Super Saiyan 4. Depending on circumstances, it may be added. If so, illustrations from Super 1 to Super 10 will be provided in the comments section. Initially, when Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 4, he first became a gorilla, losing all reason. It was only after regaining his sanity that he reverted to human form. Entering the true Super Saiyan 4 phase. Broly's current appearance bore some resemblance to Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan 4, having regained his reason and significantly enhanced his combat prowess. Broly, are you willing to leave with me now? Lin Fan asked. I am. Broly responded without hesitation. Good. Place your hand on my shoulder. I will take you to Earth. As for Paragus, Lin Fan had no interest in him, as he had already lived in solitude on this island for decades. He could stay there until the end of his days. Chapter 60, Anger at the sight of you. With a swift motion, Lin Fan and Broly appeared within the Taoist temple. Inside, the Pilaf trio was busy preparing a meal. And Lin Fan had come here solely to sense their presence. The trio, carrying dishes, excitedly approached, exclaiming, "Dinner is ready. Broly, please have a seat." Lin Fan gestured for Broly to sit down. As the Pilaf trio presented the food, Broly could not help but salivate, especially at the enticing aroma of the pizza, which tantalized his taste buds. Lin Fan smiled slightly. Broly, on planet Vampa, you have only been eating meat, correct? Broly nodded. Yes, master, raw fish. Lin Fan paused. Momentarily taken aback, he had suspected that Broly primarily consumed meat on Vampa but had not anticipated raw fish. However, upon reflection, it made sense, given Paragus' nature. He likely had no interest in teaching Broly to cook and would have preferred him to eat raw. Broly, you will have little opportunity to eat raw fish while following me, as it is rather unpalatable. Lin Fan glanced at Xiao Wu and asked, "Is everything ready?" "All set." Xiao Wu nodded, her gaze fixated on the food, eager to begin. However, she was acutely aware that they had to wait for Lin Fan to speak first. "All right, let us sit down and eat," Lin Fan declared. Yes, the Pilaf trio wasted no time, promptly taking their seats and diving into the meal. Had Lin Fan not been present, they likely would have each grabbed a plate and devoured the food outright. Lin Fan also gestured to Broly. "Dig in." "Yes, master." Midway through the meal, a sudden whoosh echoed, and Goku and Vegeta materialized, catching sight of the dining group. Goku salivated audibly. Vegeta, having merged with God Ki, sought to consult Lin Fan about the next steps, prompting Kakarot to accompany him in search of Lin Fan. "Master Lin Fan, you didn't call us for dinner," Goku exclaimed boisterously. A resounding noise echoed in Broly's mind, causing him acute discomfort. His gaze swiftly turned toward Goku, his pupils dilating with rage, as if Goku had committed some heinous act against him. Lin Fan had been observing Broly since Goku's arrival, eager to see how Broly would react to Goku's voice. As anticipated, upon hearing Goku's voice, Broly's fury surged forth, his eyes ablaze with wrath. The atmosphere shifted palpably, as everyone present sensed the growing tension emanating from Broly, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, replete with fiery intensity. Goku, noticing Broly's glare, perplexedly asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lin Fan pondered whether to allow Broly to duel Goku. Previously, upon arriving from planet Vampa, Broly had unleashed a torrent of attacks against Goku and Vegeta, initially finding himself at a disadvantage. However, as the battle progressed, Broly's latent potential began to surface, allowing him to gain the upper hand over Goku and Vegeta, even after they transformed into Super Blue forms. Ultimately, it was only due to Frieza enduring some punishment that Goku and Vegeta had the chance to fuse into Vegeto. becoming Super Blue Vegito and managing to suppress the rampaging Broly. The notion that someone without formal training could overpower Super Blue Goku and Super Blue Vegeta was utterly absurd. Lin Fan deemed Broly to be akin to a game-breaking character. Indeed, he was exceptionally formidable. With proper training, he could rival or even surpass Jiren. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Fan concluded that the time for a duel between the two was not yet ripe. Primarily due to the lack of a suitable battleground. It would be impractical to let them enter the hyperbolic time chamber for a duel, as that would squander their opportunity, while a single battle could significantly enhance their combat abilities. Entering the chamber due to a fight would be a gross extravagance. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Fan reminded Broly, "Focus your mind." Upon hearing Lin Fan's voice, Broly wasted no time in activating the purification technique. Approximately half a minute later, he stabilized his mental state, and his gaze towards Goku softened considerably. Goku observed the change in Broly's demeanor and scratched his head in confusion, asking, "Master Lin Fan, who is he? Why was he looking at me like that?" Vegeta, standing before Broly, was equally perplexed but sensed that this individual was not to be underestimated. Yet, he thought, what of it? Having merged with God Ki, he felt confident in facing Kakarot. Let alone this newcomer. If Lin Fan were aware of Vegeta's thoughts, he would undoubtedly find them amusingly optimistic. The man before them, akin to a game-breaking character, was far more complex than Vegeta imagined. And Super Saiyan Blue held little significance in comparison. Lin Fan set down his utensils and explained, "His name is Broly. He is a very powerful individual, and he tends to become angry upon seeing you. By the way, like you, he is also a scion from planet Vegeta." Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Broly closely. To his astonishment, he discovered that Broly was also from planet Vegeta. He had believed that he and Kakarot were the only survivors of their homeworld. The revelation of another individual was unexpected, and Lin Fan had mentioned that this person was exceptionally powerful. Anyone esteemed by Lin Fan must surely possess remarkable strength. As Vegeta contemplated these thoughts, Goku, indifferent to the significance of planet Vegeta, was solely captivated by the mention of scions and their might. With uncontainable excitement, he fixated on Broly, exclaiming, "Incredible! That's amazing. Let us have a spar." Lin Fan interjected, "Considering the destructive power you both wield, Earth cannot withstand your clash. Once Vegeta ascends to godhood, seek out a desolate planet where you three can unleash your full potential." "Ah, Master Lin Fan, I can hardly wait." "Broly, let us compete," Goku exclaimed eagerly. Broly's lips twitched slightly. "I will heed Master Lin Fan." "Oh, you two are a disciple of Master Lin Fan." Both Goku and Vegeta were taken aback. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. "All right, Goku, we shall postpone the spar until Vegeta ascends to godhood. If you wish for a swift bout, you must encourage Vegeta to achieve that state." "Huh, face him together." Goku was utterly surprised. Vegeta could not suppress a scoff. Lin Fan, aware of their thoughts, smiled gently. "Broly, unlike you two, he is different. Aren't they all scions? What could possibly set them apart?" The two leaned in, eager to understand. P.S. Everyone, please refrain from hoarding books. It severely affects the quality of the reading experience. Daily freshness is beneficial, so please support with a click. Chapter 61. Just him. Different. What could be so distinct? Broly was still a scion, after all. Goku and Vegeta, filled with curiosity, turned to Lin Fan, awaiting clarification. Lin Fan did not keep them in suspense for long. Explaining, "Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan, a warrior of ancient lineage." "What?" Vegeta was instantly dumbfounded, his eyes widening in disbelief, his legs trembling as he gazed at the seemingly harmless Broly. Goku, in a state of confusion, asked, "An ancient scion? Is he really that formidable?" Scratching his head, he added, "But aren't ancient scions still scions?" Goku had no understanding of the hierarchy within scion bloodlines. He merely recognized them as scions. Vegeta immediately retorted, "Kakarot, you fool. Ancient scions possess one of the most potent bloodlines among our kind. It is said to be only inferior to that of the progenitor scion, a lineage that has always been a mere legend. Never truly realized. In contrast, the ancient scion bloodline is very much real. Thus, in a strict sense, ancient scions are the most powerful among us, as the progenitor scion is but a myth. When an ancient scion transforms, they become exceedingly savage and bloodthirsty, their battle prowess surging beyond comprehension. They are a nightmare for all scions, a demonic presence." Vegeta had only encountered such tales in the annals of scion history. Although he had merely read about them, he could sense the terror encapsulated in the descriptions. This was why, upon learning that Broly was an ancient scion, he felt both astonishment and a flicker of fear. Sometimes, knowing too much can be a burden. instilling dread within oneself. In contrast, Goku exhibited a naive bravado, seemingly unperturbed by Vegeta's revelations, fixating solely on one crucial point. Ancient scions are formidable. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was slightly surprised. He hadn't anticipated that Vegeta had knowledge of the progenitor scion. However, based on Vegeta's words, the records indicate that the progenitor scion is merely a legend, akin to the super scion god, a mere myth. The progenitor scion relates to bloodline, while the super scion god pertains to transformation. Bloodlines enhance potential and explosive power at their roots, while transformations merely provide temporary boosts. In a strict sense, bloodlines hold greater significance than transformations. To illustrate, despite Goku and Vegeta being able to transform into Super Saiyan Blue, they were still outmatched by Broly, who had received minimal training, owing to the effects of his ancient Saiyan bloodline. If Lin Fan were to reveal to Vegeta that he had the opportunity to attain the bloodline of the progenitor scion, one wonders how Vegeta would react. Lin Fan's own progenitor scion and angel bloodlines remained untouched in his system backpack. Not due to a lack of desire to utilize them, but rather due to a lack of time. Goku, utterly bewildered, remarked, "I don't quite understand. What is this ancient scion and progenitor scion business? Isn't a scion just a scion?" He chuckled, "but I can tell he is really strong. I'm excited to battle him." As he said this, he rubbed his hands together in eager anticipation. Vegeta's lips twitched in annoyance. Conversing with someone of such low intellect was utterly exasperating. Ultimately, he turned his gaze to Lin Fan, hoping that his master would comprehend the situation. Lin Fan nodded gently. "Vegeta, you are correct. The ancient Scion bloodline is indeed formidable." He then looked at Goku with a smile. "Goku, there is something else you should know. Broly was born on the same day as you. With a battle power of 10,000 at birth, enough to make you cry uncontrollably." Both Vegeta and Goku were instantly taken aback. What? A battle power of 10,000 at birth? Despite their current powers exceeding billions. The notion of being born with a battle power of 10,000 was incomprehensible to them. As Goku processed this revelation, he sheepishly scratched his head. "No wonder I was scared to tears when Vegeta invaded Earth. His power was only 18,000. Vegeta smacked Goku on the chest and shot him a fierce glare. "What are you doing, Vegeta?" Goku said, slightly miffed. Vegeta had a tendency to resort to such antics. In truth, he preferred to avoid discussing past events, especially his invasion of Earth, as he now had people to protect. In his eyes, invaders were villains. And his previous actions were also villainous. He simply did not wish to acknowledge that he had once been a villain. Lin Fan chuckled softly, finding Goku's bluntness rather hurtful, as he lacked the subtlety to navigate such conversations. He then stated, "Enough of that. You two haven't eaten yet, have you? Vegeta, after your meal, I will teach you the art of controlling your ki. Once you grasp it, the path to godhood will be within reach." "Absolutely." Goku, his attention drawn to the food on the table, could hardly contain his excitement. If they couldn't spar, then eating was the greatest joy. The two began to devour their meals with fervor. The speed at which they consumed their food left Pilaf, Mai, and Aisho feeling deeply threatened, prompting them to hasten their own eating. This resulted in a rather comical scene. 5 individuals racing to finish their meals at an absurd pace. To the extent that it could be described as a competition, given such velocity, the meager amount of food was insufficient. Within 3 minutes, not a single morsel remained on the table, had it not been for the slight oil residue on the plates. One might have mistaken them for having been washed clean. Lin Fan turned to Vegeta with a serious expression. "Vegeta, next time you come, bring 1,000,000,000. "Huh?" Vegeta paused. Goku, equally confused, queried, "Master Lin Fan, why should Vegeta bring 1,000,000,000? Considering your appetites, would the funds from Tianjin Fan suffice for you both?" Vegeta, feeling slightly indignant, retorted, "Kakarot eats just as voraciously. Why doesn't he bring anything? Does he even have it?" Sun Wukong. Chapter 62. The plan for Broly. Sun Wukong scratched his head in utter embarrassment. He truly had no money. Until now, he and Chi-Chi were still residing in a modest little house, unlike Bulma and Vegeta, who lived in a world-class luxurious mansion. Vegeta instantly felt a sense of relief, finally managing to gain an upper hand over Kakarot for once. "All right, let's go after we've eaten." Lin Fan soared into the air, with the 3 following closely behind. They arrived at a cooler spot, where Broly, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta sat cross-legged while Lin Fan stood, elucidating the mastery of the Ultra Ki technique. Both Sun Wukong and Broly had a grasp of the Ultra Ki technique. Yet they were not averse to Lin Fan, their master, explaining it once more. Although they had mastered it, they had only achieved a significant level of proficiency, not yet reaching the stage of perfection. let alone the realm of transcendence. Thus, listening to Master Lin Fan's explanations was undoubtedly beneficial. Approximately 2 hours later, Lin Fan not only elucidated the methods of mastering Ultra Ki to Vegeta, but also imparted the secrets to achieving divinity. Vegeta, with his considerable talent, remembered everything, but memorization did not equate to mastery. He still needed to comprehend it deeply. Lin Fan planned to wait until Frieza emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber before allowing Vegeta to enter. Preferring to keep the two apart for the time being, he even contemplated instructing Frieza to return to his army upon his exit, advising him not to mention that he was Lin Fan's disciple. Similar to how the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, had kept silent about his master, the Bodhi Patriarch, Vegeta, focus on your comprehension. At this moment, Broly looked at Lin Fan with curiosity and inquired, Master Lin Fan, may I ask why I cannot perceive the secrets to achieving divinity? Haha. Lin Fan chuckled lightly, calmly explaining, your body lacks divine energy. Hence, it is only natural that you cannot sense it. Divine energy? Broly was perplexed. Lin Fan provided a brief explanation, and Broly began to understand that divine energy was an essential component for attaining divinity. Broly, while achieving divinity is indeed advantageous, I do not intend to have you attain it. Ah, why not? Broly was quite bewildered. From Lin Fan's previous statements, he believed that achieving divinity would greatly enhance his combat power. Why would he not allow himself to become divine? As this thought crossed his mind, he quickly dismissed it, convinced that Master Lin Fan would have no reservations. Instead, he surely had other plans in mind. His assumption was not incorrect. Lin Fan indeed had alternative intentions for Broly. Due to the ancient Scion bloodline within you, the conventional path to divinity is not suitable for you. You are better suited for the ancient Scion class route. Ancient Scion class route. Broly found it somewhat difficult to comprehend. Precisely. Just like the Super Saiyan 1, 2, and 3 paths that Sun Wukong and Vegeta follow. Lin Fan elaborated. As long as your strength is sufficiently formidable, you can attain divinity through the ancient Scion class route, achieving a divine state that is even more powerful and ferocious. Super Ancient Scion 1, 2, 3, 4, and even up to 10. After this succinct explanation, Broly seemed to grasp the concept and nodded lightly. For now, Broly, focus on refining your purification technique. Once you elevate it, I will assist you in breaking through to the Super Ancient Scion 4 level. To transform into Super Ancient Scion 4, one must revert to the state of a gigantic gorilla and then regain control over their intellect to return to a normal humanoid form. This is the key to truly entering Super Ancient Scion 4. This transformation method is not only applicable to Broly, but also to Sun Wukong and the others when they transform into Super Saiyan 4. All must undergo the transformation back into the gigantic gorilla state. Given Broly's current proficiency with the purification technique, it was indeed suitable for his present condition. However, transforming into Super 4 would lead to increased fury and a loss of rationality. Broly was already prone to bouts of rage, and the added ferocity from the gigantic gorilla state, coupled with a lack of adequate purification techniques, would make it exceedingly difficult for him to manage. Although Lin Fan could assist him externally with purification techniques, such assistance could never match the efficacy of his self-evolution. To achieve even greater power and ascend to Super 4, Super 5, and other advanced states, Broly needed to refine the purification technique to a state of perfection or even transcendence. Hence, Lin Fan had always believed that this purification technique was practically designed for Broly. Broly offered no objections to Lin Fan's instructions. Yes, Master Lin Fan, you three should train separately. If anything arises, come find me at the Taoist Temple. Yes. As soon as Lin Fan's words fell, he instantly sensed the energy of Xiaohui through instant transmission and returned to the Taoist Temple. Upon arriving, the first thing he did was recline in a chair and close his eyes to rest. After several hours of busyness, he felt quite fatigued. However, as soon as he shut his eyes, he recalled that there were several valuable items in his system backpack that required his attention. Instantly, his weariness dissipated. He opened his system backpack and immediately checked the effects of the primordial Scion bloodline. Angel bloodline, and the traversal cube. Primordial Scion bloodline, the ancestor of the Scions, the first generation of Scion blood. Success stems from Scion heritage, failure also from Scion heritage, with immeasurable potential. Angel bloodline, a rare lineage of special angels, naturally endowed with angelic abilities, such as sensing energy and time reversal. A noble bloodline seldom found in the universe, with unfathomable potential. Traversal cube, a means of transportation for the god of destruction, capable of shielding against the perception of any god of destruction and ordinary angels, allowing free traversal across various universes. Super blue secret, the techniques and methods that culminate in the achievement of Super Saiyan God. Lin Fan was thoroughly pleased with the effects of these items, especially the primordial Saiyan bloodline, which represented the ancestral lineage of the Saiyans, the most legitimate Saiyan bloodline. In simpler terms, aside from those possessing the primordial Saiyan bloodline, all other Saiyans, in a certain sense, could be considered their descendants. As for the angel bloodline, Lin Fan understood that beings like Whis and Beerus were so formidable precisely because of their angelic heritage. This fact was undeniable. The traversal cube was initially what Hit sought, promising it to the god of destruction of Universe 6, Kampa, in order to battle against Sun Wukong and the others. With this item, Lin Fan could soar across various universes, gathering disciples wherever he pleased. Indeed, it was a remarkable asset, evaluation, a divine artifact. Without overthinking, he fused the primordial Saiyan bloodline with the angel bloodline and learned the Super Blue secret. In an instant, two distinct special energies and a memory of the Super Blue secret rapidly merged into Lin Fan's being. Chapter 63, Special Reward. Master's Blessing. Lin Fan lay quietly in the chair. Utterly still, yet internally, his body underwent a cataclysmic transformation. His potential and abilities in all aspects received an extraordinary enhancement. A surge of the primordial Saiyan bloodline consumed the original Saiyan bloodline, establishing a portion of the primordial Saiyan bloodline within him. Simultaneously, the angel bloodline integrated into his body, culminating in a being of three bloodlines: primordial Saiyan, angel, and human. If Broly was akin to a bug like man, then Lin Fan was the embodiment of a cheat. A bug emerges inadvertently, representing an existence that surpasses certain thresholds. While a cheat defies all logic and explanation, everything becomes absurd. Ah, what a thrill. These two bloodlines are truly invincible. Lin Fan exclaimed softly, unable to contain his excitement after feeling the might of these two bloodlines. Ding! Host's base combat power increased by 100 billion. All disciples under the host received the Master's blessing, increasing their power by 10 billion in an instant. Lin Fan emanated a vast amount of unique energy, which seemed to possess consciousness, swiftly racing towards the direction of his disciple, Vegeta, Sun Wukong, Broly, who were cultivating outside the temple, as well as number 17, far away on an island, and Frisia, ensconced within the hyperbolic time chamber, were all located by this special energy. Upon reaching them, this energy immediately merged into their bodies, and in that fleeting moment, everyone felt a warm sensation enveloping them. Subsequently, they sensed a significant increase in their energy levels, with their combat power soaring dramatically. Although they could not quantify the exact enhancement, they felt that their foundational combat power had surged to at least 8 billion, while in reality, it was precisely 10 billion. They were utterly astonished, pondering how such a tremendous boost in combat power could occur, and from where this energy had originated. As they were engulfed in confusion, a voice resonated in their minds. Your master has bestowed upon you a small token of combat power as a reward for your virtue. This voice was a notification from the system for Lin Fan. Upon hearing it, all the disciples comprehended that this energy was a gift from their master, Lin Fan. With this realization, their astonishment deepened. Their master could grant them such immense combat power even from a great distance. What a remarkable skill. It was simply terrifying. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances towards the temple, both thinking how formidable Master Lin Fan truly was. This technique was nothing short of divine. Defeating Master Lin Fan seemed to be far more challenging than they had anticipated. Despite this thought, Sun Wukong felt no sense of defeat. On the contrary, he clenched his fists, his face brimming with excitement. He relished this feeling of pursuit. Lin Fan, taken aback by the system's notification, exclaimed, "Oh, I can actually bestow combat power upon my disciples. This is indeed a first." The system promptly elucidated. When the host's combat power is increased by more than 100 billion in a single instance, a blessing will be conferred upon the disciples. The amount of blessed combat power is random but will not exceed half of the host's increase. For instance, if the host increases by 100 billion in foundational combat power, the blessed combat power will not exceed 50 billion. After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Fan grasped the situation completely. No wonder he had not noticed this before. The condition was rather stringent, requiring an increase of over 100 billion in combat power at once to trigger a blessing. However, Lin Fan was not overly concerned about whether he could confer blessings. It was advantageous if he could, but if he could not, it would not be a loss for him. Clenching his fists, he reflected on how the bloodlines of the ancestor Saiyan and the angel were indeed formidable. The fusion of these two bloodlines had already elevated his foundational combat power by 100 billion without any training. If he were to train further, his combat power would surely ascend even higher. It seemed imperative for him to seize the opportunity and enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training. At that time, he could invite a few disciples to spar with him, undoubtedly leading to a considerable increase in combat power. Perhaps he could even elevate it to 500 billion in foundational combat power. Lin Fan's ambitions grew larger. Previously, he had deemed a breakthrough to 1 billion as impressive. Yet now, after merging these two bloodlines, his perspective shifted, rendering the notion of 1 billion foundational combat power trivial. By the way, the angel bloodline inherently possessed numerous skills. What divine techniques did it bestow? Lin Fan closed his eyes and attentively sensed time reversal, telekinesis, or perception. So far, Lin Fan had perceived 3 innate skills of the angel bloodline and murmured, "Why are there only 3 unique divine skills? Is it because I have yet to master the angel bloodline fully?" After pondering for a moment, Lin Fan concluded that his assumption was indeed correct. It was likely due to his lack of proficiency in wielding the angel bloodline that he had only sensed 3 special divine techniques. After all, the fusion of bloodlines and learning techniques from the system were fundamentally different. Techniques learned would immediately reach a mastery level, whereas bloodline fusion required personal exploration. Never mind. There was no need to dwell on these matters. Once he became adept, he would naturally discover the full range of the angel's innate skills. Lin Fan maintained a relaxed outlook, not overly fixated on these thoughts, and instead began to delve into the secrets of the super blue transformation. The super blue secrets were essentially the techniques for teaching others to transform into Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. These secrets were beneficial for instructing Sun Wukong and Vegeta, but held little relevance for Lin Fan himself, as he had already mastered the super blue transformation when he had absorbed Broly. With a thorough understanding of the super blue transformation techniques, Lin Fan mused, once one possesses the ability to transform into Super Saiyan God, achieving super blue becomes far less challenging. With the addition of some specialized training, it can certainly be accomplished. With a yawn, Lin Fan stretched and closed his eyes to rest. This slumber lasted for 2 hours. Upon awakening, Lin Fan comfortably remarked, "At last, I feel relaxed. These past few days have been quite exhausting." He brought his index and middle fingers together, preparing to sense Broly's aura to assess his progress. Just then, a streak of light descended from the heavens. Chapter 64. A special visitor. A streak of light fell from the sky, revealing 2 figures before him, a man and a woman. Both were tall, with bluish-green skin and long white hair. The man held a long staff, which was red and deep blue in the middle, and around his neck hung a large, light blue halo. The woman, sporting a high ponytail, was exceptionally beautiful, with a curvaceous figure and alluringly long legs, exuding an air of slight aloofness. The man had upright, curly hair and was quite handsome. Upon seeing these 2, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, pondering their sudden arrival. The man spoke first, greeting Lin Fan politely. "Mr. Lin Fan." The woman beside him also chimed in, "Mr. Lin Fan." Although Lin Fan was uncertain about their purpose for visiting, he understood the importance of reciprocating their greetings, especially given their formidable presence. Mr. Whis, Ms. Beerus. Indeed, these 2 unexpected visitors were none other than Whis, the Angel of Universe 7, and Beerus, the Angel of Universe 6. Angels primarily serve the gods of destruction, but in reality, they supervise them, and their status is arguably higher than that of the gods of destruction themselves. Lin Fan was aware of this. During the Tournament of Power, any universe that faced defeat would see both its god of destruction and Supreme Kai perishing, while the angels would merely return to the Grand Priest's side. This might be attributed to the Grand Priest's close relationship with the Omni-King or the inherent background of the angel race. Lin Fan was uncertain. Nevertheless, he perceived that their standing indeed surpassed that of the gods of destruction. Whis and Beerus were slightly surprised that Lin Fan recognized them, though the surprise was fleeting. Curiously, Lin Fan inquired, "Might I ask what brings you 2 here so unexpectedly?" This question genuinely puzzled him. Why had 2 angels come? Was it due to his fusion with the angel bloodline? Yet, even if that were the case, it shouldn't have attracted their attention so swiftly. Especially Beerus, who was the Angel of Universe 6, far removed from Universe 7. Whis smiled and replied, "We come not with guidance, but rather at the behest of the Grand Priest, to pay a visit to Mr. Lin Fan." Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. The Grand Priest's decree. The Grand Priest was aware of his existence. What could this possibly mean? How could he, being so far away in Universe 7, be known to the Grand Priest? Upon reflection, it seemed rather unsurprising. The Grand Priest, being a prominent figure beside the Omni-King, surely possessed remarkable abilities. Moreover, Whis had mentioned that the Grand Priest was a peak-level expert among the 12 universes. So tracking down someone like Lin Fan would not pose a significant challenge for such a formidable being. However, what had drawn the Grand Priest's attention to him? The angel bloodline, yet he had only recently merged with it. Even if that could warrant attention, it shouldn't have prompted Whis and Beerus to visit so soon. Suddenly, Lin Fan recalled something of great importance. The vast heart. Understood. I seem to have grasped the situation. Undoubtedly due to the vast heart. The effects of the vast heart are formidable. During its integration, though it may appear to be quite still, it has, in fact, shaken all 12 universes. Moreover, the capabilities of the vast heart enable communication with anyone within these 12 universes. And among those who possess such abilities is the Grand Priest. By merging with such a potent force, he must have experienced a certain resonance, which is why he took notice of me. But why does he not seek me out personally? After pondering this, Lin Fan awkwardly smiled to himself, realizing that his lack of direct attention must surely stem from his insufficient strength with his current prowess. Even defeating Beerus poses a significant challenge, let alone the Grand Priest. Unable to stand as a rival, merely a small fry, how could he possibly come to visit me in person? The fact that he sent Whis and Beerus is already a considerable honor. Lin Fan smiled politely and inquired, "Might I ask what the Grand Priest wishes to convey? In a situation where one is under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. Discretion is advisable." Whis responded courteously, "Mr. Lin Fan, the Grand Priest has no particular orders, but merely wishes us to relay a message." "What message?" Lin Fan asked. "The Grand Priest wishes to know if Mr. Lin Fan has the inclination to become one of the Kaishans. Currently, the position of Kaishan in the 7th universe is vacant, as the West, North, and South Kaishans are no longer present. The Grand Priest is willing to allow Mr. Lin Fan to assume any of these positions." Lin Fan hesitated for a moment, considering the prospect of becoming a Kaishan. Why would he offer me such an opportunity? Could it be that the East Kaishan has recommended me? "Mr. Whis, may I inquire if someone has put forth my name? Or is this a direct order from the Grand Priest?" Whis revealed without any concealment. "There has been no recommendation from anyone. The absence of a recommendation implies that it is indeed a command from the Grand Priest. To be candid, had the East Kaishan been the one to recommend me for the position, I might have considered it, as it would signify the East Kaishan's appreciation of talent and a desire for collaboration. However, if this is a direct command from the Grand Priest, I must contemplate it seriously. Why would he want me as a Kaishan? We have never met, so what could he possibly gain from me?" After a moment of careful thought, Lin Fan considered a possibility. The Grand Priest sees potential in him, believing he might become a great power in the future, and wishes to draw him into their ranks. Consequently, even if he becomes a formidable entity, it would be to their advantage. If he remains outside their faction, he could become their enemy. If that is the case, refusing to join would be unwise. After all, with his current strength, he could hardly contend with the Grand Priest. Nevertheless, Lin Fan still wished to test the waters and validate his assumptions. "Whis, I am a person who cherishes freedom. I fear I cannot fulfill the responsibilities of a Kaishan." Whis smiled slightly, his tone laced with gentle caution. "Mr. Lin Fan, becoming a Kaishan would not bring you any detriment. At the very least, the benefits would outweigh the drawbacks. You are an intelligent individual. I trust you can grasp the Grand Priest's good intentions." Upon hearing Whis' words, Lin Fan instantly comprehended the underlying meaning, confirming his earlier suspicions that they sought to exploit his latent potential and incorporate him into their ranks. To put it bluntly, those who align with them prosper, while those who oppose them perish. Should he refuse, it could lead to his demise. Very well, since the Grand Priest is so considerate, I cannot disregard his goodwill. However, I do have one question. Chapter 65. Appointment of the West Kaishan. All right, since the Grand Priest is so considerate, I cannot disregard his goodwill. However, I do have one question. Lin Fan turned to Whis and Beerus and asked. Whis, being straightforward, smiled gently and said, "Mr. Lin Fan, please go ahead. Given that the lives of the Kaishans and Destroyers are intertwined, will my life be bound to Beerus once I become a Kaishan?" In Lin Fan's view, although Beerus is powerful, he certainly would not consent to binding his life to him. Of course, with Lin Fan's current strength, even if he refused, there would be little he could do. Nonetheless, it is best to inquire in advance. Whis and Beerus exchanged surprised glances. They had not anticipated that Lin Fan would be aware of such a private matter. However, Whis, being astute, understood Lin Fan's intention. "Mr. Lin Fan, rest assured, Lord Beerus's life was previously bound to the old Kaishan. Now that the old Kaishan has abdicated, the East Kaishan has taken charge, and with the 7th universe lacking the other 3 Kaishan positions, Lord Beerus's life is now bound to the East Kaishan." Lin Fan was somewhat taken aback. He had assumed that Beerus's life was still bound to the old Kaioshin. He did not expect it to have shifted to the East Kaioshin. However, he did not mind. As long as it was not bound to him. Mr. Lin Fan, do you have any further questions? None. Lin Fan had no additional inquiries. If he were to pose other questions, it would merely indicate his reluctance to assume the position of Kaioshin, which could lead to dire consequences. Even with his current combat power of 195 billion, it would be insufficient, and perhaps with a mere wave of Whis' staff, his life could be extinguished. At this moment, Whis asked, "May I ask, Mr. Lin Fan, which position of Kaioshin would you like to assume?" What position? It seemed there was little distinction. Since there is already an East Kaioshin, I shall take on the role of West Kaioshin, establishing a position of opposition to the East Kaioshin to avoid potential conflicts. Lin Fan did not concern himself with which Kaioshin he would become, as he held no particular regard for the position. Very well. Whis lightly tapped his staff, and a blue Kaioshin outfit adorned Lin Fan's form. Simultaneously, a decree appeared in Whis' hand. By the royal edict, I hereby appoint Lin Fan as the West Kaioshin of the 7th universe, granting him the divine power of a Kaioshin. After Whis completed his statement, he cast the decree high into the air, and it soared towards Lin Fan, hovering above him as a torrent of divine energy surged into Lin Fan's body. Lin Fan's form radiated with golden light, emitting beams that stretched infinitely outward, resembling a sun. Concurrently, two unique energies manifested around Lin Fan, one a deep azure and the other a silvery blue. Whis and Beerus exchanged glances at the sight of the azure energy, nodding in mutual agreement as they confirmed their observations. Once the radiance enveloping Lin Fan converged back into his being, he felt an infusion of creative power within him. Not only that, but he also acquired several special abilities of the Kaioshin, such as instant teleportation, divine obliteration, and sealing techniques. The Kaioshin, known as the god of creation, can bring forth countless beings and entities, and a powerful Kaioshin can even create planets. Whis glanced at Lin Fan and inquired, "How do you feel?" "Quite well. As expected of a Kaioshin, the creative power is formidable," Lin Fan praised, though he did not feel overly exhilarated. With the system he possessed, these divine abilities did not evoke much astonishment in him. He still held to his prior sentiment. If he could forego this position, he would gladly do so. At that moment, Beerus calmly asked, "You are of the angel race, are you not?" Though it was framed as a question, it bore a tone of affirmation, confirming that Lin Fan belonged to the angel lineage. Earlier, their observation of the azure energy had indicated the unique bloodline of the angel race, AS, for the silvery blue energy. They were unaware of its nature. However, they were certain it represented another bloodline, something akin to the Scions, yet distinctly different. Although Lin Fan was uncertain as to why Beerus suddenly made this assertion or if he had uncovered something, he did not deny it. After all, given the certainty in Beerus's tone, it was apparent he had discerned the truth. Indeed, I also consider myself part of the angel race, while Beerus and Whis had already deduced Lin Fan's heritage. Hearing his admission left them astonished. They were acquainted with the members of the angel race, yet they had not recognized Lin Fan previously. Could it be that he was the illegitimate child of their father? It seems implausible. My father possesses formidable strength, and even if there were an illegitimate child, there would be no need for concealment. Yet, what is the nature of the angelic bloodline coursing through him? And what of the other angelic clan? Could it be? Vis and Bardosh chose not to speculate further. This matter could only be reported to the high priest, who would ultimately decide. Vis remarked with a smile, "Lin Fan, since you are of the angelic lineage, you ought to have informed us beforehand. Perhaps you need not aspire to become the god of destruction, but rather a member of the angelic order." In response, Lin Fan merely chuckled. When comparing the roles of an angel and a god of destruction, he found the latter far more acceptable, especially since he would not be bound to a life of destruction. If he truly became an angel, he would be relegated to a neutral stance, unable to engage in any combat apart from cultivation, lest he risk vanishing. Should he wish to deal with someone, he would have to incite the god of destruction from the sidelines, a notion that did not sit well with his character. He preferred the straightforward approach of confronting those he found disagreeable. Furthermore, becoming an angel would impose numerous restrictions, as neutrality inherently limits one's freedom compared to that of a god of destruction. Noticing Lin Fan's mere smile, Vis understood that the latter had no desire to assume an angelic position, and thus refrained from pursuing the topic further. Observing Lin Fan's angelic physique closely, Vis remarked, "Oh, your usual state is not that of the ultimate freedom technique?" Chapter 66. The Pink Palace, the ultimate freedom technique. A divine skill is almost universally possessed by angels. It can be said that all angels embody this martial art in their natural state. angels are inherently in the state of the ultimate freedom technique. Exhibiting remarkable physical responsiveness, Lin Fan was aware that true mastery of this technique, as embodied by Vis and her kind, meant that their bodies could react to any attack instinctively, rather than merely transforming like Sun Wukong. Lin Fan did not deny this. I will not. Contemplating whether to request Vis to teach him, he considered that mastering the ultimate freedom technique would undoubtedly enhance his combat prowess. However, he ultimately dismissed the idea. If he were to learn it, he would need to put in considerable effort, and even then, he might only grasp the basics. Conversely, if the system provided him with the knowledge, he would attain a level of proficiency beyond mere mastery. Why toil unnecessarily when he could simply await the system's offerings? Furthermore, should he ask Vis to instruct him, he would not only incur a debt of gratitude but also exhaust himself. Bardos and Vis exchanged glances. Bemused by the peculiar situation, it was indeed rare to encounter a member of the angelic lineage who lacked knowledge of the ultimate freedom technique. This was also why they had not initially recognized Lin Fan as one of their kind. Had Lin Fan possessed this technique, they would have certainly discerned his angelic heritage. Vis chuckled, I can train you. You. Before she could finish, Lin Fan quickly waved his hands, saying, No, Vis, I appreciate your kindness. But I am merely a lazy dog. Just let me be. Bardos couldn't help but cover her cherry-like lips with her hand, laughing heartily. Lin Fan was indeed an amusing individual, refusing to learn such a divine skill as the ultimate freedom technique. Seeing Lin Fan's utter lack of interest, Vis shrugged and smiled before glancing at the sky. Noting the time, Mr. Lin Fan. Oh no, it should be West God of Destruction. The time is nearly upon us. We must return to report. With a slight smile, Vis and Bardos transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the King's palace. After their departure, Lin Fan reclined in his chair, unable to suppress his complaints. This person is just too impressive. It's impossible to remain low-key at this rate. I can only become the West God of Destruction. However, this feeling was truly vexing, as if the High Priest were pressing down upon him. Causing frustration, I must swiftly devise a plan to gather disciples and surpass Beerus and the High Priest. What does it matter if one is a god of destruction? Who says a god of destruction cannot be more formidable than a destroyer? When that fellow comes to Earth and dares to boast, the first one to deal with him will be me. It is unthinkable that I would be treated like the East God of Destruction, bullied like the old God of Destruction. It appears that becoming a God of Destruction is not without its advantages. As the newly appointed West God of Destruction of the 7th universe, I have the right to traverse other universes without stealth, nor fear discovery by other gods of destruction or gods of creation. I possess an indisputable reason, that is, to observe and learn from the indices of civilization. Moreover, the status of a god of destruction is still relatively respectable, serving a certain purpose in recruiting disciples. Having rested sufficiently, it is time to explore the West God of Destruction's palace. With a thought, Lin Fan employed instant transmission, arriving in the West God of Destruction realm in the blink of an eye. Beholding the grand West God of Destruction palace before him, Lin Fan found it quite appealing, though its pink hue evoked a sense of youthful whimsy. He could understand this choice, given that the former West God of Destruction had been a stunning woman. Women of beauty naturally gravitate towards palatial pink, a sentiment entirely comprehensible. In an instant, he found himself within the palace, which bore a striking resemblance to the ancient palaces of Chinese emperors, albeit adorned entirely in pink, rendering Lin Fan somewhat uncomfortable. As a man residing in such a pink palace would certainly be inappropriate. Contemplating this, he waved his hand, transforming the original pink palace into a magnificent golden one, a resplendent golden temple. Observing this transformation, Lin Fan's lips curved into a satisfied smile. Now, this appears much more acceptable. The previous pink palace would have been quite challenging to inhabit long-term. The ability he had just wielded was the creative power of a god of destruction, which he used to mask the pink with gold. As he approached his seat, Lin Fan had just settled down when a painting materialized on the golden wall behind him. Turning to look, he immediately recognized it as a portrait of the former West God of Destruction. Gazing at the image, Lin Fan could not help but exclaim, "This former West God of Destruction is truly remarkable." With a voluptuous figure, alluring curves, a delicate oval face, and a sweet countenance, she possessed striking eyes and elegantly arched brows, her hair cascading like a waterfall. Her gaze was imbued with an enchanting allure, truly embodying the essence of beauty. Compared to Android 18 and Bulma, she was certainly not lacking. In fact, she might even surpass them. Should one encounter her in person, her aura would undoubtedly eclipse that of the two. After all, Mere mortals cannot hope to match the grace of a deity. Contemplating these thoughts, Lin Fan felt a pang of frustration. That fiend, Majin Buu, truly lacked appreciation for beauty, having taken the life of such a stunning woman. Beauties are already scarce in the Dragon Ball universe, especially single ones, and to have her slain was a travesty beyond measure. Should this portrait remain displayed? After all, I am now the West God of Destruction. After a moment's deliberation, Lin Fan decided to keep it displayed, not only for the pleasure of admiring beauty, but also because he did not possess such vanity as to replace it with his own likeness. Rising to his feet, he vanished in a flash and reappeared near the dojo, seeking out Tien Shinhan and Chaozu. He informed them of his ascension to the West God of Destruction and inquired whether they wished to accompany him. Naturally, Tien Shinhan was eager, and so too were Chaozu and Yurin. Chaozu, puzzled, asked, "Master Lin Fan, should we bring along Pilaf and his companions?" He would assess their willingness. If they wished to join, they would go. If not, that would be acceptable as well. Lin Fan was willing to take Pilaf and his companions primarily to enlist their assistance in preparing meals and handling various tasks, although their combat prowess was lacking. They were quite adept in the kitchen. Jiaozi was dispatched to inform Pilaf and his group. They expressed their willingness to accompany Lin Fan, as being with him guaranteed food and drink, especially since the Dragon Balls had a one-year cooldown period. Without Lin Fan, they were at a loss for where to go. Thus, Broly, Son Goku, Vegeta, and others followed Lin Fan to the West Supreme Kai's realm. As for the hyperbolic time chamber, Lin Fan was in no hurry, planning to retrieve it only after Frieza emerged, at which point he intended to place it within the West Supreme Kai's domain. Chapter 67, A Monumental Misunderstanding in the West Supreme Kai's realm. Lin Fan lounged at the entrance of the temple on an impressively large chair, measuring over 4 meters in width and 8 meters in length. Flanking him were an array of fruits, beverages, and snacks, making for a rather enjoyable lifestyle. All these delights were conjured using his divine creative powers. To Lin Fan, since he had no need for training and often found himself bored, indulging in snacks, sipping drinks, and scrolling through his phone was the way to go. At that moment, he was engrossed in a novel titled Lazy Master, Double Rewards for Apprentices, which had recently gained immense popularity. He had caught up to the latest chapter, but lamented the author's painfully slow typing speed. Yet, for love's sake, he could wait. Observing his diligent disciples, Lin Fan felt a sense of satisfaction. They were indeed putting in the effort. After all, if they didn't strive, how could their master kick Beerus and punch the Grand Minister? Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding! Apprentice Frieza's basic battle power increased by 2.5 billion. Master receives a double boost of 5 billion. Presently, the host's basic battle power stood at 200 billion. A 2.5 billion increase. That seemed rather implausible. After all, this individual had transformed into Golden Frieza after merely 4 months of training. While it didn't compare to Super Saiyan Blue, it was still a formidable form. Could it be that Frieza had yet to comprehend the Golden Frieza transformation? Ding! Apprentice Frieza's basic battle power increased by 10 billion. Master receives a double boost of 20 billion. Current host battle power, 220 billion. Oh, just as he had mentioned it, there was yet another 10 billion increase. What was happening? Was it a series of breakthroughs? However, mere minutes later, another notification echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Apprentice Frieza's basic battle power increased by 15 billion. Master receives a double boost of 30 billion. Current host battle power, 250 billion. Oh, another increase. What was Frieza up to? How could he continuously break through? Was it possible that he had merely grasped a higher level of indestructibility before achieving true breakthroughs? This speculation was indeed accurate. Frieza's initial enhancement had merely elevated his indestructibility to a more advanced level. While the subsequent boosts were due to his comprehension of the Golden Frieza state, Lin Fan mused, hoping that Frieza would remain in the hyperbolic time chamber for an extended period, thereby yielding him greater battle power benefits. Meanwhile, at the King's palace, outside the door, Whis and Beerus stood respectfully before the Grand Minister. Whis, how did this mission fare? The Grand Minister inquired. Reporting to the Grand Minister, it was quite successful. Lin Fan has now assumed the position of West Supreme Kai of the 7th universe. The Grand Minister maintained an expression devoid of any fluctuation, as if no event could stir him. Good. Besides that, have you noticed anything unusual about Lin Fan? Whis, not daring to withhold any truth, immediately replied. In response to the Grand Minister's inquiry, Lin Fan belongs to the angel race. Oh, the Grand Minister's eyes flickered slightly. This revelation exceeded his expectations. Upon sensing the fusion of the boundless heart, He had commanded Weiss and Beerus to investigate. Discovering that the one who fused with the boundless heart was Lin Fan, he had taken a particular interest in him, observing that despite not training, Lin Fan's battle power continued to rise, and his divine energy grew increasingly potent. Thus, he contemplated bringing Lin Fan into his circle for the sake of the king. Such an individual was a rare prodigy. If he could not be utilized for the king's purposes, the Grand Minister would have to consider suppressing Lin Fan's growth, ensuring he did not exceed the bounds of a typical deity. However, if he could be of service to the king, then as long as he was obedient, the Grand Minister would allow him to develop, and as for how far he could advance, the Grand Minister had a clear understanding. Nevertheless, he would never pose a threat to the king. Yet, upon hearing that Lin Fan was an angel, the Grand Minister couldn't help but display a hint of emotion. Was promptly clarified. Initially, we were unaware because he does not exhibit the ultra instinct in his normal state. It was only when he inherited the Supreme Kai's powers that we discovered the angelic bloodline within him. Moreover, he possesses not only an angelic lineage but also a rather peculiar bloodline, one that is bluish-silver, which we have never encountered before. The Grand Minister pondered for a moment, furrowing his brows, while Weiss and Beerus exchanged glances. Sensing that something significant was afoot, they had not witnessed the Grand Minister frown like this in ages. Each instance of deep contemplation was indicative of extraordinary occurrences. 3 seconds later, the Grand Minister's brow relaxed, his gaze settling on Weiss and Beerus, restoring his previous calm demeanor as he stated softly, "You should be your aunt's son." Weiss and Beerus were momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "And son?" Weiss and Beerus indeed had an aunt, the Grand Minister's sister. Long ago, before the Grand Minister ascended to his current status, he was merely one of the angels across various realms and ranked second among them, with an elder sister above him. Eventually, this sister fell in love with a scion, much to the disapproval of the previous Grand Minister, who believed that the angel race was a noble and elegant divine lineage, while scions were a crude species unworthy of marrying an angel. Consequently, the couple decided to elope to the Dark Demon Realm. The Dark Demon Realm was not under the king's dominion, rendering the previous Grand Minister powerless to locate them. Weiss and Beerus were somewhat aware of these events, and upon hearing their father's words, they were momentarily stunned, questioning, "Father, is it possible that the other bluish-silver bloodline within Lin Fan is scion blood, but isn't scion blood typically golden?" The Grand Minister clarified. The golden scion bloodline pertains to the current scions, while the bluish-silver bloodline represents the purest ancestral scion lineage, the first generation of scions, the most savage and bloodthirsty era. Weiss and Beerus nodded in understanding. Realizing the implications of this revelation, they had indeed been unaware of such details. However, a lingering question remained in their minds, prompting them to inquire further. "Father, isn't our aunt in the Dark Demon Realm? How could her son appear in the 7th universe?" The Grand Minister himself was perplexed by this question. "Indeed, if my sister and that ancestral scion went to the Dark Demon Realm, how could their son manifest in the 7th universe? What could possibly explain this?" Chapter 68. Don't say yes, my disciple. The Grand Minister pondered the matter, but could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. Ultimately, he resolved to seek out Lin Fan personally to inquire and ascertain whether Lin Fan truly was his sister's son. However, he was inclined to believe that he was indeed his sister's offspring. Given the presence of both angelic and ancestral scion bloodlines, what a remarkable coincidence. How could two such traits align so perfectly? What the Grand Minister did not anticipate was that the situation was indeed that fortuitous. Lin Fan was not his sister's son, but merely a transmigrator. Weiss observed the silent contemplation of his father, the Grand Minister, and chose to remain silent, patiently waiting. The Grand Minister smiled faintly. "You may return now." At this moment, Weiss inquired, "Father, should we continue to monitor Lin Fan and impose restrictions?" "Indeed, regarding Lin Fan, the High Priest has issued orders for Weiss to monitor him, ensuring that Lin Fan remains within a controllable range. His growth must also be constrained. If Lin Fan were not the son of his aunt, not of the angelic lineage, Weiss would not have posed such inquiries. However, now that his father has suggested that Lin Fan may indeed be his aunt's son and part of the angelic race, he finds himself in a quandary regarding the measures he should take against Lin Fan. The High Priest thought for a moment. "For now, there is no need for concern. I will wait until I ascertain whether he is truly your aunt's son. If he is, then monitoring him will be unnecessary. There will be no need to hinder his development. If he can be of assistance, we should extend our aid. After all, we owe them so much." Weiss respectfully nodded. "Yes, Father. You may return now." "Yes." After Weiss and Bardos departed, the High Priest turned and murmured softly, "Sister, how could you have sent your child to the 7th universe? Have you been struggling in the Dark Demon Realm? With your power, You could almost dominate there. What has transpired? Or do you wish to shield your child from the corruption of the dark demon realm? In truth, the high priest was almost certain that Lin Fan was indeed his sister's son for another reason. The vast heart. The vast heart is a divine artifact bestowed upon him and his sister by the previous omnipotent king. He possesses one, while his sister has the other. His vast heart is fused. But hers has not. Thus, when Lin Fan fused with the vast heart, his reaction was exceedingly intense, prompting him to urge Bardos and Weiss to seek this individual. First, to investigate who is fused with the vast heart and whether it poses a threat to all universes. Second, to ascertain if this person has any connection to his sister, though he did not disclose this to Weiss and Bardos. Instead, he instructed them to observe, should they find that this individual possesses angelic and primordial scion bloodlines. It would strongly suggest that the one who fused with the vast heart is indeed his sister's son. Lin Fan, unaware that a mere coincidence has led him to become the son of the high priest's sister, currently lounges in a chair, indulging in snacks while reading a novel. Suddenly, he perceives Frisia's aura. Frisia has emerged. Ever since he acquired the divine power of the Kai Shin, his perception abilities have sharpened considerably. This is one of the divine skills of the Kai Shin, the ability to sense all things in an instant, a skill essential for overseeing the universe. Whoosh, his figure blurs and instantaneously appears outside the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon Frisia's emergence, he clenches his fists, erupting into a maniacal laugh. Power. This is the essence of power. Son Goku, I will crush you, blow by blow. Ha ha ha. What are you laughing about? Lin Fan remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this voice, Frisia immediately snapped to attention, gazing at Lin Fan and greeting him. Master Lin Fan, you seem quite pleased. It appears you are satisfied with your training results. Frisia, exuding no modesty, being exceedingly proud, declared, ha ha ha. Indeed, I am very pleased. I could easily obliterate Son Goku now. In response, Lin Fan merely stated, Frisia, you may take your leave now. Frisia was taken aback, not quite understanding the implication. Did I say something wrong, Master Lin Fan? Are you forbidding me from killing Son Goku? Why must you send me away? Lin Fan waved his hand. Do not misunderstand. I have no desire to meddle in your feud with Son Goku. I am merely allowing you to return to your position as the Emperor of the universe. Following me around makes you seem less like an emperor. Frisia burst into laughter, thinking that Master Lin Fan was preventing him from killing Son Goku. It turned out he was free to depart. Very well, Master Lin Fan. When I return to Earth, I will be sure to visit you first. Lin Fan, unhurried, waved his hand. No, Frisia, you need not visit me. Furthermore, do not claim to be my disciple in the future. Why not, Master Lin Fan? Frisia genuinely could not comprehend the reasoning. Lin Fan had long since contemplated this. A Grand Emperor of the universe cannot possibly have a master. That would be a farce. Therefore, you must not reveal to others that you have a master. Upon hearing this, Frisia found it quite reasonable. The persona of the universe emperor must be flawless. If he still had a master, would that not tarnish his image? My master truly considers my reputation. Thank you, master. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fan stored the hyperbolic time chamber in his system bag and said to Frisia, you may depart. Yes, master. Remember my words. From now on, do not tell anyone that you are my disciple. Keep the bond of master and disciple close to your heart. Yes, master. Lin Fan ceased further conversation and, in an instant, returned to the West Kaioshin realm. Upon arrival, he sought a spacious area and, with a wave of his hand, released the hyperbolic time chamber. He then utilized telepathic communication to contact Vegeta, Son Goku, and Broly. Upon hearing Lin Fan's call, the three ceased their training and swiftly flew over, standing beside Lin Fan. Son Goku, puzzled, inquired, Master Lin Fan, did you summon us for something? Lin Fan did not respond to Son Goku but turned to Vegeta, asking, Vegeta, to what extent have you mastered the Super Saiyan aura? Vegeta replied, it won't be long before I comprehend it. Lin Fan reminded him, you must take your time and put in the effort. Son Goku only took about a day to grasp it. Upon hearing this, Vegeta shot a glance at the scratching his head Son Goku. Son Goku scratched his head and chuckled. Vegeta muttered under his breath, Kakarot. He secretly resolved to quickly comprehend it, determined to surpass Kakarot's record. Lin Fan then addressed the three. Son Goku, do you not wish to duel with Broly? I will now send the three of you into the hyperbolic time chamber, where you can battle to your heart's content. Son Goku was completely oblivious to the fact that by entering again, he would waste another opportunity, as he simply thought that as long as he could fight, nothing else mattered. Excellent, Vegeta chimed in. This time, I will defeat Kakarot. Suddenly, he realized that Lin Fan had yet to teach him the secret to becoming a god. Without that, he could not possibly overcome Kakarot. Master Lin Fan, you have not yet taught me the secret to transforming into a Super Saiyan god. I will teach you soon. Lin Fan had not forgotten. He looked at the three and instructed, listen carefully. Upon entering the hyperbolic time chamber, you must first engage in training before you can begin to fight. Broly needs to perfect his purification technique, while Vegeta must at least be able to transform into a Super Saiyan god. Do you understand? Son Goku, with a crestfallen expression, lamented, we must wait for them to train. Do we really have to let Vegeta suffer at your hands? Lin Fan did not mention Broly, as he was not the least bit concerned that Son Goku could overpower him. In one-on-one combat, although Son Goku could transform into a Super Saiyan god, defeating Broly would still be quite challenging, if not impossible. Vegeta also discerned the implication of Lin Fan's statement, instinctively glancing at Broly. He silently vowed that once inside, he would surely defeat Broly, and Lin Fan would then regard him with newfound admiration. Seeing that Son Goku was about to speak again, Lin Fan waved his hand and said, enough chatter. The three of you, hurry and enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Yes, Vegeta, step forward. Yes, Vegeta approached Lin Fan, who extended his hand and placed it upon Vegeta's head, channeling a surge of knowledge into him. This knowledge contained the essential techniques for transforming into a Super Saiyan god. A culmination of memories condensed through divine power by Lin Fan. The process of condensing memories through divine power is a unique creation technique of the Kais. In simpler terms, in the future, Lin Fan would not need to teach his disciples verbally. He could merely replicate his memories, condense them into energy, and transfer them into their minds, naturally. The memories Lin Fan copied would not encompass everything but would be tailored to what he intended to teach. If he were to copy everything, it would inevitably expose his secrets. Retracting his hand, he declared, Vegeta, the knowledge required to become a Super Saiyan god has now been stored in your mind. Once you enter, be sure to comprehend it thoroughly. Yes, Vegeta replied. All right, go ahead. The three of them exchanged no further words and swiftly flew towards the hyperbolic time chamber. After witnessing their entrance, Lin Fan stifled a yawn and prepared to recline when he suddenly sensed a shift in the air. A streak of light flashed forth, revealing two familiar figures. Upon seeing them, Lin Fan was unperturbed and greeted, East Kaishin and Old Kaishin. What a rare visit. The newcomers were indeed these two. Congratulations, West Kaishin. East Kaishin stepped forward, smiling as he offered his congratulations. Meanwhile, Old Kaishin scrutinized Lin Fan closely, sensing that this individual was quite extraordinary, harboring a potent divine energy within. As one capable of unlocking human potential. Old Kaishin was particularly attuned to power. You are quite impressive. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback by Old Kaishin's unexpected compliment, responding with a smile. I'm doing all right. Curiously, he inquired, might I ask why both of you Kaishins have come here? Surely it cannot be merely to congratulate me on becoming a Kaishin. East Kaishin waved his hand, producing a pair of earrings in a magnificent box. These are the Patera earrings, the symbol of the Kaishins. They were meant to be given to you by the Grand Kaishin, but since he was absorbed by Majin Buu, I can only present them to you on his behalf. Welcome aboard. Lin Fan had already surmised that these were the Patera earrings upon seeing them. He was aware that Vegeta was formed through their fusion. Non-Kaishin fusions could only last for an hour and would result in a merging of techniques, while two Kaishins fused could achieve permanence. Lin Fan donned the Patera earrings, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. What might be contained within this exquisite gift box? East Kaishin handed the gift box to Lin Fan, explaining, this contains the lingering soul of the previous West Kaishin. The lingering soul of the previous West Kaishin? Lin Fan's expression was one of confusion. East Kaishin continued, indeed, after the previous West Kaishin was slain by Majin Buu, a fragment of her soul was sent to the Kaishin realm, where it has been kept with me. I have been awaiting the emergence of a new West Kaishin to return her soul. Lin Fan was slightly perplexed, wondering what purpose it served to give him this lingering soul. East Kaishin perceived Lin Fan's thoughts and clarified, because this is her former home, returning her would be more fitting. Lin Fan instantly understood. I see, very well. I shall accept it and place her in the palace shortly. Old Kaishin glanced at Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, and the others, contemplating before advising. West Kaishin, you may also choose one individual to serve as your attendant, a divine attendant. Lin Fan recognized that being a divine servant must have its advantages. Otherwise, Old Kaishin would not have made such a suggestion. What benefits does a divine servant confer? A divine servant receives a measure of divine power and creativity. Under your guidance, their strength will grow even without training. And their enhancement will, in turn, elevate your own power significantly. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan thought to himself, this effect is somewhat similar to that of the lazy master system, albeit vastly inferior. Now I understand. He realized that such an effect warranted careful consideration in his selection. If he were to choose now, he would undoubtedly select Broly, as his innate talent was exceptional, allowing for rapid growth, given the current circumstances. He would yield the greatest personal benefit. Just then, a resonant hum filled the air. Do not fret. Today there is also Chapter 70. The Grand Minister arrives. At that moment, a series of celestial proclamations echoed, and a cascade of multicolored light suddenly descended from the heavens. Upon hearing these celestial proclamations, East Kaioshin and Old Kaioshin instinctively trembled, fully aware of who had arrived, and hastily turned around. They beheld an individual of modest height, with light blue skin, a slick-back white hairstyle, violet eyes, and lips, accompanied by a light blue divine halo hovering above his head and a large belt around his waist. This figure appeared humble and amiable, yet emanated an unassailable divine authority. Upon sighting this individual, East Kaioshin and Old Kaioshin knelt before him, bowing their heads slightly as they respectfully greeted, Grand Minister. Both were inwardly speculating as to why the Grand Minister had come to Universe 7. A phenomenon that had not occurred in millions of years. Indeed, the arrival was none other than the Grand Minister, a favored figure beside the Omni-King, positioned just below him among all the universes. His power was also at its apex. His presence bestowed a sense of honor upon Earth and Universe 7, hence the celestial proclamations that resonated throughout the cosmos. Only he and the Omni-King could elicit such reverence across the universe. However, the Omni-King seldom made appearances, as his arrival carried a significant risk of planetary or even cosmic destruction due to his unpredictable nature, unlike the Grand Minister, who Lin Fan believed could be entertained with interesting offerings or activities. The Omni-King's temperament was akin to that of a child. As long as he was pleased, matters could be easily negotiated. The reason East Kaioshin and Old Kaioshin found the Omni-King's behavior so difficult to predict was that they were too intimidated to approach him, which rendered their interactions monotonous. It was recalled that Goku, with his fearless and straightforward nature, had once captivated the Omni-King, forging a friendship through his boldness. Had Goku not possessed such a fearless demeanor, he would never have become friends with the Omni-King. In truth, Lin Fan was not particularly keen on the Omni-King's current appearance. While he could gauge the Omni-King's character, he recognized the inherent unpredictability of children. And if he inadvertently provoked his ire, he might find himself erased from existence, which would be utterly unjust. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he preferred not to encounter the Omni-King. Alternatively, if he possessed the ability to immunize himself against the Omni-King's erasure, he would feel indifferent, even playful. Observing East Kaioshin and Old Kaioshin kneeling, Lin Fan contemplated whether he should also prostrate himself in reverence. However, reflecting on his habitual demeanor, he decided against it. Regardless of the Grand Minister's status, even if it were the Omni-King, he would not kneel. He would forfeit the position of West Kaioshin if necessary. Surely, he would not be killed merely for refusing to kneel. He trusted that the Grand Minister's perspective would not be so narrow-minded. East Kaioshin, noticing Lin Fan's gaze, urgently gestured and spoke, "Quickly kneel. He is the Grand Minister. Do not be disrespectful." Lin Fan feigned ignorance to East Kaioshin's words, maintaining his gaze upon the Grand Minister hovering above. The Grand Minister, noticing Lin Fan's indifference, paid it no mind, as he had already surmised that this Lin Fan was highly likely to be the child of his sister. It seemed unreasonable to demand that his sister's son kneel before him, especially since they were all family and such formalities were unnecessary. West Kaioshin, the High Priest, descended graciously, standing before Lin Fan. The East Realm King and the Old Realm King trembled with fear. Shrinking back, their faces ashen and lips quivering, it dawned upon them that Lin Fan had not knelt in homage, provoking the High Priest's ire. When the High Priest's wrath ignited, entire galaxies could be extinguished. Henceforth, the seventh universe would be devoid of peace, as the newly appointed West Realm King might find himself eternally imprisoned within the Divine Prison, a place notorious for its stringent guards, where escape was nearly impossible. Even someone of Beerus's caliber would have to bide his time within those confines, with no hope of liberation. The East Realm King, known for his benevolence, promptly interceded on Lin Fan's behalf. High Priest, the West Realm King has only just assumed his role and is unfamiliar with the divine protocols. I beseech you to be lenient. He hastily urged Lin Fan. West Realm King, do not hesitate to kneel and pay your respects to the High Priest. Yet Lin Fan remained motionless, leaving both the East and Old Realm Kings bewildered. What was the West Realm King doing? Why did he not kneel? At that moment, the high priest proclaimed, in the future, West Realm King Lin Fan shall not be required to pay homage to me. The East and Old Realm Kings were momentarily taken aback. What could this mean? No need for reverence towards the high priest. Although Lin Fan was uncertain of the high priest's motives, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Deep down, he understood that a being of the high priest's caliber commanded respect from all realm kings across the cosmos. However, he could not reconcile with the notion of bowing to anyone other than his parents and ancestors. That was his pride and his boundary. The high priest smiled gently, exuding warmth as he said, No need for thanks. Congratulations on becoming the West Realm King. Lin Fan was utterly perplexed. What was happening? While the East and Old Realm King's congratulations made sense, given their shared future endeavors, the high priest's congratulations felt incongruous, as their statuses were hardly comparable. Thank you, esteemed high priest, Lin Fan responded, contemplating that since the high priest's intentions were unclear, he would adapt and respond as needed. As someone who had traversed realms and was well-versed in the Dragon Ball narrative, he felt confident in handling the situation. The high priest calmly addressed the Old and East Realm Kings. You may return now. The two, visibly relieved, vanished in an instant. The high priest regarded Lin Fan with a benevolent smile. Yet Lin Fan could not shake the eerie feeling that accompanied it. What was the high priest truly after? Why did it feel as if a weasel was wishing a chicken well? However, without the high priest revealing his intentions, Lin Fan remained silent. This was not the time to make a move, but rather to counter any advances, noticing Lin Fan's reluctance to inquire further. The high priest smiled slightly. Lin Fan, are you not curious as to why I am here? Lin Fan replied with a grin. Surely, the high priest has matters to attend to. I am here to listen. Lin Fan, who is your mother? What the hell? Was the high priest out of his mind? To pose such a question right off the bat made it feel like a scene from a paternity test show. Wait, this was unusual for someone as astute as the high priest. There had to be more to this than met the eye. I am keen to see what your true motives are. That is a personal matter, esteemed high priest. I believe I am not obliged to answer, he replied, keeping a watchful eye on the high priest for any signs of anger. However, Lin Fan noted that the high priest remained unfazed, maintaining his calm demeanor. Indeed, it is a personal matter and you are not compelled to respond. However, I require an answer now, which means there are no private matters in this context. You must answer. Lin Fan's heart raced at the high priest's demand. This individual was truly a wolf in sheep's clothing, outwardly kind yet innately domineering. Acknowledging it as a personal question yet insisting on a response was a blatant display of power. If the high priest wished to subdue him, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. How should he respond? His mind raced, and suddenly an idea sparked. Since he was inquiring about his mother, it signified that he was indeed unaware of her identity. Thus, Lin Fan decided to fabricate a narrative, showcasing that he too possessed a noteworthy background and was not to be trifled with. Employing a strategy akin to an empty city ploy. Very well, esteemed high priest, since you are so interested, I shall divulge. My mother is not within the cosmos. Upon hearing this, the high priest's eyes flickered with a momentary shift. A brief glimmer that vanished as quickly as it appeared, yet Lin Fan caught it. It seemed his words had some effect. Not within the cosmos. Then where might she be? The high priest pressed. Lin Fan pondered for a moment before continuing his ruse. The universe is divided into 12 realms. We reside in the 7th universe. Am I correct, esteemed high priest? Indeed, you are correct, the high priest mused, contemplating the implications. Lin Fan's knowledge hinted that he could very well be the child of the high priest's sister. It was improbable for someone newly appointed as the West Realm King to possess such insights unless informed by his sister or that brash scion. Lin Fan nonchalantly rubbed his nose. For someone well acquainted with the intricacies of the Dragon Ball universe, deceiving its characters was a specialty. My mother is not among the 12 universes, and where she resides falls outside the jurisdiction of the Omni-King. Thus not under your purview either, high priest. The high priest's tone grew slightly more animated. Then where is she? She exists in the dark demon realm, Lin Fan declared. Upon hearing this, the high priest's eyes lit up with excitement. It was clear. Lin Fan was indeed the child of his sister. In an instant, an energy barrier enveloped both the high priest and Lin Fan, isolating them from the outside world. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback by the high priest's subtlety in creating such a barrier without a sound. The high priest explained, "Our conversation will not be overheard by anyone." Lin Fan quickly grasped the purpose of this barrier. Why would the high priest need such measures? He was the high priest. Who would dare eavesdrop on their discourse? Is it possible that there still exists someone whom the grand priest fears? The Omni-King. Yet, I sense that the Grand Priest does not appear to harbor much apprehension towards the Omni-King. Surely, such trepidation is unwarranted. At this moment, the Grand Priest spoke. Lin Fan, has your mother ever revealed to you who I am to you? Lin Fan was utterly bewildered. What kind of statement is this? Who could you possibly be to me? Could it be that you are my true love? But you are male, hence it is impossible for you to be my true love. I could never pursue a romantic interest with another man. It seems he genuinely believes himself to be the son of his sister. Nevertheless, regarding this matter, Lin Fan resolved not to voice his thoughts. If he were to misspeak, all his prior deceit would be in vain. And he might even lose his life. That he shook his head, replying, I do not know. The Grand Priest steadied his mind and said, Then allow me to enlighten you. I am your uncle. Why did your mother send you out from the dark demon realm? Although Lin Fan had already speculated on the general reason, he still feigned shock, exclaiming, You are my uncle? How come I have never heard my mother mention this? The Grand Priest returned to his former composure, stating, It is not surprising that you have not heard. She likely wished to keep you untainted by the mortal world. However, with your noble bloodline of the angelic god clan and the primordial scion lineage, your desire for discretion is utterly inconceivable. Your power forbids it. Lin Fan, your mother sent you out of the dark demon realm. But for what purpose? Chapter 72. Deception, continuously deceiving. Lin Fan, your mother sent you out of the dark demon realm. But for what purpose? In response to the Grand Priest's inquiry, Lin Fan had already devised a reply. Grand Priest, Before Lin Fan could finish, the Grand Priest interrupted. Lin Fan, from now on, when we are alone, you may simply call me uncle. There is no need for formality. After all, we owe much to your mother and to you. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's heart leapt with joy. Having a Grand Priest as an uncle surely meant he could stride through the 12 universes with confidence. Moreover, the Grand Priest did not seem to harbor any ill intentions. However, one must always remain cautious. After all, this is the world of Dragon Ball Super, where many beings could effortlessly crush him with a single hand. Without sufficient strength, he dared not act recklessly. Very well, uncle. I look forward to your guidance in the future, Lin Fan said with a polite smile. It felt rather delightful to have an uncle of such esteemed background. It seemed quite advantageous. Wait a moment. If the Grand Priest is my uncle, how could Beerus dare to be arrogant before me? Imagining Beerus' demeanor when he encounters the Grand Priest, being all respectful and attentive, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. The Grand Priest also laughed, saying, We are all family here, so there is no need for formality. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to visit me at the Omni-King's palace. If Bados and Whis were to overhear these words, their reactions would surely be explosive. Their own children did not receive such treatment, yet this mere nephew was afforded such privileges, truly an affront to reason. The Grand Priest's actions stemmed primarily from his feeling of indebtedness to his sister. Now that her son had arrived in his domain, it was only natural for him to make amends and offer support, especially since his sister had once cared for him greatly. Lin Fan, you have yet to explain why your mother sent you away, the Grand Priest prompted. Lin Fan recounted the reason he had already formulated. Uncle, it is like this. My mother did not want me to be influenced by the dark demon realm and its inhabitants, so she sent me away. Upon meeting my uncle, I began to understand a phrase my mother once spoke. The Grand Priest's interest was piqued, and he inquired, What did she say? She said that here, I need not worry about being bullied, that I can live safely without fear of being harmed. Initially, I did not comprehend why my mother said this. I thought perhaps the beings of this universe were too weak. However, now that I have met you, uncle, I finally understand. Lin Fan expressed his excitement, genuinely treating the Grand Priest as his own uncle. If Director Zheng were present, he would undoubtedly award Lin Fan the Best Family Reunion Expression Golden Rooster Award. The Grand Priest nodded approvingly. Child, your mother speaks the truth. Within the 12 universes, in any place, you need not worry for your safety. No one would dare to harm you. Thank you, uncle. Lin Fan had been eagerly awaiting those words. As long as he did not act foolishly, he would be safe. Once his strength grew, he would no longer require anyone's assistance. With a casual wave of his hand, the Grand Priest conjured a tome and a scepter before Lin Fan. Lin Fan, this is your uncle's angelic scepter. Along with the law of space, they are now yours. Naturally, Lin Fan would not refuse the generous offer from this kind uncle. Thank you, uncle. I understand you have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Very well, uncle. The Grand Priest transformed into a cascade of colorful light, tearing through the fabric of space and vanishing. Lin Fan gazed at the angelic scepter in his hand, murmuring, What is the purpose of this item? He waved it lightly, and a surge of formidable energy surged into his body, making him feel as though his power had multiplied exponentially. Goodness, this is a top-tier artifact, just a gentle wave, and he felt an immense increase in his attack power. If he were to unleash the full potential of the angelic scepter in earnest, would that not be absolutely extraordinary? This uncle truly is generous, opening the tome on the law of space. Lin Fan wondered what it contained. Upon glancing through it quickly, he exclaimed, "Not bad, indeed. This law of space allows for the creation of a space that can serve as a storage area. Moreover, the size of the space will expand as one's strength increases. This is a remarkable skill. Whether for storing items or other purposes, it will prove exceedingly convenient." How intriguing. Lin Fan reclined and began to study the law of space. Beep. Student Broly's base battle power increased by 10 billion. The master received a double increase, 20 billion. Current host battle power, 270 billion. Beep. Student Vegeta's base battle power increased by 8 billion. The master received a double increase, 16 billion. Current host battle power, 286 billion. Beep. Student Goku's base battle power increased by 2 billion. The master received a double increase, 4 billion. Current host battle power, 290 billion. Lin Fan's mind was flooded with the system's notifications. Have they all completed their training? Broly's purification technique has reached perfection, merging with his ferocious battle power to yield an impressive increase of 10 billion. Truly commendable, as it was indeed a skill designed for him. Vegeta succeeded as well, achieving Super Saiyan God status. The ensuing battles among the three are bound to be thrilling. It is a pity that I cannot witness their confrontation. Wait a moment, the angelic scepter can allow me to observe. Candid. Lin Fan suddenly realized that one of the effects of the angelic scepter is the ability to view animations. He had just been marveling at the scepter's enhancement of attack power and had not considered this aspect. Setting aside the law of space tome, he began to explore the effects of the angelic scepter. Twisting and turning it, he struggled for quite some time to activate its effects. What is going on? Is it possible that the angelic scepter lacks this capability? Yet, Whis and Batos, along with every other angel wielding a scepter, can produce images. Must I establish a connection with Goku and the others? After contemplating this, Lin Fan focused his divine energy to sense the auras of the three. He then redirected his energy into the angelic scepter. Before long, a hazy image appeared on the crystal ball of the scepter. Why is this image so unclear? It feels like a poor signal. He concentrated more of his divine energy, and the image gradually became clearer. With a gentle wave of the scepter, he projected the image into the air. As though watching a 40-inch television. The three are already eager to begin. What is Vegeta planning to do? Chapter 73, Attempting to Break Records. In the image, Vegeta, Goku, and Broly stood in different positions. Their gazes locked onto one another. However, Goku and Broly's expressions were relatively gentle, while Vegeta's demeanor was fierce. Vegeta, there is no need to appear so tense and intimidating. Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head and said. Vegeta let out a heavy snort. Humph. Kakarot, I have now mastered the Super Saiyan God form, and I shall never be defeated by you again. You two, come at me together. With a glance at Broly, Sun Wukong immediately exclaimed, Huh? What did you say? You want us to team up against you? Before Kakarot could say much more, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan God in an instant and charged at Kakarot. He was determined to regain his lost pride after being sent flying by Kakarot's punch. And the best way to do that was to defeat both Kakarot and Broly. By doing so, he would not only reclaim his honor, but also stand atop the pinnacle above the two. At that moment, Master Lin Fan, who was reclining in a chair sipping a drink, nearly spat it out upon hearing Vegeta's words. You must be kidding. You, a mere speedster tragedy, wish to challenge both Sun Wukong and Broly at once. I allowed you three to enter so that you could join forces with Sun Wukong to take on Broly. Now you want to go 1-on-2. Are you trying to break your own speed record? Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan God Super Red form, was already charging towards Sun Wukong. Although Sun Wukong did not wish to confront Vegeta alongside Broly, with Vegeta already attacking him, there was no way to avoid the confrontation. From his knowledge of Vegeta, even if he stood still and refrained from attacking, Vegeta would show him no mercy and would strike him regardless. In an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan God to swiftly evade Vegeta's attack. Seeing Broly standing motionless, Vegeta huffed loudly and shouted, You join in too. He turned toward Broly, pointing his right hand and unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Broly, standing firm, waved his hand and dispersed the dozens of energy blasts effortlessly, calmly stating, Is that how you plan to challenge us both? Both Sun Wukong and Broly understood that Vegeta's current actions were, without a doubt, a provocation that a cold glint flashed in Vegeta's eyes as he sneered. Humph. Once I defeat both of you, I will become Master Lin Fan's foremost disciple, and he will regard me with newfound respect. Broly, Kakarot, enough chit-chat. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of Prince Vegeta. All this talk of ancient science is nothing but a joke. At this moment, Vegeta's confidence surged, fueled by the terrifying power coursing through his body, leaving no room for humility. Furthermore, he believed that the skills Master Lin Fan had imparted to Broly were not combat techniques, but rather a means to purify the soul, devoid of any offensive capability. Thus, in his eyes, Broly was still inferior to Kakarot. Today, he would prove himself. You two, come at me. With a flash, he appeared before Broly, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his chest. Broly, not daring to underestimate the super red Vegeta, quickly crossed his arms to block the attack. However, he was still sent flying by the force of the punch. At this moment, Broly had yet to enter his berserk transformation and, in his normal state, could not withstand Vegeta's blow. Kakarot, did you see that? Broly is no match for me at all. Hurry up and join in. I do not wish to waste time. Just as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly engulfed the entire hyperbolic time chamber. What? Vegeta gasped, his gaze darting toward the source of the overwhelming energy. Before he could comprehend the situation, Broly, now significantly larger and with green hair, surged forward at an astonishing speed. With a thunderous impact, he struck Vegeta with a punch that seemed capable of blotting out the sun. Vegeta initially attempted to evade, sensing that this punch was no ordinary attack. But then he thought to himself, I am to challenge both of these men. I am the Super Saiyan God, Vegeta. I cannot cower before this brutish Saiyan. Resolving himself, he clenched his fist and countered. With a resounding boom, Vegeta let out a cry of agony as he was sent flying hundreds of meters away, his body continuing to retreat without any sign of stopping. Sun Wukong looked on in astonishment at the retreating Vegeta, exclaiming, Incredible! Broly had entered his berserk state. Although he retained his sanity due to the purifying technique, he still held a disdain for Sun Wukong, beckoning him with a teasing gesture. In a true one-on-two scenario, it is I who shall prevail. Sun Wukong chuckled, excitement coursing through him as he felt the immense power emanating from Broly. The fact that Super Saiyan God Vegeta had been sent flying by a single punch was indeed impressive. And now, Broly was merely in his Super Ancient Saiyan 1 form. With a rush, Sun Wukong utilized instant transmission, appearing suddenly behind Broly and launching a punch. However, he struck nothing but air as Broly had already vanished from his position. What? By the time he realized what had happened, Broly was already beside him, delivering a punch to his back that knocked him face first into the ground, creating a deep crater in the process. Kakarot, just lie there. Broly is mine. Vegeta had now soared over. Looking down at the crater where Sun Wukong lay, issuing a warning, he then turned his gaze back to Broly, sneering, Humph, what ancient Saiyan? Before Prince Vegeta, you are all merely Saiyans, my subjects. With a furious roar, he tightened his fists, his aura ascending rapidly. Once it reached a certain threshold, he swiftly charged at Broly. With a flurry of blows, he unleashed 2 punches, both of which Broly blocked. Ya. In the blink of an eye, he threw thousands of punches, yet every single one was thwarted by Broly. Positioning his palms toward Broly, he unleashed a massive energy blast. Boom! Broly crossed his arms, forming a barrier that absorbed the impact, and clouds of smoke erupted. In that moment, Vegeta positioned himself above Broly, raising his right hand and shouting, Big Bang Attack. Boom, boom, boom. Even faced with Vegeta's Big Bang Attack, Broly did not retreat, maintaining his crossed-arm defense. As the smoke cleared, Lin Fan, munching on fruit while watching the battle, remarked contentedly, The quality of this scene is quite impressive. It feels just like watching an anime. However, it was evident that this was a case of smoke without harm. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, indeed, Broly merely waved his hand, dissipating the smoke as if it had never existed. He lightly clapped his hands. Big Bang Attack. That seems rather underwhelming. It's merely a standard energy blast with an exaggerated name. Broly, now in his berserk state, maintained his sanity but exhibited a far more arrogant demeanor than in his normal state. These words ignited Vegeta's pride. He acknowledged that this technique was not particularly powerful, but it was certainly not as trivial as Broly made it out to be. Just as he was about to unleash an angry retort, Broly calmly stated, Now, it's my turn. However, he did not attack immediately. Instead, he looked down at Sun Wukong, saying, Kakarot, are you sure you won't join in? If you don't, Vegeta won't be able to handle this alone. The already furious Vegeta's anger flared even higher upon hearing this. How outrageous. This is utterly intolerable. How dare you underestimate me? Yeah. Towards Broly, he unleashed a powerful energy blast, immediately charging forward with the speed of a meteor, embodying the relentless pursuit of stars and the moon. Broly showed no inclination to evade the energy blast, which crashed into him with a thunderous roar, inflicting not the slightest harm. His attire remained unscathed. Yet, Vegeta harbored no illusions that a mere energy blast could inflict any damage on Broly. As his fist drew near, a sudden gasp escaped him. However, Broly effortlessly grasped his fist with a single hand, and just as Vegeta was taken aback, Broly unleashed a flurry of 3 punches to his chest, followed by a devastating body slam that sent him crashing to the ground. With his mouth agape in shock, a colossal force descended upon Vegeta. In an instant, he found himself sprawled on the earth, his garments tattered and in disarray. Goku, witnessing this scene, was utterly astonished. Broly was overwhelmingly powerful. In such a brief moment, he had brought Vegeta to his knees. Vegeta, are you all right? Goku inquired, struggling under the weight of his own body. Vegeta rose slowly, fixing a furrowed brow upon Goku, who stood at the edge of the crater, and began to ascend into the air. Goku flew to Vegeta's side, urging, Vegeta, let us unite our strength. Individually, we are no match for him. Vegeta's lips twitched in reluctant acknowledgement, for though he had exchanged blows with Broly, it was mainly due to Broly's restraint. Now that he was retaliating, Vegeta realized he could hardly withstand the onslaught. What a nightmare. How could Broly be this formidable? Is this ancient scion truly so monstrous? Goku, noticing Vegeta's silence, recognized his tacit agreement. Understanding his comrade's character, even if he consented to cooperate, he would seldom voice it. Goku clenched his fists. Here we go. Once more, I shall unleash my Super Saiyan God form. Vegeta, too, gathered his energy anew. Broly, looking down upon the two, remarked, is the true battle finally upon us? Indeed, the real fight is about to commence. Goku exclaimed with fervor. With a swift motion, Vegeta charged forward without uttering a word, and Goku, seeing his companion's resolve, followed suit. Their coordination was impeccable, and almost simultaneously, they launched an assault on Broly. Boom! Broly managed to handle one assailant with each hand. Initially, it proved challenging, but as the battle progressed, it became increasingly effortless. Within 3 minutes, fueled by his ancient scion lineage, Broly's power surged, and he gripped both warriors, bringing them towards one another with a resounding clash. Bang! Their bodies collided, and in unison, they emitted a pained cry. Quickly regaining their composure, they simultaneously struck out with their other hands, aiming at Broly. Whoosh! Broly flung them aside, conjuring 2 green energy blasts in his palms. Boom! 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 The duo crossed their arms to defend against Broly's onslaught of green energy blasts. However, as they lowered their arms, they were met with Broly's sudden appearance before them. Bang! With a simultaneous strike from both fists. They were sent hurtling backward as if severed from their strings. Boom! Boom! They crashed into a mountain, causing it to collapse instantly. Broly hovered in midair, his green eyes fixed upon the two, his fists clenched and raised. Lying on the ground, Goku and Vegeta felt the earth tremble beneath them. Damn it, Vegeta cursed. Before he could catch his breath, Broly was already on the move. Whoosh! Streams of green energy beams pierced through the ground, relentlessly targeting them. Gasping, they struggled to evade, ascending into the air to level themselves with Broly. As he ceased his barrage, Broly regarded the disheveled duo with a calm demeanor, stating, with your current strength, you are no match for me. Surrender? Vegeta glared at him with fury, his face pale with rage, breath heavy. Broly, you overestimate yourself. Goku, in contrast, was filled with excitement, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit, admitting, indeed, you are formidable. I'm starting to feel exhilarated. Broly turned his gaze to Goku. Oh, Kakarot, unleash your techniques. If this is the extent of your strength, I shall not waste further time. Transformed through the purification technique, Broly was no longer the mere savage he once was. He had evolved into a formidable presence, endowed with both strength and intellect. Goku clenched his fists, exclaiming with enthusiasm, Broly, my trump card is something you should be able to withstand. He bellowed, Ultimate Kaioken, 30 times. Vegeta, too, entered a state of extreme rage, shouting, unforgivable. His aura surged, yet it paled in comparison to Goku's 30-fold Ultimate Kaioken. There was one more chapter to go, but it was already late. Everyone should retire early. Upon waking tomorrow, they could continue. As the water boiled, the struggle persisted. Chapter 75, Super Ancient Scion Level 2. Goku was enveloped in a crimson aura, the manifestation of the ultimate Kaioken. Meanwhile, Vegeta's aura crackled with intermittent bursts of lightning, representing his full power energy. At this moment, Vegeta had reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan God. However, this full power was solely a personal achievement that in simpler terms, it was his ultimate state of Super Saiyan Red. Feeling his strength surge once again, Vegeta regained his confidence. Broly, it is time to pay the price. The dignity of Prince Vegeta would not be challenged. In response to Vegeta's bravado, Broly merely beckoned him to come forth. Showing no fear, Vegeta was nearly driven to rage. Yet this time, before Vegeta could charge forward, Broly had already initiated his attack. He deemed that Goku and Vegeta's combined power warranted his proactive approach. Clearly, at the outset, Broly had not regarded their Super Saiyan God forms as a significant threat. Although he could not transform into a Super Saiyan God, he remained unperturbed. Master Lin Fan had indicated that he need not pursue that path to achieve godhood, but could instead follow a different route. Bang, bang, as the two faced the oncoming Broly, they remained vigilant. In an instant, the three were engulfed in a frenzied battle, locked in a fierce struggle. Notably, Goku exerted tremendous pressure on Broly with his 30-fold ultimate Kaioken, which was no trivial matter. He consistently pressed the attack against Broly, successfully landing several blows. Outside the hyperbolic time chamber, Lin Fan munched on sunflower seeds, observing the battle unfold. Goku's 30-fold ultimate Kaioken is indeed impressive, yielding a significant chance of suppressing Broly. However, Goku remains Goku, unable to shed his obsession with combat. Given his current strength, if he unleashed his full fury upon Broly, the latter would be unable to withstand it. Yet, he understands that Broly possesses vast potential, so he deliberately provokes Broly's latent abilities. This way, they can engage in a thrilling battle. Ding! Disciple Goku's base combat power increased by 15 billion. Master received a double boost, 30 billion. Current host's base combat power, 320 billion. Ding! Disciple Vegeta's base combat power increased by 15 billion. Master received a double boost, 30 billion. Current host's base combat power, 350 billion. After a while, Lin Fan noted the absence of any increase in Broly's combat power, leaving him somewhat perplexed. What could be the reason? Why hadn't Broly's combat power increased? Was the prior enhancement sufficient, or did it require Goku and Vegeta to push him to the brink of desperation for further growth? As Lin Fan pondered these thoughts, within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta delivered a powerful punch that sent Broly hurtling away. Goku stood firmly in place, hands resting on his hips, emanating a sense of concentration, and bellowed, Kamehameha wave. Boom, boom, boom. The attack struck Broly with unerring precision. Accompanied by the Kamehameha wave, Broly was bombarded into the heart of a massive mountain, which crumbled under the force, rocks cascading down to bury him completely. Goku turned to Vegeta and exclaimed, Vegeta, have we lost control? Goku had initially restrained his power, intending to gradually push Broly to his limits. However, he soon realized that Broly seemed to grow stronger with each clash, as if he was matching their strength. Consequently, he unleashed his full power, which Broly could not withstand, sending him flying with a single blow, followed closely by Vegeta, who skillfully added another Kamehameha wave to the onslaught. Observing the situation, Goku felt that their earlier actions had indeed spiraled out of control. Vegeta, however, was unfazed. With a dismissive snort, he retorted, fists and feet are blind. Even if he were to kill me, I would harbor no resentment. Vegeta, how can you say that? Suddenly, an explosive surge of fury erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar that resonated throughout the land. In an instant, the very earth began to tremble. A cataclysmic avalanche and tsunami unleashed their wrath, causing the ground to sink, revealing flames licking the air, radiating intense heat. Sensing the chaos, Vegeta and Goku ascended into the sky using their flight technique. What is happening? Broly. They gazed towards Broly, and indeed, they saw him surrounded by crackling green lightning, stimulating the air around him. Each discharge of electricity produced a high-pitched crackling sound, akin to the air itself bursting apart. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances. Super Saiyan Level 2? Vegeta quickly corrected himself. No, this is Super Ancient Saiyan Level 2. Their own Super Saiyan Level 2 did not bestow such a tremendous enhancement, and they were acutely aware that while Broly bore Saiyan blood, his lineage as an ancient Saiyan was incomparably superior to theirs. Ding! Disciple Broly's base combat power has increased by 30 billion. The Master's power has doubled. 60 billion. Current host combat power, 410 billion. Lin Fan, upon hearing the system's notification, sat up in excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, 30 billion. Broly transforming into Super Ancient Scion Level 2 has increased his base combat power by 30 billion. This is simply terrifying. If he were to ascend to Super Ancient Scion Level 3 or even Level 4, how much would his base power surge? Truly, the Ancient Scion bloodline lives up to its reputation. And what of my own primordial Scion lineage? Perhaps it's time for me to stretch my capabilities." With these thoughts, Lin Fan rubbed his hands together, feeling an exhilarating urge to engage. Previously, he had little desire for combat, viewing it as a tiresome endeavor. However, seeing the substantial enhancement Broly had received ignited a desire within him to experience it firsthand and to train himself, enhancing his own strength. He turned to observe the scene in the mirror. Broly was dominating Goku and Vegeta, both of whom were struggling and weary, yearning to unleash their full powers, yet finding themselves utterly drained. Goku aspired to amplify his ultimate Kaioken to a 40-fold intensity, but Broly denied him any opportunity, interrupting his technique with relentless punches that sent him crashing to the ground. Vegeta, too, was swiftly brought down. After all, he had just recently ascended to Ancient Scion Level 2 and was in a frenzied state, somewhat beyond his control. However, upon seeing the two fallen warriors, he quickly regained his composure, employing purification techniques to restore his mental clarity. Thus, the battle reached its conclusion. Lin Fan observed the scene, muttering to himself, "With gifts nearing 100, tomorrow's provisions will include 1 chapter, and at least 3 chapters will continue to unfold." Chapter 76. I know my limits. As Lin Fan anticipated, the battle among the three ceased. Vegeta lay on the ground, his face etched with sorrow, overwhelmed with unexpressed tears. He had once believed that by achieving the transformation into Super Saiyan God Super Red, he could easily overpower Kakarot and the seemingly less formidable Broly. Yet, he found himself and Goku outmatched by Broly. In their estimation, to confront Super Ancient Scion Level 2 Broly, fusion would be the only recourse. However, this was not a battle to the death, and they had no need to reveal their final trump card. Thus, they conceded defeat, recognizing that even if they did fuse to overcome Broly, it would not be a source of pride, as it would not reflect their individual strengths, but rather the combined might of two. Seeing the cessation of combat, Lin Fan lost interest and stowed away the angel staff, retrieving the spatial technique he had previously studied, and began to delve into it further. The next day, Lin Fan had spent over 10 hours studying the spatial technique without rest, which astonished Tien and the others who were training nearby. It was indeed an unprecedented sight. Their master, usually indifferent to prolonged training, was now engrossed for such an extended period. In truth, Lin Fan did not wish to train so rigorously, but the allure of the spatial technique was irresistible. Until he could master the creation of space, he felt he could not afford to pause. Setting aside the spatial technique, he murmured, "Surely this time it will work." With the incantation for the spatial technique echoing in his mind, he focused his intent, and in an instant, the divine power manifested his thoughts. Whoosh! Before Lin Fan, a rift in space tore open. It worked, he exclaimed, a wave of excitement washing over him. This was his first successful mastery of a divine technique after hours of effort, and the triumph was exhilarating. Lin Fan's consciousness melded with the newly formed space, perceiving that it encompassed several thousand square meters. Yet, such dimensions felt insufficient given his current prowess. The limited size stemmed from his lack of complete mastery over the spatial technique. He had merely scratched the surface of its potential. Once he attained a perfected level of mastery, he could manipulate a space commensurate with his true strength. If he reached an extraordinary level, he could even double the effectiveness. However, as long as he could open a rift, Lin Fan felt no urgency. Achieving the entry level signified competence, and diligent practice would follow. For now, he deemed several thousand square meters ample for his needs. Ding! Disciple Goku's base combat power has increased by 10 billion. Master's power has doubled. 20 billion. Current host's base combat power, 430 billion. Ding! Disciple Vegeta's base combat power has increased by 10 billion. The Master's power has doubled. 20 billion. Current host's base combat power, 450 billion. Ding! Disciple Broly's base combat power has increased by 25 billion. Master's power has doubled. 50 billion. Current host's base combat power, 500 billion. Marvelous. This is splendid. I have reached the monumental threshold of 500 billion. And I had anticipated waiting until I trained further to achieve such a feat. Yet, It has come so swiftly without any effort on my part. Excellent, truly excellent. It seems the trio will be emerging soon. Lin Fan understood that his own increase in combat power was inherently linked to Goku and the others digesting their battle experiences. Broly's significant enhancement was also a result of his transformation into Super Ancient Scion Level 2. A first-time transformation that yielded substantial increases in base combat power. As Lin Fan contemplated these matters, a streak of light appeared. The East Kaioshin and Old Kaioshin arrived once more. Upon seeing them, Lin Fan leaped from his chair, greeting them with a smile. East Kaioshin, Old Kaioshin. The East Kaioshin reciprocated the greeting, West Kaioshin, and inquired with concern, "Yesterday, did the Grand Minister do anything to you?" The Eastern Supreme Kai has kept yesterday's events etched in his heart. Should the Grand Minister impose any particularly severe punishment upon Lin Fan, he intends to plead on Lin Fan's behalf. He hopes for leniency, considering Lin Fan has only recently been appointed as the Western Supreme Kai and is still unfamiliar and unaccustomed to many matters. Lin Fan, with a smile, replied, "It is nothing. I appreciate your concern, Eastern Supreme Kai. It's all well and good." The Eastern Supreme Kai expressed his worries. "I was concerned about your well-being and felt compelled to come and check on you. Even considering seeking the Grand Minister's intercession on your behalf." Lin Fan turned towards the Eastern Supreme Kai once more, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you." Lin Fan held a rather favorable impression of the Eastern Supreme Kai, recognizing him as a kind-hearted and upright individual, genuinely devoted to serving the cosmos. In the past, the apprentice Angel Mel's, in a bid to assist Sun Wukong and Vegeta in vanquishing the Majin, disregarded the neutrality rule among angels, rendering himself transparent and vanishing. The Eastern Supreme Kai, in his efforts to resurrect Mel's, personally approached the Grand Minister to plead for him, even willing to sacrifice his own life as a price. This left Beerus utterly terrified, as his life was bound to that of the Eastern Supreme Kai. However, the Grand Minister did not take the Eastern Supreme Kai's life. In truth, the Grand Minister too wished to revive Mel's, for he was his child. Yet the neutrality rule among angels had been established, and even he could not violate it at will. Nevertheless, the Eastern Supreme Kai's willingness to risk his life for Mel's provided the Grand Minister with an opportunity to resurrect him, offering him a graceful exit. Should anyone pursue the matter, the Grand Minister could easily shift the blame onto the Eastern Supreme Kai. However, he knew that no one would pursue it, given his power and status. None would be so foolish as to seek confrontation. To maintain the authority of the neutrality rule, he refrained from elevating Mel's to the angelic race, instead allowing him to become an ordinary human. Lin Fan held the Eastern Supreme Kai, who was willing to stake his life for a friend, in high regard. The Eastern Supreme Kai advised, "Western Supreme Kai, when you encounter the Grand Minister in the future, it is best to pay your respects. Although he has mentioned that you need not do so, it is prudent to avoid inciting his anger. No worries. I have a sense of propriety." Lin Fan chuckled. Suddenly, he smiled. The Eastern Supreme Kai, observing Lin Fan's expression, felt it peculiar and could not help but inquire, "What is so amusing?" Lin Fan recalled a humorous incident, the first time the Eastern Supreme Kai made an appearance. A mere glance had sent Piccolo retreating in fright, his face turning green. And now, he kneels before everyone. It was quite the dramatic reversal. However, could he share this thought with the Eastern Supreme Kai? Given the current context of over 2,000 gifts, with today already yielding 2 chapters, achieving 8 chapters daily was not merely a dream. Of course, I could. Yet, it would require the Eastern Supreme Kai to press him fervently for the truth before he would dare speak. Otherwise, he risked offending him. It's nothing. Perhaps it's best I do not share it, as I worry it might upset you. Upon hearing this, the Eastern Supreme Kai grew even more curious, shrugging and laughing. Is it possible that I, as the Eastern Supreme Kai, could be so petty? Speak freely. Since you insist, I shall divulge that I was merely reflecting on the time when you first met Piccolo and Sun Wukong. At a single amused glance was enough to leave Piccolo pale with fear. The Eastern Supreme Kai paused. Wasn't his face already green? The old Supreme Kai, standing nearby, smacked the Eastern Supreme Kai on the head, exclaiming, "Look, we have a Navu one here. Everyone, come and tease him." The Eastern Supreme Kai's lips twitched. However, upon reflection, he recalled how he had indeed frightened Piccolo, Sun Wukong, and the others during their initial meeting with nothing more than a glance, especially Piccolo, who had been utterly terrified. It was quite a display of bravado. Thinking back, he had truly been quite imposing, hadn't he? After pondering this, he eagerly asked, "And what of me now?" "Now, you kneel before everyone," Lin Fan replied with calmness. The Eastern Supreme Kai felt as though he were being mocked. Yet it was not entirely so. Lin Fan gently patted the Eastern Supreme Kai. "I jest. Our position as Supreme Kais entails this. Above us are the Destroyers, the Grand Minister, and Zeno. When we encounter the Grand Minister or Zeno, we must kneel, especially given their recent flurry of activities." Upon hearing Lin Fan's comforting words, the Eastern Supreme Kai felt somewhat better, yet an inexplicable pang of heartache lingered. Why did this consolation feel so oddly painful? "No, I must prove myself to Lin Fan." That he turned to Lin Fan and declared, "Western Supreme Kai, I shall resolutely never be the first to kneel." "Lin Fan, I had thought you were determined never to kneel. Yet here we are." In truth, Lin Fan understood the Eastern Supreme Kai's inclination to kneel before everyone. Given his position and power, refusing to kneel would be akin to courting disaster. Lin Fan expressed, "I believe in you. Your resolve not to kneel first is indeed commendable." Suddenly, a streak of light flashed before them that a figure with a tall stature, blue skin, and long white hair appeared, his pupils and lips a striking purple, adorned with a large light blue halo around his neck. Clutching an angelic staff in his right hand, it was Whis. Lin Fan pondered, "What brings Whis here? Is he here to visit me? Did my father, the Grand Minister, tell him I am his cousin?" Whis smiled gently at Lin Fan and then extended his smile to the Eastern Supreme Kai and the Old Supreme Kai. With a graceful wave of his staff, he produced a decree. "I shall now read the will of Zeno." Upon hearing this, with a thud, the Eastern Supreme Kai hastily knelt, bowing his head. The Old Supreme Kai glanced at the Eastern Supreme Kai with a mixture of exasperation and disappointment. Considering the earlier declaration that he would not kneel first, this foolish fellow seemed overly eager to secure the title of first to kneel. Lin Fan, witnessing the Eastern Supreme Kai's actions, found himself at a loss for words. Hadn't he just claimed he would not be the first to kneel? It appeared he had misplaced his trust. Such matters were best approached with caution. The Eastern Supreme Kai, noticing the void beside him and realizing the Old Supreme Kai had yet to kneel, curiously urged, "Old Ancestor, please kneel." The Old Supreme Kai, feeling frustrated, wondered why the Eastern Supreme Kai was so inept. He complied and knelt, all the while perplexed by the sudden issuance of a decree. Why was this decree appearing so frequently? The Western Supreme Kai, Lin Fan, remained standing despite the decree, showcasing remarkable audacity. Whis, noticing Lin Fan's stance, paid it no mind and recited, "In the year of the king's reign, the Supreme Kai of the seventh universe was absorbed by the pure Majin Buu while protecting the seventh universe. The seventh universe has been without a Supreme Kai for several years. The position is vacant and requires a capable individual to fill it. Therefore, effective immediately, the former Western Supreme Kai, Lin Fan, is appointed as the Supreme Kai of the seventh universe." The atmosphere fell eerily silent as the Eastern Supreme Kai and the Old Supreme Kai were utterly astonished. Lin Fan had only recently been appointed as the Western Supreme Kai, and now he was being elevated to the Supreme Kai. This rapid rise in rank was astonishing. It felt as though he had come to strike gold. Lin Fan stepped forward to receive the decree, exclaiming, "I am grateful for the grace of Zeno." Whis smiled, "Congratulations, Lin Fan." At that moment, the Old Supreme Kai and the Eastern Supreme Kai stood as well. The Old Supreme Kai, somewhat bewildered, inquired, "Wasn't he just appointed as the Western Supreme Kai? How has he now been appointed as the Supreme Kai?" Whis calmly responded, "He has connections. Lin Fan, Eastern Supreme Kai, Old Supreme Kai. Is it truly that simple and straightforward?" The Old Supreme Kai and the Eastern Supreme Kai, upon hearing the decree, quickly grasped that Lin Fan must have some connections. They were not prepared for Whis to state it so plainly. Such connections were certainly not trivial. How could one not be impressed? Ha! After Whis finished speaking, he immediately covered his mouth and laughed heartily. That moment, a divine power surged into Lin Fan's body like a vast ocean, enhancing his divine strength. Not bad. Seemed he had acquired several new divine techniques. It appeared that the higher one's position, the more divine techniques one obtained. However, these divine techniques required mastery and could not be used at the divine transformation level outright, which posed a challenge for someone like me who preferred to take it easy. The East Kaishin and the Old Kaishin looked at Lin Fan, preparing to kneel. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fan helped them up, saying, "From now on, there is no need for you both to bow when you see me." The Great Kaishin stands above the four directional Kaishins, overseeing them all. Therefore, whenever the Kaishins encountered the Great Kaishin, They were obliged to pay their respects. However, since Lin Fan had already spoken, stating that no excessive reverence was required, it meant no bowing was necessary. Looking at the East Kaishan before him, Lin Fan couldn't help but gently pat his shoulder. Poor child, always kneeling before others. The East Kaishan, somewhat bewildered by Lin Fan's gesture, awkwardly inquired, "Is there something the Great Kaishan wishes to convey?" Not wanting to further discourage the East Kaishan, Lin Fan replied, "No, I merely wanted to give your shoulder a pat." The East Kaishan sensed there was more to it. But since Lin Fan did not wish to elaborate, he refrained from pressing further at that moment. Weiss interjected, "Great Kaishan, East Kaishan, Old Kaishan, my mission has been accomplished, and I shall return to report. Great Kaishan, should you need anything, feel free to reach out to me. You are also welcome to visit the Destroyer Realm, where I shall treat you to delightful delicacies." Delightful delicacies? Chapter 78 Instant Noodles. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan muttered to himself. Suddenly realizing that Weiss was quite the foodie. In the comics, it was precisely because he and Beerus shared a love for food that his relationship with Goku and others had undergone a qualitative leap. Although he and Weiss had been mistakenly thought to be relatives, it was still essential to cultivate their friendship. This would prove most beneficial for him. "Weiss, I can also take you to savor some delicious food. And I assure you, it will be better than anything you have ever tasted." Weiss's eyes instantly brightened. "Ha, really? What is it? Can we go eat now?" Lin Fan paused momentarily. "Aren't you supposed to report your work?" Weiss gently tapped his angelic staff, producing an hourglass, and smiled. "There's still some time left, but not much. Just about 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Lin Fan pondered for a moment before snapping his fingers. That should suffice. Hearing this, Weiss was quite pleased. Lin Fan turned to the East Kaishan and the Old Kaishan. "Let us go together. I'm treating." With that invitation, they could hardly refuse. Yes, in an instant, their figures shimmered and transformed into streaks of light, vanishing from the spot. When they reappeared, they found themselves at Bulma's home. Just in time, Bulma was in the garden repairing a spaceship. Upon seeing Lin Fan and the others, she curiously asked, "Oh, Lin Fan, long time no see." "Bulma, my apologies for the intrusion. I presume you have instant noodles at your place." Bulma was taken aback for a moment. "Instant noodles? You come to my house just to ask for instant noodles?" Lin Fan affirmed once more, "Indeed, my friend here has never had instant noodles, and I told him they are quite delicious. However, due to his tight schedule, we did not want to go buy some. Hence our visit." Bulma glanced at Weiss, noting his blue skin and refined demeanor, finding him rather handsome. "Yes, please wait a moment." Shortly after, she returned with a box of instant noodles. Lin Fan personally opened it for Weiss, pouring hot water over it. "Just let it steep for 3 minutes, and it will be ready." Weiss was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "Is it really that magical? Just hot water for 3 minutes, and it's ready to eat?" "Absolutely." Each person present received a bowl. Bulma curiously inquired, "Lin Fan, how is Vegeta doing?" "He's fine. If you miss him, I can have him come back to see you shortly." Bulma waved her hand gracefully, exuding the charm of a mature woman. "No need. Let him focus on his training. Even if he comes back to see me, he would only stay for an hour." "Oh, the 3 minutes are up." Weiss had already caught a whiff of the delightful aroma of the instant noodles. Eagerly opening his bowl and starting to eat. As he took his first bite, he exclaimed in delight, "Oh my, this is truly delicious." Lin Fan remained silent, enjoying his instant noodles. To capture the taste buds of these extraterrestrials instantly. The best option was indeed something as simple yet bold as instant noodles. Seeing Weiss relish the meal, Bulma remarked, "Since you are Lin Fan's friend, I shall give you a pack to take home." The reason for only one pack was that she had only one left at home. Originally, it was meant for her, but since Weiss was a friend of her husband's master, she felt obliged to offer it. Weiss immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you." Bulma continued, "If you enjoy good food, you are welcome to visit Earth often. There are countless delicious things here. Instant noodles are merely of average quality." Weiss's eyes lit up. "Oh, something so delicious is only considered average. I can only imagine how exquisite the best must be." Bulma could not adequately describe it, simply stating, "You will have to come and taste it. Words cannot convey it." Weiss eagerly slurped up the instant noodles. "I can hardly wait." After finishing the meal, Bulma gifted Weiss a box of instant noodles. Weiss looked at Lin Fan and Bulma, expressing his thanks. "I appreciate your generous hospitality." "No problem. As long as you enjoy it, feel free to visit often." Lin Fan smiled. "All right, I shall return to report now." In an instant, He transformed into a streak of light and vanished. After his departure, Bulma inquired curiously, "Who was that?" "A very powerful deity. Had I not appeared, your husband would have followed him in training." Bulma was left perplexed, unsure of the implications of Lin Fan's words. Lin Fan chose not to elaborate, having merely made a casual remark. Turning to the East Kaishin and the Old Kaishin, he said, "I must take my leave now." The East Kaishin nodded slightly. Yes. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan returned to the West Kaishin's realm. Once there, he contemplated whether he should move to the Great Kaishin's realm now that he had ascended to that position. However, he soon realized that relocating could be a cumbersome task, since there was currently no one occupying the West Kaishin's position. He decided to remain there for the time being, waiting until someone took on that role before moving to the Great Kaishin's realm. Suddenly, Goku, Broly, and Vegeta flew out of the hyperbolic time chamber. Swiftly approaching Lin Fan, "Master Lin Fan," the three greeted in unison. Lin Fan observed the aura surrounding them and nodded in satisfaction. "It seems you have made significant progress," Goku exclaimed excitedly. "Indeed, Master Lin Fan. Broly is truly formidable. Both Vegeta and I were defeated." Vegeta pushed Kakarot aside, clearly displeased. I was not defeated." Goku scratched his head awkwardly. "But weren't you defeated, Vegeta?" Vegeta fell silent, convinced that as long as he believed he had not lost. He had not lost. Suddenly, he recalled something and turned to Lin Fan, requesting, "Master Lin Fan, I wish to learn more powerful techniques." After this bout, he realized that he and Kakarot were no match for Broly. In a one-on-one scenario, they stood no chance. Unless he learned stronger techniques, he would have no hope of defeating Broly. Stronger techniques? Lin Fan pondered. Indeed, he circled around Goku and Vegeta, carefully assessing their states. The two felt somewhat awkward under his scrutinizing gaze. Goku sheepishly asked, "Master Lin Fan, what are you looking at?" "Very well. Since you all wish to learn more formidable techniques, I shall impart them to you." Chapter 79. The Servant's Choice. Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, Ultra Blue. The three looked at Lin Fan in astonishment, for it was the first time they had encountered this term. Son Goku could not contain his curiosity and asked, "What is Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan?" Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at Goku, retorting, "Shut up. It is Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan." The name is rather long. I find it a bit difficult to articulate," Goku replied awkwardly with a grin. Lin Fan simply stated, "From now on, you need not utter such a lengthy title. Just call it Ultra Blue. Upon mastering this technique, your aura will manifest in blue, and your hair will also turn blue." As he mentioned the hair color, Lin Fan could not help but recall the teasing remarks from netizens in his previous life, noting that the options for Saiyan hair colors were becoming rather limited. Of course, this transformation entailed more than just a change in hue. It was a form that surpassed the existence of Super Saiyan God, making it exceptionally suited for combat. Goku and Vegeta instantly expressed their delight, signaling encouragement as they exclaimed, "That's fantastic. Master Lin Fan, please teach us. We are eager to learn." Lin Fan chuckled. "Do not rush. This time, I shall enter the hyperbolic time chamber with you." "Huh? Master Lin Fan is entering the hyperbolic time chamber with us? Why?" Goku asked, his face a mask of confusion that in all the time he had known Lin Fan. This was the first instance of hearing that his master intended to enter the chamber. Lin Fan revealed without reservation, "Seeing you train has ignited my desire to train as well. Goku, have you not always wished to spar with me? This is a splendid opportunity." Goku's face lit up with excitement. Vegeta, observing Kakarot's enthusiasm, instinctively inquired, "Do you have a strategy to contend with Master Lin Fan?" "No, but I am looking forward to it," Goku replied candidly. Vegeta, truly a masochist. "Let us proceed into the hyperbolic time chamber together." Thus, the trio, having just exited, followed Lin Fan back into the chamber. Upon entering, Lin Fan surveyed the surroundings. The environment bore a striking resemblance to Earth. To call it another Earth would not be an exaggeration. Save for the absence of inhabitants, Lin Fan utilized the power of creation to duplicate the memory of the Ultra Blue technique twice. Goku, Vegeta, step forward. Yes, the two approached Lin Fan, who placed his hands upon their foreheads. A surge of knowledge and memory flowed into their minds. Done. Take a moment to absorb it. Without hesitation, they began to assimilate the memory. Indeed, they discovered the secrets to transforming into Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. And they eagerly commenced their training. Lin Fan turned to Broly. "Come here." "Yes." The two moved to the side. "Broly, I am aware that you can transform into Super Ancient Saiyan Level 2, having trained in the hyperbolic time chamber for several years. You are proficient in its application. Therefore, I shall now teach you the method to transform into Super Ancient Scion Level 3. Whether you can master it depends on you. Broly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master Lin Fan. Observing Broly before him, Lin Fan pondered whether he should take him as a servant. If he accepted Broly as his servant, his combat prowess would increase, and in turn, Broly's strength would amplify his own. Moreover, due to the system's influence, he would receive a dual enhancement. In essence, if Lin Fan increased his power by 1 million, Broly, as his servant, would gain a 10% boost, translating to an additional 100,000 in strength. That increase would grant Lin Fan a double enhancement of 200,000, yielding a sense of substantial growth. Note, this may seem perplexing. Simply put, if Lin Fan's battle power rises by 1 million, Broly, as a servant, would gain 100,000, leading to Lin Fan experiencing a dual enhancement of 200,000 in battle power. However, there was another individual who was equally suited to be a servant. His talent was not inferior to Broly's, and if Lin Fan were to take him as a servant, it would be all the more advantageous. Yet that individual was still far removed from Lin Fan's current capabilities, and waiting for him would require considerable time. Very well, I shall choose Broly for now. Let us enhance our strength first, for who knows what the future holds. Lin Fan copied the memory of transforming into Super Ancient Scion Level 3 and transferred it to his hand. He then imparted this knowledge into Broly's mind. Upon completion, Broly gratefully stated, "Thank you, Master Lin Fan. Broly, I am currently seeking a divine servant, which means a servant to me that if I choose you, would you accept?" Broly's loyalty to Lin Fan was unwavering. Without him, he would still be alone on planet Vampa, unable to master the purification technique. Furthermore, as Lin Fan was his master, he was more than willing to become his servant and remain by his side. "Master, I am willing." "Very well. Then I shall now establish a master-servant contract with you." The master-servant contract is a unique divine technique. Once one becomes the servant of a master, they cannot harm their master without permission. Otherwise, they would suffer a backlash that could lead to their demise. However, they would also reap significant benefits. Should the master increase their strength, the servant would gain a 10% enhancement. Conversely, if the servant's strength increases, the master would receive a 50% boost. Lin Fan formed several intricate hand seals, muttering an incantation. Divine power surged into his right hand, and a cold light flashed as a drop of blood emerged from his fingertip. With a flick of his hand, the blood dripped into Broly's forehead. "Broly, open your mind and relax your body." Following Lin Fan's guidance, the drop of blood swiftly entered Broly's mind, merging with his consciousness. At that moment, Lin Fan felt an additional presence within his awareness. Broly's consciousness that he could perceive Broly's thoughts clearly, and with a mere thought, he could instantly bring about Broly's demise. Such was the nature of the master-servant contract. Remarkable. Upon realizing this effect, Lin Fan could not help but murmur to himself, "All right, Broly, begin your training on how to transform into Super Ancient Scion Level 3. Yes, Master." In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan ascended to the summit of a mountain. Gazing down at the trio immersed in their training and calmly stated, "You three, train diligently. Soon, you shall face your opponent. It is I. I eagerly anticipate the manifestation of my power. Currently, with over 2,400 gifts. Having increased by 300 since yesterday's 2001, I have added 3 chapters, bringing the total to 4 chapters, with 1 more chapter still in progress." Chapter 80, Lin Fan's Strength, within the hyperbolic time chamber. A month later, Vegeta, Son Goku, and Broly had mastered the techniques imparted by Lin Fan. Vegeta and Goku could effortlessly transform into Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, Ultra Blue, while Broly had also become adept at transforming into Super Ancient Scion Level 3. His green hair cascading down to his waist, and his physique surpassing that of the previous Super Ancient Scion Level 2. Their enhancements naturally contributed to Lin Fan's battle power, which rose from an initial 500 billion to 620 billion. At this moment, the three had flown to the mountain's peak, addressing Lin Fan, who stood with his back turned. "Master Lin Fan." Indeed, at this moment, Lin Fan exuded an aura of an unparalleled master, hands clasped behind him. Facing away from Goku and the others, a gentle breeze rustled his clothing. Lin Fan turned to face them, declaring, "You have completely grasped what I have taught you. Now, I shall assess the fruits of your training. I shall go first." Goku stepped forward, adopting an attacking stance, ready to initiate combat. Lin Fan smiled faintly. "As a being of 620 billion in my normal state, am I to strike you alone?" That would be quite unfair. No, all three of you should attack together. Facing just one of you would be a waste of time. Vegeta looked at Goku and calmly remarked, Kakarot, given Master Lin Fan's strength. Do you believe you are capable of even being a mere distraction? Vegeta, do not speak so harshly. Goku is well aware that he is not a match for Master Lin Fan. However, he feels a twinge of defiance towards Vegeta's words. Why does he feel inadequate? Lin Fan, wishing to avoid further banter, calmly stated, enough of the chatter, let the three of you come at me together. Broly, unleash your full strength. Even if it harms me, I permit you to attack with no reservations. Having entered into a master-servant contract with Broly, it was imperative to clarify this matter, lest it lead to adverse consequences for him. Upon receiving Lin Fan's consent, Broly promptly replied, Yes, master. Let us begin. Lin Fan extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. With a hearty laugh, Goku ceased his inner turmoil. After all, he was now facing a truly unparalleled expert. With a mighty shout, he instantly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta followed suit, also morphing into the same state. Their gazes sharpened significantly, their hair turned blue, and their auras radiated a similar hue. Meanwhile, Broly clenched his fists, veins bulging. With a thunderous roar, a blinding green light erupted, and as it dissipated, Broly appeared, his physique greatly enlarged. Adorned with long green hair cascading down to his waist, surrounded by a formidable green aura that flickered powerfully. This was the Super Ancient Saiyan 3. Lin Fan maintained his normal state, choosing not to transform. Which prompted Goku and the others to inquire, Master Lin Fan, are you really going to fight in your base form? Naturally, Lin Fan would not engage in battle in his base form. Although his normal state boasted a power level of 62 trillion. It paled in comparison to the combined might of the three. After all, each of them possessed significant enhancements. With a determined fist, he swiftly transformed into Super Saiyan God Super Red, his power skyrocketing to 124 quintillion. The three sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from Lin Fan, causing their bodies to tremble slightly, yet soon their faces lit up with exhilaration. This battle was destined to be a pinnacle clash. An encounter unlike any they had experienced before. Simultaneously, the three charged forward, fists flying with ferocity. In an instant, Lin Fan vanished, leaving the trio momentarily bewildered, only to feel a sharp pain in their chests upon his reappearance. Boom! In that fleeting moment, they were sent hurtling backward like kites with severed strings, crashing violently between three towering mountains, which crumbled into ruins. However, this was merely an appetizer for Lin Fan and for the other three. It was just the beginning. In the blink of an eye, the trio burst forth from the debris, surrounding Lin Fan from three different directions, attacking with unwavering momentum. Lin Fan pointed his right index finger at Vegeta. Rapidly gathering energy, gigantic Kamehameha, a formidable divine energy wave surged towards Vegeta. Sensing the impending attack, Vegeta hastily evaded. Unwilling to confront it directly, he couldn't help but smirk. If he recalled correctly, this was merely an upgraded version of the dumpling wave. How could he fear such a technique? Yet, he understood that while techniques were significant, the wielder was even more so. Noticing Vegeta's evasion, Lin Fan redirected the attack towards Goku and Broly to BY this time. The two had already closed the distance. Boom, 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 fists rained down as they unleashed a barrage of blows, delivering tens of thousands of punches in mere moments. Lin Fan remarked coolly, too slow, still too slow. With your current strength, you simply cannot contend. You truly believe that the three of you together cannot even match my Super Saiyan God form. Upon hearing this, their pride ignited, particularly for Vegeta, whose ego swelled tremendously. Goku, while similarly touched in his pride, felt more exhilarated by the prospect of pursuing greater strength and battling formidable foes, fueling his burning ambition. As for Broly, he was consumed by rage. Anger is power. Broly's power surged dramatically as he unleashed a relentless assault on Lin Fan. Opening his massive mouth, he released a potent green energy wave, his ultimate technique, imbued with incredible might. Goku focused his energy into a single punch, transforming into a blue streak, striking with overwhelming force. Vegeta spread his arms wide, rapidly gathering energy, exclaiming, "Unbelievable! Super Ultimate Flash!" Boom. The Super Ultimate Flash intertwined with the might of Broly's ultimate technique, both crashing towards Lin Fan. Goku, in a flash, utilized instant transmission to appear behind Lin Fan, delivering a punch imbued with peak power. With a resounding roar, the trio's combined attacks landed squarely upon Lin Fan. Strangely, they heard a crisp sound of impact, as if their strikes had collided with an unyielding surface. Today's update concludes with 5 chapters. Currently, there are 2,500 gifts. Tomorrow, an additional chapter is guaranteed, with a minimum of 3 chapters if gifts exceed 300. If 3,000 individuals click, we can see 8 chapters daily. Let us keep the momentum going. Chapter 81. Broly abandoning purification. Boom. The trio's attacks detonated against Lin Fan, yet they heard an exceptionally clear sound. As if their efforts struck something remarkably solid, in the instant of the explosion, smoke enveloped the area surrounding Lin Fan for dozens of meters. After delivering his punch, Goku utilized instant transmission to join Vegeta and Broly. The three scrutinized the scene through the haze. Within mere breaths, the smoke dissipated, revealing a strikingly handsome young man suspended in midair, none other than their master, Lin Fan. The trio was astounded. Despite having struck Lin Fan, he bore no injuries, not even a tear in his garments. Lin Fan gently brushed off his attire as if merely removing trivial dust. Internally, he mused on the formidable nature of his indestructible technique. Especially at such an advanced level, with the trio's current capabilities, breaking through his defenses was utterly impossible. It seemed more provocation was necessary. Gazing at them, he taunted, "I say, you three, have you not eaten? Is this all the strength you can muster? Do you truly believe you have reached your limits?" Despite his teasing, the three, recognizing him as their master, took his jibes less to heart. A lack of fury did not equate to a lack of determination. Once again, they charged at him with renewed vigor. Observing that their power had not improved, Lin Fan muttered, "It appears mere words are ineffective." He vanished from sight, proactively engaging the trio. Boom! He landed a decisive blow on Goku's face, sending him reeling. Another kick struck Vegeta in the chest, propelling him backward alongside Goku. "Vegeta, you two are a disappointment. After all this training, to be sent flying by a single kick. Be gone." Ha! Lin Fan unleashed yet another punch towards Broly. With a resounding thud, Broly raised his fist to block the attack. However, Lin Fan's other fist surged forth with overwhelming force, tearing through the surrounding space. Boom! Broly attempted to resist, but the speed of the blow was too great. He could barely react. With a thunderous impact, his chest was struck, and his massive form was sent hurtling backward as if in utter defeat. "Broly, you have truly let down my expectations, even transformed into Super Ancient Saiyan 3. You can merely withstand a single punch. I am thoroughly disappointed." Lin Fan stood his ground, casting a disdainful gaze upon the three individuals. Sun Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "Master Lin Fan is truly formidable. Now I finally understand why Master Lin Fan insisted that I should not challenge him until I attained divinity. It was out of concern that I might be struck down with a single blow." Vegeta snorted, fully aware of Lin Fan's strength, yet utterly astonished by the extent of his power. Could it truly be as Lin Fan suggested? After so much training, was I still a failure? Here I stand, in my super blue form, transcending even the Super Saiyan God, and yet still deemed inadequate. What have I toiled for? Must I allow all of this to become meaningless? No, I absolutely refuse to permit that. Clenching his fists tightly, a swirling cyclone of energy began to coalesce around him, resembling terrifying tornadoes, causing the ground beneath to sink gradually. Sun Wukong turned to Vegeta, a smile gracing his face. "Vegeta, it seems you've achieved a breakthrough. I shall not lag behind." With fists clenched, he gazed at Lin Fan, who looked down upon them with an air of superiority, calmly stating, "Master Lin Fan, you are indeed impressive. Now, I shall unleash my utmost potential." Rapidly gathering the power within his body, he shouted, 40 times Ultimate King Fist." The 40 times Ultimate King Fist reached the limits of his physical capacity. Even as he began to harness this colossal power, he felt a tearing pain coursing through his body. This sensation indicated that he had indeed reached his utmost limits. Lin Fan hovered in the air, observing Sun Wukong as he executed the 40 times Ultimate King Fist, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Only through relentless challenges to one's limits can one truly surpass oneself. I eagerly await your mastery of the Ultra Instinct technique. No, given Sun Wukong's current capabilities, he is unable to comprehend Ultra Instinct at this moment. His proficiency in it stems solely from Whis. It seems I shall request Whis' assistance in training Sun Wukong next time he visits, to teach him the Ultra Instinct technique. This way, I need not exert myself. What a splendid idea. However, now is not the time for such musings. I must focus on Broly, who has remained eerily silent. Indeed, after stabilizing his body, Broly has stood still, silently, in a manner that feels unsettling, even terrifying. Suddenly, Broly's eyes snapped open, his green irises intensifying to an even deeper hue. In that instant, the rationality that once glimmered within them vanished. Leaving behind a hollow gaze devoid of reason, he murmured to himself, "No, I shall not betray hope. I will not." His body trembled ominously, hinting at an impending eruption of terrifying power. Lin Fan perceived Broly's current state and instantly grasped his intent. He was prepared to temporarily cast aside his purification technique, relinquishing reason to ascend to a higher state and attain greater strength. To some extent, the purification technique has helped him maintain his rationality, presenting both advantages and disadvantages, particularly when confronting Lin Fan. While in a state of purification, it is exceedingly difficult for him to unleash his full power. The purification technique enables him to retain his reason, preventing him from harming those he knows, especially Lin Fan. Without harm and rage, breaking through becomes a challenge. Thus, he has chosen to abandon the purification technique, seeking to enter a frenzied state that disregards everything. With Master Lin Fan present, he believes he will not harm anyone. Roaring with primal intensity, he instantly plunged into a berserk state, unleashing a force that shattered the earth, sending waves crashing violently, engulfing the land and its rivers. Soon after, a cataclysmic energy ravaged everything in its path, heralding an apocalyptic end. Today alone, the gifts have surpassed 180 triggers, surpassing the conditions for additional chapters, plus yesterday's chapter, with today's total standing at a minimum of 4 chapters. Just a few more to go for another chapter. Chapter 82. Unexpected Changes. Beerus awakens. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, the landscape of earth, green hills, and towering trees had vanished, replaced by a sea of flames. Broly maintained his Super Saiyan 3 form, but the electric flames coursing through him had thickened and flickered more vigorously. This form represented the Super Ancient Saiyan 3, at full power, infinitely stronger than the original. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong radiated dual auras. The outer layer was the red energy of the ultimate King Fist, while the inner layer glowed with the blue hue of Super Blue. His current state reflected not merely a change in energy, but a 40-fold increase in overall combat prowess. Though he still paled in comparison to Broly, Vegeta, standing beside him, was considerably weaker, having achieved the full power state of Super Saiyan Blue, but still lacking when compared to Sun Wukong and Broly. Especially against Broly, the disparity was vast. However, should Vegeta manage to break through once more in his Super Blue full power state, he would attain a deep blue form, significantly enhancing his capabilities. Ding! Disciple Broly's base combat power increased by 20 billion. Masters doubled gain, 40 billion. Thanks to the God-S Servant effect. An additional 10 billion base combat power. God-S Servant effect is 50%. Current host base combat power, 670 billion. Ding! Disciple Sun Wukong's base combat power increased by 15 billion. Masters doubled gain, 30 billion. Current host base combat power, 700 billion. Ding! Disciple Vegeta's base combat power increased by 12 billion. Masters doubled gain, 24 billion. Current host base combat power, 724 billion. After Lin Fan's enhancement of base combat power, Broly, being his disciple, received a tenth of the boost. Lin Fan had increased his base combat power by 104 billion. And thus Broly gained 10.4 billion. Ding! Disciple Broly's base combat power increased by 10.4 billion. Master S doubled gain, 20.8 billion. Current host combat power, 744.8 billion. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Lin Fan could not help but murmur to himself, "This is truly remarkable, especially since I contracted Broly as my disciple and received 2 boosts. It feels as though I've gained another disciple. Quite splendid." While Lin Fan pondered these matters, the 3 had already launched their assault upon him. Bang, bang, bang. Their attacks were fierce, leaving no room for leniency. Yet, all their strikes were effortlessly deflected by Lin Fan. Indeed, their attack strength was commendable, enough to elicit a modicum of pain. Yet, I believe this is not their full potential. Unleash your utmost strength, for with such feeble might, you shall never surpass me. Provoked by Lin Fan's taunts, the trio intensified their onslaught, gradually matching Lin Fan's strength, even beginning to surpass it. In unison, they hurled their fists forward. Bang! Lin Fan's fist met theirs, sending him flying several dozen meters away. Seizing the opportunity, the 3 immediately unleashed their energy blasts. Broly aimed both hands at Lin Fan, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Boom! 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 Hundreds of consecutive energy blasts surged toward Lin Fan. Vegeta spread his arms wide, rapidly gathering energy, bellowing, "Super Ultimate Flash." Sun Wukong clasped his hands together in a flower-like formation at his waist, focusing energy into a glowing sphere. Kamehameha. As the three energy attacks surged toward him with overwhelming might, Lin Fan remained unfazed. Activate. Ultra Precognition. Ultra Precognition allows him to foresee events occurring within a 2-second window. In his mind, he envisioned the sequence of events unfolding within that time frame, gaining full awareness. A satisfied smile graced his lips. Boom, boom, boom. The trio watched in disbelief as Lin Fan effortlessly evaded their assaults. Seemingly anticipating their attack's trajectory, he stood in a position impervious to the barrage of energy blasts, smiling as hundreds of energy orbs whizzed past him. Vegeta and Sun Wukong were left astonished. What on earth was happening? Broly, devoid of contemplation, had succumbed to a frenzied rage, acting solely on instinct and the singular urge to unleash his attacks. Observing that his successive energy blasts had failed to strike Lin Fan, he charged forward with reckless abandon. A colossal fist descended upon Lin Fan with ferocity. Whoosh! With a swift movement, Lin Fan evaded the onslaught, just as Vegeta and Goku's fists approached. However, both Vegeta and Goku soon realized that Lin Fan had once again deftly dodged their strikes, positioning himself perfectly to avoid them. In that very moment, Lin Fan unleashed a flurry of kicks to their chests, sending them hurtling several dozen meters away, leaving only Broly to contend with Lin Fan in battle. At this juncture, in the realm of destruction, Whis found himself gazing at a bowl of instant noodles, cradling his face with both hands, while eyeing an hourglass nearby. With delight, he remarked, "Oh my, it shall be ready shortly." As he unveiled the noodles, an enticing aroma enveloped the surroundings. In the palace of the god of destruction, Beerus lay sprawled on his bed in a starfish position, his blanket kicked to the foot of the bed. He hummed absent-mindedly, his body writhing in a stupor. When the rich fragrance wafted into his senses, the drowsy Beerus suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if they were the size of saucers, and, without hesitation, darted towards the source of the delectable scent. Just as Whis prepared to indulge, Beerus snatched the bowl away from him. Surprised, Whis inquired, "Oh, Lord Beerus, what brings you to wake so early? It is not yet your usual time to rise." According to his calculations, Beerus would not awaken for another 10 days, making his early emergence quite unexpected. Beerus, however, paid no heed to Whis's remarks, slurping down the noodles voraciously, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Observing this, Whis chuckled, "Lord Beerus, you remain as uncouth as ever." Ignoring Whis's comment, Beerus questioned, "Hey, Whis, what is this delightful dish? Where did you procure it?" "This is instant noodles," Whis explained, merely requiring boiling water for 3 minutes before consumption. "Yet it is exceptionally delicious. It hails from a planet known as Earth." With a flourish, Whis retrieved another bucket of noodles from his angelic staff, preparing to enjoy them himself. Beerus glared at him. "Whis, isn't this a tad excessive? What about my share?" With a light chuckle, Whis produced 5 more buckets of instant noodles, simultaneously expressing his curiosity. "Lord Beerus, what accounts for your early awakening?" Beerus, fixated on the 5 buckets of noodles, replied with gleaming eyes, "Isn't it because of you?" "Whis, because of me?" Whis questioned. "You cannot possibly mean that my noodles have roused you from slumber." Beerus gazed at Whis, stating nonchalantly, "Is it not so? Such a delectable treat. And you dare to indulge without saving any for me. How could I possibly sleep upon inhaling such a tantalizing aroma?" Whis, understanding Beerus's temperament, stifled a laugh. "However, Whis, upon this awakening, I must address another matter." "Oh, what issue?" Whis inquired with intrigue. Beerus elaborated, "In my dreams, I encountered a formidable opponent, a rival of great strength. This individual resides within the 7th universe." "Oh, a rival? Who might that be?" Whis asked, his curiosity piqued, pondering internally if this adversary could be Lin Fan. Yet, given Lin Fan's current prowess, he hardly seemed a match for Lord Beerus. Nevertheless, with the blood of the ancient scions intertwined with that of the angels, he might not be so easily dismissed. Perhaps he could indeed rival Beerus, provided, of course, that Beerus refrains from wielding his destructive power. Though Whis contemplated these matters, he withheld his thoughts, for Lin Fan was his cousin and currently favored by their father, prompting him to tread carefully. Furthermore, as Lin Fan was now a supreme Kai, conflict with Beerus seemed implausible, thus raising the question of who this rival could be. At that moment, The hourglass signaled the passage of 3 minutes, and Beerus eagerly delved into the noodles, slurping them up with gusto. Soon finishing one bucket, as he began on the second, he pondered aloud. I believe it is called super, or perhaps supreme, something divine. Failing to recall, he grew visibly frustrated, exclaiming, "How infuriating. I just remembered it, and after devouring a few buckets, I've forgotten." With that, Beerus raised his hand, unleashing a wave of destructive energy into the sky, obliterating a distant planet. Boom, Wish chuckled. Clearly unfazed, for destruction was the essence of a god of destruction's duty. Once he had finished, Beerus tugged at his ears, deep in thought. What was it called? What was it? Super Scion God, perhaps? Oh dear. What is the complete name? After several minutes of contemplation, Beerus, growing impatient, declared, regardless, it is something related to the Scions. I recall that the Scions resided on planet Vegeta. Whis interjected, Lord Beerus, have you forgotten? Prior to your slumber, you commanded Frisia to annihilate planet Vegeta. The Scions were exterminated. Beerus paused, taken aback. Oh, all the Scions were eradicated? Whis stood, using his angelic staff to scan the 7th universe. Soon, the crystal ball within the staff displayed a peculiar image, a blue planet labeled Earth. Whis hesitated momentarily, contemplating. Earth? Could it refer to Lin Fan? However, Lin Fan, being of mixed angelic and ancient Scion heritage, could he truly be considered a Scion, or could there be other Scions residing on Earth? Noticing Whis's silence, Beerus urged, Whis, what is the matter? With a refined smile, Whis replied, Lord Beerus, I am currently conducting a search. He then began to investigate whether any other Scions still existed on Earth. Before long, he gathered sufficient information, shutting off the display on the crystal ball to explain to Beerus, at coordinates 95279, 66989 on Earth, there are indeed Scions present, those who were responsible for defeating Frisia. Beerus's eyes widened with interest as he regarded Whis. Oh, the Scions who defeated Frisia, that fool Frisia, who boasts of being the emperor of the universe. How could he have been vanquished? Whis chuckled, his gaze filled with derision, clearly dismissing Frisia as inconsequential. However, the Scions on Earth possessed the ability to transform into Super Scions, and it was likely they had defeated Frisia in that form. Upon realizing this, Beerus exclaimed, Oh, I recall now. It is called Super Scion God. Yes, indeed, Super Scion God. There must be a connection between Super Scion and Super Scion God. Come, Whis, let us journey to Earth. Whis, eager for the excursion, promptly responded, As you command, Lord Beerus. I also intend to request some instant noodles from Bulma. I am quite distressed over the 5 buckets you consumed. Beerus suddenly recollected. Ah, I forgot. That delightful dish known as instant noodles hails from Earth. Indeed, and Bulma mentioned that Earth is home to not just instant noodles, but a plethora of other delectable treats. Whis was filled with a wave of yearning as he recalled Bulma's words. He had longed to return to Earth once more, yet considering Beerus was resting, he could not frequently depart without a mission. This was his duty, for he was Beerus's attendant, tasked with changing the sheets and attending to the deity's daily needs. However, Whis's role as a servant was merely nominal. There was no formal master-servant contract binding them. In blunt terms, Beerus lacked the standing to even establish such a contract with Whis. Upon hearing that Earth was home to a plethora of exquisite delicacies, and that such delectable instant noodles were merely ranked in the middle tier, Beerus was instantly drooling with anticipation. Is that true, Whis? Indeed, it is, Lord Beerus. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry and set forth for Earth. Yes, Lord Beerus. The two transformed into beams of light and soared towards Earth. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Lin Fan was unaware that the aroma of instant noodles had prematurely roused Beerus. Had he known, he would have certainly prevented Bulma from offering Whis any noodles. At that moment, he was tormenting Broly and the other two, whose battle power had reached its utmost limits. They lay on the ground, gasping for breath, unable to rise after being knocked down, while Lin Fan continued to provoke them. Scions could enhance their combat power not only through rage, but also by reaching the brink of death. Upon revival, their strength would significantly increase. Thus, Lin Fan intentionally pushed the 3 to the edge of death while verbally stimulating them, knowing that once they revived, their battle power would surge. After all, a decade inside the hyperbolic time chamber equated to merely a day outside. He was in no rush, having plenty of time to expend. 2 chapters remained, and it might be a bit late. Everyone should rest early. Don't stay up late. Tomorrow morning, they would be able to see it, and the water would continue to boil as they fought on. Chapter 84. Lin Fan's battle power. Upon exiting a day later, Lin Fan emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber with Broly, Goku, and Vegeta. The four had spent a full decade within, during which they achieved significant advancements. Lin Fan had mastered the transformation of the Ancestor Scion to its fourth stage, Super Ancestor Scion 4. He had also honed his angelic lineage, although there were still some divine techniques he had yet to master, such as the Ultra Instinct. Nevertheless, without Ultra Instinct, he possessed other divine abilities. His battle power had now soared to 260 quintillion. Indeed, he had reached that level even in his base form. The lineage of the Ancestor Scion was terrifyingly powerful, especially when combined with the angelic bloodline. Achieving a base power of 260 quintillion in just 10 years was far from surprising for his disciples. They too had experienced considerable progress due to their master's enhancement. Receiving his blessings, Goku had reached a base power of 5 quintillion, Vegeta had attained 4 quintillion, and Broly, having signed a master-servant contract with him and being a disciple, enjoyed a dual enhancement, achieving 25 quintillion. Among the disciples, Broly stood as the strongest. After 10 years of training, he could transform into Super Ancient Scion 4. Goku and Vegeta, however, remained in their Super Blue forms, for Lin Fan had yet to acquire a more potent evolutionary state to teach them. They would have to wait for the system to unveil superior evolution forms to receive further training. However, Lin Fan had his own ideas, though Goku and Vegeta were not as formidable as Broly. They could fuse to become Vegeto, and once transformed, they could hold their own against Broly in his Super Ancient Scion 4 form, if both were to attain a new evolution state before fusing. Broly might not stand a chance. The units of battle power were 100 million, trillion, quadrillion, quintillion, sextillion, septillion, octillion, nonillion, decillion, undecillion, and so forth. Each major unit further subdivided into units of 1, 10, 100, and 1,000, such as 100 million, 1 billion, 10 billion, and so on. For those who find this confusing, I will remind you again to simply refer to powers of 10 moving forward. In an instant, Lin Fan flew to his chair, looking at Vegeta and the others. He said, "You may return now. After training for so long, I am tired and wish to rest." Vegeta was equally eager to return. Having spent 20 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, though only 2 days had passed in the outside world. He had not seen his wife for 2 decades. He missed Bulma dearly and quickly flew home. Goku also felt the long absence from home and turned to fly back, while Broly contemplated his father. Paragus, he lifted his gaze towards the cosmos. Seeing Broly's demeanor, Lin Fan couldn't help but ask, "Are you thinking of your father?" Broly did not hide his feelings, nodding gently. "Yes, master." "Have you forgiven him?" Lin Fan reminded him. "For you, these 2 days have felt like 20 years, but for your father, it has only been 2 days. To be honest, Lin Fan harbored no fondness for Paragus, a father who exploited his own son. And he looked down upon him. Yet for Broly, he was still his father, someone he had lived with for so long. After a moment of contemplation, Broly replied, "Though he is indeed a scoundrel, he is my father. I cannot forgive him just yet. However, after spending 20 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, I feel I have already begun to forgive him, and my hatred has lessened, especially since I am nearing mastery of the purification technique. I have grown more indifferent to these matters." As he spoke, Broly stood up, respectfully looked at Lin Fan, and bowed, saying, "Master Lin Fan, if possible, I would like to ask you to bring my father to Earth." Lin Fan genuinely cared for Broly. Not only did he possess immense potential, but he was also obedient. In Lin Fan's eyes, Broly was a good child. Given this fondness, he was inclined to consider his request. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "Broly, I can help you bring Paragus to Earth, but I will not keep him by my side, as I do not favor such individuals." Broly did not expect Lin Fan to keep his father close, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master Lin Fan. Thank you, Master Lin Fan. If you bring my father, let him survive on Earth independently. However, Broly, there is something else I must clarify. As you know, I am now the Grand Kaishin. And you are also a servant of the gods. If your father were to commit any wrongdoing or harm Earth, I will take action." Lin Fan deemed it necessary to make this clear to Broly. He truly disliked Paragus, yet for Broly's sake, he would offer this concession. If Paragus behaved appropriately on Earth, Lin Fan would turn a blind eye. Should he cause trouble on Earth or elsewhere, Lin Fan would not hesitate to act. Broly immediately replied, "Master Lin Fan, rest assured, I will ensure my father understands and will make him behave well. free from any vengeful thoughts. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Vegeta returned home, his first instinct was to find Bulma. She and Trunks were playing chess in the yard. Vegeta scolded, "Trunks, go play elsewhere. I need to discuss something with your mother." Seeing his father's stern expression, Trunks dared not protest and reluctantly left, muttering, "Humph, I'll go find Goten to play." Once Trunks had departed, Vegeta's gaze towards Bulma transformed into something mischievous. Bulma, noticing her husband's change in demeanor, immediately understood and curiously asked, "What are you thinking? You haven't been this eager in a while." "It's only been 2 days," Vegeta coldly explained. "I spent 20 years in the hyperbolic time chamber." Bulma instantly grasped the situation and turned towards the bedroom. Vegeta, unable to contain himself, swiftly flew up and seized Bulma, whisking her away as they entered a state of playful intimacy. But on another front, Goku returned home to find Chi-Chi watching television. Scratching the back of his head, he said, "Chi-Chi, I want to eat what you cook." Chi-Chi was momentarily stunned, her eyes brightening as she instantly understood his meaning. Chapter 85. What an ominous aura. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Chi-Chi instantly grasped their meaning. All along, she had been deceiving Sun Wukong, claiming that her mahjong games were merely a pretext for cooking. Alas, in certain respects, Wukong's intelligence was undeniably lacking. To label him an imbecile would not be an exaggeration. Overjoyed, Chi-Chi exclaimed, "Come, Wukong. Let us prepare a meal." Meanwhile, Lin Fan remained oblivious to the fact that his 2 beloved disciples had embarked upon a path of happiness. That moment, he had just brought Paragus to Earth, randomly selecting a secluded mountain to conjure a humble abode using divine powers. The dwelling was modest, consisting of 2 rooms, one for Paragus and the other for Broly. The decision to create 2 rooms was made with the consideration that Broly would occasionally return to visit Paragus. Everything he did was for Broly's sake. Lin Fan cast a glance at Paragus, unsure of what to say, and then turned to Broly with a smile, saying, "I shall return now, once you have organized everything. Come back and resume your training." "Yes, master." When Lin Fan previously journeyed to planet Wampa to fetch Paragus, he had uttered not a single word, including any warnings. He believed it more fitting for Broly to convey such admonitions. As his master, he felt it inappropriate to threaten his disciple as father. After all, upon witnessing his master depart, Broly turned to his father, Paragus, and asked with a slight twitch of his lips, "Father, are you well?" Paragus, somewhat irate, retorted, "Broly, I thought you intended to abandon your father. I believed you would leave me stranded on planet Wampa to fend for myself while you frolicked here." Faced with his father's fury, Broly could only explain, "Father, that is not the case. I never wished to neglect you. I was simply overwhelmed with anger at the time. As your son, it pained me to see you treat me in such a manner." With a sigh, he chose not to dwell on past grievances. "Father, let us reconcile." Paragus averted his gaze, disdainfully huffing, "Humph, Broly, if you truly wish to mend our relationship, then heed my words. Let us rule the universe together and become its sovereigns. We shall seize planet Vegeta and slay King Vegeta." Broly was taken aback by his father's persistent ambition for galactic dominion and gently counseled, "Father, with Master Lin Fan present, it is impossible for us to conquer the universe. He would never allow such malice to unfold, and moreover, planet Vegeta has been obliterated by Frieza. King Vegeta is dead, and we have no need for revenge." Broly refrained from mentioning Vegeta's existence, aware that doing so would prompt his father to insist on vengeance against him. However, he had no desire to follow that path. Having spent 20 years in the Room of Spirit and Time, he had developed a decent rapport with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, discovering that both were rather admirable companions. One was innocent and harmless, while the other, though seemingly cold and arrogant, possessed a tender heart beneath his harsh exterior, often exuding a somewhat tragic aura. Particularly during training sessions, he would frequently proclaim his newfound strength, only to later falter. Paragus, upon hearing Broly's words, was taken aback. "What? King Vegeta and planet Vegeta are no more?" Broly had learned of this shocking news while in the Room of Spirit and Time, as Vegeta had shared it with him. Indeed, they were annihilated by Frieza. Paragus furrowed his brow. "I am familiar with Frieza. He is the emperor of the universe, and it was the Scions who served him. Why would he turn against them?" Broly elucidated. It was because Frieza feared the rise of the Super Saiyan. However, Master Lin Fan mentioned that someone was orchestrating Frieza's actions from the shadows. He did not disclose who that person was. Although Paragus found this hard to believe, Broly's demeanor suggested he was not lying. He was well aware of his son's character, knowing that under normal circumstances, Broly would not deceive him. He struggled to articulate even the slightest untruth. Humph, how fortunate for King Vegeta. But let bygones be bygones. Our ambition to rule the universe must not waver, since we have arrived on this planet. Let us commence our conquest here. Paragus surveyed the planet with satisfaction, deeming it a suitable place to reside. Teeming with inhabitants. A planet rich in population was ideal for conquest, fulfilling his desires of becoming the emperor of the cosmos. His mind brimmed with dreams, as if he could already hear the masses chanting, "Long live Paragus." Observing his father's obsession, Broly once again cautioned, "Father, cease your delusions of universal conquest. Master Lin Fan would never permit such occurrences. Furthermore, I have no desire to conquer the universe. I simply wish to train by Master Lin Fan's side." Paragus glared fiercely at Broly. "Are you trying to drive me to madness? Leave. Get out of my sight." Seeing his father's furious countenance, Broly thought it best to retreat, just as Master Lin Fan had advised. Despite spending 20 years in the room of spirit and time, merely 2 days had passed in the outside world. What could his father possibly change in such a brief span? "Father, perhaps it would be best for you to live quietly. I shall seek out Master now. I will visit you often." As his words faded, he vanished in an instant. Paragus, taken aback by Broly's prowess, pondered, could Broly truly be this formidable? He could disappear in the blink of an eye. If he could assist me, we would undoubtedly conquer the universe. I must find a way to persuade Broly. Such incredible strength should not be squandered on mere dominion. 2 hours later, Vegeta lay in bed, hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. "Bulma, after this period of training, my power has reached unprecedented heights. Master Lin Fan is truly extraordinary." Bulma, rising and heading towards the bathroom, remarked, "Weren't you once quite disdainful of Lin Fan? Now you call him master with such ease." Vegeta turned his head slightly to glance at the impeccably maintained Bulma. Humph. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura enveloped him. What a terrifying presence. Vegeta sprang to his feet, hastily donning his battle attire. He swiftly moved outside, directing his gaze skyward as a streak of light descended. Upon seeing the two figures landing, Vegeta's face contorted in fear, particularly at the sight of the individual resembling a cat-like deity. He instantly recognized him as Beerus, the god of destruction, who had left an indelible mark of terror upon his childhood. In the past, his father, King Vegeta, had reserved the universe's most comfortable pillow for himself while granting the second best to Beerus, provoking the latter's ire. Vegeta had endured a beating, utterly powerless to resist, and when he attempted to intervene, a mere glance from Beerus had rendered him incapacitated. This traumatic experience had forever haunted his psyche, especially witnessing his idolized father being trampled without a hint of defiance. The two unexpected visitors were none other than Beerus and his attendant, Whis. Initially intending to seek out the Supreme Kai, Beerus's craving for delectable food led him to Bulma first, along with an inquiry regarding the Super Saiyan God. "Greetings, Prince Vegeta." Beerus beamed at the visibly terrified Vegeta. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Vegeta snapped back to reality, stammering, "Why, hello, Lord Beerus." Beerus raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. "Oh, you remember me? It seems my impression on you during your childhood was quite profound." Vegeta's lips twitched a few times, a clear sign of his profound emotions. Beerus, unfazed by Vegeta's demeanor, casually remarked, "I heard from Bulma that Earth is home to a plethora of delectable foods. Might we be invited to partake?" In his manner of speaking, Beerus exhibited a certain politeness. However, it would be a grave misjudgment to perceive him as a benevolent being. His courteous tone served a purpose, to instill a proper reverence from those across the universe for him. A deity, rather than genuine amicability. Food. Vegeta was taken aback, realizing that Beerus had come merely for sustenance. Once he regained his composure, he hastily nodded, "Yes, of course, please wait a moment." With that, he prepared to move swiftly to locate his wife. "Hold on, Vegeta." Before he could depart, Beerus called out to him, "Lord Beerus, is there something else?" Vegeta felt an immense pressure weighing down on him, despite possessing a battle power of 4 quintillion in his normal state. He felt woefully inadequate in Beerus's presence. The thought of instant annihilation loomed in his mind. "Vegeta, do you know of the Super Saiyan God?" Beerus inquired. Vegeta paused momentarily. "Super Saiyan God? Isn't that merely the transformation that Kakarot and I undergo?" What could Beerus possibly want with that? Beerus, keenly observing Vegeta's expressions and gaze, continued nonchalantly, "Oh, you seem to be knowledgeable about the Super Saiyan God. Where might he be located?" Vegeta, cautious in his response, inquired. Lord Beerus, what is your purpose in seeking this? Super Saiyan God. Beerus showed no inclination to conceal his intentions, stating plainly, nothing much. I've heard that the Super Saiyan God is quite formidable, and I wish to engage him in a friendly spar. Ah, Vegeta was momentarily stunned. The Super Saiyan God was indeed powerful, and the prospect of sparring with Beerus was daunting. Even if he transformed into a Super Saiyan God, he would surely be no match for him. Lord Beerus, to be frank, the Super Saiyan God is not your equal, so, before he could finish, Beerus's brow furrowed, an ominous glint in his eyes akin to a fearsome sword. Vegeta, where is the Super Saiyan God? Bring him forth immediately, or else. With that, he raised his right hand, his index finger pointing upwards, conjuring a fist-sized purple energy sphere. Despite its modest size, Vegeta could sense the terrifying power contained within it, capable of obliterating everything in its path, including the very planet they stood upon. Were Beerus privy to Vegeta's thoughts, he would surely chuckle. Acknowledging his perceptiveness, Vegeta glanced around the villa, aware that within its confines were those he vowed to protect. For their sake, he would willingly sacrifice everything. In truth, I am the Super Saiyan God. Beerus, surprised, put away the destructive energy sphere and regarded Vegeta with astonishment. You are the Super Saiyan God. You're not deceiving me. Are you? You should be well aware of the consequences of lying to me. The final statement carried the weight of destructive energy, causing Vegeta to involuntarily shudder, memories of his father's defeat at Beerus's hands flooding his mind. Cautiously, he replied, I understand. Observing Vegeta's demeanor, Beerus felt he could not be deceived and queried. The Super Saiyan God I encountered in my dreams was not like this. He had red hair and was enveloped in a crimson aura. How can I trust that you are the Super Saiyan God in this form? Whis interjected, Lord Beerus, the Saiyans possess the ability to transform. Beerus snapped back to reality. I forgot. Then transform. Vegeta nodded, yes, clenching his fists. He summoned the divine power within him. Beerus noticed the divine energy radiating from Vegeta, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. With a powerful shout, Vegeta transformed into the Super Saiyan God, Super Red. His battle power surging dramatically, his hair and eyes turned crimson, surrounded by a fiery red aura. Beerus exclaimed with delight, indeed, this is the Super Saiyan God from my dreams, though it feels as if something is amiss. What could possibly be lacking? Beerus pondered, scratching his elongated ear in contemplation. What on earth is missing? He then turned his gaze back to Vegeta, since you claim to be the Super Saiyan God. Let us proceed. Gesturing with his hand, the implication unmistakable. Yet, Vegeta hesitated, paralyzed by fear in the face of an adversary that had haunted him since childhood. Observing Vegeta's reluctance, Beerus scoffed, Saiyans are all the same, eternally unable to lift their heads high. Dreams are but dreams. The Super Saiyan God is merely a jest. This planet has no reason to exist. With that, he raised his hand, a sphere of purple energy forming atop it. This was not destructive energy, merely the normal energy of a deity. Yet it was more than sufficient to obliterate Earth. Beerus flicked his wrist, sending the energy sphere hurtling toward Vegeta, mockingly stating, let this planet be destroyed alongside you. Super Saiyan God. As the sphere grew larger and approached, Vegeta felt a jolt of realization, his body shivering as goosebumps raced across him. Earth was doomed. It was truly facing annihilation, he muttered to himself. His eyes filled with despair. Whis remarked coolly, Lord Beerus, it seems the Super Saiyan God might be a bit. It was then that Vegeta dashed towards the energy sphere, bracing himself to absorb its impact. In his moment of despair, memories of Bulma and Trunks surfaced in his mind. He understood now that this was not planet Vegeta, but Earth, where those he cherished resided. He would protect them, even at the cost of his own life. Whis watched Vegeta's actions, a gentle smile gracing his refined features. Oh, it appears I must retract my earlier statement. He had intended to say that this Super Saiyan God was somewhat cowardly. Beerus, despite his cold demeanor, also revealed a hint of amusement. His true intention was not to destroy Earth, but to provoke Vegeta into action. He sought to gauge Vegeta's strength and determine whether the title of Super Saiyan God was merely a fade. However, if Earth were on the brink of destruction and Vegeta lacked the courage to oppose him, there would be no need to further test the power of the Super Saiyan God. Vegeta met the energy sphere with both hands, applying pressure before suddenly flinging it into space, shouting, what nonsense! Begone! The energy sphere soared into the sky, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that cascaded down to the Earth. In an instant, every inhabitant felt the overwhelming power. Ordinary people instinctively cried out in terror, prostrating themselves in submission. Goku, engrossed in a game of mahjong, felt the ominous energy and abruptly halted. Assessing the situation. Oh, is that direction Vegetas? Chi-Chi, sheltered by Goku's presence, sensed little of the gravity of the situation and, noticing his sudden stillness, asked in confusion, Goku, what's wrong? Gotta check on something. Goku replied, pinching his fingers together to hone in on Vegeta's energy. Super Saiyan God. He sensed that Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan God, clearly indicating that he had encountered some formidable adversary. Whoosh, Goku, you haven't. Before Chi-Chi could finish her sentence, Sun Wukong had already vanished. When he reappeared, he stood before Vegeta and the others. Whis, Beerus, and Vegeta instinctively twitched their lips at the sudden appearance of Sun Wukong. Vegeta barked, Kakarot, what are you doing? Showing up without any clothes. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong instantly realized his embarrassing predicament. Looking at the others, he sheepishly apologized. Sorry, I was just cooking with Chi-Chi. I'll head back now. With a whoosh, he utilized instant transmission and returned home. Upon hearing Kakarot's words, Vegeta mused to himself that, like him, the first thing Sun Wukong did upon returning home was seek out his wife. However, he had already finished. How could Kakarot still be? Could it be that he is ahead of me? Whoosh, Sun Wukong reappeared. Now clad in his usual training attire, he glanced at Whis and Beerus before turning to Vegeta, inquiring, Vegeta, what is going on? Why have you transformed into a Super Saiyan God? Beerus regarded Sun Wukong with curiosity. Noticing that this individual possessed significantly greater power than Vegeta in his normal state. It was astonishing that on such a small planet, there existed two individuals of considerable fighting prowess, though regrettably, Earth was soon to become a relic of the past. Sun Wukong did not quite grasp the meaning behind these words and turned to Beerus, asking with confusion, what do you mean by a relic of the past? Kakarot, he plans to destroy Earth, Vegeta bluntly stated, aware that this fellow's intellect was lacking. Upon hearing that Beerus intended to obliterate Earth, Sun Wukong firmly declared, destroying Earth is absolutely out of the question. Vegeta, why don't you defeat him? Vegeta felt a pang of anguish. He too desired to vanquish Beerus, but he knew he was no match for him. Moreover, he struggled to overcome his inner fears, noticing Vegeta's silence. Sun Wukong, though unaware of the reasons, warned Beerus, you better leave. Don't destroy Earth. Ha ha. Beerus chuckled at Sun Wukong's words, finding amusement in the audacity of this individual who dared to command him to leave. How amusing. You truly are an entertaining person, but